XXXIV, on the inner nature of art. This chapter is connected with section 49 of the first volume. Not merely philosophy but also the fine arts work at bottom towards the solution of the problem of existence. For in every mind that once gives itself up to the purely objective contemplation of nature a desire has been excited, however concealed and unconscious it may be, to comprehend the true nature of things, of life and existence. For this alone has interest for the intellect as such, i.e., for the pure subject of knowledge which has become free from the aims of the will, as for the subject which knows as a mere individual the aims of the will alone have interest. On this account the result of the purely objective apprehension of things is an expression more of the nature of life and existence, more an answer to the question, what is life? Every genuine and successful work of art answers this question in its own way with perfect correctness. But all the arts speak only the naive and childish language of perception, not the abstract and serious language of reflection. Their answer is therefore a fleeting image, not permanent and general knowledge. Thus for perception every work of art answers that question, every painting, every statue, every poem, every scene upon the stage, music also answers it. And indeed more profoundly than all the rest, for in its language, which is understood with absolute directness, but which is yet untranslatable into that of the reason, the inner nature of all life and existence expresses itself. Thus all the other arts hold up to the questioner a perceptible image, and say, look here, this is life. Their answer, however correct it may be, will yet always afford merely a temporary, not a complete and final, satisfaction. For they always give merely a fragment, an example instead of the rule, not the whole, which can only be given in the universality of the conception. For this, therefore, thus for reflection and in the abstract, to give an answer which just on that account shall be permanent and suffice for always, is the task of philosophy. However, we see here upon what the relationship of philosophy to the fine arts rests, and can conclude from that to what extent the capacity of both, although in its direction and in secondary matters very different, is yet in its root the same. Every work of art accordingly really aims at showing us life and things as they are in truth, but cannot be directly discerned by every one through the mist of objective and subjective contingencies. Art takes away this mist. The works of the poets, sculptors, and representative artists in general contain an unacknowledged treasure of profound wisdom. Just because out of them the wisdom of the nature of things itself speaks, whose utterances they merely interpret by illustrations and purer repetitions. On this account, however, every one who reads the poem or looks at the picture must certainly contribute out of his own means to bring that wisdom to light. Accordingly he comprehends only so much of it as his capacity and culture admit of. As in the deep sea each sailor only lets down the lead as far as the length of the line will allow. Before a picture, as before a prince, every one must stand, waiting to see whether and what it will speak to him. And, as in the case of a prince, so here he must not himself address it, for then he would only hear himself. It follows from all this that in the works of the representative arts all truth is certainly contained, yet only virtualiter or implicite. Philosophy, on the other hand, endeavors to supply the same truth actualiter and explicite, and therefore, in this sense, is related to art as wine to grapes. What it promises to supply would be, as it were, an already realized and clear gain, a firm and abiding possession, while that which proceeds from the achievements and works of art is one which has constantly to be reproduced anew. Therefore, however, it makes demands, not only upon those who produce its works, but also upon those who are to enjoy them which are discouraging and hard to comply with. Therefore its public remains small, while that of art is large. The cooperation of the beholder, which is referred to above, as demanded for the enjoyment of a work of art, depends partly upon the fact that every work of art can only produce its effect through the medium of the fancy. Therefore it must excite this, and can never allow it to be left out of the play and remain inactive. This is a condition of the aesthetic effect, and therefore a fundamental law of all fine arts. But it follows from this that, through the work of art, everything must not be directly given to the senses, but rather only so much as is demanded to lead the fancy on to the right path. Something, and indeed the ultimate thing, must always be left over for the fancy to do. Even the author must always leave something over for the reader to think, for Voltaire has very rightly said, Le secret d'être ennuyeux, c'est de tout dire. But besides this, in art the best of all is too spiritual to be given directly to the senses, it must be born in the imagination of the beholder, although begotten by the work of art. It depends upon this that the sketches of great masters often effect more than their finished pictures, although another advantage certainly contributes to this, namely, that they are completed offhand in the moment of conception. While the perfected painting is only produced through continued effort, by means of skillful deliberation and persistent intention, for the inspiration cannot last till it is completed. From the fundamental aesthetical law we are speaking of, it is further to be explained why wax figures never produce an aesthetic effect, and therefore are not properly works of fine art. Although it is just in them that the imitation of nature is able to reach its highest grade. For they leave nothing for the imagination to do. Sculpture gives merely the form without the color, painting gives the color, but the mere appearance of the form, thus both appeal to the imagination of the beholder. The wax figure, on the other hand, gives all, form and color at once, whence arises the appearance of reality, and the imagination is left out of account. Poetry, on the contrary, appeals indeed to the imagination alone, which it sets in action by means of mere words. An arbitrary playing with the means of art without a proper knowledge of the end is, in every art, the fundamental characteristic of the dabbler. Such a man shows himself in the pillars that support nothing, aimless volutes, juttings and projections of bad architecture, in the meaningless runs and figures, together with the aimless noise of bad music. In the jingling of the rhymes of senseless poetry, and it follows from the preceding chapter, and from my whole view of art, that its aim is the facilitating of the knowledge of the ideas of the world, in the Platonic sense, the only one which I recognize for the word idea. The ideas, however, are essentially something perceptible, which, therefore, in its fuller determinations, is inexhaustible. The communication of such an idea can therefore only take place on the path of perception, which is that of art. Whoever, therefore, is filled with the comprehension of an idea is justified if he chooses art as the medium of its communication. The mere conception, on the other hand, is something completely determinable, therefore exhaustible, and distinctly thought, the whole content of which can be coldly and dryly expressed in words. Now to desire to communicate such a conception by means of a work of art is a very useless circumlocution, indeed belongs to that playing with the means of art without knowledge of its end which has just been condemned. Therefore a work of art which has proceeded from mere distinct conceptions is always ungenuine. If now, in considering a work of plastic art, or in reading a poem, or in hearing a piece of music, which aims at describing something definite, we see, through all the rich materials of art, the distinct, limited, cold, dry conception shine out. And at last come to the front, the conception which was the kernel of this work, the whole notion of which consequently consisted in the distinct thinking of it, and accordingly is absolutely exhausted by its communication. We feel disgusted and indignant, for we see ourselves deceived and cheated out of our interest and attention. We are only perfectly satisfied by the impression of a work of art when it leaves something which, with all our thinking about it, we cannot bring down to the distinctness of a conception. The mark of that hybrid origin from mere conceptions is that the author of a work of art could, before he set about it, give in distinct words what he intended to present. For then it would have been possible to attain his whole end through these words. Therefore it is an undertaking as unworthy as it is absurd if, as has often been tried at the present day, one seeks to reduce a poem of Shakespeare's or Goethe's to the abstract truth which it was its aim to communicate. Certainly the artist ought to think in the arranging of his work, but only that thought which was perceived before it was thought has afterwards, in its communication, the power of animating or rousing, and thereby becomes imperishable. We shall not refrain from observing here that certainly the work which is done at a stroke, like the sketches of painters already referred to, the work which is completed in the inspiration of its first conception, and as it were unconsciously dashed off, like the melody which comes entirely without reflection, and quite as if by inspiration, and finally, also the lyrical poem proper, the mere song, in which the deeply felt mood of the present, and the impression of the surroundings, as if involuntarily, pours itself forth in words, whose meter and rhyme come about of their own accord, that all these, I say, have the great advantage of being purely the work of the ecstasy of the moment. The inspiration, the free movement of genius, without any admixture of intention and reflection. Hence they are through and through delightful and enjoyable, without shell and kernel, and their effect is much more inevitable than that of the greatest works of art, of slower and more deliberate execution. In all the latter, thus in great historical paintings, in long epic poems, great operas, and reflection, intention, and deliberate selection has had an important part. Understanding, technical skill, and routine must here fill up the gaps which the conception and inspiration of genius has left, and must mix with these all kinds of necessary supplementary work as cement of the only really genuinely brilliant parts. This explains why all such works, only excepting the perfect masterpieces of the very greatest masters, as, for example, Hamlet, Faust, the opera of Don Juan, inevitably contain an admixture of something insipid and wearisome, which in some measure hinders the enjoyment of them. Proofs of this are the Messiah, Jerusalem Liberata, even Paradise Lost, and the Aeneid, and Horace already makes the bold remark, Quandoque dormitat bonus homerus. But that this is the case is the consequence of the limitation of human powers in general. The mother of the useful arts is necessity, that of the fine arts superfluity. As their father, the former have understanding. The latter genius, which is itself a kind of superfluity, that of the powers of knowledge beyond the measure which is required for the service of the will. XXXV, on the Aesthetics of Architecture. This chapter is connected with section 43 of the first volume. In accordance with the deduction given in the text of the pure aesthetics of architecture from the lowest grades of the objectification of the will or of nature, the ideas of which it seeks to bring to distinct perception. Its one constant theme is support and burden, and its fundamental law is that no burden shall be without sufficient support, and no support without a suitable burden. Consequently that the relation of these two shall be exactly the fitting one. The purest example of the carrying out of this theme is the column and entablature. Therefore the order or columnar arrangement has become, as it were, the thorough base of the whole of architecture. In column and entablature the support and the burden are completely separated, whereby the reciprocal action of the two and their relation to each other becomes apparent. For certainly even every plain wall contains support and burden, but here the two are still fused together. All is here support and all is burden. Hence there is no aesthetic effect. This first appears through the separation, and takes place in proportion to its degree. For between the row of columns and the plain wall there are many intermediate degrees. Even in the mere breaking up of the wall of a house by windows and doors one seeks at least to indicate that separation by flat projecting pilasters, with capitals, which are inserted under the mouldings, nay, in case of need, are represented by mere painting, in order to indicate in some way the entablature and an order. Real pillars, and also consoles and supports of various kinds, realize more that pure separation of support and burden which is striven after throughout by architecture. In this respect, next to the column with the entablature, but as a special construction not imitating it, stands the vault with the pillar. The latter certainly is far from attaining to the aesthetic effect of the former, because here the support and the burden are not purely separated, but are fused, passing over into each other. In the vault itself every stone is at once burden and support, and even the pillars, especially in groined vaulting, are, at least apparently, held in position by the pressure of opposite arches. And also just on account of this lateral pressure not only vaults but even mere arches ought not to rest upon columns, but require the massive four-cornered pillars. In the row of columns alone is the separation complete, for here the entablature appears as pure burden, the column as pure support. Accordingly the relation of the colonnade to the plain wall may be compared to that which would exist between a scale ascending in regular intervals and a tone ascending little by little from the same depth to the same height without gradation, which would produce a mere howl. For in the one as in the other the material is the same, and the important difference proceeds entirely from the pure separation. Moreover, the support is not adapted to the burden when it is only sufficient to bear it, but when it can do this so conveniently and amply that at the first glance we are quite at ease about it. Yet this superfluity of support must not exceed a certain degree, for otherwise we will perceive support without burden, which is opposed to the aesthetic end. As a rule for determining that degree the ancients devised the line of equilibrium, which is got by carrying out the diminution of the thickness of the column as it ascends till it runs out into an acute angle, whereby the column becomes a cone. Now every cross-section will leave the lower part so strong that it is sufficient to support the upper part cut off. Commonly, however, one builds with 20-fold strength, i.e., one lays upon every support only 1/20th of the maximum it could bear. A glaring example of burden without support is presented to the eye by the balconies at the corners of many houses built in the elegant style of the present day. We do not see what supports them, they seem to hang suspended, and disturb the mind. That in Italy even the simplest and most unornamented buildings make an aesthetic impression, while in Germany this is not the case, depends principally upon the fact that in Italy the roofs are very flat. A high roof is neither support nor burden, for its two halves mutually support each other, but the whole has no weight corresponding to its extension. Therefore it presents to the eye an extended mass which is entirely foreign to the aesthetic end, serves merely a useful end, consequently disturbs the former, of which the theme is always only support and burden. The form of the column has its sole ground in the fact that it affords the simplest and most suitable support. In the twisted column inappropriateness appears as if with intentional perversity, and therefore shamelessness, hence good taste condemns it at the first glance. The four-cornered pillar, since the diagonal exceeds the sides, has unequal dimensions of thickness which have no end as their motive, but are occasioned by the accident of greater feasibleness. And just on this account it pleases us so very much less than the column. Even the hexagonal or octagonal pillar is more pleasing, because it approaches more nearly to the round column. For the form of the latter alone is exclusively determined by the end. It is, however, also so determined in all its other proportions, primarily in the relation of its thickness to its height, within the limits permitted by the difference of the three columnar orders. Therefore its diminution from the first third of its height upwards, and also a slight increase of its thickness just at this place, XXXVIII, depends upon the fact that the pressure of the burden is greatest there. It has hitherto been believed that this increase in thickness was peculiar to the Ionic and Corinthian columns alone, but recent measurements have shown it also in the Doric columns, even at Paestum. Thus everything in the column, its thoroughly determined form, the proportion of its height to its thickness, of both to the intervals between the columns, and that of the whole series to the entablature and the burden resting upon it, is the exactly calculated result of the relation of the necessary support to the given burden. As the latter is uniformly distributed, so must also the support be, therefore groups of columns are tasteless. On the other hand, in the best Doric temples the corner column comes somewhat nearer to the next ones, because the meeting of the entablatures at the corner increases the burden. And in this the principle of architecture expresses itself distinctly, that the structural relations, i.e., the relations between support and burden, are the essential ones, to which the relations of symmetry, as subordinate, must at once give way. According to the weight of the whole burden generally will the Doric or the two lighter orders of columns be chosen, for the first, not only by the greater thickness, but also by the closer position of the columns, which is essential to it, is calculated for heavier burdens, to which end also the almost crude simplicity of its capital is suited. The capitals in general serve the end of showing visibly that the columns bear the entablature, and are not stuck in like pins. At the same time they increase by means of their abacus the bearing surface. Since, then, all the laws of columnar arrangement, and consequently also the form and proportion of the column, in all its parts and dimensions down to the smallest details, follow from the thoroughly understood and consistently carried out conception of the amply adequate support of a given burden, thus so far are determined a priori, it comes out clearly how perverse is the thought, so often repeated, that the stems of trees, or even, which unfortunately even Vitruvius, 4:1, expresses, the human form has been the prototype of the column. For if the form of the column were for architecture a purely accidental one, taken from without, it could never appeal to us so harmoniously and satisfactorily whenever we behold it in its proper symmetry. Nor, on the other hand, could every even slight disproportion of it be felt at once by the fine and cultivated sense as disagreeable and disturbing, like a false note in music. This is rather only possible because, according to the given end and means, all the rest is essentially determined a priori, as in music, according to the given melody and key, the whole harmony is essentially so determined. And, like music, architecture in general is also not an imitative art, although both are often falsely taken to be so. Aesthetic satisfaction, as was fully explained in the text, always depends upon the apprehension of a Platonic idea. For architecture, considered merely as a fine art, the ideas of the lowest grades of nature, such as gravity, rigidity, and cohesion, are the peculiar theme. But not, as has hitherto been assumed, merely regular form, proportion, and symmetry, which, as something purely geometrical, properties of space, are not ideas, and therefore cannot be the theme of a fine art. Thus in architecture also they are of secondary origin, and have a subordinate significance, which I shall bring out immediately. If it were the task of architecture as a fine art simply to exhibit these, then the model would have the same effect as the finished work. But this is distinctly not the case. On the contrary, the works of architecture, in order to act aesthetically, absolutely must have a considerable size, nay, they can never be too large, but may easily be too small. Indeed, ceteris paribus, the aesthetic effect is in exact proportion to the size of the building, because only great masses make the action of gravitation apparent and impressive in a high degree. But this confirms my view that the tendency and antagonism of those fundamental forces of nature constitute the special aesthetical material of architecture, which, according to its nature, requires large masses in order to become visible, and indeed capable of being felt. The forms in architecture, as was shown above in the case of the column, are primarily determined by the immediate structural end of each part. But so far as this leaves anything undetermined, the law of the most perfect clearness to perception, thus also of the easiest comprehensibility, comes in. For architecture has its existence primarily in our spatial perception, and accordingly appeals to our a priori faculty for this. But these qualities always result from the greatest regularity of the forms and rationality of their relations. Therefore beautiful architecture selects only regular figures composed of straight lines or regular curves, and also the bodies which result from these, such as cubes, parallelepipeda, cylinders, spheres, pyramids, and cones. But as openings sometimes circles or ellipses, yet, as a rule, quadrates, and still oftener rectangles, the latter of thoroughly rational and very easily comprehended relation of their sides, not, for instance, as 6 to 7, but as 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Finally also blind windows or niches of regular and comprehensible proportions. For the same reason it will readily give to the buildings themselves and their large parts a rational and easily comprehended relation of height and breadth. For example, it will let the height of a facade be half the breadth, and place the pillars so that every 3 or 4 of them, with the intervals between them, will measure a line which is equal to the height, thus will form a quadrate. The same principle of perceptibility and easy comprehension demands also that a building should be easily surveyed. This introduces symmetry, which is further necessary to mark out the work as a whole, and to distinguish its essential from its accidental limitation. For sometimes, for example, it is only under the guidance of symmetry that one knows whether one has before one 3 buildings standing beside each other or only one. Thus only by means of symmetry does a work of architecture at once announce itself as individual unity, and as the development of a central thought. Now although, as was cursorily shown above, architecture has by no means to imitate the forms of nature, such as the stems of trees or even the human figure, yet it ought to work in the spirit of nature, for it makes the law its own. Natura nihil agit frustra, nihilque supervicanium, quod commodissimum in omnibus sui operationibus sequitur, and accordingly avoids everything which is even only apparently aimless, and always attains the end in view in each case. Whether this is purely architectonic, i.e., structural, or an end connected with usefulness, by the shortest and most natural path, and thus openly exhibits the end through the work itself. Thus it attains a certain grace, analogous to that which in living creatures consists in the ease and suitableness of every movement and position to its end. Accordingly we see in the good antique style of architecture every part, whether pillar, column, arch, entablature, or door, window, stair, or balcony, attain its end in the directest and simplest manner, at the same time displaying it openly and naively. Just as organized nature also does in its works. The tasteless style of architecture, on the contrary, seeks in everything useless roundabout ways, and delights in caprices, thereby hits upon aimlessly broken and irregular entablatures, grouped columns, fragmentary cornices on door arches and gables, meaningless volutes, scrolls, and such like. It plays with the means of the art without understanding its aims, as children play with the tools of grown-up people. This was given above as the character of the bungler. Of this kind is every interruption of a straight line, every alteration in the sweep of a curve, without apparent end. On the other hand, it is also just that naive simplicity in the disclosure and attainment of the end, corresponding to the spirit in which nature works and fashions, that imparts such beauty and grace of form to antique pottery that it ever anew excites our wonder, because it contrasts so advantageously in original taste with our modern pottery, which bears the stamp of vulgarity, whether it is made of porcelain or common potter's clay. At the sight of the pottery and implements of the ancients we feel that if nature had wished to produce such things it would have done so in these forms. Since, then, we see that the beauty of architecture arises from the unconcealed exhibition of the ends, and the attainment of them by the shortest and most natural path, my theory here appears in direct contradiction with that of Kant, which places the nature of all beauty in an apparent design without an end. The sole theme of architecture here set forth, support and burden, is so very simple, that just on this account this art, so far as it is a fine art, but not so far as it serves useful ends, is perfect and complete in essential matters. Since the best Greek period, at least, is not susceptible of any important enrichment. On the other hand, the modern architect cannot noticeably depart from the rules and patterns of the ancients without already being on the path of deterioration. Therefore there remains nothing for him to do but to apply the art transmitted to him by the ancients, and carry out the rules so far as is possible under the limitations which are inevitably laid down for him by wants, climate, age, and country. For in this art, as in sculpture, the effort after the ideal unites with the imitation of the ancients. I scarcely need to remind the reader that in all these considerations I have had in view antique architecture alone, and not the so-called Gothic style, which is of Saracen origin, and was introduced by the Goths in Spain to the rest of Europe. Perhaps a certain beauty of its own kind is not altogether to be denied to this style, but yet if it attempts to oppose itself to the former as its equal, then this is a barbarous presumption which must not be allowed for a moment. How beneficently, after contemplating such Gothic magnificence, does the sight of a building correctly carried out in the antique style act upon our mind. We feel at once that this alone is right and true. If one could bring an ancient Greek before our most celebrated Gothic cathedrals, what would he say to them? Beta alpha rho omicron iota. Our pleasure in Gothic work certainly depends for the most part upon the association of ideas and historical reminiscences, thus upon a feeling which is foreign to art. All that I have said of the true aesthetic end, of the spirit and the theme of architecture, loses in the case of these works its validity. For the freely lying entablature has vanished, and with it the columns, support and burden, arranged and distributed in order to give visible form to the conflict between rigidity and gravity, are here no longer the theme. Moreover, that thorough, pure rationality by virtue of which everything admits of strict account, nay, already presents it of its own accord to the thoughtful beholder, and which belongs to the character of antique architecture, can here no longer be found. We soon become conscious that here, instead of it, a will guided by other conceptions has moved, therefore much remains unexplained to us. For only the antique style of architecture is conceived in a purely objective spirit. The Gothic style is more in the subjective spirit. Yet as we have recognized the peculiar aesthetic fundamental thought of antique architecture in the unfolding of the conflict between rigidity and gravity, if we wish to discover in Gothic architecture also an analogous fundamental thought, it will be this, that here the entire overcoming and conquest of gravity by rigidity is supposed to be exhibited. For in accordance with this the horizontal line which is that of burden has entirely vanished, and the action of gravity only appears indirectly, disguised in arches and vaults, while the vertical line which is that of support, alone prevails, and makes palpable to the senses the victorious action of rigidity, in excessively high buttresses, towers, turrets, and pinnacles without number which rise unencumbered on high. While in antique architecture the tendency and pressure from above downwards is just as well represented and exhibited as that from below upwards, here the latter decidedly predominates. Whence that analogy often observed with the crystal, whose crystallization also takes place with the overcoming of gravity. If now we attribute this spirit and fundamental thought to Gothic architecture, and would like thereby to set it up as the equally justified antithesis of antique architecture, we must remember that the conflict between rigidity and gravity, which the antique architecture so openly and naively expresses, is an actual and true conflict founded in nature. The entire overcoming of gravity by rigidity, on the contrary, remains a mere appearance, a fiction accredited by illusion. Every one will easily be able to see clearly how from the fundamental thought given here, and the peculiarities of Gothic architecture noticed above, there arises that mysterious and hyperphysical character which is attributed to it. It principally arises, as was already mentioned, from the fact that here the arbitrary has taken the place of the purely rational, which makes itself known as the thorough adaptation of the means to the end. The many things that are really aimless, but yet are so carefully perfected, raise the assumption of unknown, unfathomed, and secret ends, i.e., give the appearance of mystery. On the other hand, the brilliant side of Gothic churches is the interior. Because here the effect of the groined vaulting borne by slender, crystalline, aspiring pillars, raised high aloft, and, all burden having disappeared, promising eternal security, impresses the mind. While most of the faults which have been mentioned lie upon the outside. In antique buildings the external side is the most advantageous, because there we see better the support and the burden. In the interior, on the other hand, the flat roof always retains something depressing and prosaic. For the most part, also, in the temples of the ancients, while the outworks were many and great, the interior proper was small. An appearance of sublimity is gained from the hemispherical vault of a cupola, as in the Pantheon, of which, therefore, the Italians also, building in this style, have made a most extensive use. What determines this is, that the ancients, as southern peoples, lived more in the open air than the northern nations who have produced the Gothic style of architecture. Whoever, then, absolutely insists upon Gothic architecture being accepted as an essential and authorized style may, if he is also fond of analogies, regard it as the negative pole of architecture, or, again, as its minor key. In the interest of good taste I must wish that great wealth will be devoted to that which is objectively, i.e., actually, good and right, to what in itself is beautiful, but not to that whose value depends merely upon the association of ideas. Now when I see how this unbelieving age so diligently finishes the Gothic churches left incomplete by the believing Middle Ages, it looks to me as if it were desired to embalm a dead Christianity. XXXVI Isolated Remarks on the Aesthetics of the Plastic and Pictorial Arts. This chapter is connected with sections 44 through 50 of the first volume. In sculpture beauty and grace are the principal things. But in painting expression, passion, and character predominate, therefore just so much of the claims of beauty must be neglected. For a perfect beauty of all forms, such as sculpture demands, would detract from the characteristic and weary by monotony. Accordingly painting may also present ugly faces and emaciated figures. Sculpture, on the other hand, demands beauty, although not always perfect, but, throughout, strength and fullness of the figures. Consequently a thin Christ upon the cross, a dying St. Jerome, wasted by age and disease, like the masterpiece of Domenichino, is a proper subject for painting. While, on the contrary, the marble figure by Donatello, in the gallery at Florence, of John the Baptist, reduced to skin and bone by fasting, has, in spite of the masterly execution, a repulsive effect. From this point of view sculpture seems suitable for the affirmation, painting for the negation, of the will to live, and from this it may be explained why sculpture was the art of the ancients, while painting has been the art of the Christian era. In connection with the exposition given in section 45 of the first volume, that the discovery, recognition, and retention of the type of human beauty depends to a certain extent upon an anticipation of it, and therefore in part has an a priori foundation, I find that I have yet to bring out clearly the fact that this anticipation nevertheless requires experience, by which it may be stirred up. Analogous to the instinct of the brutes, which, although guiding the action a priori, yet requires determination by motives in the details of it. Experience and reality present to the intellect of the artist human forms, which, in one part or another, are more or less true to nature, as if it were asking for his judgment concerning them, and thus, after the Socratic method, call forth from that obscure anticipation the distinct and definite knowledge of the ideal. Therefore it assisted the Greek sculptors very much that the climate and customs of their country gave them opportunity the whole day of seeing half-naked forms, and in the gymnasium entirely naked forms. In this way every limb presented its plastic significance to criticism, and to comparison with the ideal which lay undeveloped in their consciousness. Thus they constantly exercised their judgment with regard to all forms and limbs, down to their finest shades of difference. And thus, little by little, their originally dull anticipation of the ideal of human beauty was raised to such distinct consciousness that they became capable of objectifying it in works of art. In an entirely analogous manner some experience is useful and necessary to the poet for the representation of characters. For although he does not work according to experience and empirical data, but in accordance with the clear consciousness of the nature of humanity, as he finds it within himself, yet experience serves this consciousness as a pattern, incites it and gives it practice. Accordingly his knowledge of human nature and its varieties, although in the main it proceeds a priori and by anticipation, yet first receives life, definiteness, and compass through experience. But, supporting ourselves upon the preceding book and chapter 44 in the following book, we can go still deeper into the ground of that marvelous sense of beauty of the Greeks which made them alone of all nations upon earth capable of discovering the true normal type of the human form, and accordingly of setting up the pattern of beauty and grace for the imitation of all ages, and we can say, the same thing which, if it remains unseparated from the will, gives sexual instinct with its discriminating selection, i.e. sexual love, which it is well known was subject among the Greeks to great aberrations, becomes, if, by the presence of an abnormally preponderating intellect, it separates itself from the will and yet remains active. The objective sense of beauty of the human form, which now shows itself primarily as a critical artistic sense, but can rise to the discovery and representation of the norm of all parts and proportions. As was the case in Phidias, Praxiteles, Scopas, and then is fulfilled what Goethe makes the artist say, that I with mind divine and human hand may be able to form what with my wife as animal I can and must. And again, analogous to this, that which in the poet, if it remained unseparated from the will, would give only worldly prudence, becomes, if it frees itself from the will by abnormal preponderance of the intellect, the capacity for objective dramatic representation. Modern sculpture, whatever it may achieve, is still analogous to modern Latin poetry, and, like this, is a child of imitation, sprung from reminiscences. If it presumes to try to be original, it at once goes astray, especially upon the bad path of forming according to nature as it lies before it, instead of according to the proportions of the ancients. Canova, Thorvaldsen, and many others may be compared to Johannes Secundus and Owenus. It is the same with architecture, only there it is founded in the art itself, the purely aesthetic part of which is of small compass, and was already exhausted by the ancients. Therefore the modern architect can only distinguish himself in the wise application of it, and he ought to know that he removes himself from good taste just so far as he departs from the style and pattern of the Greeks. The art of the painter, considered only so far as it aims at producing the appearance of reality, may ultimately be referred to the fact that he understands how to separate purely what in seeing is the mere sensation. Thus the affection of the retina, i.e., the only directly given effect, from its cause, i.e., the objective external world, the perception of which first rises in the understanding from this effect. Whereby, if he has technical skill, he is in a position to produce the same effect in the eye through an entirely different cause, the patches of applied color. From which then in the understanding of the beholder the same perception again arises through the unavoidable reference of the effect to the ordinary cause. If we consider how there lies something so entirely idiosyncratic, so thoroughly original, in every human countenance, and that it presents a whole which can only belong to a unity consisting entirely of necessary parts by virtue of which we recognize a known individual out of so many thousands, even after long years. Although the possible variations of human features, especially of one race, lie within very narrow limits, we must doubt whether anything of such essential unity and such great originality could ever proceed from any other source than from the mysterious depths of the inner being of nature. But from this it would follow that no artist could be capable of really reproducing the original peculiarity of a human countenance, or even of composing it according to nature from recollection. Accordingly what he produced of this kind would always be only a half-true, nay, perhaps an impossible composition, for how should he compose an actual physiognomical unity when the principle of this unity is really unknown to him? Therefore, in the case of every face which has merely been imagined by an artist, we must doubt whether it is in fact a possible face, and whether nature, as the master of all masters, would not show it to be a bungled production by pointing out complete contradictions in it. This would, of course, lead to the principle that in historical paintings only portraits ought to figure, which certainly would then have to be selected with the greatest care and in some degree idealized. It is well known that great artists have always gladly painted from living models and introduced many portraits. Although, as is explained in the text, the real end of painting, as of art in general, is to make the comprehension of the Platonic ideas of the nature of the world easier for us, whereby we are at once thrown into the state of pure, i.e., will-less, knowing. There yet belongs to it besides this an independent beauty of its own, which is produced by the mere harmony of the colors, the pleasingness of the grouping, the happy distribution of light and shade, and the tone of the whole picture. This accompanying subordinate kind of beauty furthers the condition of pure knowing, and is in painting what the diction, the meter, and rhyme are in poetry. Both are not what is essential, but what acts first and immediately. I have some further evidence to give in support of my judgment given in the first volume, section 50, on the inadmissibleness of allegory in painting. In the Borghese Palace at Rome there is the following picture by Michelangelo Caravaggio. Jesus, as a child of about 10 years old, treads upon the head of a serpent, but entirely without fear and with great calmness. And his mother, who accompanies him, remains quite as indifferent. Close by stands Saint Elizabeth, looking solemnly and tragically up to heaven. Now what could be thought of this Kyriological hieroglyphic by a man who had never heard anything about the seed of the woman that should bruise the head of the serpent? At Florence, in the library of the Palace Riccardi, we find the following allegory upon the ceiling, painted by Luca Giordano, which is meant to signify that science frees the understanding from the bonds of ignorance. The understanding is a strong man bound with cords, which are just falling off. A nymph holds a mirror in front of him, another hands him a large detached wing, above sits science on a globe, and beside her, with a globe in her hand, the naked truth. At Ludwigsburg, near Stuttgart, there is a picture which shows us time, as Saturn, cutting off with a pair of shears the wings of Cupid. If this is meant to signify that when we grow old love proves unstable, this no doubt has its truth. The following may serve to strengthen my solution of the problem as to why Laocoon does not cry out. One may practically convince oneself of the faulty effect of the representation of shrieking by the works of the plastic and pictorial arts, which are essentially dumb, by a picture of the slaughter of the innocents, by Guido Reni, which is to be found in the Academy of Arts at Bologna, and in which this great artist has committed the mistake of painting 6 shrieking wide-open mouths. Let anyone who wants to have this more distinct think of a pantomimic representation on the stage, and in one of the scenes an urgent occasion for one of the players to shriek. If now the dancer who is representing this part should express the shriek by standing for a while with his mouth wide open, the loud laughter of the whole house would bear witness to the absurdity of the thing. Accordingly, since the shrieking of Laocoon had to be avoided for reasons which did not lie in the objects to be represented, but in the nature of the representing art, the task thus arose for the artist so to present this not shrieking as to make it plausible to us that a man in such a position should not shriek. He solves this problem by representing the bite of the snake, not as having already taken place, nor yet as still threatening, but as just happening now in the side. For thereby the lower part of the body is contracted, and shrieking made impossible. This immediate but only subordinate reason was correctly discovered by Goethe, and is expounded at the end of the 11th book of his autobiography, and also in the paper on Laocoon in the first part of the Propolia. But the ultimate, primary reason, which conditions this one, is that which I have set forth. I cannot refrain from remarking that I here stand in the same relation to Goethe as with reference to the theory of colors. In the collection of the Duke of Aremberg at Brussels there is an antique head of Laocoon which was found later. However, the head in the world-renowned group is not a restored one which follows from Goethe's special table of all the restorations of this group, which is given at the end of the first volume of the Propolia. And is also confirmed by the fact that the head which was found later resembles that of the group very much. Thus we must assume that another antique repetition of the group has existed to which the Aremberg head belonged. In my opinion the latter excels both in beauty and expression that of the group. It has the mouth decidedly wider open than in the group, yet not really to the extent of shrieking. XVII, on the Aesthetics of Poetry. This chapter is connected with section 51 of the first volume. I might give it as the simplest and most correct definition of poetry, that it is the art of bringing the imagination into play by means of words. How it brings this to pass I have shown in the first volume, section 51. A special confirmation of what is said there is afforded by the following passage in a letter of Wieland's to Merck, which has since then been published. I have spent 2 days and a half upon a single stanza, in which the whole thing ultimately depended upon a single word which I wanted and could not find. I revolved and turned about the thing in my brain in all directions, because naturally, where a picture was in question, I desired to bring the same definite vision, which floated before my own mind into the mind of my reader also. And for this all often depends, ut nosti, upon a single touch or suggestion or reflex. Brief and Merck, edited by Wagner, 1835, p. 193. From the fact that the imagination of the reader is the material in which poetry exhibits its pictures, it has the advantage that the fuller development of these pictures and their finer touches take place in the imagination of every one just as is most suitable to his individuality, his sphere of knowledge, and his humor, and therefore move him in the most lively manner. Instead of which plastic and pictorial art cannot so adapt itself, but here one picture, one form, must satisfy all. And yet this will always bear in some respect the stamp of the individuality of the artist or of his model, as a subjective or accidental and inefficient addition, although always less so the more objective, i.e., the more of a genius, the artist is. This, to some extent, explains why works of poetry exercise a much stronger, deeper, and more universal effect than pictures and statues. The latter, for the most part, leave the common people quite cold. And, in general, the plastic arts are those which have the weakest effect. A remarkable proof of this is afforded by the frequent discovery and disclosure of pictures by great masters in private houses and all kinds of localities, where they have been hanging for many generations, not buried and concealed, but merely unheeded, thus without any effect. In my time, 1823, there was even discovered in Florence a Madonna of Raphael's, which had hung for a long series of years on the wall of the servants' hall of a palace, in the Quartiere di S. Spirito. And this happens among Italians, the nation which is gifted beyond all others with the sense of the beautiful. It shows how little direct and immediate effect the works of plastic and pictorial art have, and that it requires more culture and knowledge to prize them than the works of all other arts. How unfailingly, on the contrary, a beautiful melody that touches the heart makes its journey round the world, and an excellent poem wanders from people to people. That the great and rich devote their powerful support just to the plastic and pictorial arts, and expend considerable sums upon their works only. Nay, at the present day, an idolatry, in the proper sense of the term, gives the value of a large estate for a picture of a celebrated old master. This depends principally upon the rarity of the masterpieces, the possession of which therefore gratifies pride. And then also upon the fact that the enjoyment of them demands very little time and effort, and is ready at any moment, for a moment, while poetry and even music make incomparably harder conditions. Corresponding to this, the plastic and pictorial arts may be dispensed with. Whole nations, for example, the Mohammedan peoples, are without them, but no people is without music and poetry. But the intention with which the poet sets our imagination in motion is to reveal to us the ideas, i.e., to show us by an example what life and what the world is. The first condition of this is that he himself has known it. According as his knowledge has been profound or superficial, so will his poem be. Therefore, as there are innumerable degrees of profoundness and clearness in the comprehension of the nature of things, so are there of poets. Each of these, however, must regard himself as excellent so far as he has correctly represented what he knew, and his picture answers to his original. He must make himself equal with the best. For even in the best picture he does not recognize more than in his own, that is, as much as he sees in nature itself. For his glance cannot now penetrate deeper. But the best himself recognizes himself as such in the fact that he sees how superficial was the view of the others, how much lay beyond it which they were not able to repeat, because they did not see it. And how much further his own glance and picture reaches. If he understood the superficial poets as little as they do him, then he would necessarily despair. For just because it requires an extraordinary man to do him justice, but the inferior poets can just as little esteem him as he can them, he also has long to live upon his own approval before that of the world follows it. Meanwhile he is deprived even of his own approval, for he is expected to be very modest. It is, however, as impossible that he who has merit, and knows what it costs, should himself be blind to it, as that a man who is 6 feet high should not observe that he rises above others. If from the base of the tower to the summit is 300 feet, then certainly it is just as much from the summit to the base. Horace, Lucretius, Ovid, and almost all the ancients have spoken proudly of themselves, and also Dante, Shakespeare, Bacon of Verlam, and many more. That one can be a great man without observing anything of it is an absurdity of which only hopeless incapacity can persuade itself, in order that it may regard the feeling of its own insignificance as modesty. An Englishman has wittily and correctly observed that merit and modesty have nothing in common except the initial letter. 126. I have always a suspicion about modest celebrities that they may very well be right. And Corneille says directly, La fausse humilite any met plus en credit. Je scase ce que je vox, et crois ce qu'on men dit. Finally, Goethe has frankly said, only good-for-nothings are modest. But the assertion would be still more certain that those who so eagerly demand modesty from others, urge modesty, unceasingly cry, only be modest, for God's sake, only be modest, are positively good-for-nothings, i.e., persons entirely without merit, manufactures of nature, ordinary members of the great mass of humanity. For he who himself has merit also concedes merit, understands himself truly and really. But he who himself lacks all excellence and merit wishes there was no such thing, the sight of it in others stretches him upon the rack. Pale, green, and yellow envy consumes his heart, he would like to annihilate and destroy all those who are personally favored. But if unfortunately he must let them live, it must only be under the condition that they conceal, entirely deny, nay, abjure their advantages. This, then, is the root of the frequent eulogizing of modesty. And if the deliverers of these eulogies have the opportunity of suppressing merit as it arises, or at least of hindering it from showing itself or being known, who can doubt that they will do it? For this is the practice of their theory. Now, although the poet, like every artist, always brings before us only the particular, the individual, what he has known, and wishes by his work to make us know, is the Platonic idea, the whole species. Therefore in his images, as it were, the type of human characters and situations will be impressed. The narrative and also the dramatic poet takes the whole particular from life, and describes it accurately in its individuality, but yet reveals in this way the whole of human existence. For although he seems to have to do with the particular, in truth he is concerned with that which is everywhere and at all times. Hence it arises that sentences, especially of the dramatic poets, even without being general apothegms, find frequent application in actual life. Poetry is related to philosophy as experience is related to empirical science. Experience makes us acquainted with the phenomenon in the particular, and by means of examples, science embraces the whole of phenomena by means of general conceptions. So poetry seeks to make us acquainted with the Platonic ideas through the particular and by means of examples. Philosophy aims at teaching, as a whole and in general, the inner nature of things which expresses itself in these. One sees even here that poetry bears more the character of youth, philosophy that of old age. In fact, the gift of poetry really only flourishes in youth. And also the susceptibility for poetry is often passionate in youth, the youth delights in verses as such, and is often contented with small ware. This inclination gradually diminishes with years, and in old age one prefers prose. By that poetical tendency of youth the sense of the real is then easily spoiled. For poetry differs from reality by the fact that in it life flows past us, interesting and yet painless. While in reality, on the contrary, so long as it is painless it is uninteresting, and as soon as it becomes interesting, it does not remain without pain. The youth who has been initiated into poetry earlier than into reality now desires from the latter what only the former can achieve. This is a principal source of the discomfort which oppresses the most gifted youths. Meter and rhyme are a fetter, but also a veil which the poet throws round him, and under which he is permitted to speak as he otherwise dared not do, and that is what gives us pleasure. He is only half responsible for all that he says. Meter and rhyme must answer for the other half. Meter, or measure, as mere rhythm, has its existence only in time, which is a pure perception a priori, thus, to use Kant's language, belongs merely to pure sensibility. Rhyme, on the other hand, is an affair of sensation, in the organ of hearing, thus of empirical sensibility. Therefore rhythm is a much nobler and more worthy expedient than rhyme, which the ancients accordingly despised, and which found its origin in those imperfect languages which arose from the corruption of earlier ones and in barbarous times. The poorness of French poetry depends principally upon the fact that it is confined to rhyme alone without meter. And it is increased by the fact that in order to conceal its want of means it has increased the difficulty of rhyming by a number of pedantic laws, such as, for example, that only syllables which are written the same way rhyme. As if it were for the eye and not for the ear that the hiatus is forbidden. That a number of words must not occur, and many such, to all of which the new school of French poetry seeks to put an end. In no language, however, at least on me, does the rhyme make such a pleasing and powerful impression as in Latin. The rhymed Latin poems of the Middle Ages have a peculiar charm. This must be explained from the fact that the Latin language is incomparably more perfect, more beautiful and noble, than any modern language, and now moves so gracefully in the ornaments and spangles which really belong to the latter, and which it itself originally despised. To serious consideration it might almost appear as high treason against our reason that even the slightest violence should be done to a thought or its correct and pure expression. With the childish intention that after some syllables the same sound of words should be heard, or even that these syllables themselves should present a kind of rhythmical beat. But without such violence very few verses would be made, for it must be attributed to this that in foreign languages verses are much more difficult to understand than prose. If we could see into the secret workshops of the poets, we would find that the thought is sought for the rhyme 10 times oftener than the rhyme for the thought. And even when the latter is the case, it is not easily accomplished without pliability on the part of the thought. But the art of verse bids defiance to these considerations, and, moreover, has all ages and peoples upon its side, so great is the power which meter and rhyme exercise upon the feeling. And so effective the mysterious lenocinium which belongs to them. I would explain this from the fact that a happily rhymed verse, by its indescribably emphatic effect, raises the feeling as if the thought expressed in it lay already predestined, nay, performed in the language. And the poet has only had to find it out. Even trivial thoughts receive from rhythm and rhyme a touch of importance. Cut a figure in this attire, as among girls plain faces attract the eye by finery. Nay, even distorted and false thoughts gain through versification an appearance of truth. On the other hand, even famous passages from famous poets shrink together and become insignificant when they are reproduced accurately in prose. If only the true is beautiful, and the dearest ornament of truth is nakedness, then a thought which appears true and beautiful in prose will have more true worth than one which affects us in the same way in verse. Now it is very striking, and well worth investigating, that such trifling, nay, apparently childish, means as meter and rhyme produce so powerful an effect. I explain it to myself in the following manner: that which is given directly to the sense of hearing, thus the mere sound of the words, receives from rhythm and rhyme a certain completeness and significance in itself, for it thereby becomes a kind of music. Therefore it seems now to exist for its own sake, and no longer as a mere means, mere signs of something signified, the sense of the words. To please the ear with its sound seems to be its whole end, and therefore with this everything seems to be attained and all claims satisfied. But that it further contains a meaning, expresses a thought, presents itself now as an unexpected addition, like words to music, as an unexpected present which agreeably surprises us, and therefore, since we made no demands of this kind, very easily satisfies us. And if indeed this thought is such that, in itself, thus said in prose, it would also be significant, then we are enchanted. I can remember, in my early childhood, that I had delighted myself for a long time with the agreeable sound of verse before I made the discovery that it all also contained meaning and thoughts. Accordingly there is also, in all languages, a mere doggerel poetry almost entirely devoid of meaning. Davis, the sinologist, in the preface to his translation of the Lao Sanger, or An Air in Old Age, London, 1817, observes that the Chinese dramas partly consist of verses which are sung, and adds, the meaning of them is often obscure, and, according to the statements of the Chinese themselves, the end of these verses is especially to flatter the ear, and the sense is neglected, and even entirely sacrificed to the harmony. Who is not reminded here of the choruses of many Greek tragedies which are often so hard to make out? The sign by which one most immediately recognizes the genuine poet, both of the higher and lower species, is the unforced nature of his rhymes. They have appeared of themselves as if by divine arrangement, his thoughts come to him already in rhyme. The homely, prosaic man on the contrary, seeks the rhyme for the thought, the bungler seeks the thought for the rhyme. Very often one can find out from a couple of rhymed verses which of the two had the thought and which had the rhyme as its father. The art consists in concealing the latter, so that such lines may not appear almost as mere stuffed-out bouts rhymes. According to my feeling, proofs cannot here be given. Rhyme is from its nature binary, its effect is limited to one single recurrence of the same sound, and is not strengthened by more frequent repetition. Thus whenever a final syllable has received the one of the same sound its effect is exhausted, the third recurrence of the note acts merely as a second rhyme which accidentally hits upon the same sound, but without heightening the effect. It links itself on to the existing rhyme, yet without combining with it to produce a stronger impression. For the first note does not sound through the second on to the third, therefore this is an aesthetic pleonasm, a double courage which is of no use. Least of all, therefore, do such accumulations of rhymes merit the heavy sacrifices which they cost in the octave rhyme, the terza rima, and the sonnet, and which are the cause of the mental torture under which we sometimes read such productions. For poetical pleasure is impossible under the condition of racking our brains. That the great poetical mind sometimes overcomes even these forms, and moves in them with ease and grace, does not extend to a recommendation of the forms themselves, for in themselves they are as ineffectual as they are difficult. And even in good poets, when they make use of these forms, we frequently see the conflict between the rhyme and the thought, in which now one and now the other gains the victory. Thus either the thought is stunted for the sake of the rhyme, or the rhyme has to be satisfied with a weak à peu près. Since this is so, I do not regard it as an evidence of ignorance, but as a proof of good taste, that Shakespeare in his sonnets has given different rhymes to each quatrain. At any rate, their acoustic effect is not in the least diminished by it, and the thought obtains its rights far more than it could have done if it had had to be laced up in the customary Spanish boots. It is a disadvantage for the poetry of a language if it has many words which cannot be used in prose, and, on the other hand, dare not use certain words of prose. The former is mostly the case in Latin and Italian poetry, and the latter in French, where it has recently been very aptly called la biguerie de la langue française. Both are to be found less in English, and least in German. For such words belonging exclusively to poetry remain foreign to our heart, do not speak to us directly, and therefore leave us cold. They are a conventional language of poetry, and as it were mere painted sensations instead of real ones, they exclude genuine feeling. The distinction, so often discussed in our own day, between classic and romantic poetry seems to me ultimately to depend upon the fact that the former knows no other motives than those which are purely human, actual, and natural. The latter, on the other hand, also treats artificial conventional, and imaginary motives as efficient. To such belong the motives which spring from the Christian mythos, also from the chivalrous overstrained fantastical law of honor, further from the absurd and ludicrous Germano-Christian veneration of women. And lastly from doting and mooning hyperphysical amorousness. But even in the best poets of the romantic class, e.g., in Calderon, we can see to what ridiculous distortions of human relations and human nature these motives lead. Not to speak of the autos, I merely refer to such pieces as No siempre el peor es cierto, the worst is not always certain, and El postrero duelo en España, the last duel in Spain. And similar comedies en capa y espada, with the elements mentioned there is here further associated the scholastic subtlety so often appearing in the conversation which at that time belonged to the mental culture of the higher classes. How decidedly advantageous, on the contrary, is the position of the poetry of the ancients, which always remains true to nature, and the result is that classical poetry has an unconditional, romantic poetry only a conditional, truth and correctness. Analogous to Greek and Gothic architecture. Yet, on the other hand, we must remark here that all dramatic or narrative poems which transfer their scene to ancient Greece or Rome lose by this from the fact that our knowledge of antiquity, especially in what concerns the details of life, is insufficient, fragmentary, and not drawn from perception. This obliges the poet to avoid much and to content himself with generalities, whereby he becomes abstract, and his work loses that concreteness and individualization which is throughout essential to poetry. It is this which gives all such works the peculiar appearance of emptiness and tediousness. Only Shakespeare's works of this kind are free from it. Because without hesitation he has presented, under the names of Greeks and Romans, Englishmen of his own time. It has been objected to many masterpieces of lyrical poetry, especially some odes of Horace, see, for example, the second of the third book, and several of Goethe's songs, for example, the Shepherd's Lament, that they lack proper connection and are full of gaps in the thought. But here the logical connection is intentionally neglected, in order that the unity of the fundamental sensation and mood may take its place, which comes out more clearly just by the fact that it passes like a thread through the separate pearls, and brings about the quick changes of the objects of contemplation, in the same way as in music the transition from one key to another is brought about by the chord of the seventh, through which the still-sounding fundamental note becomes the dominant of the new key. Most distinctly, even exaggeratedly, the quality here described is found in the canzone of Petrarch which begins, "My non vo più canta, com io soliva." Accordingly, as in the lyrical poem the subjective element predominates, so in the drama, on the contrary, the objective element is alone and exclusively present. Between the two epic poetry in all its forms and modifications, from the narrative romance to the epos proper, has a broad middle path. For although in the main it is objective, yet it contains a subjective element, appearing now more and now less, which finds its expression in the tone, in the form of the delivery, and also in scattered reflections. We do not so entirely lose sight of the poet as in the drama. The end of the drama in general is to show us in an example what is the nature and existence of man. The sad or the bright side of these can be turned to us in it, or their transitions into each other. But the expression, nature and existence of man, already contains the germ of the controversy whether the nature, i.e. the character, or the existence, i.e. the fate, the adventures, the action, is the principal thing. Moreover, the two have grown so firmly together that although they can certainly be separated in conception, they cannot be separated in the representation of them. For only the circumstances, the fate, the events, make the character manifest its nature, and only from the character does the action arise from which the events proceed. Certainly, in the representation, the one or the other may be made more prominent, and in this respect the piece which centers in the characters and the piece which centers in the plot are the two extremes. The common end of the drama and the epic, to exhibit, in significant characters placed in significant situations, the extraordinary actions brought about by both, will be most completely attained by the poet if he first introduces the characters to us in a state of peace, in which merely their general color becomes visible, and allows a motive to enter which produces an action, out of which a new and stronger motive arises, which again calls forth a more significant action, which, in its turn, begets new and even stronger motives, whereby, then, in the time suitable to the form of the poem, the most passionate excitement takes the place of the original piece, and in this now the important actions occur in which the qualities of the characters which have hitherto slumbered are brought clearly to light, together with the course of the world. Great poets transform themselves into each of the persons to be represented, and speak out of each of them like ventriloquists. Now out of the hero, and immediately afterwards out of the young and innocent maiden, with equal truth and naturalness, so Shakespeare and Goethe. Poets of the second rank transform the principal person to be represented into themselves. This is what Byron does, and then the other persons often remain lifeless, as is the case even with the principal persons in the works of mediocre poets. Our pleasure in tragedy belongs, not to the sense of the beautiful, but to that of the sublime, nay, it is the highest grade of this feeling. For, as at the sight of the sublime in nature we turn away from the interests of the will, in order to be purely perceptive, so in the tragic catastrophe we turn away even from the will to live. In tragedy the terrible side of life is presented to us, the wail of humanity, the reign of chance and error, the fall of the just, the triumph of the wicked. Thus the aspect of the world which directly strives against our will is brought before our eyes. At this sight we feel ourselves challenged to turn away our will from life, no longer to will it or love it. But just in this way we become conscious that then there still remains something over to us, which we absolutely cannot know positively, but only negatively, as that which does not will life. As the chord of the seventh demands the fundamental chord, as the color red demands green, and even produces it in the eye, so every tragedy demands an entirely different kind of existence, another world, the knowledge of which can only be given us indirectly just as here by such a demand. In the moment of the tragic catastrophe the conviction becomes more distinct to us than ever that life is a bad dream from which we have to awake. So far the effect of the tragedy is analogous to that of the dynamical sublime, for like this it lifts us above the will and its interests, and puts us in such a mood that we find pleasure in the sight of what tends directly against it. What gives to all tragedy, in whatever form it may appear, the peculiar tendency towards the sublime is the awakening of the knowledge that the world, life, can afford us no true pleasure, and consequently is not worthy of our attachment. In this consists the tragic spirit, it therefore leads to resignation. I admit that in ancient tragedy this spirit of resignation seldom appears and is expressed directly. Oedipus' colonist certainly dies resigned and willing. Yet he is comforted by the revenge on his country. Iphigenia at Aulis is very willing to die. Yet it is the thought of the welfare of Greece that comforts her, and occasions the change of her mind, on account of which she willingly accepts the death which at first she sought to avoid by any means. Cassandra, in the Agamemnon of the great Aeschylus, dies willingly, alpha rho kappa epsilon iota tau omega beta iota omicron, 1306, but she also is comforted by the thought of revenge. Hercules, in the Trachiniae, submits to necessity, and dies composed, but not resigned. So also the Hippolytus of Euripides, in whose case it surprises us that Artemis, who appears to comfort him, promises him temples and fame, but never points him to an existence beyond life, and leaves him in death. As all gods forsake the dying, in Christianity they come to him. And so also in Brahmanism and Buddhism, although in the latter the gods are really exotic. Thus Hippolytus, like almost all the tragic heroes of the ancients, shows submission to inevitable fate and the inflexible will of the gods, but no surrender of the will to live itself. As the Stoic equanimity is fundamentally distinguished from Christian resignation by the fact that it teaches only patient endurance and composed expectation of unalterably necessary evil, while Christianity teaches renunciation, surrender of the will. So also the tragic heroes of the ancients show resolute subjection under the unavoidable blows of fate, while Christian tragedy, on the contrary, shows the surrender of the whole will to live. Joyful forsaking of the world in the consciousness of its worthlessness and vanity. But I am also entirely of opinion that modern tragedy stands higher than that of the ancients. Shakespeare is much greater than Sophocles. In comparison with Goethe's Iphigenia one might find that of Euripides almost crude and vulgar. The Bacchae of Euripides is a revolting composition in favor of the heathen priests. Many ancient pieces have no tragic tendency at all, like the Alcestis and Iphigenia in Taurus of Euripides. Some have disagreeable, or even disgusting motives, like the Antigone in Philocteles. Almost all show the human race under the fearful rule of chance and error, but not the resignation which is occasioned by it and delivers from it. All because the ancients had not yet attained to the summit and goal of tragedy, or indeed of the view of life itself. Although, then, the ancients displayed little of the spirit of resignation, the turning away of the will from life, in their tragic heroes themselves, as their frame of mind. Yet the peculiar tendency and effect of tragedy remains the awakening of that spirit in the beholder, the calling up of that frame of mind, even though only temporarily. The horrors upon the stage hold up to him the bitterness and worthlessness of life, thus the vanity of all its struggle. The effect of this impression must be that he becomes conscious, if only in obscure feeling, that it is better to tear his heart free from life, to turn his will from it, to love not the world nor life. Whereby then in his deepest soul, the consciousness is aroused that for another kind of willing there must also be another existence. For if this were not so, then the tendency of tragedy would not be this rising above all the ends and good things of life, this turning away from it and its seductions, and the turning towards another kind of existence, which already lies in this. Although an existence which is for us quite inconceivable. How would it, then, in general, be possible that the exhibition of the most terrible side of life, brought before our eyes in the most glaring light, could act upon us beneficently, and afford us a lofty satisfaction? Fear and sympathy, in the excitement of which Aristotle places the ultimate end of tragedy, certainly do not in themselves belong to the agreeable sensations, therefore they cannot be the end, but only the means. Thus the summons to turn away the will from life remains the true tendency of tragedy, the ultimate end of the intentional exhibition of the suffering of humanity. And is so accordingly even where this resigned exaltation of the mind is not shown in the hero himself, but is merely excited in the spectator by the sight of great, unmerited, nay, even merited suffering. Many of the moderns also are, like the ancients, satisfied with throwing the spectator into the mood which has been described, by the objective representation of human misfortune as a whole. While others exhibit this through the change of the frame of mind of the hero himself, effected by suffering. The former give, as it were, only the premises, and leave the conclusion to the spectator. While the latter give the conclusion, or the moral of the fable, also, as the change of the frame of mind of the hero, and even also as reflection, in the mouth of the chorus, as, for example, Schiller in The Bride of Messina, life is not the highest good. Let me remark here that the genuine tragic effect of the catastrophe, thus the resignation and exaltation of the mind of the hero which is brought about by it, seldom appears so purely motived and so distinctly expressed as in the opera of Norma. Where it comes in the duet, Qual seor tradisti, qual seor perdesti, in which the change of the will is distinctly indicated by the quietness which is suddenly introduced into the music. In general, this piece, regarded apart altogether from its excellent music, and also from the diction which can only be that of a libretto, and considered only according to its motives and its inner economy, is a highly perfect tragedy. A true pattern of tragic disposition of the motives, tragic progress of the action, and tragic development, together with the effect of these upon the frame of mind of the hero, raising it above the world. And which is then also communicated to the spectator. Indeed, the effect attained here is the less delusive and the more indicative of the true nature of tragedy that no Christians, nor even Christian ideas, appear in it. The neglect of the unity of time and place with which the moderns are so often reproached is only a fault when it goes so far that it destroys the unity of the action. For then there only remains the unity of the principal character, as, for example, in Shakespeare's Henry VIII. But even the unity of the action does not need to go so far that the same thing is spoken of throughout, as in the French tragedies which in general observe this so strictly that the course of the drama is like a geometrical line without breadth. There it is constantly a case of only get on. Pensez à votre affaire. And the thing is expedited and hurried on in a thoroughly business fashion, and no one detains himself with irrelevances which do not belong to it, or looks to the right or the left. The Shakespearean tragedy, on the other hand, is like a line which has also breadth. It takes time, expatiator, speeches and even whole scenes occur which do not advance the action, indeed do not properly concern it, by which, however, we get to know the characters or their circumstances more fully, and then understand the action also more thoroughly. This certainly remains the principal thing, yet not so exclusively that we forget that in the last instance what is aimed at is the representation of human nature and existence generally. The dramatic or epic poet ought to know that he is fate, and should therefore be inexorable, as it is. Also that he is the mirror of the human race, and should therefore represent very many bad and sometimes profligate characters, and also many fools, buffoons, and eccentric persons. Then also, now and again, a reasonable, a prudent, an honest, or a good man, and only as the rarest exception a truly magnanimous man. In the whole of Homer there is in my opinion no really magnanimous character presented, although many good and honest. In the whole of Shakespeare there may be perhaps a couple of noble, though by no means transcendently noble, characters to be found, perhaps Cordelia, Coriolanus, hardly more. On the other hand, his works swarm with the species indicated above. But Iffland's and Kotzebue's pieces have many magnanimous characters, while Goldoni has done as I recommended above, whereby he shows that he stands higher. On the other hand, Schiller's Minna von Barnhelm labors under too much and too universal magnanimity, but so much magnanimity as the one Marquis Posa displays is not to be found in the whole of Goethe's works together. There is, however, a small German piece called Duty for Duty's Sake, a title which sounds as if it had been taken from the Critique of Practical Reason, which has only 3 characters, and yet all the 3 are of most transcendent magnanimity. The Greeks have taken for their heroes only royal persons, and so also for the most part have the moderns. Certainly not because the rank gives more worth to him who is acting or suffering. And since the whole thing is just to set human passions in play, the relative value of the objects by which this happens is indifferent, and peasant huts achieve as much as kingdoms. Moreover, civic tragedy is by no means to be unconditionally rejected. Persons of great power and consideration are yet the best adapted for tragedy on this account, that the misfortune in which we ought to recognize the fate of humanity must have a sufficient magnitude to appear terrible to the spectator, whoever he may be. Euripides himself says, phi epsilon, tau alpha mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda alpha, mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda alpha kappa alpha iota pi alpha sigma chi epsilon iota kappa alpha, stab. Flor, Volume 2. Page 299. Now the circumstances which plunge a citizen family into want and despair are in the eyes of the great or rich, for the most part, very insignificant, and capable of being removed by human assistance, nay, sometimes even by a trifle. Such spectators, therefore, cannot be tragically affected by them. On the other hand, the misfortunes of the great and powerful are unconditionally terrible, and also accessible to no help from without, for kings must help themselves by their own power, or fall. To this we have to add that the fall is greatest from a height. Accordingly, persons of the rank of citizens lack height to fall from. If now we have found the tendency and ultimate intention of tragedy to be a turning to resignation, to the denial of the will to live, we shall easily recognize in its opposite, comedy, the incitement to the continued assertion of the will. It is true that comedy, like every representation of human life, without exception, must bring before our eyes suffering and adversity. But it presents it to us as passing, resolving itself into joy, in general mingled with success, victory, and hopes, which in the end preponderate. Moreover, it brings out the inexhaustible material for laughter of which life, and even its adversities themselves are filled, and which under all circumstances ought to keep us in a good humor. Thus it declares, in the result, that life as a whole is thoroughly good, and especially is always amusing. Certainly it must hasten to drop the curtain at the moment of joy, so that we may not see what comes after. While the tragedy, as a rule, so ends that nothing can come after. And moreover, if once we contemplate this burlesque side of life somewhat seriously, as it shows itself in the naive utterances and gestures which trifling embarrassment, personal fear, momentary anger, secret envy, and many similar emotions force upon the forms of the real life that mirrors itself here, forms which deviate considerably from the type of beauty, then from this side also, thus in an unexpected manner, the reflective spectator may become convinced that the existence and action of such beings cannot itself be an end. That, on the contrary, they can only have attained to existence by an error, and that what so exhibits itself is something which had better not be. XXXVI, on History. This chapter is connected with section 51 of the first volume. In the passage of the first volume referred to below I have fully shown that more is achieved for our knowledge of mankind by poetry than by history, and why this is so. Inasmuch as more real instruction was to be expected from the former than from the latter. Aristotle has also confessed this, for he says, kappa alpha iota phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omega tau epsilon rho omicron nu kappa alpha iota sigma pi omicron upsilon delta alpha iota omicron tau epsilon rho omicron nu pi omicron iota eta sigma tau omicron rho iota alpha epsilon sigma tau iota nu, edi residential magus philosophica, edi melior poesis est quam historia 127, de poet, c. 9. Yet, in order to cause no misunderstanding as to the value of history, I wish here to express my thoughts about it. In every class and species of things the facts are innumerable, the individuals infinite in number, the variety of their differences unapproachable. At the first glance at them the curious mind becomes giddy. However much it investigates, it sees itself condemned to ignorance. But then comes science, it separates the innumerable multitude, arranges it under generic conceptions, these again under conceptions of species, whereby it opens the path to a knowledge of the general and the particular, which also comprehends the innumerable individuals, for it holds good of all without one being obliged to consider each particular for itself. Thus it promises satisfaction to the investigating mind. Then all sciences place themselves together, and above the real world of individual things, as that which they have divided among them. Over them all, however, moves philosophy, as the most general, and therefore important, rational knowledge, which promises the conclusions for which the others have only prepared the way. History alone cannot properly enter into that series, since it cannot boast of the same advantage as the others, for it lacks the fundamental characteristic of science, the subordination of what is known. Instead of which it can only present its coordination. Therefore there is no system of history, as there is of every other science. It is therefore certainly rational knowledge, but it is not a science. For it never knows the particular by means of the general, but must comprehend the particular directly, and so, as it were, creeps along the ground of experience. While the true sciences move above it, because they have obtained comprehensive conceptions by means of which they command the particular, and, at least within certain limits, anticipate the possibility of things within their sphere. So that they can be at ease even about what may yet have to come. The sciences, since they are systems of conceptions, speak always of species, history speaks of individuals. It would accordingly be a science of individuals, which is a contradiction. It also follows that the sciences all speak of that which always is as history, on the other hand, of that which is once, and then no more. Since, further, history has to do with the absolutely particular and individuals, which from its nature is inexhaustible, it knows everything only imperfectly in half. Besides, it must also let itself be taught by every new day in its trivial commonplaceness what as yet it did not know at all. If it should be objected that in history also there is subordination of the particular under the general, because the periods, the governments, and other general changes, or political revolutions, in short, all that is given in historical tables, is the general, to which the special subordinates itself, this would rest upon a false comprehension of the conception of the general. For the general in history here referred to is merely subjective, i.e., its generality springs merely from the inadequacy of the individual knowledge of the things, but not objective, i.e., a conception in which the things would actually already be thought together. Even the most general in history is in itself only a particular and individual, a long period of time, or an important event. Therefore the special is related to this as the part to the whole, but not as the case to the rule, which, on the contrary, takes place in all the sciences proper because they afford conceptions and not mere facts. On this account in these sciences by a correct knowledge of the general we can determine with certainty the particular that arises. If, for example, I know the laws of the triangle in general, I can then also tell what must be the properties of the triangle laid before me. And what holds good of all mammals, for example, that they have double ventricles of the heart, exactly 7 cervical vertebrae, lungs, diaphragm, bladder, 5 senses, and I can also assert of the strange bat which has just been caught, before dissecting it. But not so in history, where the general is no objective general of the conception, but merely a subjective general of my knowledge, which can only be called general inasmuch as it is superficial. Therefore I may always know in general of the 30 Years' War that it was a religious war, waged in the 17th century, but this general knowledge does not make me capable of telling anything more definite about its course. The same opposition is also confirmed by the fact that in the real sciences the special and individual is that which is most certain, because it rests upon immediate apprehension, the general truths, again, are only abstracted from it. Therefore something false may be more easily assumed in the latter. But in history, conversely, the most general is the most certain, for example, the periods, the succession of the kings, the revolutions, wars, and treaties of peace. The particulars, again, of the events and their connection is uncertain, and becomes always more so the further one goes into details. Therefore history is the more interesting the more special it is, but the less to be trusted, and approaches then in every respect to the romance. For the rest, what importance is to be attached to the boasted pragmatic teaching of history he will best be able to judge who remembers that sometimes it was only after 20 years that he understood the events of his own life in their true connection. Although the data for this were fully before him, so difficult is the combination of the action of the motives under the constant interferences of chance and the concealment of the intentions. Since now history really always has for its object only the particular, the individual fact, and regards this as the exclusively real, it is the direct opposite and counterpart of philosophy, which considers things from the most general point of view, and has intentionally the general as its object, which remains identical in every particular. Therefore in the particular philosophy sees only the general, and recognizes the change in its manifestation as unessential, phi iota lambda omicron kappa alpha theta omicron lambda omicron upsilon gamma alpha rho phi iota lambda omicron sigma omicron phi omicron, generalium amatier philosophus. While history teaches us that at every time something else has been, philosophy tries to assist us to the insight that at all times exactly the same was, is, and shall be. In truth, the essence of human life, as of nature in general, is given complete in every present time, and therefore only requires depth of comprehension in order to be exhaustively known. But history hopes to make up for depth by length and breadth, for at every present time is only a fragment which must be supplemented by the past, the length of which is, however, infinite, and to which again an infinite future is joined. Upon this rests the opposition between philosophical and historical minds. The former want to go to the bottom, the latter want to go through the whole series. History shows on every side only the same under different forms. But whoever does not come to know this in one or a few will hardly attain to a knowledge of it by going through all the forms. The chapters of the history of nations are at bottom only distinguished by the names and dates. The really essential content is everywhere the same. Now, since the material of art is the idea, and the material of science the concept, we see both occupied with that which always exists and constantly in the same manner, not something which now is and now is not, now is thus and now otherwise. Therefore both have to do with that which Plato set up as the exclusive object of real rational knowledge. The material of history, on the other hand, is the particular in its particularity and contingency, which at one time is, and then forever is no more, the transient complexities of a human world moved like clouds in the wind. A world which is often entirely transformed by the most trifling accident. From this point of view the material of history appears to us as scarcely a worthy object of the serious and painful consideration of the human mind which, just because it is so transitory, ought to choose for its consideration that which passes not away. Finally, as regards the endeavor, specially introduced by the Hegelian pseudo-philosophy, everywhere so pernicious and stupefying to the mind, to comprehend the history of the world as a planned whole, or, as they call it, to construe it organically, a crude and positive realism lies at its foundation, which takes the phenomenon for the inner being of the world, and imagines that this phenomenon, its forms and events, are the chief concern. In which it is secretly supported by certain mythological notions which it tacitly assumes, otherwise one might ask for what spectator such a comedy was really produced. For, since only the individual, and not the human race, has actual, immediate unity of consciousness, the unity of the course of life of the race is a mere fiction. Besides, as in nature only the species are real, and the genera are mere abstractions, so in the human race only the individuals and their course of life are real, the peoples and their lives mere abstractions. Finally, constructive histories, guided by a positive optimism, always ultimately end in a comfortable, rich, fat state, with a well-regulated constitution, good justice and police, useful arts and industries, and, at the most, in intellectual perfection. For this, in fact, is alone possible, since what is moral remains essentially unaltered. But it is the moral element which, according to the testimony of our inmost consciousness, is the whole concern, and this lies only in the individual as the tendency of his will. In truth, only the life of each individual has unity, connection, and true significance. It is to be regarded as an instruction, and the meaning of it is moral. Only the incidents of our inner life, since they concern the will, have true reality, and are actual events, because the will alone is the thing in itself. In every microcosm lies the whole macrocosm, and the latter contains nothing more than the former. Multiplicity is phenomenal, and external events are mere configurations of the phenomenal world, and have therefore directly neither reality nor significance, but only indirectly through their relation to the wills of the individuals. The endeavor to explain and interpret them directly is accordingly like the endeavor to see in the forms of the clouds groups of men and animals. What history narrates is in fact only the long, heavy, and confused dream of humanity. The Hegelians, who regard the philosophy of history as indeed the chief end of all philosophy, are to be referred to Plato, who unweariedly repeats that the object of philosophy is that which is unchangeable and always remains. Not that which now is thus and now otherwise. All those who set up such constructions of the course of the world, or, as they call it, of history, have failed to grasp the principal truth of all philosophy, that what is at all times the same, all becoming and arising are only seeming. The ideas alone are permanent, time ideal. This is what Plato holds, this is what Kant holds. One ought therefore to seek to understand what exists, what really is, today and always, i.e., to know the ideas, in Plato's sense. Fools, on the contrary, imagine that something must first become and happen. Therefore they concede to history the chief place in their philosophy, and construct it according to a preconceived plan of the world, according to which everything is ordered for the best, which is then supposed finaliter to appear. And will be a glorious thing. Accordingly they take the world as perfectly real, and place the end of it in the poor earthly happiness, which, however much it may be fostered by men and favored by fate, is a hollow, deceptive, decaying, and sad thing, out of which neither constitutions and legal systems nor steam engines and telegraphs can ever make anything that is essentially better. The said philosophers and glorifiers of history are accordingly simple realists, and also optimists and eudaimonists, consequently dull fellows and incarnate Philistines. And besides are really bad Christians, for the true spirit and kernel of Christianity, as also of Brahmanism and Buddhism, is the knowledge of the vanity of earthly happiness, the complete contempt for it, and the turning away from it to an existence of another, nay, an opposite, kind. This, I say, is the spirit and end of Christianity, the true humor of the matter, and not, as they imagine, monotheism. Therefore even atheistic Buddhism is far more closely related to Christianity than optimistic Judaism or its variety Islamism. A true philosophy of history ought not therefore to consider, as all these do, what, to use Plato's language, always becomes and never is, and hold this to be the true nature of things. But it ought to fix its attention upon that which always is and never becomes nor passes away. Thus it does not consist in raising the temporal ends of men to eternal and absolute ends, and then with art and imagination constructing their progress through all complications. But in the insight that not only in its development, but in its very nature, history is mendacious. For, speaking of mere individuals and particular events, it pretends always to relate something different, while from beginning to end it repeats always the same thing under different names and in a different dress. The true philosophy of history consists in the insight that in all these endless changes and their confusion we have always before us only the same, even, unchanging nature, which today acts in the same way as yesterday and always. Thus it ought to recognize the identical in all events, of ancient as of modern times, of the East as of the West, and, in spite of all difference of the special circumstances, of the costume and the customs, to see everywhere the same humanity. This identical element which is permanent through all change consists in the fundamental qualities of the human heart and head, many bad, few good. The motto of history in general should run, Idem, sed aliter. If one has read Herodotus, then in a philosophical regard one has already studied history enough. For everything is already there that makes up the subsequent history of the world, the efforts, action, sufferings, and fate of the human race as it proceeds from the qualities we have referred to, and the physical earthly lot. If in what has been said we have recognized that history, regarded as a means for the knowledge of the nature of man, is inferior to poetry, then, that it is not in the proper sense a science. Finally, that the endeavor to construct it as a whole with beginning, middle, and end, together with a significant connection, is vain. And based upon misunderstanding, it would look as if we wished to deny it all value if we did not show in what its value consists. Really, however, there remains for it, after this conquest by art and rejection by science, a quite special province, different from both, in which it exists most honorably. What reason is to the individual that is history to the human race. By virtue of reason, man is not, like the brute, limited to the narrow, perceptible present, but also knows the incomparably more extended past, with which it is linked, and out of which it has proceeded. And only thus has he a proper understanding of the present itself, and can even draw inferences as to the future. The brute, on the other hand, whose knowledge, devoid of reflection, is on this account limited to the present, even when it is tamed, moves about among men ignorant, dull, stupid, helpless, and dependent. Analogous to this is the nation that does not know its own history, is limited to the present of the now living generation, and therefore does not understand itself and its own present, because it cannot connect it with the past, and explain it from this. Still less can it anticipate the future. Only through history does a nation become completely conscious of itself. Accordingly, history is to be regarded as the rational consciousness of the human race, and is to the race what the reflected and connected consciousness is to the individual who is conditioned by reason. A consciousness through the want of which the brute is confined to the narrow, perceptible present. Therefore every gap in history is like a gap in the recollective self-consciousness of a man. And in the presence of a monument of ancient times which has outlived the knowledge of itself, as, for example, the pyramids, or temples and palaces in Yucatan, we stand as senseless and stupid as the brute in the presence of the action of man, in which it is implicated in his service. Or as a man before something written in an old cipher of his own, the key to which he has forgotten, nay, like a somnambulist who finds before him in the morning what he has done in his sleep. In this sense, then, history is to be regarded as the reason, or the reflected consciousness, of the human race, and takes the place of an immediate self-consciousness common to the whole race. So that only by virtue of it does the human race come to be a whole, come to be a humanity. This is the true value of history, and accordingly the universal and predominating interest in it depends principally upon the fact that it is a personal concern of the human race. Now, what language is for the reason of individuals, as an indispensable condition of its use, writing is for the reason of the whole race here pointed out. For only with this does its real existence begin, as that of the individual reason begins first with language. Writing serves to restore unity to the consciousness of the human race, which is constantly interrupted by death, and therefore fragmentary, so that the thought which has arisen in the ancestor is thought out by his remote descendant. It finds a remedy for the breaking up of the human race and its consciousness into an innumerable number of ephemeral individuals, and so bids defiance to the ever-hurrying time, in whose hand goes forgetfulness. As an attempt to accomplish this we must regard not only written, but also stone monuments, which in part are older than the former. For who will believe that those who, at incalculable cost, set in action the human powers of many thousands for many years in order to construct the pyramids, monoliths, rock tombs, obelisks, temples, and palaces which have already existed for thousands of years, could have had in view the short span of their own life, too short to let them see the finishing of the construction, or even the ostensible end which the ignorance of the many required them to allege? Clearly their real end was to speak to their latest descendants, to put themselves in connection with these, and so to establish the unity of the consciousness of humanity. The buildings of the Hindus, the Egyptians, even the Greeks and Romans, were calculated to last several thousand years, because through higher culture their horizon was a wider one. While the buildings of the Middle Ages and of modern times have only been intended, at the most, to last a few centuries. Which, however, is also due to the fact that men trusted more to writing after its use had become general, and still more since from its womb was born the art of printing. Yet even in the buildings of more recent times we see the desire to speak to posterity, and, therefore, it is shameful if they are destroyed or disfigured in order to serve low utilitarian ends. Written monuments have less to fear from the elements, but more to fear from barbarians, than stone ones. They accomplish far more. The Egyptians wished to combine the two, for they covered their stone monuments with hieroglyphics, nay, they added paintings in case the hieroglyphics should no longer be understood. XXXX on the Metaphysics of Music. This chapter is connected with section 52 of the first volume. The outcome, or result, of my exposition of the peculiar significance of this wonderful art, which is given in the passage of the first volume referred to below, and which will here be present to the mind of the reader, was that there is indeed no resemblance between its productions and the world as idea, i.e., the world of nature, but yet there must be a distinct parallelism, which was then also proved. I have yet to add some fuller particulars with regard to this parallelism, which are worthy of attention. The four voices, or parts, of all harmony, the bass, the tenor, the alto, and the soprano, or the fundamental note, the third, the fifth, and the octave, correspond to the four grades in the series of existences, the mineral kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, the brute kingdom, and man. This receives an additional and striking confirmation in the fundamental rule of music, that the bass must be at a much greater distance below the three upper parts than they have between themselves, so that it must never approach nearer to them than at the most within an octave of them, and generally remains still further below them. Hence, then, the correct triad has its place in the third octave from the fundamental note. Accordingly, the effect of extended harmony, in which the bass is widely separated from the other parts, is much more powerful and beautiful than that of close harmony, in which it is moved up nearer to them, and which is only introduced on account of the limited compass of the instruments. This whole rule, however, is by no means arbitrary, but has its root in the natural source of the tonal system, for the nearest consonant intervals that sound along with the fundamental note by means of its vibrations are the octave and its fifth. Now, in this rule we recognize the analogue of the fundamental characteristic of nature on account of which organized beings are much more nearly related to each other than to the inanimate, unorganized mass of the mineral kingdom, between which and them exists the most definite boundary and the widest gulf in the whole of nature. The fact that the high voice which sings the melody is yet also an integral part of the harmony, and therein accords even with the deepest fundamental bass, may be regarded as the analogue of the fact that the same matter which in a human organism is the supporter of the idea of man must yet also exhibit and support the ideas of gravitation and chemical qualities, that is, of the lowest grades of the objectification of will. That music acts directly upon the will, i.e., the feelings, passions, and emotions of the hearer, so that it quickly raises them or changes them, may be explained from the fact that, unlike all the other arts, it does not express the ideas, or grades of the objectification of the will, but directly the will itself. As surely as music, far from being a mere accessory of poetry, is an independent art, nay, the most powerful of all the arts, and therefore attains its ends entirely with means of its own, so surely does it not stand in need of the words of the song or the action of an opera. Music as such knows the tones or notes alone, but not the causes which produce these. Accordingly, for it even the human voice is originally and essentially nothing else than a modified tone, just like that of an instrument. And, like every other tone, it has the special advantages and disadvantages which are a consequence of the instrument that produces it. Now, in this case, that this same instrument, as the organ of speech, also serves to communicate conceptions is an accidental circumstance, which music can certainly also make use of, in order to enter into a connection with poetry. But it must never make this the principal matter, and concern itself entirely with the expression of what for the most part, nay, as Diderot gives us to understand in Le Neveu de Rameau, essentially are insipid verses. The words are and remain for the music a foreign addition, of subordinate value, for the effect of the tones is incomparably more powerful, more infallible, and quicker than that of the words. Therefore, if words become incorporated in music, they must yet assume an entirely subordinate position, and adapt themselves completely to it. But the relation appears reversed in the case of the given poetry, thus the song or the libretto of an opera to which music is adapted. For the art of music at once shows in these its power and higher fitness, disclosing the most profound ultimate and secret significance of the feeling expressed in the words or the action presented in the opera, giving utterance to their peculiar and true nature, and teaching us the inmost soul of the actions and events whose mere clothing and body is set before us on the stage. With regard to this superiority of the music, and also because it stands to the libretto and the action in the relation of the universal to the particular, of the rule to the example, it might perhaps appear more fitting that the libretto should be written for the music than that the music should be composed for the libretto. However, in the customary method, the words and actions of the libretto lead the composer to the affections of the will which lie at their foundation, and call up in him the feelings to be expressed. They act, therefore, as a means of exciting his musical imagination. Moreover, that the addition of poetry to music is so welcome to us, and a song with intelligible words gives us such deep satisfaction. depends upon the fact that in this way our most direct and most indirect ways of knowing are called into play at once and in connection. The most direct is that for which music expresses the emotions of the will itself, and the most indirect that of conceptions denoted by words. When the language of the feelings is in question, the reason does not willingly sit entirely idle. Music is certainly able with the means at its own disposal to express every movement of the will, every feeling, but by the addition of words we receive besides this the objects of these feelings, the motives which occasion them. The music of an opera, as it is presented in the score, has a completely independent, separate, and, as it were, abstract existence for itself, to which the incidents and persons of the piece are foreign, and which follows its own unchanging rules. Therefore it can produce its full effect without the libretto. But this music, since it was composed with reference to the drama, is, as it were, the soul of the latter. For, in its connection with the incidents, persons, and words, it becomes the expression of the inner significance of all those incidents, and of their ultimate and secret necessity which depends upon this significance. The pleasure of the spectator, unless he is a mere gaper, really depends upon an indistinct feeling of this. Yet in the opera music also shows its heterogeneous nature and higher reality by its entire indifference to the whole material of the incidents. In consequence of which it everywhere expresses the storm of the passions and the pathos of the feelings in the same way, and its tones accompany the piece with the same pomp. Whether Agamemnon and Achilles or the dissensions of a bourgeois family form its material. For only the passions, the movements of the will, exist for it, and, like God, it sees only the hearts. It never assimilates itself to the natural. And therefore, even when it accompanies the most ludicrous and extravagant farces of the comic opera, it still preserves its essential beauty, purity, and sublimity. And its fusion with these incidents is unable to draw it down from its height, to which all absurdity is really foreign. Thus the profound and serious significance of our existence hangs over the farce and the endless miseries of human life, and never leaves it for a moment. If we now cast a glance at purely instrumental music, a symphony of Beethoven presents to us the greatest confusion, which yet has the most perfect order at its foundation, the most vehement conflict, which is transformed the next moment into the most beautiful concord. It is Rerum Concordia Discourse, a true and perfect picture of the nature of the world which rolls on in the boundless maze of innumerable forms, and through constant destruction supports itself. But in this symphony all human passions and emotions also find utterance, joy, sorrow, love, hatred, terror, hope, and, in innumerable degrees, yet all, as it were, only in abstracto, and without any particularization. It is their mere form without the substance, like a spirit world without matter. Certainly we have a tendency to realize them while we listen, to clothe them in imagination with flesh and bones, and to see in them scenes of life and nature on every hand. Yet, taken generally, this is not required for their comprehension or enjoyment, but rather imparts to them a foreign and arbitrary addition, therefore it is better to apprehend them in their immediacy and purity. Since now, in the foregoing remarks, and also in the text, I have considered music only from the metaphysical side, that is, with reference to the inner significance of its performances. It is right that I should now also subject to a general consideration the means by which, acting upon our mind, it brings these about. Therefore that I should show the connection of that metaphysical side of music, and the physical side, which has been fully investigated, and is well known, I start from the theory which is generally known, and has by no means been shaken by recent objections, that all harmony of the notes depends upon the coincidence of their vibrations, which when two notes sound together occurs perhaps at every second, or at every third, or at every fourth vibration, according to which, then, they are the octave, the fifth, or the fourth of each other, and so on. So long as the vibrations of two notes have a rational relation to each other, which can be expressed in small numbers, they can be connected together in our apprehension through their constantly recurring coincidence, the notes become blended, and are thereby in consonance. If, on the other hand, that relation is an irrational one, or one which can only be expressed in larger numbers, then no coincidence of the vibrations which can be apprehended occurs, but obstrepent sibi perpetuo. whereby they resist being joined together in our apprehension, and accordingly are called a dissonance. Now, according to this theory, music is a means of making rational and irrational relations of numbers comprehensible, not like arithmetic by the help of the concept, but by bringing them to a knowledge which is perfectly directly and simultaneously sensible. Now the connection of the metaphysical significance of music with this its physical and arithmetical basis depends upon the fact that what resists our apprehension, the irrational relation, or the dissonance, becomes the natural type of what resists our will. And, conversely, the consonance, or the rational relation, which easily adapts itself to our apprehension, becomes the type of the satisfaction of the will. And further, since that rational and irrational element in the numerical relations of the vibrations admits of innumerable degrees, shades of difference, sequences, and variations, by means of it music becomes the material in which all the movements of the human heart, i.e. of the will, movements whose essential nature is always satisfaction and dissatisfaction, although in innumerable degrees, can be faithfully portrayed and rendered in all their finest shades and modifications, which takes place by means of the invention of the melody. Thus we see here the movements of the will transferred to the province of the mere idea, which is the exclusive scene of the achievements of the fine arts, for they absolutely demand that the will itself shall not interfere, and that we shall conduct ourselves as pure knowing subjects. Therefore the affections of the will itself, thus actual pain and actual pleasure, must not be excited, but only their substitutes, that which is agreeable to the intellect, as a picture of the satisfaction of the will, and that which is more or less repugnant to it, as a picture of greater or less pain. Only thus does music never cause us actual sorrow, but even in its most melancholy strains is still pleasing, and we gladly hear in its language the secret history of our will, and all its emotions and strivings, with their manifold protractions, hindrances, and griefs, even in the saddest melodies. When, on the other hand, in reality and its terrors, it is our will itself that is roused and tormented, we have not then to do with tones and their numerical relations, but are rather now ourselves the trembling string that is stretched and twanged. But, further, because, in consequence of the physical theory which lies at its foundation, the musical quality of the notes is in the proportion of the rapidity of their vibrations, but not in their relative strength. The musical ear always follows by preference, in harmony, the highest note, not the loudest. Therefore, even in the case of the most powerful orchestral accompaniment, the soprano comes out clearly, and thus receives a natural right to deliver the melody. And this is also supported by its great flexibility, which depends upon the same rapidity of the vibrations, and shows itself in the ornate passages, whereby the soprano becomes the suitable representative of the heightened sensibility, susceptible to the slightest impression, and determinable by it, consequently of the most highly developed consciousness standing on the uppermost stage of the scale of being. Its opposite, from converse causes, is the bass, inflexible, rising and falling only in great intervals, thirds, fourths, and fifths, and also at every step guided by rigid rules. It is therefore the natural representative of the inorganic kingdom of nature, which is insensible, insusceptible to fine impressions, and only determinable according to general laws. It must indeed never rise by one tone, for example, from a fourth to a fifth, for this produces in the upper parts the incorrect consecutive fifths and octaves. Therefore, originally, and in its own nature, it can never present the melody. If, however, the melody is assigned to it, this happens by means of counterpoint, i.e., it is an inverted bass, one of the upper parts is lowered and disguised as a bass. Properly speaking, it then requires a second fundamental bass as its accompaniment. This unnaturalness of a melody lying in the bass is the reason why bass airs, with full accompaniment, never afford us pure, undisturbed pleasure, like the soprano air, which, in the connection of harmony, is alone natural. We may remark in passing that such a melodious bass, forcibly obtained by inversion, might, in keeping with our metaphysic of music, be compared to a block of marble to which the human form has been imparted, and therefore it is wonderfully suitable to the stone guest in Don Juan. But now we shall try to get somewhat nearer the foundation of the genesis of melody, which can be accomplished by analyzing it into its constituent parts. And in any case will afford us the pleasure which arises from bringing to abstract and distinct consciousness what every one knows in the concrete, so that it gains the appearance of novelty. Melody consists of two elements, the one rhythmical, the other harmonious. The former may also be described as the quantitative, the latter as the qualitative element, since the first is concerned with the duration, and the second with the pitch of the notes. In the writing of music the former depends upon the perpendicular, and the latter upon the horizontal lines. Purely arithmetical relations, thus relations of time, lie at the foundation of both. In the one case the relative duration of the notes, in the other the relative rapidity of their vibrations. The rhythmical element is the essential. For it can produce a kind of melody of itself alone, and without the other, as, for example, on the drum, yet complete melody requires both elements. It consists in an alternating disunion and reconciliation of them, as I shall show immediately. But first, since I have already spoken of the harmonious element in what has been said, I wish to consider the rhythmical element somewhat more closely. Rhythm is in time what symmetry is in space, division into equal parts corresponding to each other. First, into larger parts, which again fall into smaller parts, subordinate to the former. In the series of the arts given by me architecture and music are the two extreme ends. Moreover, according to their inner nature, their power, the extent of their spheres, and their significance, they are the most heterogeneous, indeed true antipodes. This opposition extends even to the form of their appearance, for architecture is in space alone, without any connection with time, and music is in time alone, without any connection with space. 128 Now hence springs their one point of analogy, that as in architecture that which orders and holds together is symmetry, in music it is rhythm, and thus here also it holds true that extremes meet. As the ultimate constituent parts of a building are the exactly similar stones, so the ultimate constituent parts of a musical composition are the exactly similar beats. Yet by being weak or strong, or in general by the measure, which denotes the species of time, these are divided into equal parts, which may be compared to the dimensions of the stone. The musical period consists of several bars, and it has also two equal parts, one rising, aspiring, generally going to the dominant, and one sinking, quieting, returning to the fundamental note. Two or several periods constitute a part, which in general is also symmetrically doubled by the sign of repetition. Two parts make a small piece of music, or only a movement of a larger piece. And thus a concerto or sonata usually consists of 3 movements, a symphony of 4, and a mass of 5. Thus we see the musical composition bound together and rounded off as a whole, by symmetrical distribution and repeated division, down to the beats and their fractions, with thorough subordination, superordination, and coordination of its members. Just as a building is connected and rounded off by its symmetry. Only in the latter that is exclusively in space which in the former is exclusively in time. The mere feeling of this analogy has in the last 30 years called forth the oft-repeated, daring witticism, that architecture is frozen music. The origin of this can be traced to Goethe, for, according to Eckermann's Conversations, Volume 2. Page 88, he said, I have found among my papers a page on which I call architecture a rigidified music, and really there is something in it. The mood which is produced by architecture approaches the effect of music. Probably he let fall this witticism much earlier in conversation, and in that case it is well known that there were never wanting persons to pick up what he so let fall that they might afterwards go about decked with it. For the rest, whatever Goethe may have said, the analogy of music and architecture, which is here referred by me to its sole ground, the analogy of rhythm with symmetry, extends accordingly only to the outward form. And by no means to the inner nature of the two arts, which is entirely different. Indeed it would be absurd to wish to put on the same level in essential respects the most limited and the weakest of all the arts, and the most far-reaching and powerful. As an amplification of the analogy pointed out, we might add further, that when music, as it were in a fit of desire for independence, seizes the opportunity of a pause to free itself from the control of rhythm, to launch out into the free imagination of an ornate cadenza, such a piece of music divested of all rhythm is analogous to the ruin which is divested of symmetry, and which accordingly may be called, in the bold language of the witticism, a frozen cadenza. After this exposition of rhythm, I have now to show how the nature of melody consists in the constantly renewed disunion and reconciliation of the rhythmical, and the harmonious elements of it. Its harmonious element has as its assumption the fundamental note, as the rhythmical element has the species of time, and consists in a wandering from it through all the notes of the scale, until by shorter or longer digressions it reaches a harmonious interval, generally the dominant or subdominant, which affords it an incomplete satisfaction. And then follows, by a similarly long path, its return to the fundamental note, with which complete satisfaction appears. But both must so take place that the attainment of the interval referred to and the return to the fundamental note correspond with certain favorite points of the rhythm, otherwise it will not work. Thus, as the harmonious succession of sounds requires certain notes, first of all the tonic, next to it the dominant, and so on, so rhythm, on its part, requires certain points of time, certain numbered bars, and certain parts of these bars, which are called strong or good beats, or the accented parts of the bar, in opposition to the weak or bad beats, or unaccented parts of the bar. Now the disunion of these two fundamental elements consists in this, that because the demand of one is satisfied that of the other is not, and their reconciliation consists in this, that both are satisfied at once and together. That wandering of the notes until they find a more or less harmonious interval must so take place that this interval is attained only after a definite number of bars, and also at an accented part of the bar. And in this way becomes for it a kind of resting point. And similarly the return to the keynote must take place after a like number of bars, and also at an accented part of the bar, and thus complete satisfaction is then attained. So long as this required coincidence of the satisfaction of both elements is not attained, the rhythm, on the one hand, may follow its regular course, and, on the other hand, the required notes may occur often enough. But yet they will remain entirely without that effect through which melody arises. The following very simple example may serve to illustrate this. Here the harmonious sequence of notes finds the keynote just at the end of the first bar. But it does not receive any satisfaction from this, because the rhythm is caught at the least accented part of the bar. Immediately afterwards, in the second bar, the rhythm has the accented part of the bar, but the sequence of notes has arrived at the seventh. Thus here the two elements of melody are entirely disunited, and we feel disquieted. In the second half of the period everything is reversed, and in the last note they are reconciled. This kind of thing can be shown in every melody, although generally in a much more extended form. Now the constant disunion and reconciliation of its two elements which there takes place is, when metaphysically considered, the copy of the origination of new wishes, and then of their satisfaction. Thus, by flattery, music penetrates into our hearts, for it presents the image of the complete satisfaction of its wishes. More closely considered, we see in this procedure of melody a condition which, to a certain extent, is inward, the harmonious, meet with an outward condition, the rhythmical, as if by an accident, which is certainly brought about by the composer. And which may, so far, be compared to rhyme in poetry. But this is just the copy of the meeting of our wishes with the favorable outward circumstances which are independent of them, and is thus the picture of happiness. The effect of the suspension also deserves to be considered here. It is a dissonance which delays the final consonance, which is awaited with certainty, and thus the longing for it is strengthened, and its appearance satisfies all the more. Clearly an analogue of the heightened satisfaction of the will through delay. The complete cadence requires the preceding chord of the seventh on the dominant. Because the most deeply felt satisfaction and the most entire relief can only follow the most earnest longing. Thus, in general, music consists of a constant succession of more or less disquieting chords, i.e., chords which excite longing, and more or less quieting and satisfying chords, just as the life of the heart, the will, is a constant succession of greater or less disquietude through desire and aversion, and just as various degrees of relief. Accordingly the harmonious sequence of chords consists of the correct alternation of dissonance and consonance. A succession of merely consonant chords would be satiating, wearisome, and empty, like the languor produced by the satisfaction of all wishes. Therefore dissonances must be introduced, although they disquiet us and affect us almost painfully, but only in order to be resolved again in consonances with proper preparation. Indeed, in the whole of music there are really only two fundamental chords, the dissonant chord of the seventh and the consonant triad, to which all chords that occur can be referred. This just corresponds to the fact, that for the will there are at bottom only dissatisfaction and satisfaction, under however many forms they may present themselves. And as there are two general fundamental moods of the mind, serenity, or at least healthiness, and sadness, or even oppression, so music has two general keys, the major and the minor, which correspond to these. And it must always be in one of the two. But it is, in fact, very wonderful that there is a sign of pain which is neither physically painful nor yet conventional, but which nevertheless is suitable and unmistakable, the minor. From this we may measure how deeply music is founded in the nature of things and of man. With northern nations, whose life is subject to hard conditions, especially with the Russians, the minor prevails, even in the church music. Allegro in the minor is very common in French music, and is characteristic of it. It is as if one danced while one's shoe pinched. I add further a few subsidiary remarks. When the keynote is changed, and with it the value of all the intervals, in consequence of which the same note figures as the second, the third, the fourth, and so on, the notes of the scale are analogous to actors, who must assume now one role, now another, while their person remains the same. That the actors are often not precisely suited to these roles may be compared to the unavoidable impurity of every harmonic system, referred to at the end of section 52 of the first volume, which the equal temperament has introduced. Perhaps some may be offended, that, according to this metaphysic of it, music, which so often exalts our minds, which seems to us to speak of other and better worlds than ours, yet really only flatters the will to live. Because it exhibits to it its nature, deludes it with the image of its success, and at the end expresses its satisfaction and contentment. The following passage from the Vedas may serve to quiet such doubts. Etanan srup, quat forma gaudiae est, tau omicron nu pram atma ex hoc dicunt, quat quocunc loco gaudium est, particula e gaudio aegis est, Aupnicat, Volume 1, page 405, Et iterum, Volume 2. Page 215. Supplements to the fourth book. 2 les hommes desirant uniquement se deliver de la mort, ils ne savent pas se deliver de la vie. Lautcentauti King, edition Stan. Julian, page 184. XL. Preface. The supplements to this fourth book would be very considerable if it were not that 2 of its principal subjects which stand specially in need of being supplemented, the freedom of the will and the foundation of ethics, have, on the occasion of prize questions being set by 2 Scandinavian academies, been fully worked out by me in the form of a monograph, which was laid before the public in the year 1841 under the title, The 2 Fundamental Problems of Ethics. Accordingly I assume an acquaintance on the part of my readers with the work which has just been mentioned, just as unconditionally as in the supplements to the second book I have assumed it with regard to the work on the will in nature. In general I make the demand that whoever wishes to make himself acquainted with my philosophy shall read every line of me. For I am no voluminous writer, no fabricator of compendiums, no earner of pecuniary rewards, not one whose writings aim at the approbation of a minister, in a word, not one whose pen is under the influence of personal ends. I strive after nothing but the truth, and write as the ancients wrote, with the sole intention of preserving my thoughts, so that they may be for the benefit of those who understand how to meditate upon them and prize them. Therefore I have written little, but that little with reflection and at long intervals. And accordingly I have also confined within the smallest possible limits those repetitions which in philosophical works are sometimes unavoidable on account of the connection, and from which no single philosopher is free. So that by far the most of what I have to say is only to be found in one place. On this account, then, whoever wishes to learn from me and understand me must leave nothing unread that I have written. Yet one can judge me and criticize me without this, as experience has shown, and to this also I further wish much pleasure. Meanwhile the space gained by the said elimination of two important subjects will be very welcome to us. For since those explanations, which every man has more at heart than anything else, and which therefore in every system, as ultimate results, form the apex of its pyramid, are also crowded together in my last book. A larger space will gladly be granted to every firmer proof or more accurate account of these. Besides this we have been able to discuss here, as belonging to the doctrine of the assertion of the will to live, a question which in our fourth book itself remained untouched. As it was also entirely neglected by all philosophers before me, it is the inner significance and real nature of the sexual love, which sometimes rises to a vehement passion, a subject which it would not have been paradoxical to take up in the ethical part of philosophy if its importance had been known. XLI, on death and its relation to the indestructibility of our true nature. This chapter is connected with section 54 of the first volume. Death is the true inspiring genius, or the muse of philosophy, wherefore Socrates has defined the latter as theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron upsilon mu epsilon lambda epsilon tau eta. Indeed, without death men would scarcely philosophize. Therefore it will be quite in order that a special consideration of this should have its place here at the beginning of the last, most serious, and most important of our books. The brute lives without a proper knowledge of death. Therefore the individual brute enjoys directly the absolute imperishableness of the species, for it is only conscious of itself as endless. In the case of men the terrifying certainty of death necessarily entered with reason. But as everywhere in nature with every evil a means of cure, or at least some compensation, is given, the same reflection which introduces the knowledge of death also assists us to metaphysical points of view, which comfort us concerning it, and of which the brute has no need and is incapable. All religious and philosophical systems are principally directed to this end, and are thus primarily the antidote to the certainty of death, which the reflective reason produces out of its own means. Yet the degree in which they attain this end is very different, and certainly one religion or philosophy will, far more than the others, enable men to look death in the face with a quiet glance. Brahmanism and Buddhism, which teach man to regard himself as himself, the original being, the Brahm, to which all coming into being and passing away is essentially foreign, will achieve much more in this respect than such as teach that man is made out of nothing, and actually begins at birth his existence derived from another. Answering to this we find in India a confidence and a contempt for death of which one has no conception in Europe. It is, in fact, a hazardous thing to force upon a man, by early imprinting them, weak and untenable conceptions in this important regard, and thereby making him forever incapable of taking up correct and stable ones. For example, to teach him that he recently came out of nothing, and consequently through an eternity has been nothing, but yet for the future will be imperishable, is just the same as to teach him that although he is through and through the work of another, yet he will be held responsible through all eternity for his actions. If, then, when the mind ripens and reflection appears, the untenable nature of such doctrines forces itself upon him, he has nothing better to put in its place, nay, is no longer capable of understanding anything better, and thus loses the comfort which nature had destined for him also, as a compensation for the certainty of death. In consequence of such a process, we see even now in England, 1844, among ruined factory hands, the socialists, and in Germany, among ruined students, the young Hegelians, sink to the absolutely physical point of view, which leads to the result, idite, bibite, post mortem nulla voluptas, and so far may be defined as bestialism. However, after all that has been taught concerning death, it cannot be denied that, at least in Europe, the opinion of men, nay, often even of the same individual, very frequently vacillates between the conception of death as absolute annihilation and the assumption that we are, as it were, with skin and hair, immortal. Both are equally false, but we have not so much to find a correct mean as rather to gain the higher point of view from which such notions disappear of themselves. In these considerations I shall first of all start from the purely empirical standpoint. Here there primarily lies before us the undeniable fact that, according to the natural consciousness, man not only fears death for his own person more than anything else, but also weeps violently over the death of those that belong to him. And indeed clearly not egotistically, for his own loss, but out of sympathy for the great misfortune that has befallen them. Therefore he also censures those who in such a case neither weep nor show sadness as hard-hearted and unloving. It is parallel with this that revenge, in its highest degree, seeks the death of the adversary as the greatest evil that can be inflicted. Opinions change with time and place. But the voice of nature remains always and everywhere the same, and is therefore to be heeded before everything else. Now here it seems distinctly to say that death is a great evil. In the language of nature death means annihilation. And that death is a serious matter may be concluded from the fact that, as everyone knows, life is no joke. We must indeed deserve nothing better than these two. In fact, the fear of death is independent of all knowledge. For the brute has it, although it does not know death. Everything that is born brings it with it into the world. But this fear of death is a priori only the reverse side of the will to live, which indeed we all are. Therefore in every brute the fear of its destruction is inborn, like the care for its maintenance. Thus it is the fear of death, and not the mere avoidance of pain, which shows itself in the anxious carefulness with which the brute seeks to protect itself, and still more its brood, from everything that might become dangerous. Why does the brute flee, trembling, and seek to conceal itself? Because it is simply the will to live, but, as such, is forfeited to death, and wishes to gain time. Such also, by nature, is man. The greatest evil, the worst that can anywhere threaten, is death. The greatest fear is the fear of death. Nothing excites us so irresistibly to the most lively interest as danger to the life of others, nothing is so shocking as an execution. Now the boundless attachment to life which appears here cannot have sprung from knowledge and reflection. To these it rather appears foolish, for the objective worth of life is very uncertain, and at least it remains doubtful whether it is preferable to not being, nay, if experience and reflection come to be expressed, not being must certainly win. If one knocked on the graves, and asked the dead whether they wished to rise again, they would shake their heads. Such is the opinion of Socrates in Plato's Apology, and even the gay and amiable Voltaire cannot help saying, on aim la vie. Mais le n'enteniez pas d'avoir du bon, and again, je ne sais pas si que c'est que la vie éternelle, mais celle-ci est une mauvaise plaisanterie. Besides, life must in any case soon end. So that the few years which perhaps one has yet to be vanish entirely before the endless time when one will be no more. Accordingly it appears to reflection even ludicrous to be so anxious about this span of time, to tremble so much if our own life or that of another is in danger, and to compose tragedies the horror of which has its strength in the fear of death. That powerful attachment to life is therefore irrational and blind. It can only be explained from the fact that our whole inner nature is itself will to live, to which, therefore, life must appear as the highest good, however embittered, short and uncertain it may always be. And that will, in itself and originally, is unconscious and blind. Knowledge, on the contrary, far from being the source of that attachment to life, even works against it, for it discloses the worthlessness of life, and thus combats the fear of death. What it conquers, and accordingly the man faces death courageously and composedly, this is honored as great and noble. Thus we hail then the triumph of knowledge over the blind will to live, which is yet the kernel of our own being. In the same way we despise him in whom knowledge is defeated in that conflict, and who therefore clings unconditionally to life, struggles to the utmost against approaching death, and receives it with despair. 129 And yet in him it is only the most original being of ourselves and of nature that expresses itself. We may here ask, in passing, how could this boundless love of life and endeavor to maintain it in every way as long as possible be regarded as base, contemptible, and by the adherents of every religion as unworthy of this? If it were the gift of good gods, to be recognized with thankfulness? And how could it then seem great and noble to esteem it lightly? Meanwhile, what is confirmed by these considerations is, 1. That the will to live is the inmost nature of man, 2. That in itself it is unconscious and blind, 3. That knowledge is an adventitious principle, which is originally foreign to the will, for that knowledge conflicts with the will, and that our judgment applauds the victory of knowledge over the will. If what makes death seem so terrible to us were the thought of not being, we would necessarily think with equal horror of the time when as yet we were not. For it is irrefutably certain that not being after death cannot be different from not being before birth, and consequently is also no more deplorable. A whole eternity has run its course while as yet we were not, but that by no means disturbs us. On the other hand, we find it hard, nay, unendurable, that after the momentary intermezzo of an ephemeral existence, a second eternity should follow in which we shall no longer be. Should, then, this thirst for existence have arisen because we have now tasted it and have found it so delightful? As was already briefly explained above, certainly not. Far sooner could the experience gained have awakened an infinite longing for the lost paradise of non-existence. To the hope, also, of the immortality of the soul there is always added that of a better world, a sign that the present world is not much good. Notwithstanding all this, the question as to our state after death has certainly been discussed, in books and verbally, 10,000 times oftener than the question as to our state before birth. Yet theoretically the one is just as near at hand and as fair a problem as the other, and besides, whoever had answered the one would soon see to the bottom of the other. We have fine declamations about how shocking it would be to think that the mind of man, which embraces the world, and has so many very excellent thoughts, should sink with him into the grave. But we hear nothing about this mind having allowed a whole eternity to pass before it came into being with these its qualities, and how the world must have had to do without it all that time. Yet no question presents itself more naturally to knowledge, uncorrupted by the will, than this: an infinite time has passed before my birth. What was I during this time? Metaphysically, it might perhaps be answered, I was always I. That is, all who during that time said I, were just I. But let us look away from this to our present entirely empirical point of view, and assume that I did not exist at all. Then I can console myself as to the infinite time after my death, when I shall not be, with the infinite time when I already was not, as a well-accustomed, and indeed very comfortable, state. For the eternity apart post without me can be just as little fearful as the eternity apart ante without me, since the two are distinguished by nothing except by the interposition of an ephemeral dream of life. All proofs, also, for continued existence after death may just as well be applied in partem ante, where they then demonstrate existence before life, in the assumption of which the Hindus and Buddhists therefore show themselves very consistent. Kant's ideality of time alone solves all these riddles. But we are not speaking of that now. This, however, results from what has been said, that to mourn for the time when one will be no more is just as absurd as it would be to mourn over the time when as yet one was not. For it is all the same whether the time which our existence does not fill is related to that which it does fill, as future or as past. But, also, regarded entirely apart from these temporal considerations, it is in and for itself absurd to look upon not being as an evil. For every evil, as every good, presupposes existence, nay, even consciousness, but the latter ceases with life, as also in sleep and in a swoon. Therefore the absence of it is well known to us, and trusted, as containing no evil at all. Its entrance, however, is always an affair of a moment. From this point of view Epicurus considered death, and therefore quite rightly said, theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron nu eta delta epsilon nu pyro omicron nu alpha, death does not concern us, with the explanation that when we are death is not, and when death is we are not, diaug. Laert, XXXVII. To have lost what cannot be missed is clearly no evil. Therefore ceasing to be ought to disturb us as little as not having been. Accordingly from the standpoint of knowledge there appears absolutely no reason to fear death. But consciousness consists in knowing, therefore, for consciousness death is no evil. Moreover, it is really not this knowing part of our ego that fears death, but the fuga mortis proceeds entirely and alone from the blind will of which everything living is filled. To this, however, as was already mentioned above, it is essential, just because it is will to live, whose whole nature consists in the effort after life and existence, and which is not originally endowed with knowledge, but only in consequence of its objectification in animal individuals. If now the will, by means of knowledge, beholds death as the end of the phenomenon with which it has identified itself, and to which, therefore, it sees itself limited, its whole nature struggles against it with all its might. Whether now it has really something to fear from death we will investigate further on, and will then remember the real source of the fear of death, which has been shown here along with the requisite distinction of the willing and the knowing part of our nature. Corresponding to this, then, what makes death so terrible to us is not so much the end of life, for this can appear to no one specially worthy of regret, but rather the destruction of the organism. Really, because this is the will itself exhibiting itself as body. But we only really feel this destruction in the evils of disease or of old age. Death itself, on the other hand, consists for the subject only in the moment when consciousness vanishes because the activity of the brain ceases. The extension of the stoppage to all the other parts of the organism which follows this is really already an event after death. Thus death, in a subjective regard, concerns the consciousness alone. Now what the vanishing of this may be every one can to a certain extent judge of from going to sleep. But it is still better known to whoever has really fainted, for in this the transition is not so gradual, nor accompanied by dreams, but first the power of sight leaves us, still fully conscious. And then immediately the most profound unconsciousness enters. The sensation that accompanies it, so far as it goes, is anything but disagreeable, and without doubt, as sleep is the brother of death, so the swoon is its twin brother. Even violent death cannot be painful, for even severe wounds are not felt at all till some time afterwards, often not till the outward signs of them are observed. If they are rapidly mortal, consciousness will vanish before this discovery. If they result in death later, then it is the same as with other illnesses. All those also who have lost consciousness in water, or from charcoal fumes, or through hanging are well known to say that it happened without pain. And now, finally, the death which is properly in accordance with nature, death from old age, euthanasia, is a gradual vanishing and sinking out of existence in an imperceptible manner. Little by little in old age, the passions and desires, with the susceptibility for their objects, are extinguished, the emotions no longer find anything to excite them. For the power of presenting ideas to the mind always becomes weaker, its images fainter, the impressions no longer cleave to us, but pass over without leaving a trace, the days roll ever faster, events lose their significance, everything grows pale. The old man stricken in years totters about or rests in a corner now only a shadow, a ghost of his former self. What remains there for death to destroy? One day a sleep is his last, and his dreams are. They are the dreams which Hamlet inquires after in the famous soliloquy. I believe we dream them even now. I have here also to remark that the maintenance of the life process, although it has a metaphysical basis, does not go on without resistance, and consequently not without effort. It is this to which the organism yields every night, on account of which it then suspends the brain function and diminishes certain secretions, the respiration, the pulse, and the development of heat. From this we may conclude that the entire ceasing of the life process must be a wonderful relief to its motive force. Perhaps this has some share in the expression of sweet contentment on the faces of most dead persons. In general, the moment of death may be like the moment of awaking from a heavy dream that has oppressed us like a nightmare. Up to this point the result we have arrived at is that death, however much it may be feared, can yet really be no evil. But often it even appears as a good thing, as something wished for, as a friend. All that have met with insuperable obstacles to their existence or their efforts, that suffer from incurable diseases or inconsolable griefs, have as a last refuge, which generally opens to them of its own accord, the return into the womb of nature, from which they arose for a short time, enticed by the hope of more favorable conditions of existence than have fallen to their lot, and the same path out of which constantly remains open. That return is the cessio bonorum of life. Yet even here it is only entered upon after a physical and moral conflict, so hard does one struggle against returning to the place from which one came out so lightly and readily. to an existence which has so much suffering and so little pleasure to offer. The Hindus give the god of death, Yama, two faces, one very fearful and terrible, and one very cheerful and benevolent. This partly explains itself from the reflections we have just made. At the empirical point of view at which we still stand, the following consideration is one which presents itself of its own accord, and therefore deserves to be accurately defined by illustration, and thereby referred to its proper limits. The sight of a dead body shows me that sensibility, irritability, circulation of the blood, reproduction, and have here ceased. I conclude from this with certainty that what actuated these hitherto, which was yet always something unknown to me, now actuates them no longer, thus has departed from them. But if I should now wish to add that this must have been just what I have known only as consciousness, consequently as intelligence, soul, this would be not only an unjustified but clearly a false conclusion. For consciousness has always showed itself to me not as the cause, but as the product and result of the organized life, for it rose and sank in consequence of this in the different periods of life, in health and sickness, in sleep, in a swoon, in a waking, and thus always appeared as effect, never as cause of the organized life, always showed itself as something which arises and passes away, and again arises, so long as the conditions of this still exist, but not apart from them. Nay, I may also have seen that the complete derangement of consciousness, madness, far from dragging down with it and depressing the other forces, or indeed endangering life, heightens these very much, especially irritability or muscular force. And rather lengthens than shortens life, if other causes do not come in. Then, also, I knew individuality as a quality of everything organized, and therefore, if this is a self-conscious organism, also of consciousness. But there exists no occasion now to conclude that individuality was inherent in that vanished principle, which imparts life, and is completely unknown to me. All the less so as I see that everywhere in nature each particular phenomenon is the work of a general force which is active in thousands of similar phenomena. But, on the other hand, there is just as little occasion to conclude that because the organized life has ceased here that force which hitherto actuated it has also become nothing. As little as to infer the death of the spinner from the stopping of the spinning wheel. If a pendulum, by finding its center of gravity, at last comes to rest, and thus its individual apparent life has ceased, no one will imagine that gravitation is now annihilated. But every one comprehends that, after as before, it is active in innumerable phenomena. Certainly it might be urged against this comparison, that here also, in this pendulum, gravitation has not ceased to be active, but only to manifest its activity palpably. Whoever insists on this may think, instead, of an electrical body, in which, after its discharge, electricity has actually ceased to be active. I only wish to show in this that we ourselves recognize in the lowest forces of nature an eternity and ubiquity with regard to which the transitory nature of their fleeting phenomena never makes us err for a moment. So much the less, then, should it come into our mind to regard the ceasing of life as the annihilation of the living principle, and consequently death as the entire destruction of the man. Because the strong arm which, 3,000 years ago, bent the bow of Ulysses is no more, no reflective and well-regulated understanding will regard the force which acted so energetically in it as entirely annihilated, and therefore, upon further reflection, will also not assume that the force which bends the bow today first began with this arm. The thought lies far nearer us, that the force which earlier actuated the life which now has vanished is the same which is active in the life which now flourishes. Nay, this is almost inevitable. Certainly, however, we know that, as was explained in the second book, only that is perishable which is involved in the causal series, but only the states and forms are so involved. On the other hand, untouched by the change of these which is introduced by causes, there remain on the one side matter, and on the other side natural forces, for both are the presupposition of all these changes. But the principle of our life we must, primarily at least, conceive as a force of nature, until perhaps a more profound investigation has brought us to know what it is in itself. Thus, taken simply as a force of nature, the vital force remains entirely undisturbed by the change of forms and states, which the bond of cause and effect introduces and carries off again. and which alone are subject to the process of coming into being and passing away, as it lies before us in experience. Thus so far the imperishable nature of our true being can be proved with certainty. But it is true this will not satisfy the claims which are wont to be made upon proofs of our continued existence after death, nor ensure the consolation which is expected from such proofs. However, it is always something. And whoever fears death as an absolute annihilation cannot afford to despise the perfect certainty that the inmost principle of his life remains untouched by it. Nay, the paradox might be set up, that that second thing also which, just like the forces of nature, remains untouched by the continual change under the guidance of causality, thus matter, by its absolute permanence, ensures us indestructibility. By virtue of which whoever was incapable of comprehending any other might yet confidently trust in a certain imperishableness. What, it will be said, the permanence of the mere dust, of the crude matter, is to be regarded as a continuance of our being. Oh! Do you know this dust, then? Do you know what it is and what it can do? Learn to know it before you despise it. This matter which now lies there as dust and ashes will soon, dissolved in water, form itself as a crystal, will shine as metal, will then emit electric sparks, will by means of its galvanic intensity manifest a force which, decomposing the closest combinations, reduces earths to metals. Nay, it will, of its own accord, form itself into plants and animals, and from its mysterious womb develop that life for the loss of which you, in your narrowness, are so painfully anxious. Is it, then, absolutely nothing to continue to exist as such matter? Nay, I seriously assert that even this permanence of matter affords evidence of the indestructibility of our true nature, though only as in an image or simile, or, rather, only as in outline. To see this we only need to call to mind the explanation of matter given in chapter 24, from which it resulted that mere formless matter, this basis of the world of experience which is never perceived for itself alone, but assumed as constantly remaining, is the immediate reflection, the visibility in general, of the thing in itself, thus of the will. Therefore, whatever absolutely pertains to the will as such holds good also of matter, and it reflects the true eternal nature of the will under the image of temporal imperishableness. Because, as has been said, nature does not lie, no view which has sprung from a purely objective comprehension of it, and been logically thought out, can be absolutely false, but at the most only very one-sided and imperfect. Such, however, is, indisputably, consistent materialism. For instance, that of Epicurus, just as well as the absolute idealism opposed to it, like that of Berkeley, and in general every philosophical point of view which has proceeded from a correct apercu, and been honestly carried out. Only they are all exceedingly one-sided comprehensions, and therefore, in spite of their opposition, they are all true, each from a definite point of view. But as soon as one has risen above this point of view, then they only appear as relatively and conditionally true. The highest standpoint alone, from which one surveys them all and knows them in their relative truth, but also beyond this, in their falseness, can be that of absolute truth so far as this is in general attainable. Accordingly we see, as was shown above, that in the very crude, and therefore very old, point of view of materialism proper the indestructibility of our true nature in itself is represented, as by a mere shadow of it, the imperishableness of matter. As in the already higher naturalism of an absolute physics it is represented by the ubiquity and eternity of the natural forces, among which the vital force is at least to be counted. Thus even these crude points of view contain the assertion that the living being suffers no absolute annihilation through death, but continues to exist in and with the whole of nature. The considerations which have brought us to this point, and to which the further explanations link themselves on, started from the remarkable fear of death which fills all living beings. But now we will change the standpoint and consider how, in contrast to the individual beings, the whole of nature bears itself with reference to death. In doing this, however, we still always remain upon the ground of experience. Certainly we know no higher game of chance than that for death and life. Every decision about this we watch with the utmost excitement, interest, and fear, for in our eyes all in all is at stake. On the other hand, nature, which never lies, but is always straightforward and open, speaks quite differently upon this theme, speaks like Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. What it says is, the death or the life of the individual is of no significance. It expresses this by the fact that it exposes the life of every brute, and even of man, to the most insignificant accidents without coming to the rescue. Consider the insect on your path. A slight, unconscious turning of your step is decisive as to its life or death. Look at the wood snail, without any means of flight, of defense, of deception, of concealment, a ready prey for all. Look at the fish carelessly playing in the still open net, the frog restrained by its laziness from the flight which might save it, the bird that does not know of the falcon that soars above it. The sheep which the wolf eyes and examines from the thicket. All these, provided with little foresight, go about guilelessly among the dangers that threaten their existence every moment. Since now nature exposes its organisms, constructed with such inimitable skill, not only to the predatory instincts of the stronger, but also to the blindest chance, to the humor of every fool, the mischievousness of every child without reserve. It declares that the annihilation of these individuals is indifferent to it, does it no harm, has no significance, and that in these cases the effect is of no more importance than the cause. It says this very distinctly, and it does not lie, only it makes no comments on its utterances, but rather expresses them in the laconic style of an oracle. If now the All-Mother sends forth her children without protection to 1,000 threatening dangers, this can only be because she knows that if they fall back into her womb, where they are safe, therefore their fall is a mere jest. Nature does not act otherwise with man than with the brutes. Therefore its declaration extends also to man, the life and death of the individual are indifferent to it. Accordingly, in a certain sense, they ought also to be indifferent to us, for we ourselves are indeed nature. Certainly, if only we saw deep enough, we would agree with nature, and regard life and death as indifferently as it does. Meanwhile, by means of reflection, we must attribute that carelessness and indifference of nature towards the life of the individuals to the fact that the destruction of such a phenomenon does not in the least affect its true and proper nature. If we further ponder the fact, that not only, as we have just seen, are life and death dependent upon the most trifling accidents, but that the existence of the organized being in general is an ephemeral one. That animal and plant arise today and pass away tomorrow, and birth and death follow in quick succession, while to the unorganized things which stand so much lower and incomparably longer duration is assured. And an infinite duration to the absolutely formless matter alone, to which, indeed, we attribute this a priori, then, I think, the thought must follow of its own accord, even from the purely empirical. But objective and unprejudiced comprehension of such an order of things, that this is only a superficial phenomenon, that such a constant arising and passing away can by no means touch the root of things, but can only be relative, nay, only apparent, in which the true inner nature of that thing is not included, the nature which everywhere evades our glance and is thoroughly mysterious, but rather that this continues to exist undisturbed by it. Although we can neither apprehend nor conceive the manner in which this happens, and must therefore think of it only generally as a kind of tour de passe which took place there. For that, while what is most imperfect, the lowest, the unorganized, continues to exist unassailed, it is just the most perfect beings, the living creatures, with their infinitely complicated and inconceivably ingenious organizations, which constantly arise, new from the very foundation, and after a brief span of time absolutely pass into nothingness. To make room for other new ones like them coming into existence out of nothing, this is something so obviously absurd that it can never be the true order of things, but rather a mere veil which conceals this, or, more accurately, a phenomenon conditioned by the nature of our intellect. Nay, the whole being and not being itself of these individuals, in relation to which death and life are opposites, can only be relative. Thus the language of nature, in which it is given us as absolute, cannot be the true and ultimate expression of the nature of things and of the order of the world, but indeed only a patois du pays, i.e., something merely relatively true, something to be understood cum grano salis, or, to speak properly, something conditioned by our intellect. I say, an immediate, intuitive conviction of the kind which I have tried to describe in words will press itself upon every one, i.e. certainly only upon every one whose mind is not of an utterly ordinary species, which is absolutely only capable of knowing the particular simply and solely as such, which is strictly limited to the knowledge of individuals. After the manner of the intellect of the brutes. Whoever, on the other hand, by means of a capacity of an only somewhat higher power, even just begins to see in the individual beings their universal, their ideas, will also, to a certain extent, participate in that conviction. And that indeed as an immediate, and therefore certain, conviction. In fact, it is also only small, limited minds that fear death quite seriously as their annihilation, and persons of decidedly superior capacity are completely free from such terrors. Plato rightly bases the whole of philosophy upon the knowledge of the doctrine of ideas, i.e., upon the perception of the universal in the particular. But the conviction here described, which proceeds directly from the comprehension of nature, must have been exceedingly vivid in those sublime authors of the Upanishads of the Vedas, who can scarcely be thought of as mere men. For it speaks to us so forcibly out of an innumerable number of their utterances that we must ascribe this immediate illumination of their mind to the fact that these wise men, standing nearer the origin of our race in time, comprehended the nature of things more clearly and profoundly than the already deteriorated race, iota omicron iota nu upsilon nu beta rho omicron tau omicron iota epsilon iota sigma iota nu, is able to do. But certainly their comprehension is assisted by the natural world of India, which is endowed with life in a very different degree from our northern world. However, thorough reflection, as pursued by Kant's great mind, leads by another path to the same result, for it teaches us that our intellect, in which that phenomenal world which changes so fast exhibits itself, does not comprehend the true ultimate nature of things, but merely its phenomenal manifestation, and indeed, as I add, because it is originally only destined to present the motives to our will, i.e., to be serviceable to it in the pursuit of its paltry ends. Let us, however, carry our objective and unprejudiced consideration of nature still further. If I kill a living creature, whether a dog, a bird, a frog, or even only an insect, it is really inconceivable that this being, or rather the original force by virtue of which such a marvelous phenomenon exhibited itself just the moment before, in its full energy and love of life, should have been annihilated by my wicked or thoughtless act. And again, on the other hand, the millions of animals of every kind which come into existence every moment, in infinite variety, full of force and activity, can never, before the act of their generation, have been nothing at all, and have attained from nothing to an absolute beginning. If now in this way I see one of these withdraw itself from my sight, without me knowing where it goes, and another appear without me knowing whence it comes. If, moreover, both have the same form, the same nature, the same character, and only not the same matter, which yet during their existence they continually throw off and renew, then certainly the assumption, that that which vanishes and that which appears in its place are one and the same, which has only experienced a slight alteration, or renewal of the form of its existence. And that consequently death is for the species what sleep is for the individual. This assumption, I say, lies so close at hand that it is impossible not to light upon it, unless the mind, perverted in early youth by the imprinting of false views, hurries it out of the way, even from a distance, with superstitious fear. But the opposite assumption that the birth of an animal is an arising out of nothing, and accordingly that its death is its absolute annihilation, and this with the further addition that man, who has also originated out of nothing, has yet an individual, endless existence, and indeed a conscious existence, while the dog, the ape, the elephant, are annihilated by death, is really something against which the healthy mind revolts and which it must regard as absurd. If, as is sufficiently often repeated, the comparison of the results of a system with the utterances of the healthy mind is supposed to be a touchstone of its truth, I wish the adherents of the system which was handed down from Descartes to the pre-Kantian eclectics, nay, which even now is still the prevailing view of the great majority of cultured people in Europe, would apply this touchstone here. Throughout and everywhere the true symbol of nature is the circle, because it is the schema or type of recurrence. This is, in fact, the most universal form in nature, which it carries out in everything, from the course of the stars down to the death and the genesis of organized beings, and by which alone, in the ceaseless stream of time, and its content, a permanent existence, i.e., a nature, becomes possible. If in autumn we consider the little world of insects, and see how one prepares its bed to sleep the long, rigid winter sleep, another spins its cocoon to pass the winter as a chrysalis, and awake in spring rejuvenated and perfected. And, finally, how most of them, intending themselves to rest in the arms of death, merely arrange with care the suitable place for their egg, in order to issue forth again from it some day renewed. This is nature's great doctrine of immortality, which seeks to teach us that there is no radical difference between sleep and death, but the one endangers existence just as little as the other. The care with which the insect prepares a cell, or hole, or nest, deposits its egg in it, together with food for the larva that will come out of it in the following spring, and then quietly dies, is just like the care with which in the evening a man lays ready his clothes and his breakfast for the next morning, and then quietly goes to sleep. And at bottom it could not take place at all if it were not that the insect which dies in autumn is in itself, and according to its true nature, just as much identical with the one which is hatched out in the spring as the man who lies down to sleep is identical with the man who rises from it. If now, after these considerations, we return to ourselves and our own species, then cast our glance forward far into the future, and seek to present to our minds the future generations, with the millions of their individuals in the strange form of their customs and pursuits, and then interpose with the question, whence will all these come? Where are they now? Where is the fertile womb of that nothing, pregnant with worlds, which still conceals the coming races? Would not the smiling and true answer to this be, where else should they be than there where alone the real always was and will be, in the present and its content? Thus with thee, the foolish questioner, who in this mistaking of his own nature is like the leaf upon the tree, which, fading in autumn and about to fall, complains at its destruction, and will not be consoled by looking forward to the fresh green which will clothe the tree in spring, but says lamenting, I am not these. These are quite different leaves. O, foolish leaf! Whither wilt thou? And whence should others come? Where is the nothing whose abyss thou fearest? Know thine own nature, that which is so filled with thirst for existence. Recognize it in the inner, mysterious, germinating force of the tree, which, constantly one and the same in all generations of leaves, remains untouched by all arising and passing away. And now, omicron eta pi epsilon rho phi upsilon lambda lambda omega nu gamma epsilon nu epsilon eta, tau omicron iota eta delta epsilon kappa alpha iota alpha nu delta rho omega nu, qualis foliorum gene ratio, talis id hominum. Whether the fly which now buzzes round me goes to sleep in the evening, and buzzes again tomorrow, or dies in the evening, and in spring another fly buzzes which has sprung from its egg, that is in itself the same thing. But therefore the knowledge which exhibits this as two fundamentally different things is not unconditioned, but relative, a knowledge of the phenomenon, not of the thing in itself. In the morning the fly exists again. It also exists again in the spring. What distinguishes for it the winter from the night? In Burdacca's Physiology, Volume 1. Section 275, we read, till 10 o'clock in the morning no Cercaria ephemera, one of the infusoria, is to be seen, in the infusion, and at 12 the whole water swarms with them. In the evening they die, and the next morning they again appear anew. So it was observed by Nietzsche 6 days running. So everything lingers but a moment, and hastens on to death. The plant and the insect die at the end of the summer, the brute and the man after a few years, death reaps unweariedly. Yet notwithstanding this, nay, as if this were not so at all, everything is always there and in its place, just as if everything were imperishable. The plant always thrives and blooms, the insect hums, the brute and the man exist in unwasted youth, and the cherries that have already been enjoyed 1,000 times we have again before us every summer. The nations also exist as immortal individuals, although sometimes their names change, even their action, what they do and suffer, is always the same. Although history always pretends to relate something different, for it is like the kaleidoscope, which at every turn shows a new figure, while we really always have the same thing before our eyes. What then presses itself more irresistibly upon us than the thought that arising and passing away does not concern the real nature of things, but this remains untouched by it, thus is imperishable. And therefore all and each that wills to exist actually exists continuously and without end. Accordingly, at every given point of time all species of animals, from the gnat to the elephant, exist together complete. They have already renewed themselves many thousand times, and withal have remained the same. They know nothing of others like them, who have lived before them, or will live after them. It is the species which always lives, and in the consciousness of the imperishable nature of the species and their identity with it the individuals cheerfully exist. The will to live manifests itself in an endless present, because this is the form of the life of the species, which, therefore, never grows old, but remains always young. Death is for it what sleep is for the individual, or what winking is for the eye, by the absence of which the Indian gods are known, if they appear in human form. As through the entrance of night the world vanishes, but yet does not for a moment cease to exist, so man and brute apparently pass away through death, and yet their true nature continues, just as undisturbed by it. Let us now think of that alternation of death and birth as infinitely rapid vibrations, and we have before us the enduring objectification of the will, the permanent ideas of being, fixed like the rainbow on the waterfall. This is temporal immortality. In consequence of this, notwithstanding thousands of years of death and decay, nothing has been lost, not an atom of the matter, still less anything of the inner being, that exhibits itself as nature. Therefore every moment we can cheerfully cry, in spite of time, death, and decay, we are still all together. Perhaps we would have to accept whoever had once said from the bottom of his heart, with regard to this game, I want no more. But this is not yet the place to speak of this. But we have certainly to draw attention to the fact that the pain of birth and the bitterness of death are the two constant conditions under which the will to live maintains itself in its objectification, i.e., our inner nature, untouched by the course of time and the death of races, exists in an everlasting present, and enjoys the fruit of the assertion of the will to live. This is analogous to the fact that we can only be awake during the day on condition that we sleep during the night. Indeed, the latter is the commentary which nature offers us for the understanding of that difficult passage. 130. For the substratum, or the content, pi lambda eta rho omega mu alpha, or the material of the present, is through all time really the same. The impossibility of knowing this identity directly is just time, a form and limitation of our intellect. That on account of it, for example, the future event is not yet, depends upon an illusion of which we become conscious when that event has come. That the essential form of our intellect introduces such an illusion explains and justifies itself from the fact that the intellect has come forth from the hands of nature by no means for the apprehension of the nature of things, but merely for the apprehension of motives, thus for the service of an individual and temporal phenomenon of will. 131. Whoever comprehends the reflections which here occupy us will also understand the true meaning of the paradoxical doctrine of the Æsthetics, that there is no arising and passing away, but the whole remains immovable. Pi alpha rho mu epsilon nu iota delta eta kappa alpha iota mu epsilon lambda iota sigma sigma omicron alpha nu rho omicron upsilon nu gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma iota nu kappa alpha iota phi theta omicron rho alpha nu delta iota alpha tau omicron nu omicron mu iota xi epsilon iota nu tau omicron pi alpha nu alpha kappa nu eta tau omicron nu Parmenides et melissus ortum et interitum tolebant, quoniam nihil movere putabant, Stab. ECL, I, 21. Light is also thrown here upon the beautiful passage of Empedocles which Plutarch has preserved for us in the book, Adversus Coloton, c. 12. Nu eta pi iota omicron iota. Omicron upsilon gamma alpha rho sigma phi iota nu delta omicron lambda iota chi omicron phi rho omicron nu epsilon epsilon iota sigma iota mu epsilon rho iota mu nu alpha iota. Omicron delta eta gamma iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota pi alpha rho omicron upsilon kappa epsilon omicron nu epsilon lambda pi iota zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota. Eta tau iota kappa alpha theta nu eta sigma kappa epsilon iota nu kappa alpha iota epsilon xi omicron lambda upsilon sigma theta alpha iota pi alpha nu tau eta. Omicron upsilon kappa alpha nu eta rho tau omicron iota alpha upsilon tau alpha sigma omicron phi rho epsilon sigma iota mu alpha nu tau epsilon upsilon sigma alpha iota tau omicron. Omicron phi rho alpha mu epsilon nu tau epsilon beta iota omega sigma iota, tau omicron delta eta beta iota omicron tau omicron nu kappa alpha lambda epsilon omicron upsilon sigma iota. Tau omicron phi rho alpha mu epsilon nu omicron upsilon nu epsilon iota sigma iota nu, kappa alpha iota sigma phi iota nu pi alpha rho alpha delta epsilon iota nu alpha kappa alpha iota sigma theta lambda alpha. Pi rho iota nu tau epsilon pi alpha gamma epsilon nu tau epsilon beta rho omicron tau omicron iota, kappa alpha iota epsilon pi epsilon iota lambda upsilon theta epsilon nu, omicron upsilon delta epsilon nu alpha rho iota sigma iota nu. Stulta, et prolixes non admittentia curas. Pectora, casperant, existir posse, quat anti. Non fuit, aut ullum rem pessum prodinus ire. Non animo prudens homo quat presentiat ullus. Dum vivant, nonque hoc vitae nomini signant. Sunt, e fortuna tum conflictanter utraque. Ante ortum nihil est homo, nec post funera quidquam. The very remarkable and, in its place, astonishing passage in Diderot's Jacques le Fatalist deserves not less to be mentioned here. Un château immense, au frontispice duquel on licet, je appartiens à personne. Id je appartiens à tout le monde, vous y idiez avant que dy entrez, vous y serez encore, quand vous en sortirez. Certainly in the sense in which, when he is begotten, the man arises out of nothing, he becomes nothing through death. But really to learn to know this nothing would be very interesting. For it only requires moderate acuteness to see that this empirical nothing is by no means absolute, i.e., such as would in every sense be nothing. We are already led to this insight by the observation that all qualities of the parents recur in the children, thus have overcome death. Of this, however, I will speak in a special chapter. There is no greater contrast than that between the ceaseless flight of time, which carries its whole content with it, and the rigid immobility of what is actually present, which at all times is one and the same. And if from this point of view we watch in a purely objective manner the immediate events of life, the nunc stans becomes clear and visible to us in the center of the wheel of time. To the eye of a being of incomparably longer life, which at one glance comprehended the human race in its whole duration, the constant alternation of birth and death would present itself as a continuous vibration. And accordingly it would not occur to it at all to see in this an ever new arising out of nothing and passing into nothing. But just as to our sight the quickly revolving spark appears as a continuous circle, the rapidly vibrating spring as a permanent triangle, the vibrating cord as a spindle, so to this eye the species would appear as that which has being and permanence, death and life as vibrations. We will have false conceptions of the indestructibility of our true nature by death, so long as we do not make up our minds to study it primarily in the brutes, but claim for ourselves alone a class apart from them, under the boastful name of immortality. But it is this pretension alone, and the narrowness of view from which it proceeds, on account of which most men struggle so obstinately against the recognition of the obvious truth that we are essentially, and in the chief respect, the same as the brutes. Nay, that they recoil at every hint of our relationship with these. But it is this denial of the truth which more than anything else closes against them the path to real knowledge of the indestructibility of our nature. For if we seek anything upon a wrong path, we have just on that account forsaken the right path, and upon the path we follow we will never attain to anything in the end but late disillusion. Up, then, follow the truth, not according to preconceived notions, but as nature leads. First of all, learn to recognize in the aspect of every young animal the existence of the species that never grows old, which, as a reflection of its eternal youth, imparts to every individual a temporary youth, and lets it come forth as new and fresh as if the world were of today. Let one ask himself honestly whether the swallow of this year's spring is absolutely a different one from the swallow of the first spring. And whether really between the two the miracle of the creation out of nothing has repeated itself millions of times, in order to work just as often into the hands of absolute annihilation. I know well that if I seriously assured any one that the cat which now plays in the yard is still the same one which made the same springs and played the same tricks there 300 years ago, he would think I was mad. But I also know that it is much madder to believe that the cat of today is through and in its whole nature quite a different one from the cat of 300 years ago. One only requires truly and seriously to sink oneself in the contemplation of one of these higher vertebrates in order to become distinctly conscious that this unfathomable nature, taken as a whole, as it exists there, cannot possibly become nothing. And yet, on the other hand, one knows its transitoriness. This depends upon the fact that in this animal the infinite nature of its idea, species, is imprinted in the finiteness of the individual. For in a certain sense it is of course true that in the individual we always have before us another being, in the sense which depends upon the principle of sufficient reason, in which are also included time and space, which constitute the principium individuationis. But in another sense it is not true, in the sense in which reality belongs to the permanent forms of things, the ideas alone, and which was so clearly evident to Plato that it became his fundamental thought, the center of his philosophy. And he made the comprehension of it the criterion of capacity for philosophizing in general. As the scattered drops of the roaring waterfall change with lightning rapidity, while the rainbow, whose supporter they are, remains immovably at rest, quite untouched by that ceaseless change, so every idea, i.e., every species of living creature remains quite untouched by the continual change of its individuals. But it is the idea, or the species in which the will to live is really rooted, and manifests itself. And therefore also the will is only truly concerned in the continuance of the species. For example, the lions which are born and die are like the drops of the waterfall. But the Leonidas, the idea or form of the lion, is like the unshaken rainbow upon it. Therefore Plato attributed true being to the ideas alone, i.e., to the species, to the individuals only a ceaseless arising and passing away. From the profound consciousness of his imperishable nature really springs also the confidence and peace of mind with which every brute, and even human individual, moves unconcernedly along amid a host of chances, which may annihilate at any moment. And, moreover, moves straight on to death. Out of its eyes, however, there shines the peace of the species, which that death does not affect, and does not concern. Even to man this peace could not be imparted by uncertain and changing dogmas. But, as was said, the contemplation of every animal teaches that death is no obstacle to the kernel of life, to the will in its manifestation. What an unfathomable mystery lies, then, in every animal. Look at the nearest one, look at your dog, how cheerfully and peacefully he lives. Many thousands of dogs have had to die before it came to this one's turn to live. But the death of these thousands has not affected the idea of the dog, it has not been in the least disturbed by all that dying. Therefore the dog exists as fresh and endowed with primitive force as if this were its first day and none could ever be its last, and out of its eyes there shines the indestructible principle in it, the archeus. What, then, has died during those thousands of years? Not the dog, it stands unscathed before us, merely its shadow, its image in our form of knowledge, which is bound to time. Yet how can one even believe that that passes away which forever and ever exists and fills all time? Certainly the matter can be explained empirically, in proportion as death destroyed the individuals, generation produced new ones. But this empirical explanation is only an apparent explanation, it puts one riddle in the place of the other. The metaphysical understanding of the matter, although not to be got so cheaply, is yet the only true and satisfying one. Kant, in his subjective procedure, brought to light the truth that time cannot belong to the thing in itself, because it lies preformed in our apprehension. Now death is the temporal end of the temporal phenomenon. But as soon as we abstract time, there is no longer any end, and this word has lost all significance. But I, here upon the objective path, am trying to show the positive side of the matter, that the thing in itself remains untouched by time, and by that which is only possible through time, arising and passing away. And that the phenomena in time could not have even that ceaselessly fleeting existence which stands next to nothingness, if there were not in them a kernel of the infinite. Eternity is certainly a conception which has no perception as its foundation, accordingly it has also a merely negative content, it signifies a timeless existence. Time is yet merely an image of eternity, Chi-Rho omicron nu omicron epsilon kappa omega nu tau omicron nu alpha omega nu omicron, as Plotinus has it, and in the same way our temporal existence is a mere image of our true nature. This must lie in eternity, just because time is only the form of our knowledge. But on account of this alone do we know our own existence, and that of all things as transitory, finite, and subject to annihilation. In the second book I have shown that the adequate objectivity of the will as the thing in itself, at each of its grades, is the Platonic idea. Similarly in the third book that the ideas of things have the pure subject of knowledge as their correlative, consequently the knowledge of them only appears exceptionally and temporarily under specially favorable conditions. For individual knowledge, on the other hand, thus in time, the idea presents itself under the form of the species, which is the idea broken up through its entrance into time. Therefore the species is the most immediate objectification of the thing in itself, i.e., of the will to live. The inmost nature of every brute, and also of man, accordingly lies in the species. Thus the will to live, which is so powerfully active, is rooted in this, not really in the individual. On the other hand, in the individual alone lies the immediate consciousness, accordingly it imagines itself different from the species, and therefore fears death. The will to live manifests itself in relation to the individual as hunger and the fear of death, in relation to the species as sexual instinct and passionate care for the offspring. In agreement with this we find nature, which is free from that delusion of the individual, as careful for the maintenance of the species as it is indifferent to the destruction of the individuals. The latter are always only means. The former is the end. Therefore a glaring contrast appears between its niggardliness in the endowment of the individuals and its prodigality when the species is concerned. In the latter case from one individual are often annually obtained 100,000 germs, and more, for example, from trees, fishes, crabs, termites, and many others. In the former case, on the contrary, only barely enough in the way of powers and organs is given to each to enable it with ceaseless effort to maintain its life. And, therefore, if an animal is injured or weakened it must, as a rule, starve. And where an incidental saving was possible, through the circumstance that one part could upon necessity be dispensed with, it has been withheld, even out of order. Hence, for example, many caterpillars are without eyes. The poor creatures grope in the dark from leaf to leaf, which, since they lack feelers, they do by moving 3/4 of their body back and forward in the air, till they find some object. Hence they often miss their food which is to be found close by. But this happens in consequence of the lex parsimoniae naturae, to the expression of which natura nihil facit supervicanium one may add et nihil largitur. The same tendency of nature shows itself also in the fact that the more fit the individual is, on account of his age, for the propagation of the species, the more powerfully does the vis naturae medicatrix manifest itself in him. And therefore his wounds heal easily, and he easily recovers from diseases. This diminishes along with the power of generation, and sinks low after it is extinct, for now in the eyes of nature the individual has become worthless. If now we cast another glance at the scale of existences, with the whole of their accompanying gradations of consciousness, from the polyp up to man, we see this wonderful pyramid. Kept in ceaseless oscillation certainly by the constant death of the individuals, yet by means of the bond of generation, enduring in the species through the infinite course of time. While, then, as was explained above, the objective, the species, presents itself as indestructible, the subjective, which consists merely in the self-consciousness of these beings, seems to be of the shortest duration. And to be unceasingly destroyed, in order, just as often, to come forth again from nothing in an incomprehensible manner. But, indeed, one must be very short-sighted to let oneself be deceived by this appearance, and not to comprehend that, although the form of temporal permanence only belongs to the objective, the subjective, i.e. the will, which lives and manifests itself in all, and with it the subject of the knowledge in which all exhibits itself, must be not less indestructible. Because the permanence of the objective, or external, can yet only be the phenomenal appearance of the indestructibility of the subjective or internal, for the former can possess nothing which it has not received on loan from the latter. And cannot be essentially and originally an objective, a phenomenon, and then secondarily and accidentally a subjective, a thing in itself, a self-consciousness. For clearly the former as a manifestation presupposes something which manifests itself, as being for other presupposes a being for self, and as object presupposes a subject. And not conversely, because everywhere the root of things must lie in that which they are for themselves, thus in the subjective, not in the objective, i.e., in that which they are only for others, in a foreign consciousness. Accordingly we found in the first book that the right starting point for philosophy is essentially and necessarily the subjective, i.e., the idealistic starting point. And also that the opposite starting point, that which proceeds from the objective, leads to materialism. At bottom, however, we are far more one with the world than we commonly suppose. Its inner nature is our will, its phenomenal appearance is our idea. For anyone who could bring this unity of being to distinct consciousness, the difference between the continuance of the external world after his death and his own continuance after death would vanish. The two would present themselves to him as one and the same, nay, he would laugh at the delusion that could separate them. For the understanding of the indestructibility of our nature coincides with that of the identity of the macrocosm and the microcosm. Meanwhile one may obtain light upon what is said here by a peculiar experiment, performed by means of the imagination, an experiment which might be called metaphysical. Let any one try to present vividly to his mind the time, in any case not far distant, when he will be dead. Then he thinks himself away and lets the world go on existing. But soon, to his own astonishment, he will discover that he was nevertheless still there. For he intended to present the world to his mind without himself. But the ego is the immediate element in consciousness, through which alone the world is brought about, and for which alone it exists. This center of all existence, this kernel of all reality, is to be abolished, and yet the world is to go on existing. It is a thought which can be conceived in the abstract, but not realized. The endeavor to accomplish this, the attempt to think the secondary without the primary, the conditioned without the condition, that which is supported without the supporter, always fails. Much in the same way as the attempt to think an equilateral, right-angled triangle, or a destruction or origination of matter, and similar impossibilities. Instead of what was intended, the feeling here presses upon us that the world is not less in us than we in it, and that the source of all reality lies within us. The result is really this: the time when I shall not be will objectively come. But subjectively it can never come. It might therefore, indeed, be asked, how far every one, in his heart, actually believes in a thing which he really cannot conceive at all. Or whether, since the profound consciousness of the indestructibleness of our true nature associates itself with that merely intellectual experiment, which, however, has already been made more or less distinctly by every one, whether, I say, our own death is not perhaps for us at bottom the most incredible thing in the world. The deep conviction of the indestructibleness of our nature through death, which, as is also shown by the inevitable qualms of conscience at its approach, every one carries at the bottom of his heart, depends altogether upon the consciousness of the original and eternal nature of our being. Therefore Spinoza expresses it thus: Sentimus, experimerc, nos eternos esse. For a reasonable man can only think of himself as imperishable, because he thinks of himself as without beginning, as eternal, in fact as timeless. Whoever, on the other hand, regards himself as having become out of nothing must also think that he will again become nothing. For that an eternity had passed before he was, and then a second eternity had begun, through which he will never cease to be, is a monstrous thought. Really the most solid ground for our immortality is the old principle, ex nihilo nihil fit, et in nihilum nihil potest reverti. Theophrastus Paracelsus very happily says, Works, Strasbourg, 1603, Volume 2. p. 6. The soul in me has arisen out of something, therefore it does not come to nothing, for it comes out of something. He gives the true reason. But whoever regards the birth of the man as his absolute beginning must regard death as his absolute end. For both are what they are in the same sense. Consequently every one can only think of himself as immortal so far as he also thinks of himself as unborn, and in the same sense. What birth is, that also is death, according to its nature and significance, it is the same line drawn in two directions. If the former is an actual arising out of nothing, then the latter is also an actual annihilation. But in truth it is only by means of the eternity of our real being that we can conceive it as imperishable, and consequently this imperishableness is not temporal. The assumption that man is made out of nothing leads necessarily to the assumption that death is his absolute end. Thus in this the Old Testament is perfectly consistent, for no doctrine of immortality is suitable to a creation out of nothing. New Testament Christianity has such a doctrine because it is Indian in spirit, and therefore more than probably also of Indian origin, although only indirectly, through Egypt. But to the Jewish stem, upon which that Indian wisdom had to be grafted in the Holy Land, such a doctrine is as little suited as the freedom of the will to its determinism, or as humano capitae servicem pictor equinem jungere si velit. It is always bad if one cannot be thoroughly original, and dare not carve out of the whole wood. Brahmanism and Buddhism, on the other hand, have quite consistently, besides the continued existence after death, an existence before birth to expiate the guilt of which we have this life. Moreover, how distinctly conscious they were of the necessary consistency in this is shown by the following passage from Colebrooke's History of the Indian Philosophy, in the Transac. Of the Asiatic London Society, Volume 1, p. 577, against the system of the Bhagavatas which is but partially heretical, the objection upon which the chief stress is laid by Vyaso is, that the soul would not be eternal if it were a production, and consequently had a beginning. Further, in Upham's Doctrine of Buddhism, p. 110, it is said, the lot in hell of impious persons called deity is the most severe. These are they who, discrediting the evidence of Buddha, adhere to the heretical doctrine that all living beings had their beginning in the mother's womb, and will have their end in death. Whoever conceives his existence as merely accidental must certainly fear that he will lose it by death. On the other hand, whoever sees, even only in general, that his existence rests upon some kind of original necessity will not believe that this which has produced so wonderful a thing is limited to such a brief span of time, but that it is active in every one. But he will recognize his existence as necessary who reflects that up till now, when he exists, already an infinite time, thus also an infinity of changes, has run its course, but in spite of this he yet exists. Thus the whole range of all possible states has already exhausted itself without being able to destroy his existence. If he could ever not be, he would already not be now. For the infinity of the time that has already elapsed, with the exhausted possibility of the events in it, guarantees that what exists, exists necessarily. Therefore every one must conceive himself as a necessary being, i.e., as a being whose existence would follow from its true and exhaustive definition if one only had it. In this line of thought, then, really lies the only imminent proof of the imperishableness of our nature, i.e., the only proof of this that holds good within the sphere of empirical data. In this nature existence must inhere, because it shows itself as independent of all states which can possibly be introduced through the chain of causes. For these states have already done what they could, and yet our existence has remained unshaken by it, as the ray of light by the storm wind which it cuts through. If time, of its own resources, could bring us to a happy state, then we would already have been there long ago, for an infinite time lies behind us. But also, if it could lead us to destruction, we would already have long been no more. From the fact that we now exist, it follows, if well considered, that we must at all times exist. For we are ourselves the nature which time has taken up into itself in order to fill its void. Consequently it fills the whole of time, present, past, and future, in the same way, and it is just as impossible for us to fall out of existence as to fall out of space. Carefully considered, it is inconceivable that what once exists in all the strength of reality should ever become nothing, and then not be, through an infinite time. Hence has arisen the Christian doctrine of the restoration of all things, that of the Hindus of the constantly repeated creation of the world by Brahma, together with similar dogmas of the Greek philosophers. The great mystery of our being and not being, to explain which these and all kindred dogmas have been devised, ultimately rests upon the fact that the same thing which objectively constitutes an infinite course of time is subjectively an indivisible, ever-present, but who comprehends it? It has been most distinctly set forth by Kant in his immortal doctrine of the ideality of time and the sole reality of the thing in itself. For it results from this that the really essential part of things, of man, of the world, lies permanently and enduringly in the nunc stans, firm and immovable. And that the change of the phenomena and events is a mere consequence of our apprehension of them by means of our form of perception, which is time. Accordingly, instead of saying to men, ye have arisen through birth, but are immortal, one ought to say to them, ye are not nothing, and teach them to understand this in the sense of the saying attributed to Hermes Trismegistus. Tau omicron gamma alpha rho nu epsilon iota sigma tau alpha iota, quod enim est, erit semper, stab. ECL, I, 43, 6. If, however, this does not succeed, but the anxious heart raises its old lament, I see all beings arise through birth out of nothing, and after a brief term again return to this. My existence also, now in the present, will soon lie in the distant past, and I will be nothing. The right answer is, dost thou not exist? Hast thou not within thee the valuable present, after which ye children of time so eagerly strive, now within, actually within? And dost thou understand how thou hast attained to it? Knowest thou the paths which have led thee to it, that thou canst know they will be shut against thee by death? An existence of thyself after the destruction of thy body is not conceivable by thee as possible. But can it be more inconceivable to thee than thy present existence, and how thou hast attained to it? Why shouldst thou doubt but that the secret paths to this present, which stood open to thee, will also stand open to every future present? If, then, considerations of this kind are at any rate adapted to awaken the conviction that there is something in us which death cannot destroy, this yet only takes place by raising us to a point of view from which birth is not the beginning of our existence. But from this it follows that what is proved to be indestructible by death is not properly the individual, which, moreover, as having arisen through generation, and having in itself the qualities of the father and mother, presents itself as a mere difference of the species, but as such can only be finite. As, in accordance with this, the individual has no recollection of its existence before its birth, so it can have no remembrance of its present existence after death. But every one places his ego in consciousness. This seems to him therefore to be bound to individuality, with which, besides, everything disappears which is peculiar to him, as to this, and distinguishes him from others. His continued existence without individuality becomes to him therefore indistinguishable from the continuance of other beings, and he sees his ego sink. But whoever thus links his existence to the identity of consciousness, and therefore desires an endless existence after death for this, ought to reflect that he can certainly only attain this at the price of just as endless a past before birth. For since he has no remembrance of an existence before birth, thus his consciousness begins with birth, he must accept his birth as an origination of his existence out of nothing. But then he purchases the endless time of his existence after death for just as long a time before birth, thus the account balances without any profit for him. If, on the other hand, the existence which death leaves untouched is different from that of the individual consciousness, then it must be independent of birth, just as of death. And therefore, with regard to it, it must be equally true to say, I will always be, and I have always been, which then gives two infinities for one. But the great equivocation really lies in the word I, as any one will see at once who remembers the contents of our second book, and the separation which is made there of the willing from the knowing part of our nature. According as I understand this word I can say, death is my complete end, or, this my personal phenomenal existence is just as infinitely small a part of my true nature as I am of the world. But the I is the dark point in consciousness, as on the retina the exact point at which the nerve of sight enters is blind, as the brain itself is entirely without sensation, the body of the sun is dark, and the eye sees all except itself. Our faculty of knowledge is directed entirely towards without, in accordance with the fact that it is the product of a brain function, which has arisen for the purpose of mere self-maintenance. Thus of the search for nourishment and the capture of prey. Therefore every one knows himself only as this individual as it presents itself in external perception. If, on the other hand, he could bring to consciousness what he is besides and beyond this, then he would willingly give up his individuality, smile at the tenacity of his attachment to it, and say, "What is the loss of this individuality to me? Who bear in myself the possibility of innumerable individualities?" He would see that even if a continued existence of his individuality does not lie before him, it is yet quite as good as if he had such an existence, because he carries in himself complete compensation for it. Besides, however, it may further be taken into consideration that the individuality of most men is so miserable and worthless that with it they truly lose nothing, and that in them which may still have some worth is the universal human element. But to this imperishableness can be promised. Indeed, even the rigid unalterableness and essential limitation of every individual would, in the case of an endless duration of it, necessarily at last produce such great weariness by its monotony that only to be relieved of this one would prefer to become nothing. To desire that the individuality should be immortal really means to wish to perpetuate an error infinitely. For at bottom every individuality is really only a special error, a false step, something that had better not be. Nay, something which it is the real end of life to bring us back from. This also finds confirmation in the fact that the great majority, indeed really all men, are so constituted that they could not be happy in whatever kind of world they might be placed. In proportion as such a world excluded want and hardship, they would become a prey to ennui, and in proportion as this was prevented, they would fall into want, misery, and suffering. Thus for a blessed condition of man it would be by no means sufficient that he should be transferred to a better world, but it would also be necessary that a complete change should take place in himself. That thus he should no longer be what he is, and, on the contrary, should become what he is not. But for this he must first of all cease to be what he is. This desideratum is, as a preliminary, supplied by death, the moral necessity of which can already be seen from this point of view. To be transferred to another world and to have his whole nature changed are, at bottom, one and the same. Upon this also ultimately rests the dependence of the objective upon the subjective which the idealism of our first book shows. Accordingly here lies the point at which the transcendent philosophy links itself onto ethics. If one considers this one will find that the awaking from the dream of life is only possible through the disappearance along with it of its whole ground warp also, but this is its organ itself, the intellect together with its forms, with which the dream would spin itself out without end, so firmly is it incorporated with it. That which really dreamt this dream is yet different from it, and alone remains over. On the other hand, the fear that with death all will be over may be compared to the case of one who imagines in a dream that there are only dreams without a dreamer. But now, after an individual consciousness has once been ended by death, would it even be desirable that it should be kindled again in order to continue forever? The greater part of its content, nay, generally its whole content, is nothing but a stream of small, earthly, paltry thoughts and endless cares. Let them, then, at last be stilled. Therefore with a true instinct, the ancients inscribed upon their gravestones, Securitate Perpetui, or Boni Quieti. But if here, as so often has happened, a continued existence of the individual consciousness should be desired, in order to connect with it a future reward or punishment, what would really be aimed at in this would simply be the compatibility of virtue and egoism. But these two will never embrace, they are fundamentally opposed. On the other hand, the conviction is well founded, which the sight of noble conduct calls forth, that the spirit of love, which enjoins one man to spare his enemy, and another to protect at the risk of his life someone whom he has never seen before, can never pass away and become nothing. The most thorough answer to the question as to the continued existence of the individual after death lies in Kant's great doctrine of the ideality of time, which just here shows itself specially fruitful and rich in consequences. For it substitutes a purely theoretical but well-proved insight for dogmas which upon one path as upon the other lead to the absurd, and thus settles at once the most exciting of all metaphysical questions. Beginning, ending, and continuing are conceptions which derive their significance simply and solely from time, and are therefore valid only under the presupposition of this. But time has no absolute existence. It is not the manner of being of the thing in itself, but merely the form of our knowledge of our existence and nature, and that of all things, which is just on this account very imperfect, and is limited to mere phenomena. Thus with reference to this knowledge alone do the conceptions of ceasing and continuing find application, not with reference to that which exhibits itself in these. The inner being of things in relation to which these conceptions have therefore no longer any meaning. For this shows itself also in the fact that an answer to the question which arises from those time conceptions is impossible, and every assertion of such an answer, whether upon one side or the other, is open to convincing objections. One might indeed assert that our true being continues after death because it is false that it is destroyed, but one might just as well assert that it is destroyed because it is false that it continues. At bottom the one is as true as the other. Accordingly something like an antinomy might certainly be set up here. But it would rest upon mere negations. In it one would deny two contradictorily opposite predicates of the subject of the judgment, but only because the whole category of these predicates would be inapplicable to that subject. But if now one denies these two predicates, not together, but separately, it appears as if the contradictory opposite of the predicate which in each case is denied were proved of the subject of the judgment. This, however, depends upon the fact that here incommensurable quantities are compared, for the problem removes us to a scene where time is abolished, and yet asks about temporal properties which it is consequently equally false to attribute to, or to deny of the subject. This just means, the problem is transcendent. In this sense death remains a mystery. On the other hand, adhering to that distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself, we can make the assertion that, as phenomenon, man is certainly perishable, but yet his true being will not be involved in this. Thus this true being is indestructible, although, on account of the elimination of time conceptions which is connected with it, we cannot attribute to it continuance. Accordingly we would be led here to the conception of an indestructibility which would yet be no continuance. Now this is a conception which, having been obtained on the path of abstraction, can certainly also be thought in the abstract, but yet cannot be supported by any perception, and consequently cannot really become distinct. Yet, on the other hand, we must here keep in mind that we have not, like Kant, absolutely given up the knowledge of the thing in itself, but know that it is to be sought for in the will. It is true that we have never asserted an absolute and exhaustive knowledge of the thing in itself, but rather have seen very well that it is impossible to know anything as it is absolutely and in itself. For as soon as I know, I have an idea. But this idea, just because it is my idea, cannot be identical with what is known, but repeats it in an entirely different form, for it makes a being for other out of a being for self. And is thus always to be regarded as a phenomenal appearance of the thing in itself. Therefore for a knowing consciousness, however it may be constituted, there can be always only phenomena. This is not entirely obviated even by the fact that it is my own nature which is known. For, since it falls within my knowing consciousness, it is already a reflex of my nature, something different from this itself, thus already in a certain degree phenomenon. So far, then, as I am a knowing being, I have even in my own nature really only a phenomenon. So far, on the other hand, as I am directly this nature itself, I am not a knowing being. For it is sufficiently proved in the second book that knowledge is only a secondary property of our being, and introduced by its animal nature. Strictly speaking, then, we know even our own will always merely as phenomenon, and not as it may be absolutely in and for itself. But in that second book, and also in my work upon the will in nature, it is fully explained and proved that if, in order to penetrate into the inner nature of things, leaving what is given merely indirectly and from without, We stick to the only phenomenon into the nature of which an immediate insight from within is attainable, we find in this quite definitely, as the ultimate kernel of reality, the will. In which therefore we recognize the thing in itself in so far as it has here no longer space, although it still has time, for its form consequently really only in its most immediate manifestation. And with the reservation that this knowledge of it is still not exhaustive and entirely adequate. Thus in this sense we retain here also the conception of will as that of the thing in itself. The conception of ceasing to be is certainly applicable to man as a phenomenon in time, and empirical knowledge plainly presents death as the end of this temporal existence. The end of the person is just as real as was its beginning, and in the same sense as before birth we were not, after death we shall be no more. Yet no more can be destroyed by death than was produced by birth. Thus not that through which birth first became possible. In this sense natus et de natus is a beautiful expression. But now the whole of empirical knowledge affords us merely phenomena. Therefore only phenomena are involved in the temporal processes of coming into being and passing away, and not that which manifests itself in the phenomena, the thing in itself. For this the opposition of coming into being and passing away conditioned by the brain, does not exist at all, but has here lost meaning and significance. It thus remains untouched by the temporal end of a temporal phenomenon, and constantly retains that existence to which the conceptions of beginning, end, and continuance are not applicable. But the thing in itself, so far as we can follow it, is in every phenomenal being the will of this being, so also in man. Consciousness, on the other hand, consists in knowledge. But knowledge, as activity of the brain, and consequently as function of the organism, belongs, as has been sufficiently proved, to the mere phenomenon, and therefore ends with this. The will alone, whose work, or rather whose image was the body, is that which is indestructible. The sharp distinction of will from knowledge, together with the primacy of the former, which constitutes the fundamental characteristic of my philosophy, is therefore the only key to the contradiction which presents itself in so many ways. And arises ever anew in every consciousness, even the most crude, that death is our end, and that yet we must be eternal and indestructible, thus the Sentimus, experimerc nos eternos esse of Spinoza. All philosophers have erred in this, they place the metaphysical, the indestructible, the eternal element in man in the intellect. It lies exclusively in the will, which is entirely different from the intellect, and alone is original. The intellect, as was most fully shown in the second book, is a secondary phenomenon, and conditioned by the brain, therefore beginning and ending with this. The will alone is that which conditions, the kernel of the whole phenomenon, consequently free from the forms of the phenomenon to which time belongs, thus also indestructible. Accordingly with death consciousness is certainly lost, but not that which produced and sustained consciousness, life is extinguished, but not the principle of life also, which manifested itself in it. Therefore a sure feeling informs every one that there is something in him which is absolutely imperishable and indestructible. Indeed the freshness and vividness of memories of the most distant time, of earliest childhood, bears witness to the fact that something in us does not pass away with time, does not grow old, but endures unchanged. But what this imperishable element is one could not make clear to oneself. It is not consciousness any more than it is the body upon which clearly consciousness depends. But it is just that which, when it appears in consciousness, presents itself as will. Beyond this immediate manifestation of it we certainly cannot go, because we cannot go beyond consciousness. Therefore the question what that may be when it does not come within consciousness, i.e., what it is absolutely in itself, remains unanswerable. In the phenomenon, and by means of its forms, time and space, as principium individuationis, what presents itself is that the human individual perishes, while the human race, on the contrary, always remains and lives. But in the true being of things, which is free from these forms, this whole distinction between the individual and the race also disappears, and the two are immediately one. The whole will to live is in the individual, as it is in the race, and therefore the continuance of the species is merely the image of the indestructibility of the individual. Since, then, the infinitely important understanding of the indestructibility of our true nature by death depends entirely upon the distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself. I wish now to bring this difference into the clearest light by explaining it in the opposite of death, thus in the origin of the animal existence, i.e., generation. For this process, which is just as mysterious as death, presents to us most directly the fundamental opposition between the phenomenal appearance and the true being of things, i.e., between the world as idea and the world as will, and also the entire heterogeneity of the laws of these two. The act of procreation presents itself to us in a twofold manner: first, for self-consciousness, whose only object, as I have often shown, is the will, with all its affections, and then for the consciousness of other things, i.e., the world of idea, or the empirical reality of things. Now, from the side of the will, thus inwardly, subjectively, for self-consciousness, that act presents itself as the most immediate and complete satisfaction of the will, i.e., as sensual pleasure. From the side of the idea, on the other hand, thus externally, objectively, for the consciousness of other things, this act is just the woof of the most cunning of webs, the foundation of the inexpressibly complicated animal organism, which then only requires to be developed to become visible to our astonished eyes. This organism, whose infinite complication and perfection is only known to him who has studied anatomy, cannot, from the side of the idea, be otherwise conceived and thought of than as a system devised with the most ingenious forethought and carried out with the most consummate skill and exactness, as the most arduous work of profound reflection. But from the side of the will we know, through self-consciousness, the production of this organism as the work of an act which is exactly the opposite of all reflection, an impetuous, blind impulse, an exceedingly pleasurable sensation. This opposition is closely related to the infinite contrast, which is shown above, between the absolute facility with which nature produces its works, together with the correspondingly boundless carelessness with which it abandons them to destruction, and the incalculably ingenious and studied construction of these very works, judging from which they must have been infinitely difficult to make, and their maintenance should have been provided for with all conceivable care. While we have the opposite before our eyes. If now by this certainly very unusual consideration, we have brought together in the boldest manner the two heterogeneous sides of the world, and, as it were, grasped them with one hand, we must now hold them fast in order to convince ourselves of the entire invalidity of the laws of the phenomenon, or the world as idea, for that of will, or the thing in itself. Then it will become more comprehensible to us that while on the side of the idea, that is, in the phenomenal world, there exhibits itself to us now an arising out of nothing, and now an entire annihilation of what has arisen, from that other side, or in itself, a nature lies before us with reference to which the conceptions of arising and passing away have no significance. For, by going back to the root, where, by means of self-consciousness, the phenomenon and the thing in itself meet, we have just, as it were, palpably apprehended that the two are absolutely incommensurable, and the whole manner of being of the one, together with all the fundamental laws of its being, signify nothing, and less than nothing, in the other. I believe that this last consideration will only be rightly understood by a few, and that it will be displeasing and even offensive to all who do not understand it. But I shall never on this account omit anything that can serve to illustrate my fundamental thought. At the beginning of this chapter one have explained that the great clinging to life, or rather fear of death, by no means springs from knowledge, in which case it would be the result of the known value of life. But that fear of death has its root directly in the will, out of the original nature of which it proceeds, in which it is entirely without knowledge, and therefore blind will to live. As we are allured into life by the wholly illusory inclination to sensual pleasure, so we are retained in it by the fear of death, which is certainly just as illusory. Both spring directly from the will, which in itself is unconscious. If, on the contrary, man were merely a knowing being, then death would necessarily be to him not only indifferent, but even welcome. The reflection to which we have here attained now teaches that what is affected by death is merely the knowing consciousness, and the will, on the other hand, because it is the thing in itself, which lies at the foundation of every phenomenon. is free from all that depends upon temporal determinations, thus is also imperishable. Its striving towards existence and manifestation, from which the world results, is constantly satisfied, for this accompanies it as the shadow accompanies the body, for it is merely the visibility of its nature. That yet in us it fears death results from the fact that here knowledge presents its existence to it as merely in the individual phenomenon, whence the illusion arises that it will perish with this. As my image in a mirror seems to be destroyed along with it if the mirror is broken. This then, as contrary to its original nature, which is a blind striving towards existence, fills it with horror. From this now it follows that in us which alone is capable of fearing death, and also alone fears it, the will, is not affected by it. And that, on the other hand, what is affected by it and really perishes is that which from its nature is capable of no fear, and in general of no desire or emotion, and is therefore indifferent to being and not being, the mere subject of knowledge. The intellect, whose existence consists in its relation to the world of idea, i.e., the objective world, whose correlative it is, and with whose existence its own is ultimately one. Thus, although the individual consciousness does not survive death, yet that survives it which alone struggles against it, the will. This also explains the contradiction that from the standpoint of knowledge philosophers have always proved with cogent reasons that death is no evil. Yet the fear of death remains inevitable for all, because it is rooted, not in knowledge, but in the will. It is also a result of the fact that only the will, and not the intellect, is indestructible, that all religions and philosophies promise a reward in eternity only to the virtues of the will, or heart, not to those of the intellect, or head. The following may also serve to illustrate this consideration. The will, which constitutes our true being, is of a simple nature, it merely wills, and does not know. The subject of knowledge, on the other hand, is a secondary phenomenon, arising from the objectification of the will. It is the point of unity of the sensibility of the nervous system, as it were the focus in which the rays of the activity of all the parts of the brain unite. With this, then, it must perish. In self-consciousness, as that which alone knows, it stands over against the will as its spectator, and, although sprung from it, knows it as something different from itself, something foreign to it, and consequently also only empirically, in time. By degrees, in its successive excitements and acts, and also learns its decisions only a posteriori, and often very indirectly. This explains the fact that our own nature is a riddle to us, i.e., to our intellect, and that the individual regards itself as having newly arisen and as perishable, although its true nature is independent of time, thus is eternal. As now the will does not know, so conversely the intellect, or the subject of knowledge, is simply and solely knowing, without ever willing. This can be proved even physically in the fact that, as was already mentioned in the second book, according to Bichat, the various emotions directly affect all parts of the organism and disturb their functions, with the exception of the brain, which can only be affected by them very indirectly, i.e., just in consequence of those disturbances, de la vie et de la mort, art. 6, section 2. But from this it follows that the subject of knowledge, for itself and as such, cannot take part or interest in anything, but for it the being or not being of everything, nay, even of its own self, is a matter of indifference. Now why should this purely neutral being be immortal? It ends with the temporal manifestation of the will, i.e., the individual, as it arose with it. It is the lantern which is extinguished when it has served its end. The intellect, like the perceptible world which exists only in it, is a mere phenomenon, but the finiteness of both does not affect that of which they are the phenomenal appearance. The intellect is the function of the cerebral nervous system. But the latter, like the rest of the body, is the objectivity of the will. Therefore the intellect depends upon the somatic life of the organism, but this itself depends upon the will. The organized body may thus, in a certain sense, be regarded as the link between the will and the intellect, although really it is only the will itself exhibiting itself spatially in the perception of the intellect. Death and birth are the constant renewal of the consciousness of the will, in itself without end and without beginning, which alone is, as it were, the substance of existence, but each such renewal brings a new possibility of the denial of the will to live. Consciousness is the life of the subject of knowledge, or the brain, and death is its end. And therefore, finally, consciousness is always new, in each case beginning at the beginning. The will alone is permanent. And, moreover, it is it alone that permanence concerns. For it is the will to live. The knowing subject for itself is not concerned about anything. In the ego, however, the two are bound up together. In every animal existence the will has achieved an intellect which is the light by which it here pursues its ends. It may be remarked by the way that the fear of death may also partly depend upon the fact that the individual will is so loath to separate from the intellect which has fallen to its lot through the course of nature, its guide and guard, without which it knows that it is helpless and blind. Finally, this explanation also agrees with the commonplace moral experience which teaches us that the will alone is real, while its objects, on the other hand, as conditioned by knowledge, are only phenomena, are only froth and vapor. Like the wine which Mephistopheles provided in Auerbach's cellar, after every sensuous pleasure we also say, and yet it seemed as I were drinking wine. The terrors of death depend for the most part upon the false illusion that now the ego vanishes and the world remains. But rather is the opposite the case. The world vanishes, but the inmost kernel of the ego, the supporter and producer of that subject, in whose idea alone the world has its existence, remains. With the brain the intellect perishes, and with the intellect the objective world, its mere idea. That in other brains, afterwards as before, a similar world lives and moves is, with reference to the intellect which perishes, a matter of indifference. If, therefore, reality proper did not lie in the will, and if the moral existence were not that which extends beyond death, then, since the intellect, and with it its world, is extinguished, the true nature of things in general would be no more than an endless succession of short and troubled dreams, without connection among themselves. For the permanence of unconscious nature consists merely in the idea of time of conscious nature. Thus a world spirit dreaming without end or aim, dreams which for the most part are very troubled and heavy, would then be all in all. When, now, an individual experiences the fear of death, we have really before us the extraordinary, nay, absurd, spectacle of the Lord of the worlds, who fills all with his being, and through whom alone everything that is has its existence. Desponding and afraid of perishing, of sinking into the abyss of eternal nothingness. While, in truth, all is full of him, and there is no place where he is not, no being in which he does not live, for it is not existence that supports him, but he that supports existence. Yet it is he who desponds in the individual who suffers from the fear of death, for he is exposed to the illusion produced by the principium individuationis that his existence is limited to the nature which is now dying. This illusion belongs to the heavy dream into which, as the will to live, he has fallen. But one might say to the dying individual, thou ceasest to be something which thou hadst done better never to become. So long as no denial of the will takes place, what death leaves untouched is the germ and kernel of quite another existence, in which a new individual finds itself again, so fresh and original that it broods over itself in astonishment. What sleep is for the individual, death is for the will as thing in itself. It would not endure to continue the same actions and sufferings throughout an eternity without true gain, if memory and individuality remain to it. It flings them off, and this is lethe, and through this sleep of death it reappears refreshed and fitted out with another intellect, as a new being, a new day tempts to new shores. As the self-asserting will to live man has the root of his existence in the species. Accordingly death is the loss of one individuality in the assumption of another, consequently a change of individuality under the exclusive guidance of one's own will. For in this alone lies the eternal power which could produce its existence with its ego, yet, on account of its nature, was not able to maintain it in existence. For death is the dementi which the essence, essentia, of every one receives in its claim to existence, existentia, the appearance of a contradiction which lies in every individual existence. For all that arises is worthy of being destroyed. But an infinite number of such existences, each with its ego, stands within reach of this power, thus of the will, which, however, will again prove just as transitory and perishable. Since now every ego has its separate consciousness, that infinite number of them is, with reference to such an ego, not different from a single one. From this point of view it appears to me not accidental that evum, alpha omega nu, signifies both the individual term of life and infinite time. Indeed from this point of view it may be seen, although indistinctly, that ultimately and in themselves both are the same. And according to this there would really be no difference whether I existed only through my term of life or for an infinite time. Certainly, however, we cannot obtain an idea of all that is said above entirely without time concepts. Yet when we are dealing with the thing in itself these ought to be excluded. But it belongs to the unalterable limitations of our intellect that it can never entirely cast off this first and most immediate form of all its ideas, in order to operate without it. Therefore we certainly come here upon a kind of metempsychosis, although with the important difference that it does not concern the whole ψ chi-eta, not the knowing being, but the will alone. And thus, with the consciousness that the form of time only enters here as an unavoidable concession to the limitation of our intellect, so many absurdities which accompany the doctrine of metempsychosis disappear. If, indeed, we now call in the assistance of the fact, to be explained in chapter 43, that the character, i.e., the will, is inherited from the father, and the intellect, on the other hand, from the mother, it agrees very well with our view that the will of a man, in itself individual, separated itself in death from the intellect received from the mother in generation, and in accordance with its now modified nature, under the guidance of the absolutely necessary course of the world harmonizing with this, received through a new generation a new intellect, with which it became a new being, which had no recollection of an earlier existence. For the intellect, which alone has the faculty of memory, is the mortal part or the form, while the will is the eternal part, the substance. In accordance with this doctrine is more correctly denoted by the word palingenesis than by metempsychosis. These constant new births, then, constitute the succession of the life dreams of a will which in itself is indestructible, until, instructed and improved by so much and such various successive knowledge in a constantly new form, it abolishes or abrogates itself. The true and, so to speak, esoteric doctrine of Buddhism, as we have come to know it through the latest investigations, also agrees with this view, for it teaches not metempsychosis, but a peculiar palingenesis, resting upon a moral basis which it works out and explains with great profundity. This may be seen from the exposition of the subject, well worth reading and pondering, which is given in Spence Hardy's Manual of Buddhism, pages 394-96, with which compare pp. 429, 440, and 445 of the same book, the confirmation of which is to be found in Taylor's Prabodh Chandrodaya, London, 1812, page 35, also in Saint Germanos, Burmese Empire, page 6, and in the Asiatic Researches, volume 6. Page 179, and volume 9. p. 256. The very useful German Compendium of Buddhism by Koppen is also right upon this point. Yet for the great mass of Buddhists this doctrine is too subtle, therefore to them simple metempsychosis is preached as a comprehensible substitute. Besides, it must not be neglected that even empirical grounds support a palingenesis of this kind. As a matter of fact there does exist a connection between the birth of the newly appearing beings and the death of those that are worn out. It shows itself in the great fruitfulness of the human race which appears as a consequence of devastating diseases. When in the 14th century the Black Death had for the most part depopulated the Old World, a quite abnormal fruitfulness appeared among the human race, and twin births were very frequent. The circumstance was also very remarkable that none of the children born at this time obtained their full number of teeth, thus nature, exerting itself to the utmost, was niggardly in details. This is related by F. Schnurrer, Chronik der Suchen, 1825. Kasper also, Über die wahrscheinlich Lebensdauer der Menschen, 1835, confirms the principle that the number of births in a given population has the most decided influence upon the length of life and mortality in it. As this always keeps pace with the mortality, so that always and everywhere the deaths and the births increase and decrease in like proportion. Which he places beyond doubt by an accumulation of evidence collected from many lands and their various provinces. And yet it is impossible that there can be a physical causal connection between my early death and the fruitfulness of a marriage with which I have nothing to do, or conversely. Thus here the metaphysical appears undeniably and in a stupendous manner as the immediate ground of explanation of the physical. Every newborn being indeed comes fresh and blithe into the new existence, and enjoys it as a free gift, but there is, and can be, nothing freely given. Its fresh existence is paid for by the old age and death of a worn-out existence which has perished, but which contained the indestructible seed out of which this new existence has arisen. They are one being. To show the bridge between the two would certainly be the solution of a great riddle. The great truth which is expressed here has never been entirely unacknowledged, although it could not be reduced to its exact and correct meaning. Which is only possible through the doctrine of the primacy and metaphysical nature of the will and the secondary, merely organic nature of the intellect. We find the doctrine of metempsychosis, springing from the earliest and noblest ages of the human race, always spread abroad in the earth as the belief of the great majority of mankind, nay, really as the teaching of all religions. With the exception of that of the Jews and the two which have proceeded from it, in the most subtle form, however, and coming nearest to the truth, as has already been mentioned, in Buddhism. Accordingly, while Christians console themselves with the thought of meeting again in another world, in which one regains one's complete personality and knows oneself at once, in those other religions the meeting again is already going on now. Only incognito. In the succession of births, and by virtue of metempsychosis or palingenesis, the persons who now stand in close connection or contact with us will also be born along with us at the next birth. And will have the same or analogous relations and sentiments towards us as now, whether these are of a friendly or a hostile description. Cf., for example, Spence Hardy's Manual of Buddhism, page 162. Recognition is certainly here limited to an obscure intimation, a reminiscence which cannot be brought to distinct consciousness, and refers to an infinitely distant time. With the exception, however, of Buddha himself, who has the prerogative of distinctly knowing his own earlier births and those of others, as this is described in the Jataka. But, in fact, if at favorable moment one contemplates, in a purely objective manner, the action of men in reality, the intuitive conviction is forced upon one that it not only is and remains constantly the same, according to the Platonic idea, but also that the present generation, in its true inner nature, is precisely and substantially identical with every generation that has been before it. The question simply is in what this true being consists. The answer which my doctrine gives to this question is well known. The intuitive conviction referred to may be conceived as arising from the fact that the multiplying glasses, time and space, lose for a moment their effect. With reference to the universality of the belief in metempsychosis, Aubrey says rightly, in his excellent book, Du Nirvana Indian, p. 13, Cette vie croyance a fait l'autour du monde, était tellement répandue dans la haute antiquité, Chuan doct Anglican elevate juji sans père, sans mère, et sans genealogy, Ths. Burnett, Don Bozaber, History du Manichisme, 2. Page 391. Taught already in the Vedas, as in all the sacred books of India, metempsychosis is well known to be the kernel of Brahmanism and Buddhism. It accordingly prevails at the present day in the whole of non-Mohammedan Asia, thus among more than half of the whole human race, as the firmest conviction, and with an incredibly strong practical influence. It was also the belief of the Egyptians, Herod, 2. 123, from whom it was received with enthusiasm by Orpheus. Pythagoras, and Plato, the Pythagoreans, however, specially retained it. That it was also taught in the mysteries of the Greeks undeniably follows from the 9th book of Plato's Laws, pages 38 and 42, edition Bip. Nemesius indeed, de Nat. Hom. c. 2, says, kappa omicron iota nu eta mu epsilon nu omicron nu pi alpha nu tau epsilon lambda lambda eta nu epsilon, omicron tau eta nu psi upsilon chi eta nu alpha theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron nu alpha pi omicron phi eta nu alpha mu epsilon nu omicron iota. Tau eta nu mu epsilon nu sigma omega mu alpha tau omega sigma iota nu delta omicron gamma mu alpha tau iota zeta omicron upsilon sigma iota. Communiter igiter omnes grisi, ca animum immortalum staturant, in de uno corpori in alia transferi centurant. That Eta, also, especially in the Voluspa, teaches metempsychosis. Not less was it the foundation of the religion of the Druids, cause de bello Gaul, 6, Pictet, le mystère de Bards de l'Isle de Bretagne, 1856. Even a Mohammedan sect in Hindostan, the Bohras, of which Colebrook gives a full account in the Asiatic Researches, Volume 7. Page 336 SQQ, believes in metempsychosis, and accordingly refrains from all animal food. Also among American Indians and Negro tribes, nay, even among the natives of Australia, traces of this belief are found. As appears from a minute description given in the Times of January 29, 1841 of the execution of 2 Australian savages for arson and murder. It is said there, the younger of the 2 prisoners met his end with a dogged and a determined spirit, as it appeared, of revenge. The only intelligible expressions made use of conveyed an impression that he would rise up a white fellow, which it was considered strengthened his resolution. Also in a book by Unjuiter, Der Weltheil Australian, it is related that the Papuas in Australia regarded the whites as their own relations who had returned to the world. According to all this, the belief in metempsychosis presents itself as the natural conviction of man, whenever he reflects at all in an unprejudiced manner. It would really be that which Kant falsely asserts of his 3 pretended ideas of the reason, a philosophy natural to human reason, which proceeds from its forms. And when it is not found, it must have been displaced by positive religious doctrines coming from a different source. I have also remarked that it is at once obvious to every one who hears of it for the first time. Let any one only observe how earnestly Lessing defends it in the last 7 paragraphs of his Erziehung des Menschengeschlechts. Lichtenberg also says in his Selbstcharakteristik, I cannot get rid of the thought that I died before I was born. Even the excessively empirical Hume says in his skeptical essay on immortality, page 23, the metempsychosis is therefore the only system of this kind that philosophy can hearken to. 132 What resists this belief, which is spread over the whole human race and commends itself alike to the wise and to the vulgar, is Judaism, together with the 2 religions which have sprung from it. Because they teach the creation of man out of nothing, and he has then the hard task of linking on to this the belief in an endless existence apart post. They certainly have succeeded, with fire and sword, in driving out of Europe and part of Asia that consoling primitive belief of mankind. It is still doubtful for how long. Yet how difficult this was is shown by the oldest church histories. Most of the heretics were attached to this primitive belief, for example, Simonists, Basilidians, Valentinians, Marcionists, Gnostics, and Manichaeans. The Jews themselves have in part fallen into it, as Tertullian and Justinus, in his dialogues, inform us. In the Talmud it is related that Abel's soul passed into the body of Seth, and then into that of Moses. Even the passage of the Bible, Matt. 16, 13-15, only obtains a rational meaning if we understand it as spoken under the assumption of the dogma of metempsychosis. Luke, it is true, who also has the passage, 9. 18-20, adds the words tau iota pyro omicron phi eta tau iota tau omega nu alpha rho chi alpha iota omega nu alpha nu epsilon sigma tau, and thus attributes to the Jews the assumption that such an ancient prophet can rise again body and all, which, since they know that he has already lain between 600 and 700 years in his grave, and consequently has long since turned to dust, would be a palpable absurdity. In Christianity, however, the doctrine of original sin, i.e., the doctrine of punishment for the sins of another individual, has taken the place of the transmigration of souls and the expiation in this way of all the sins committed in an earlier life. Both identify, and that with a moral tendency, the existing man with one who has existed before. The transmigration of souls does so directly, original sin indirectly. Death is the great reprimand which the will to live, or more especially the egoism, which is essential to this, receives through the course of nature, and it may be conceived as a punishment for our existence. 133 It is the painful loosing of the knot which the act of generation had tied with sensual pleasure, the violent destruction coming from without of the fundamental error of our nature, the great disillusion. We are at bottom something that ought not to be, therefore we cease to be. Egoism consists really in the fact that man limits all reality to his own person, in that he imagines that he lives in this alone and not in others. Death teaches him better, for it destroys this person, so that the true nature of man, which is his will henceforth live only in other individuals, while his intellect, which itself belonged only to the phenomenon, i.e. to the world as idea, and was merely the form of the external world, also continues to exist in the condition of being idea, i.e., in the objective being of things as such, thus also only in the existence of what was hitherto the external world. His whole ego thus lives from this time forth only in that which he had hitherto regarded as non-ego, for the difference between external and internal ceases. We call to mind here that the better man is he who makes the least difference between himself and others, does not regard them as absolute non-ego, while for the bad man this difference is great, nay, absolute. I have worked this out in my prize essay on the foundation of morals. According to what was said above, the degree in which death can be regarded as the annihilation of the man is in proportion to this difference. But if we start from the fact that the distinction of outside me and in me, as a spatial distinction, is only founded in the phenomenon, not in the thing in itself, thus is no absolutely real distinction. Then we shall see in the losing of our own individuality only the loss of a phenomenon, thus only an apparent loss. However much reality that distinction has in the empirical consciousness, yet from the metaphysical standpoint the propositions, I perish, but the world endures, and, the world perishes but I endure, are at bottom not really different. But, besides all this, death is the great opportunity no longer to be I, to him who uses it. During life the will of man is without freedom, his action takes place with necessity upon the basis of his unalterable character in the chain of motives. But every one remembers much that he has done, and on account of which he is by no means satisfied with himself. If now he were to go on living, he would go on acting in the same way, on account of the unalterable nature of his character. Accordingly he must cease to be what he is in order to be able to arise out of the germ of his nature as a new and different being. Therefore death looses these bonds, the will again becomes free, for freedom lies in the esse, not in the operari. Finditur nodus cordis, dissolvuntur omnes dubitationes, ejusque opera evanescent, is a very celebrated saying of the Vedas, which all Vedantic writers frequently repeat. 134 Death is the moment of that deliverance from the one-sidedness of an individuality which does not constitute the inmost kernel of our being, but is rather to be thought of as a kind of aberration of it. The true original freedom re-enters at this moment, which, in the sense indicated, may be regarded as a restitutio in integrum. The peace and quietness upon the countenance of most dead persons seems to have its origin in this. Quiet and easy is, as a rule, the death of every good man, but to die willingly, to die gladly, to die joyfully, is the prerogative of the resigned, of him who surrenders and denies the will to live. For only he wills to die really, and not merely apparently, and consequently he needs and desires no continuance of his person. The existence which we know he willingly gives up, what he gets instead of it is in our eyes nothing, because our existence is, with reference to that, nothing. The Buddhist faith calls it nirvana 135 i.e., extinction. 42. The life of the species. In the preceding chapter it was called to mind that the Platonic ideas of the different grades of beings, which are the adequate objectification of the will to live, exhibit themselves in the knowledge of the individual, which is bound to the form of time, as the species, i.e., as the successive individuals of one kind connected by the bond of generation, and that therefore the species is the idea, epsilon delta omicron, species, broken up in time. Accordingly the true nature of every living thing lies primarily in its species, yet the species again has its existence only in the individuals. Now, although the will only attains to self-consciousness in the individual, thus knows itself immediately only as the individual. Yet the deep-seated consciousness that it is really the species in which his true nature objectifies itself appears in the fact that for the individual the concerns of the species as such, thus the relations of the sexes, the production and nourishment of the offspring, are of incomparably greater importance and consequence than everything else. Hence, then, arises in the case of the brutes, heat or rut, an excellent description of the vehemence of which will be found in Burdacke's Physiology, Volume 1. Sections 247, 257, and, in the case of man, the careful and capricious selection of the other individual for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, which can rise to the height of passionate love. To the fuller investigation of which I shall devote a special chapter, hence also, finally the excessive love of parents for their offspring. In the supplements to the second book the will was compared to the root and the intellect to the crown of the tree, and this is the case inwardly or psychologically. But outwardly or physiologically the genitals are the root and the head the crown. The nourishing part is certainly not the genitals, but the villi of the intestines, yet not the latter but the former are the root, because through them the individual is connected with the species in which it is rooted. For physically the individual is a production of the species, metaphysically a more or less perfect picture of the idea, which, in the form of time, exhibits itself as species. In agreement with the relation expressed here, the greatest vitality, and also the decrepitude of the brain and the genital organs, is simultaneous and stands in connection. The sexual impulse is to be regarded as the inner life of the tree, the species, upon which the life of the individual grows, like a leaf that is nourished by the tree, and assists in nourishing the tree. This is why that impulse is so strong, and springs from the depths of our nature. To castrate an individual means to cut him off from the tree of the species upon which he grows, and thus severed, leave him to wither, hence the degradation of his mental and physical powers. That the service of the species, i.e., fecundation, is followed in the case of every animal individual by momentary exhaustion and debility of all the powers, and in the case of most insects indeed by speedy death, on account of which Celsus said, Seminis emitio est partis animi jactura. That in the case of man the extinction of the generative power shows that the individual approaches death. That excessive use of this power at every age shortens life, while, on the other hand, temperance in this respect increases all the powers, and especially the muscular powers, on which account it was part of the training of the Greek athletes. That the same restraint lengthens the life of the insect even to the following spring. All this points to the fact that the life of the individual is at bottom only borrowed from the species, and that all vital force is, as it were, force of the species restricted by being dammed up. But this is to be explained from the fact that the metaphysical substratum of life reveals itself directly in the species and only by means of this in the individual. Accordingly the lingam with the yoni, as the symbol of the species and its immortality, is worshipped in India, and, as the counterpoise of death, is ascribed as an attribute to the very divinity who presides over death, Shiva. But without myth or symbol, the vehemence of the sexual impulse, the keen intentness and profound seriousness with which every animal, including man, pursues its concerns, shows that it is through the function which serves it that the animal belongs to that in which really and principally its true being lies, the species. While all other functions and organs directly serve only the individual, whose existence is at bottom merely secondary. In the vehemence of that impulse, which is the concentration of the whole animal nature, the consciousness further expresses itself that the individual does not endure, and therefore all must be staked on the maintenance of the species, in which its true existence lies. To illustrate what has been said, let us now imagine a brute in rut, and in the act of generation. We see a seriousness and intentness never known in it at any other time. Now what goes on in it? Does it know that it must die, and that through its present occupation a new individual, which yet entirely resembles itself, will arise in order to take its place? Of all this it knows nothing, for it does not think. But it is as intently careful for the continuance of the species in time as if it knew all that. For it is conscious that it desires to live and exist, and it expresses the highest degree of this volition in the act of generation. This is all that then takes place in its consciousness. This is also quite sufficient for the permanence of the kind, just because the will is the radical and knowledge the adventitious. On this account the will does not require to be guided by knowledge throughout, but whenever in its primitive originality it has resolved, this volition will objectify itself of its own accord in the world of the idea. If now in this way it is that definite animal form which we have thought of that wills life and existence, it does not will life and existence in general, but in this particular form. Therefore it is the sight of its form in the female of its species that stimulates the will of the brute to the act of generation. This volition of the brute, when regarded from without and under the form of time, presents itself as such an animal form maintained through an infinite time by the constantly repeated replacement of one individual by another. Thus by the alternation of death and reproduction, which so regarded appear only as the pulse beats of that form, iota delta epsilon alpha, epsilon delta omicron, species, which endures through all time. They may be compared to the forces of attraction and repulsion in which matter consists. That which is shown here in the brute holds good also of man. For although in him the act of generation is accompanied by complete knowledge of its final cause, yet it is not guided by this knowledge, but proceeds directly from the will to live as its concentration. It is accordingly to be reckoned among instinctive actions. For in reproduction the brute is just as little guided by knowledge of the end as in mechanical instincts. In these also the will manifests itself, in the main, without the mediation of knowledge, which here, as there, is only concerned with details. Reproduction is, to a certain extent, the most marvelous of all instincts, and its work the most astonishing. These considerations explain why the sexual desire has a very different character from every other. It is not only the strongest, but even specifically of a more powerful kind than any other. It is everywhere tacitly assumed as necessary and inevitable, and is not, like other desires, a matter of taste and disposition. For it is the desire which even constitutes the nature of man. In conflict with it no motive is so strong that it would be certain of victory. It is so preeminently the chief concern that no other pleasures make up for the deprivation of its satisfaction, and, moreover, for its sake both brute and man undertake every danger and every conflict. A very naive expression of this disposition is the well-known inscription on the door of the fornix at Pompeii, decorated with the phallus, Hic habitat felicitas. This was for those going in naive, for those coming out ironical, and in itself humorous. On the other hand, the excessive power of the sexual passion is seriously and worthily expressed in the inscription which, according to Theon of Smyrna, Delaware Musica, c. 47, Osiris had placed upon the column he erected to the eternal gods, to Eros, the spirit, the heaven, the sun, the moon, the earth, the night, the day, and the Father of all that is and that shall be. Also in the beautiful apostrophe with which Lucretius begins his work. Inedum genitrix, hominum devanque voluptas. Alma Venus cet. To all this corresponds the important role which the relation of the sexes plays in the world of men, where it is really the invisible central point of all action and conduct, and peeps out everywhere in spite of all veils thrown over it. It is the cause of war and the end of peace, the basis of what is serious, and the aim of the jest, the inexhaustible source of wit, the key to all illusions, and the meaning of all mysterious hints, of all unspoken offers and all stolen glances. The daily meditation of the young, and often also of the old, the hourly thought of the unchaste, and even against their will the constantly recurring imagination of the chaste, the ever-ready material of a joke. Just because the profoundest seriousness lies at its foundation. It is, however, the piquant element and the joke of life that the chief concern of all men is secretly pursued and ostensibly ignored as much as possible. But, in fact, we see it every moment seat itself, as the true and hereditary Lord of the world, out of the fullness of its own strength, upon the ancestral throne, and looking down from thence with scornful glances. Laugh at the preparations which have been made to bind it, imprison it, or at least to limit it and wherever it is possible to keep it concealed, or even so to master it that it shall only appear as a subordinate, secondary concern of life. But all this agrees with the fact that the sexual passion is the kernel of the will to live, and consequently the concentration of all desire. Therefore in the text I have called the genital organs the focus of the will. Indeed, one may say man is concrete sexual desire, for his origin is an act of copulation and his wish of wishes is an act of copulation, and this tendency alone perpetuates and holds together his whole phenomenal existence. The will to live manifests itself indeed primarily as an effort to sustain the individual. Yet this is only a step to the effort to sustain the species, and the latter endeavor must be more powerful in proportion as the life of the species surpasses that of the individual in duration, extension, and value. Therefore sexual passion is the most perfect manifestation of the will to live, its most distinctly expressed type. And the origin of the individual in it, and its primacy over all other desires of the natural man, are both in complete agreement with this. One other remark of a physiological nature is in place here, a remark which throws light upon my fundamental doctrine expounded in the second book. As the sexual impulse is the most vehement of desires, the wish of wishes, the concentration of all our volition, and accordingly the satisfaction of it which exactly corresponds to the individual wish of any one, that is, the desire fixed upon a definite individual, is the summit and crown of his happiness, the ultimate goal of his natural endeavors, with the attainment of which everything seems to him to have been attained, and with the frustrating of which everything seems to him to have been lost, so we find, as its physiological correlative, in the objectified will, thus in the human organism, the sperm or semen as the secretion of secretions, the quintessence of all animal fluids, the last result of all organic functions, and have in it a new proof of the fact that the body is only the objectivity of the will, i.e., is the will itself under the form of the idea. With reproduction is connected the maintenance of the offspring, and with the sexual impulse, parental love, and thus through these the life of the species is carried on. Accordingly the love of the brute for its young has, like the sexual impulse, a strength which far surpasses that of the efforts which merely concerns itself as an individual. This shows itself in the fact that even the mildest animals are ready to undertake for the sake of their young even the most unequal battle for life and death. And with almost all species of animals the mother encounters any danger for the protection of her young, nay, in many cases even faces certain death. In the case of man this instinctive parental love is guided and directed by reason, i.e., by reflection. Sometimes, however, it is also in this way restricted, and with bad characters this may extend to the complete repudiation of it. Therefore we can observe its effects most purely in the lower animals. In itself, however, it is not less strong in man. Here also, in particular cases, we see it entirely overcome self-love, and even extend to the sacrifice of life. Thus, for example, the French newspapers have just announced that at Cahors, in the department of Lot, a father has taken his own life in order that his son, who had been drawn for military service, should be the eldest son of a widow, and therefore exempt. Galignani's Messenger of 22d June 1843. Yet in the case of the lower animals, since they are capable of no reflection, the instinctive maternal affection, the male is generally ignorant of his paternity, shows itself directly and unsophisticated, and therefore with perfect distinctness and in its whole strength. At bottom it is the expression of the consciousness in the brute that its true being lies more immediately in the species than in the individual, and therefore, when necessary, it sacrifices its life that the species may be maintained in the young. Thus here, as also in the sexual impulse, the will to live becomes to a certain extent transcendent, for its consciousness extends beyond the individual, in which it is inherent, to the species. In order to avoid expressing this second manifestation of the life of the species in a merely abstract manner, and to present it to the reader in its magnitude and reality, I will give a few examples of the extraordinary strength of instinctive maternal affection. The sea otter, when pursued, seizes its young one and dives with it. When it comes up again to take breath, it covers the young one with its body, and receives the harpoon of the hunter while the young one is escaping. A young whale is killed merely to attract the mother, who hurries to it and seldom forsakes it so long as it still lives, even although she is struck with several harpoons. Scoresby's Journal of a Whaling Voyage, from the English of Chryse, p. 196, at Three Kings Island, near New Zealand, there are colossal seals called sea elephants, Phoca proboscidea. They swim round the island in regular herds and feed upon fishes, but yet have certain terrible enemies below water unknown to us, by whom they are often severely wounded, hence their swimming together requires special tactics. The females bring forth their young upon the shore. While they are suckling them, which lasts from 7 to 8 weeks, all the males form a circle round them in order to prevent them, driven by hunger, from entering the sea, and if this is attempted they prevent it by biting. Thus they all fast together for between 7 and 8 weeks, and all become very thin. Simply in order that the young may not enter the sea before they are able to swim well and observe the necessary tactics which are then taught them with blows and bites. Freycinet, Voy. Aux Terras Australes, 1826. We also see here how parental affection, like every strong exertion of the will, cf. chapter 19. 6, heightens the intelligence. Wild ducks, whitethroats, and many other birds, when the sportsman comes near their nest, fly in front of him with loud cries and flap about as if their wings were injured, in order to attract his attention from their young to themselves. The lark tries to entice the dog away from its nest by exposing itself. In the same way hinds and does induce the hunter to pursue them in order that their young may not be attacked. Swallows have flown into burning houses to rescue their young or perish with them. At Delft, in a great fire, a stork allowed itself to be burnt in its nest rather than forsake its tender young, which could not yet fly. Hadr. Junius, Descriptio Hollandii. Mountain cocks and woodcocks allow themselves to be taken upon the nest when brooding. Muscicapa tyrannus protects its nest with remarkable courage, and defends itself against eagles. An ant has been cut in two, and the fore hath been seen to bring the pupae to a place of safety. A bitch whose litter had been cut out of her belly crept up to them dying, caressed them, and began to whine violently only when they were taken from her. Burdack, Physiologie als Erfahrungswissenschaft, Volume 2. and 3. 43. On Heredity. The most ordinary experience teaches that in generation the combined seed of the parents not only propagates the peculiarities of the species, but also those of the individual, as far as bodily, objective, external, qualities are concerned, and this has also always been recognized. Naturae sequitur semina quisque sui. Cattle. Now whether this also holds good of mental, subjective, internal, qualities, so that these also are transmitted by the parents to the children, is a question which has already often been raised, and almost always answered in the affirmative. More difficult, however, is the problem whether it is possible to distinguish what belongs to the father and what to the mother, thus what is the mental inheritance which we receive from each of our parents. If now we cast upon this problem the light of our fundamental knowledge that the will is the true being, the kernel, the radical element in man, and the intellect, on the other hand, is what is secondary, adventitious. The accident of that substance. Before questioning experience we will assume it as at least probable that the father, as sexus potier in the procreative principle, imparts the basis, the radical element, of the new life, thus the will, and the mother, as sexus sequier and merely conceiving principle, imparts the secondary element, the intellect. That thus the man inherits his moral nature, his character, his inclinations, his heart, from the father, and, on the other hand, the grade, quality, and tendency of his intelligence from the mother. Now this assumption actually finds its confirmation in experience, only this cannot be decided by a physical experiment upon the table, but results partly from the careful and acute observation of many years, and partly from history. One's own experience has the advantage of complete certainty and the greatest speciality, and this outweighs the disadvantage that arises from it, that its sphere is limited and its examples not generally known. Therefore, primarily, I refer everyone to his own experience. First of all let him consider himself, confess to himself his inclinations and passions, his characteristic errors and weaknesses, his vices, and also his excellences and virtues, if he has any. Then let him think of his father, and he cannot fail to recognize all these characteristic traits in him also. On the other hand, he will often find his mother of an entirely different character, and a moral agreement with her will very seldom occur, indeed only through the exceptional accident of a similarity of the character of the two parents. Let him make this examination, for example, with reference to quick temper or patience, avarice or prodigality, inclination to sensuality, or to intemperance, or to gambling, hard-heartedness or kindliness, honesty or hypocrisy, pride or condescension, courage or cowardice, peaceableness or quarrelsomeness, placability or resentfulness, and then let him make the same investigation with regard to all those whose characters and whose parents he has accurately known. If he proceeds attentively, with correct judgment, and candidly, the confirmation of our principle will not be lacking. Thus, for example, he will find the special tendency to lie, which belongs to many men, equally present in two brothers, because they have inherited it from the father. On this account also the comedy, The Liar and His Son, is psychologically correct. However, two inevitable limitations must here be borne in mind, which only open injustice could interpret as evasions. First, pater semper incertus. Only a decided physical resemblance to the father removes this limitation, a superficial resemblance, on the other hand, is not sufficient to do so. For there is an after-effect of earlier impregnation by virtue of which the children of the second marriage have sometimes still a slight resemblance to the first husband, and children begotten in adultery to the legitimate father. Such an after-effect has been still more distinctly observed in the case of brutes. The second limitation is, that in the son the moral character of the father certainly appears, yet under the modification which it has received through another and often very different intellect, the inheritance from the mother. And thus a correction of the observation becomes necessary. This modification may be important or trifling in proportion to that difference, but it can never be so great that the fundamental traits of the paternal character do not always appear under it recognizably enough. Like a man who has disguised himself by an entirely different kind of dress, wig, and beard. For example, if by inheritance from the mother a man is preeminently endowed with reason, thus with the power of reflection and deliberation, the passions inherited from his father are partly bridled by this, partly concealed, and accordingly only attain to a methodical, systematic or secret manifestation, and thus a very different phenomenon from that of the father, who perhaps had only a very limited mind, will then result. And in the same way the converse case may occur. The inclinations and passions of the mother, on the other hand, do not reappear at all in the children, often indeed their opposite. Historical examples have the advantage over those of private life of being universally known. But, on the other hand, they are of course impaired by the uncertainty and frequent falsification of all tradition, and especially also by the fact that as a rule they only contain the public, not the private life. And consequently only the political actions, not the finer manifestations of character. However, I wish to support the truth we are speaking of by a few historical examples, to which those who have made a special study of history can no doubt add a far larger number of equally pertinent cases. It is well known that P. Decius Mus sacrificed his life for his country with heroic nobleness, for, solemnly committing himself and the enemy to the infernal deities, with covered face he plunged into the army of the Latins. About 40 years later his son, of the same name, did exactly the same thing in the war against the Gauls, live. 8, 6, x. 28. Thus a thorough proof of the Horatian fortes creantur fortibus edi bonus, the converse of which is thus given by Shakespeare. Cowards father cowards, and base things sire base. Cymbeline, 4. 2. Early Roman history presents to us whole families whose members in long succession distinguished themselves by devoted patriotism and courage, such were the gens Fabia and the gens Fabricia. Again, Alexander the Great was fond of power and conquest, like his father Philip. The pedigree of Nero which, with a moral intention, Suetonius, c. 485, gives at the beginning of his sketch of this monster is very well worth considering. It is the gens Claudia he describes, which flourished in Rome through 6 centuries, and produced not only capable, but arrogant and cruel men. From it sprang Tiberius, Caligula, and finally Nero. In his grandfather, and still more strongly in his father, all those atrocious qualities show themselves, which could only attain their perfect development in Nero, partly because his higher position afforded them freer scope. Partly because he had for his mother the irrational Bacchante, Agrippina, who could impart to him no intellect to bridle his passions. Quite in our sense, therefore, Suetonius relates that at his birth presagio fut etiam Domitiae, patris, vox, intergratulations amicarum, negantis, quidquam XSE eti Agrippina, nisi detestable eti malo publico nasi patuis. On the other hand, Cimon was the son of Miltiades, and Hannibal of Hamilcar, and the Scipios make up a whole family of heroes and noble defenders of their country. But the son of Pope Alexander VI was his hideous image, Caesar Borgia. The son of the notorious Duke of Alba was just as cruel and wicked a man as his father. The malicious and unjust Philip IV of France, who is specially known by his cruel torture and execution of the Knights Templars, had for his daughter Isabella, wife of Edward II of England, who rebelled against her husband, took him prisoner, and after he had signed his abdication, since the attempt to kill him by ill usage was unsuccessful, caused him to be put to death in prison in a manner which is too horrible for me to care to relate. The bloodthirsty tyrant and defensor fidei, Henry VIII of England had a daughter by his first marriage, Queen Mary, equally distinguished for bigotry and cruelty, who from her numerous burnings of heretics has won the name of Bloody Mary. His daughter by his second marriage, Elizabeth, received an excellent understanding from her mother, and Bullen, which prevented bigotry and curbed the parental character in her, yet did not do away with it. So that it still always shone through on occasions, and distinctly appeared in her cruel treatment of Mary of Scotland. Van Guns 136 tells a story, after Marcus Donatus, of a Scotch girl whose father had been burnt as a highway robber and a cannibal when she was only 1 year old. Although she was brought up among quite different people, there developed in her the same craving for human flesh, and being caught in the act of satisfying it, she was buried alive. In the Freemathegen of the July 13, 1821 we read that in the department of Aude the police pursued a girl because she had murdered 2 children, whom she ought to have taken to the Foundling Hospital, in order to keep the little money given to the children. At last the police found the girl on the road to Paris, near Romilly, drowned, and her own father gave himself up as her murderer. Finally, let me mention a couple of cases which have occurred recently, and have therefore only the newspapers as their vouchers. In October 1836 Count Belexny was condemned to death in Hungary because he had murdered an official and severely wounded his own relations. His elder brother was executed earlier as a patricide, and his father also had been a murderer. Frankfurter Postzeitung of the October 26, 1836. A year later the youngest brother of this count, in the same street where the latter had murdered the official, fired a pistol at the steward of his estates, but missed him. Frankfurter Journal, September 16, 1837. In the Frankfurter Postzeitung of the November 19, 1857 a correspondent in Paris announces the condemnation to death of a very dangerous highway robber, Lemaire, and his companions. And adds, the criminal tendency seems hereditary in his family and in those of his confederates, as several of their race have died on the scaffold. It follows from a passage in the Laws of Plato that similar cases were already known in Greece. Staub. Flor, Volume 2. Page 213. The annals of crime will certainly have many similar pedigrees to show. The tendency to suicide is specially hereditary. On the other hand, when we see the excellent Marcus Aurelius have the wicked Commodus for a son, this does not lead us astray, for we know that the diva Faustina was a uxor infamous. On the contrary, we mark this case in order in analogous cases to presume an analogous reason. For example, that Domitian was the full brother of Titus I can never believe, but that Vespasian also was a deceived husband. Now, as regards the second part of the principle set up thus the inheritance of the intellect from the mother, this enjoys a far more general acceptance than the first part, which in itself appeals to the liberum arbitrium indifferentia, while its separate apprehension is opposed by the doctrine of the simplicity and indivisibility of the soul. Even the old and popular expression motherwit shows the early recognition of this second truth, which depends upon the experience both with regard to small and great intellectual endowments. That they are the possession of those whose mothers proportionately distinguished themselves by their intelligence. That, on the other hand, the intellectual qualities of the father are not transmitted to the son is proved both by the fathers and the sons of men distinguished by the most eminent faculties, for, as a rule, they are quite ordinary men, without a trace of the paternal mental gifts. But if now an isolated exception to this experience, so often confirmed, should appear, such, for example, as is presented by Pitt and his father, Lord Chatham, we are warranted in ascribing it to accident, nay, obliged to do so, although, on account of the exceptional rarity of great talents, it is certainly an accident of a most extraordinary kind. Here, however, the rule holds good, it is improbable that the improbable never happens. Besides, great statesmen, as was already mentioned in chapter 22, are so just as much through the qualities of their character, thus through what is inherited from the father, as through the superiority of their mind. On the other hand, among artists, poets, and philosophers, to whose works alone genius is properly ascribed, I know of no case analogous to that. Raphael's father was certainly a painter, but not a great one. Mozart's father, and also his son, were musicians, but not great ones. However, it is indeed wonderful that the fate which had destined a very short life to both of these men, each the greatest in his own sphere, as it were by way of compensation, took care, by letting them be born already in their workshop, that, without suffering the loss of time in youth which for the most part occurs in the case of other men of genius, they received even from childhood, through paternal example and instruction, the necessary introduction into the art to which they were exclusively destined. This secret and mysterious power which seems to guide the individual life I have made the subject of special investigations, which I have communicated in the essay, Über die scheinbare Absichtlichkeit im Schicksal der Einzelnen, Perurga, Vol. I. It is further to be observed here that there are certain scientific occupations which certainly presuppose good native faculties, yet not those which are really rare and extraordinary, while the principal requirements are zealous efforts, diligence, patience, early instruction, sustained study, and much practice. From this, and not from the inheritance of the intellect of the father, the fact is to be explained that, since the son always willingly follows the path that has been opened up by the father, and almost all businesses are hereditary in certain families, in some sciences also, which before everything demand diligence and persistence, individual families can show a succession of men of merit. Such are the Scaligers, the Bernouillis, the Cassinis, the Herschels. The number of proofs of the actual inheritance of the intellect of the mother would be much greater than it appears if it were not that the character and disposition of the female sex is such that women rarely give public proof of their mental faculties, and therefore these do not become historical, and thus known to posterity. Besides, on account of the weaker nature in general of the female sex, these faculties themselves can never reach the grade in them to which they may afterwards rise in the son. Thus, with reference to themselves, we have to estimate their achievements higher in this proportion. Accordingly, in the first instance, only the following examples present themselves as proofs of our truth. Joseph, too, was the son of Maria Theresa. Cardenas says in the 3rd chapter, De vita propria mater mea fut memoria et ingenio pollens. J. Rousseau says in the first book of the Confessions, La but de ma mère, son esprit, ses talents, elle en avait de trop brillants pour son état, and then quotes some delightful lines of hers. D'Alembert was the illegitimate son of Claudine de Tencin, a woman of superior mind, and the author of several romances and similar works, which met with great approbation in her day, and should even still be enjoyable. See her biography in the Blätter für literarische Unterhaltung, March 1845, Nos. 71-73. That Buffon's mother was a remarkable woman is shown by the following passage from the Voyage à Montbar, par Hérault de Seychelles, which Flourens quotes in his Histoire de Travaux de Buffon, p. 288. Buffon avait ce principe qu'un général les enfants tenaient de leur mère leurs qualités intellectuelles et morales, et lorsqu'il élevait développe dans la conversation Illinois en faisait sur le champ l'application à lui-même. En faisant un éloge pompeux de sa mère, que avait en effet, beaucoup d'esprit, de connaissances étendues, et un tête très bien organisée. That he includes the moral qualities is an error which is either committed by the reporter, or depends upon the fact that his mother had accidentally the same character as himself and his father. The contrary of this is shown in innumerable cases in which the mother and the son have opposite characters. Hence the greatest dramatists could present, in Orestes and Hamlet, mother and son in hostile conflict, in which the son appears as the moral representative and avenger of his father. On the other hand, the converse case, that the son should appear as the moral representative and avenger of the mother against the father, would be revolting and, at the same time, almost absurd. This depends upon the fact that between father and son there is actual identity of nature, which is the will, but between mother and son there is merely identity of intellect, and even this only in a conditioned manner. Between mother and son the greatest moral opposition can exist, between father and son only an intellectual opposition. From this point of view, also, one should recognize the necessity of the Salic law: the woman cannot carry on the race. Hume says in his short autobiography, "Our mother was a woman of singular merit." It is said of Kant's mother in the most recent biography by F. W. Schubert, according to the judgment of her son himself, she was a woman of great natural understanding. For that time, when there was so little opportunity for the education of girls, she was exceptionally well instructed, and she also continued later to care for her further education by herself. In the course of walks she drew the attention of her son to all kinds of natural phenomena, and tried to explain to him through them the power of God. What a remarkably able, clever, and superior woman Goethe's mother was is now universally known. How much she has been spoken of in literature. While his father has not been spoken of at all, Goethe himself describes him as a man of subordinate faculties. Schiller's mother was susceptible to poetry, and made verses herself, a fragment of which will be found in his biography by Schwab. Berger, that genuine poetic genius, to whom perhaps the first place after Goethe among German poets belongs, for compared with his ballads those of Schiller seem cold and labored, has given an account of his parents which for us is significant. And which his friend and physician, Althoff repeats in his biography which appeared in 1798, in these words: Berger's father was certainly provided with a variety of knowledge after the manner of study prevalent at the time, and was also a good, honorable man. But he loved his quiet comfort and his pipe of tobacco so much, that, as my friend used to say, he had always first to pull himself together if he was going to apply himself for a quarter of an hour or so to the instruction of his son. His wife was a woman of extraordinary mental endowments, which, however, were so little cultivated that she had scarcely learnt to write legibly. Berger thought that with proper culture his mother would have been the most famous of her sex, although he several times expressed a strong disapproval of different traits of her moral character. However, he believed that he inherited from his mother some mental gifts, and from his father an agreement with his moral character. Walter Scott's mother was a poetess, and was in communication with the wits of her time, as we learn from the obituary notice of Walter Scott in the Globe of September 24, 1832. That poems of hers appeared in print in 1789 I find from an article entitled Motherwit, in the Blatter für literarische Unterhaltung of October 4, 1841, published by Brockhaus, which gives a long list of clever mothers of distinguished men. From which I shall only take two. Bacon's mother was a distinguished linguist, wrote and translated several works, and in all of them showed learning, acuteness, and taste. Boerhaave's mother distinguished herself through medical knowledge. On the other hand, Haller has preserved for us a strong proof of the inheritance of the mental weakness of the mother, for he says, E duobus patricius sororibus, obi divitius maritos nactis, quum tamen fatuus essent proximi. Novimus in nobilissimas gentes nunc a seculo retro aegis morbi mene semina, ut etiam in quarta generation, quintave, omnium posterorum alica fatui supersint, elementa physio. Lib 29, section 8. Also, according to Esquirol, madness is more frequently inherited from the mother than the father. If, however, it is inherited from the father, I attribute this to the disposition of the character whose influence occasions it. It seems to follow from our principle that sons of the same mother have equal mental capacity, and if one should be highly gifted the other must be so also. Sometimes it is so. Examples of this are the Carracci, Joseph and Michael Haydn, Bernard and Andreas Romberg, George and Frederick Cuvier. I would also add the brothers Schlegel, if it were not that the younger, Friedrich, made himself unworthy of the honor of being named along with his excellent, blameless, and highly distinguished brother, August Wilhelm. By the disgraceful obscurantism which in the last quarter of his life he pursued along with Adam Muller. For obscurantism is a sin, possibly not against the Holy Spirit, but yet against the human spirit, which one ought therefore never to forgive, but always and everywhere implacably to remember against whoever has been guilty of it. And take every opportunity of showing contempt for him so long as he lives, nay, after he is dead. But just as often the above result does not take place. For example, Kant's brother was quite an ordinary man. To explain this I must remind the reader of what is said in the 31st chapter on the physiological conditions of genius. Not only an extraordinarily developed and absolutely correctly formed brain, the share of the mother, is required, but also a very energetic action of the heart to animate it, i.e. subjectively a passionate will, a lively temperament. This is the inheritance from the father. But this quality is at its height only during the father's strongest years, and the mother ages still more quickly. Accordingly the highly gifted sons will, as a rule, be the eldest, begotten in the full strength of both parents. Thus Kant's brother was 11 years younger than him. Even in the case of two distinguished brothers, as a rule, the elder will be the superior. But not only the age, but every temporary ebb of the vital force or other disturbance of health in the parents at the time when the child is begotten may interfere with the part of one or other, and prevent the appearance of a man of eminent talent. Which is therefore so exceedingly rare a phenomenon. It may be said, in passing, that in the case of twins the absence of all the differences just mentioned is the cause of the quasi-identity of their nature. If single cases should be found in which a highly gifted son had a mother who was not mentally distinguished at all, this may be explained from the fact that this mother herself had a phlegmatic father. And on this account her more than ordinarily developed brain was not adequately excited by a corresponding energy of the circulation, a necessary condition, as I have explained above in chapter 31. Nevertheless, her highly perfected nervous and cerebral system was transmitted to the son, in whose case a father with a lively and passionate disposition and an energetic action of the heart was added. And thus the other physical condition of great mental power first appeared here. Perhaps this was Byron's case, since we nowhere find the mental advantages of his mother mentioned. The same explanation is also to be applied to the case in which the mother of a son of genius who was herself distinguished for mental gifts had a mother who was by no means clever. For the father of the latter has been a man of a phlegmatic disposition. The inharmonious, disproportionate, ambiguous element in the character of most men might perhaps be referred to the fact that the individual has not a simple origin, but derives the will from the father and the intellect from the mother. The more heterogeneous and ill-adapted to each other the two parents were, the greater will that want of harmony, that inner variance, be. While some excel through their heart and others through their head, there are still others whose excellence lies in a certain harmony and unity of the whole nature, which arises from the fact that in them heart and head are so thoroughly adapted that they mutually support and advance each other. Which leads us to assume that the parents were peculiarly suited to each other, and agreed in an exceptional measure. With reference to the physiological side of the theory set forth, I wish now to mention that Burdach, who erroneously assumes that the same psychical qualities may be inherited now from the father, now from the mother, yet adds, Physiologie als Erfahrungswissenschaft, Vol. I, Section 306, as a whole, the male element has more influence in determining the irritable life, and the female element, on the other hand, has more influence on the sensibility. What Lynn says in the Systema Naturae, Tom. I. p. 8, is also in point here, Mater prolifera promit, anti-generationem, vivum compendium metallare novae animalis sueque similimi, carinam malpigianam dictum, tanquam plumulum vegetabilium, hoc ex genitura seor et sociat ramificandum in corpus. Punctum emen saliens ovi incubantis avis ostendit primum seor micans, cerebrumque cum medulla, corculum hoc, sessens a frigori, excitator calido halitu, premic bulla area, sensim dilatata, liquors, secundum canales fluxiles. Punctum vitalitatis attac in viventibus est tanquam a prima creation continuata medullaris vitae ramificatio, cum ovum sit gemma medullaris matris a primordio viva, licet non sua antiproprium cor paternum. If we now connect the conviction we have gained here of the inheritance of the character from the father and the intellect from the mother with our earlier investigation of the wide gulf which nature has placed between man and man in a moral as in an intellectual regard, and also with our knowledge of the absolute unalterableness both of the character and of the mental faculties, we shall be led to the view that a real and thorough improvement of the human race might be attained to not so much from without as from within, thus not so much by instruction and culture as rather upon the path of generation. Plato had already something of the kind in his mind when in the 5th book of his Republic he set forth his wonderful plan for increasing and improving his class of warriors. If we could castrate all scoundrels, and shut up all stupid geese in monasteries, and give persons of noble character a whole harem, and provide men, and indeed complete men, for all maidens of mind and understanding, a generation would soon arise which would produce a better age than that of Pericles. But, without entering into such utopian plans, it might be taken into consideration that if I am not mistaken, was actually the case among certain ancient nations, castration was the severest punishment after death. The world would be delivered from whole races of scoundrels, all the more certainly as it is well known that most crimes are committed between the age of 20 and 30. 137 In the same way, it might be considered whether, as regards results, it would not be more advantageous to give the public dowries which upon certain occasions have to be distributed, not, as is now customary, to the girls who are supposed to be the most virtuous, but to those who have most understanding and are the cleverest. Especially as it is very difficult to judge as to virtue, for, as it is said, only God sees the heart. The opportunities for displaying a noble character are rare, and a matter of chance. Besides, many a girl has a powerful support to her virtue in her plainness. On the other hand, as regards understanding, those who themselves are gifted with it can judge with great certainty after some examination. The following is another practical application. In many countries, among others in South Germany, the bad custom prevails of women carrying burdens, often very considerable, upon the head. This must act disadvantageously upon the brain, which must thereby gradually deteriorate in the female sex of the nation, and since from that sex the male sex receives its brain, the whole nation becomes ever more stupid. Which in many cases is by no means necessary. Accordingly, by the abolition of this custom the quantum of intelligence in the whole nation would be increased, which would positively be the greatest increase of the national wealth. But if now, leaving such practical applications to others, we return to our special point of view, the ethico-metaphysical standpoint, since we connect the content of chapter 41 with that of the present chapter, the following result will present itself to us, which, with all its transcendence, has yet a direct empirical support. It is the same character, thus the same individually determined will, that lives in all the descendants of one stock, from the remote ancestor to the present representative of the family. But in each of these a different intellect is given with it, thus a different degree and a different kind of knowledge. Thus in each of these life presents itself to it from another side and in a different light, it receives a new fundamental view of it, a new instruction. It is true that, since the intellect is extinguished with the individual, that will cannot supplement the insight of one course of life with that of another. But in consequence of each fundamentally new view of life, such as only a renewed personality can impart to it, its willing itself receives a different tendency, thus experiences a modification from it, and what is the chief concern, the will, has, in this new direction, either to assert life anew or deny it. In this way does the arrangement of nature of an ever-changing connection of a will with an intellect, which arises from the necessity of two sexes for reproduction, become the basis of a method of salvation. For by virtue of this arrangement life unceasingly presents new sides to the will, whose image and mirror it is, turns itself about, as it were, without intermission before its sight. Allows different and ever different modes of perception to try their effect upon it, so that upon each of these it must decide for assertion or denial, both of which constantly stand open to it, only that, if once denial is chosen, the whole phenomenon ceases for it with death. Now because, according to this, it is just the constant renewal and complete alteration of the intellect for the same will which, as imparting a new view of the world, holds open the path of salvation. And because the intellect comes from the mother, the profound reason may lie here on account of which all nations, with very few and doubtful exceptions, abominate and forbid the marriage of brothers and sisters, nay, even on account of which sexual love does not arise at all between brothers and sisters, unless in very rare exceptions, which depend upon an unnatural perversity of the instinct, if not upon the fact that one of the two is illegitimate. For from a marriage of brothers and sisters nothing could proceed but constantly ever the same will with the same intellect, as both already exist united in both the parents, thus the hopeless repetition of the phenomenon which has already been. But if now, in the particular case and close at hand, we contemplate the incredibly great and yet manifest difference of characters, find one so good and philanthropic, another so wicked, nay, ferocious. Again, behold one just, honest, and upright, and another completely false, as a sneak, a swindler, a traitor, an incorrigible scoundrel, there discloses itself to us a chasm in our investigation, for in vain we ponder, reflecting on the origin of such a difference. Hindus and Buddhists solve the problem by saying, it is the consequence of the deeds of the preceding courses of life. This solution is certainly the oldest, also the most comprehensible, and has come from the wisest of mankind. But it only pushes the question further back. Yet a more satisfactory answer will hardly be found. From the point of view of my whole teaching, it remains for me to say that here, where we are speaking of the will as thing in itself, the principle of sufficient reason, as merely the form of the phenomenon, is no longer applicable. With it, however, all why and whence disappear. Absolute freedom just consists in this, that something is not subject at all to the principle of sufficient reason, as the principle of all necessity. Such freedom, therefore, only belongs to the thing in itself. And this is just the will. Accordingly, in its phenomenal manifestation, consequently in the operari, it is subject to necessity. But in the esse, where it has determined itself as thing in itself, it is free. Whenever, therefore, we come to this, as happens here, all explanation by means of reasons and consequence ceases, and nothing remains for us but to say that here manifests itself the true freedom of the will, which belongs to it because it is the thing in itself, which, however, just as such, is groundless, i.e., knows no why. But on this account all understanding ceases for us here, because all our understanding depends upon the principle of sufficient reason, for it consists in the mere application of that principle. XLIV The Metaphysics of the Love of the Sexes. Ye wise men, highly, deeply learned, who think it out and know how, when, and where do all things pair? Why do they kiss and love? Ye men of lofty wisdom, say, what happened to me then? Search out and tell me where, how, when, and why it happened thus. Burger. This chapter is the last of four whose various reciprocal relations, by virtue of which, to a certain extent, they constitute a subordinate whole. The attentive reader will recognize without it being needful for me to interrupt my exposition by recalling them or referring to them. We are accustomed to see poets principally occupied with describing the love of the sexes. This is as a rule the chief theme of all dramatic works, tragical as well as comical, romantic as well as classical, Indian as well as European. Not less is it the material of by far the largest part of lyrical and also of epic poetry. Especially if we class with the latter the enormous piles of romances which for centuries every year has produced in all the civilized countries of Europe as regularly as the fruits of the earth. As regards their main contents, all these works are nothing else than many-sided brief or lengthy descriptions of the passion we are speaking of. Moreover, the most successful pictures of it, such, for example, as Romeo and Juliet, La Nouvelle Heloise, and Werther, have gained immortal fame. Yet, when Rochefoucauld imagines that it is the same with passionate love as with ghosts, of which every one speaks, but which no one has seen. And Lichtenberg also in his essay, Über die Macht der Liebe, disputes and denies the reality and naturalness of that passion, they are greatly in error. For it is impossible that something which is foreign and contrary to human nature, thus a mere imaginary caricature, could be unweariedly represented by poetic genius in all ages, and received by mankind with unaltered interest. For nothing that is artistically beautiful can be without truth. Rien n'est beau que le vrai seul est aimable. Boyle. Certainly, however, it is also confirmed by experience, although not by the experience of every day, that which as a rule only appears as a strong yet still controllable inclination may rise under certain circumstances to a passion which exceeds all others in vehemence, and which then sets aside all considerations, overcomes all obstacles with incredible strength and perseverance, so that for its satisfaction life is risked without hesitation, nay, if that satisfaction is still withheld, is given as the price of it. Werther's and Jacopo Ortiz exist not only in romance, but every year can show at least half a dozen of them in Europe, sed ignotus perierunt mortibus illi. For their sorrows find no other chroniclers than the writers of official registers or the reporters of the newspapers. Yet the readers of the police news in English and French journals will attest the correctness of my assertion. Still greater, however, is the number of those whom the same passion brings to the madhouse. Finally, every year can show cases of the double suicide of a pair of lovers who are opposed by outward circumstances. In such cases, however, it is inexplicable to me how those who, certain of mutual love, expect to find the supremest bliss in the enjoyment of this, do not withdraw themselves from all connections by taking the extremest steps, and endure all hardships, rather than give up with life a pleasure which is greater than any other they can conceive. As regards the lower grades of that passion, and the mere approaches to it, every one has them daily before his eyes, and, as long as he is not old, for the most part also in his heart. So then, after what has here been called to mind, no one can doubt either the reality or the importance of the matter. And therefore, instead of wondering that a philosophy should also for once make its own this constant theme of all poets, one ought rather to be surprised that a thing which plays throughout so important a part in human life has hitherto practically been disregarded by philosophers altogether, and lies before us as raw material. The one who has most concerned himself with it is Plato, especially in the Symposium and the Phaedrus. Yet what he says on the subject is confined to the sphere of myths, fables, and jokes, and also for the most part concerns only the Greek love of youths. The little that Rousseau says upon our theme in the Discours sur l'Égalite, page 96, ed. Bip, is false and insufficient. Kant's explanation of the subject in the third part of the essay, Über das Gefühl des Schönen und Erhabenen, page 435 seek. Of Rosenkranz's edition, is very superficial and without practical knowledge, therefore it is also partly incorrect. Lastly, Platner's treatment of the matter in his Anthropology, section 1347 seek, every one will find dull and shallow. On the other hand, Spinoza's definition, on account of its excessive naivete, deserves to be quoted for the sake of amusement, amor est titulatio, concomitant idea causi externi, F4, Prop. 44, Dem. Accordingly I have no predecessors either to make use of or to refute. The subject has pressed itself upon me objectively, and has entered of its own accord into the connection of my consideration of the world. Moreover, least of all can I hope for approbation from those who are themselves under the power of this passion, and who accordingly seek to express the excess of their feelings in the sublimest and most ethereal images. To them my view will appear too physical, too material, however metaphysical and even transcendent it may be at bottom. Meanwhile let them reflect that if the object which today inspires them to write madrigals and sonnets had been born 18 years earlier it would scarcely have won a glance from them. For all love, however ethereally it may bear itself, is rooted in the sexual impulse alone, nay, it absolutely is only a more definitely determined, specialized, and indeed in the strictest sense individualized sexual impulse. If now, keeping this in view, one considers the important part which the sexual impulse in all its degrees and nuances plays not only on the stage and in novels, but also in the real world, where, next to the love of life, it shows itself the strongest and most powerful of motives, constantly lays claim to half the powers and thoughts of the younger portion of mankind, is the ultimate goal of almost all human effort, exerts an adverse influence on the most important events, interrupts the most serious occupations every hour, sometimes embarrasses for a while even the greatest minds, does not hesitate to intrude with its trash, interfering with the negotiations of statesmen and the investigations of men of learning, knows how to slip its love letters and locks of hair even into ministerial portfolios and philosophical manuscripts, and no less devises daily the most entangled and the worst actions, destroys the most valuable relationships, breaks the firmest bonds, demands the sacrifice sometimes of life or health, sometimes of wealth, rank, and happiness, nay, robs those who are otherwise honest of all conscience, makes those who have hitherto been faithful, traitors. Accordingly, on the whole, appears as a malevolent demon that strives to pervert, confuse, and overthrow everything. Then one will be forced to cry, wherefore all this noise? Wherefore the straining and storming, the anxiety and want? It is merely a question of every Hans finding his Greth. 138. Why should such a trifle play so important a part, and constantly introduce disturbance and confusion into the well-regulated life of man? But to the earnest investigator the Spirit of Truth gradually reveals the answer. It is no trifle that is in question here, on the contrary, the importance of the matter is quite proportionate to the seriousness and ardor of the effort. The ultimate end of all love affairs, whether they are played in sock or cothurnus, is really more important than all other ends of human life, and is therefore quite worthy of the profound seriousness with which every one pursues it. That which is decided by it is nothing less than the composition of the next generation. The dramatis personae who shall appear when we are withdrawn are here determined, both as regards their existence and their nature, by these frivolous love affairs. As the being, the existentia, of these future persons is absolutely conditioned by our sexual impulse generally, so their nature, essentia, is determined by the individual selection in its satisfaction, i.e., by sexual love, and is in every respect irrevocably fixed by this. This is the key of the problem. We shall arrive at a more accurate knowledge of it in its application if we go through the degrees of love, from the passing inclination to the vehement passion. When we shall also recognize that the difference of these grades arises from the degree of the individualization of the choice. The collective love affairs of the present generation taken together are accordingly, of the whole human race, the serious meditatio compositionis generationis futuri, e qua iterum pendent innumeri generations. This high importance of the matter, in which it is not a question of individual weal or woe, as in all other matters, but of the existence and special nature of the human race in future times. And therefore the will of the individual appears at a higher power as the will of the species. This it is on which the pathetic and sublime elements in affairs of love depend, which for thousands of years poets have never wearied of representing in innumerable examples. Because no theme can equal in interest this one, which stands to all others which only concern the welfare of individuals as the solid body to the surface, because it concerns the weal and woe of the species. Just on this account, then, is it so difficult to impart interest to a drama without the element of love, and, on the other hand, this theme is never worn out even by daily use. That which presents itself in the individual consciousness as sexual impulse in general, without being directed towards a definite individual of the other sex, is in itself, and apart from the phenomenon, simply the will to live. But what appears in consciousness as a sexual impulse directed to a definite individual is in itself the will to live as a definitely determined individual. Now in this case the sexual impulse, although in itself a subjective need, knows how to assume very skillfully the mask of an objective admiration, and thus to deceive our consciousness, for nature requires this stratagem to attain its ends. But yet that in every case of falling in love, however objective and sublime this admiration may appear, What alone is looked to as the production of an individual of a definite nature is primarily confirmed by the fact that the essential matter is not the reciprocation of love, but possession, i.e., the physical enjoyment. The certainty of the former can therefore by no means console us for the want of the latter. On the contrary, in such a situation many a man has shot himself. On the other hand, persons who are deeply in love, and can obtain no return of it, are contented with possession, i.e., with the physical enjoyment. This is proved by all forced marriages, and also by the frequent purchase of the favor of a woman, in spite of her dislike, by large presents or other sacrifices, nay, even by cases of rape. That this particular child shall be begotten is, although unknown to the parties concerned, the true end of the whole love story. The manner in which it is attained is a secondary consideration. Now, however loudly persons of lofty and sentimental soul, and especially those who are in love, may cry out here about the gross realism of my view, they are yet in error. For is not the definite determination of the individualities of the next generation a much higher and more worthy end than those exuberant feelings and supersensible soap bubbles of theirs? Nay, among earthly aims, can there be one which is greater or more important? It alone corresponds to the profoundness with which passionate love is felt, to the seriousness with which it appears, and the importance which it attributes even to the trifling details of its sphere and occasion. Only so far as this end is assumed as the true one do the difficulties encountered, the infinite exertions and annoyances made and endured for the attainment of the loved object, appear proportionate to the matter. For it is the future generation, in its whole individual determinateness, that presses into existence by means of those efforts and toils. Nay, it is itself already active in that careful, definite, and arbitrary choice for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse which we call love. The growing inclination of two lovers is really already the will to live of the new individual which they can and desire to produce. Nay, even in the meeting of their longing glances its new life breaks out, and announces itself as a future individuality harmoniously and well composed. They feel the longing for an actual union infusing together into a single being, in order to live on only as this. And this longing receives its fulfillment in the child which is produced by them, as that in which the qualities transmitted by them both, fused and united in one being, live on. Conversely, the mutual, decided and persistent aversion between a man and a maid is a sign that what they could produce would only be a badly organized, in itself inharmonious and unhappy being. Hence there lies a deeper meaning in the fact that Calderon, though he calls the atrocious Semiramis the daughter of the air, yet introduces her as the daughter of rape followed by the murder of the husband. But, finally, what draws two individuals of different sex exclusively to each other with such power is the will to live, which exhibits itself in the whole species. And which here anticipates in the individual which these two can produce an objectification of its nature answering to its aims. This individual will have the will, or character, from the father, the intellect from the mother, and the corporization from both. Yet, for the most part, the figure will take more after the father, the size after the mother, according to the law which comes out in the breeding of hybrids among the brutes. And principally depends upon the fact that the size of the fetus must conform to the size of the uterus. Just as inexplicable as the quite special individuality of any man, which is exclusively peculiar to him, is also the quite special and individual passion of two lovers. Indeed at bottom the two are one and the same, the former is explicite what the latter was implicite. The moment at which the parents begin to love each other, to fancy each other, as the very happy English expression has it, is really to be regarded as the first appearance of a new individual and the true punctum saliens of its life, and, as has been said, in the meeting and fixing of their longing glances there appears the first germ of the new being, which certainly, like all germs, is generally crushed out. This new individual is to a certain extent a new, Platonic, idea. And now, as all ideas strive with the greatest vehemence to enter the phenomenal world, eagerly seizing for this end upon the matter which the law of causality divides among them all, so also does this particular idea of a human individuality strive with the greatest eagerness and vehemence towards its realization in the phenomenon. This eagerness and vehemence is just the passion of the two future parents for each other. It has innumerable degrees, the two extremes of which may at any rate be described as alpha phi rho omicron delta iota tau eta pi alpha nu delta eta mu omicron and omicron upsilon rho alpha nu iota alpha. In its nature, however, it is everywhere the same. On the other hand, it will be in degree so much the more powerful the more individualized it is. That is, the more the loved individual is exclusively suited, by virtue of all his or her parts and qualities, to satisfy the desire of the lover and the need established by his or her own individuality. What is really in question here will become clear in the further course of our exposition. Primarily and essentially the inclination of love is directed to health, strength, and beauty, consequently also to youth. Because the will first of all seeks to exhibit the specific character of the human species as the basis of all individuality, ordinary amorousness, alpha phi rho omicron delta iota tau eta pi alpha nu delta eta mu omicron, does not go much further. To these, then, more special claims link themselves on, which we shall investigate in detail further on, and with which, when they see satisfaction before them, the passion increases. But the highest degrees of this passion spring from that suitableness of two individualities to each other on account of which the will, i.e., the character, of the father and the intellect of the mother, in their connection, make up precisely that individual towards which the will to live in general which exhibits itself in the whole species feels a longing proportionate to this its magnitude, and which therefore exceeds the measure of a mortal heart. And the motives of which, in the same way, lie beyond the sphere of the individual intellect. This is thus the soul of a true and great passion. Now the more perfect is the mutual adaptation of two individuals to each other in each of the many respects which have further to be considered, the stronger will be their mutual passion. Since there do not exist two individuals exactly alike, there must be for each particular man a particular woman, always with reference to what is to be produced, who corresponds most perfectly. A really passionate love is as rare as the accident of these two meeting. Since, however, the possibility of such a love is present in every one, the representations of it in the works of the poets are comprehensible to us. Just because the passion of love really turns about that which is to be produced, and its qualities, and because its kernel lies here. A friendship without any admixture of sexual love can exist between two young and good-looking persons of different sex, on account of the agreement of their disposition, character, and mental tendencies. Nay, as regards sexual love there may even be a certain aversion between them. The reason of this is to be sought in the fact that a child produced by them would have physical or mental qualities which were inharmonious. In short, its existence and nature would not answer the ends of the will to live as it exhibits itself in the species. On the other hand, in the case of difference of disposition, character, and mental tendency, and the dislike, nay, enmity, proceeding from this, sexual love may yet arise and exist, when it then blinds us to all that. And if it here leads to marriage it will be a very unhappy one. Let us now set about the more thorough investigation of the matter. Egoism is so deeply rooted a quality of all individuals in general, that in order to rouse the activity of an individual being egoistical ends are the only ones upon which we can count with certainty. Certainly the species has an earlier, closer, and greater claim upon the individual than the perishable individuality itself. Yet when the individual has to act, and even make sacrifices for the continuance and quality of the species, the importance of the matter cannot be made so comprehensible to his intellect, which is calculated merely with regard to individual ends, as to have its proportionate effect. Therefore in such a case nature can only attain its ends by implanting a certain illusion in the individual, on account of which that which is only a good for the species appears to him as a good for himself. So that when he serves the species he imagines he is serving himself. In which process a mere chimera, which vanishes immediately afterwards, floats before him, and takes the place of a real thing as a motive. This illusion is instinct. In the great majority of cases this is to be regarded as the sense of the species, which presents what is of benefit to it to the will. Since, however, the will has here become individual, it must be so deluded that it apprehends through the sense of the individual what the sense of the species presents to it. Thus imagines it is following individual ends while in truth it is pursuing ends which are merely general, taking this word in its strictest sense. The external phenomenon of instinct we can best observe in the brutes where its role is most important, but it is in ourselves alone that we arrive at a knowledge of its internal process, as of everything internal. Now it is certainly supposed that man has almost no instinct, at any rate only this, that the newborn babe seeks for and seizes the breast of its mother. But, in fact, we have a very definite, distinct, and complicated instinct, that of the selection of another individual for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, a selection which is so fine, so serious, and so arbitrary. With this satisfaction in itself, i.e., so far as it is a sensual pleasure resting upon a pressing want of the individual, the beauty or ugliness of the other individual has nothing to do. Thus the regard for this which is yet pursued with such ardor, together with the careful selection which springs from it, is evidently connected, not with the chooser himself, although he imagines it is so, but with the true end. That which is to be produced, which is to receive the type of the species as purely and correctly as possible. Through 1,000 physical accidents and moral aberrations there arise a great variety of deteriorations of the human form. Yet its true type, in all its parts, is always again established, and this takes place under the guidance of the sense of beauty, which always directs the sexual impulse, and without which this sinks to the level of a disgusting necessity. Accordingly, in the first place, every one will decidedly prefer and eagerly desire the most beautiful individuals, i.e., those in whom the character of the species is most purely impressed. But, secondly, each one will specially regard as beautiful in another individual those perfections which he himself lacks, nay, even those imperfections which are the opposite of his own. Hence, for example, little men love big women, fair persons like dark, and the delusive ecstasy which seizes a man at the sight of a woman whose beauty is suited to him, and pictures to him a union with her as the highest good, is just the sense of the species, which, recognizing the distinctly expressed stamp of the same, desires to perpetuate it with this individual. Upon this decided inclination to beauty depends the maintenance of the type of the species, hence it acts with such great power. We shall examine specially further on the considerations which it follows. Thus what guides man here is really an instinct which is directed to doing the best for the species, while the man himself imagines that he only seeks the heightening of his own pleasure. In fact, we have in this an instructive lesson concerning the inner nature of all instinct, which, as here, almost always sets the individual in motion for the good of the species. For clearly the pains with which an insect seeks out a particular flower, or fruit, or dung, or flesh, or, as in the case of the ichneumonidae, the larva of another insect, in order to deposit its eggs there only, and to attain this end shrinks neither from trouble nor danger, is thoroughly analogous to the pains with which for his sexual satisfaction a man carefully chooses a woman with definite qualities which appeal to him individually, and strives so eagerly after her that in order to attain this end he often sacrifices his own happiness in life, contrary to all reason, by a foolish marriage, by love affairs which cost him wealth, honor, and life. Even by crimes such as adultery or rape, all merely in order to serve the species in the most efficient way, although at the cost of the individual, in accordance with the will of nature which is everywhere sovereign. Instinct, in fact, is always an act which seems to be in accordance with the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without such a conception. Nature implants it wherever the acting individual is incapable of understanding the end, or would be unwilling to pursue it. Therefore, as a rule, it is given only to the brutes, and indeed especially to the lowest of them which have least understanding. But almost only in the case we are here considering it is also given to man, who certainly could understand the end, but would not pursue it with the necessary ardor, that is, even at the expense of his individual welfare. Thus here, as in the case of all instinct, the truth assumes the form of an illusion, in order to act upon the will. It is a voluptuous illusion which leads the man to believe he will find a greater pleasure in the arms of a woman whose beauty appeals to him than in those of any other. Or which indeed, exclusively directed to a single individual, firmly convinces him that the possession of her will ensure him excessive happiness. Therefore he imagines he is taking trouble and making sacrifices for his own pleasure, while he does so merely for the maintenance of the regular type of the species, or else a quite special individuality, which can only come from these parents, is to attain to existence. The character of instinct is here so perfectly present, thus an action which seems to be in accordance with the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without such a conception, that he who is drawn by that illusion often abhors the end which alone guides it, procreation, and would like to hinder it. Thus it is in the case of almost all illicit love affairs. In accordance with the character of the matter which has been explained, every lover will experience a marvelous disillusion after the pleasure he has at last attained, and will wonder that what was so longingly desired accomplishes nothing more than every other sexual satisfaction, so that he does not see himself much benefited by it. That wish was related to all his other wishes as the species is related to the individual, thus as the infinite to the finite. The satisfaction, on the other hand, is really only for the benefit of the species, and thus does not come within the consciousness of the individual, who, inspired by the will of the species, here served an end with every kind of sacrifice, which was not his own end at all. Hence, then, every lover, after the ultimate consummation of the great work, finds himself cheated. For the illusion has vanished by means of which the individual was here the dupe of the species. Accordingly Plato very happily says, delta omicron nu eta pi alpha nu tau omega nu alpha lambda alpha zeta omicron nu epsilon sigma tau alpha tau omicron nu, voluptas omnia maxime vaniloqua, Philip. 319. But all this reflects light on the instincts and mechanical tendencies of the brutes. They also are, without doubt, involved in a kind of illusion, which deceives them with the prospect of their own pleasure, while they work so laboriously and with so much self-denial for the species. The bird builds its nest, the insect seeks the only suitable place for its eggs, or even hunts for prey which, unsuited for its own enjoyment, must be laid beside the eggs as food for the future larvae, the bees, the wasps. The ants apply themselves to their skillful dwellings and highly complicated economy. They are all guided with certainty by an illusion, which conceals the service of the species under the mask of an egotistical end. This is probably the only way to comprehend the inner or subjective process that lies at the foundation of the manifestations of instinct. Outwardly, however, or objectively, we find in those creatures which are to a large extent governed by instinct, especially in insects, a preponderance of the ganglion system, i.e., the subjective nervous system, over the objective or cerebral system, from which we must conclude that they are moved, not so much by objective, proper apprehension as by subjective ideas exciting desire, which arise from the influence of the ganglion system upon the brain, and accordingly by a kind of illusion. And this will be the physiological process in the case of all instinct. For the sake of illustration I will mention as another example of instinct in the human species, although a weak one, the capricious appetite of women who are pregnant. It seems to arise from the fact that the nourishment of the embryo sometimes requires a special or definite modification of the blood which flows to it, upon which the food which produces such a modification at once presents itself to the pregnant woman as an object of ardent longing. Thus here also an illusion arises. Accordingly woman has one instinct more than man, and the ganglion system is also much more developed in the woman. That man has fewer instincts than the brutes and that even these few can be easily led astray, may be explained from the great preponderance of the brain in his case. The sense of beauty which instinctively guides the selection for the satisfaction of sexual passion is led astray when it degenerates into the tendency to pederasty. Analogous to the fact that the bluebottle, Musca vomitoria, instead of depositing its eggs, according to instinct, in putrefying flesh, lays them in the blossom of the arum dracunculus, deceived by the cadaverous smell of this plant. Now that an instinct entirely directed to that which is to be produced lies at the foundation of all sexual love will receive complete confirmation from the fuller analysis of it, which we cannot therefore avoid. First of all we have to remark here that by nature man is inclined to inconstancy in love, woman to constancy. The love of the man sinks perceptibly from the moment it has obtained satisfaction. Almost every other woman charms him more than the one he already possesses, he longs for variety. The love of the woman, on the other hand, increases just from that moment. This is a consequence of the aim of nature which is directed to the maintenance, and therefore to the greatest possible increase, of the species. The man can easily beget over 100 children a year. The woman, on the contrary, with however many men, can yet only bring one child a year into the world, leaving twin births out of account. Therefore the man always looks about after other women, the woman, again, sticks firmly to the one man. For nature moves her, instinctively and without reflection, to retain the nourisher and protector of the future offspring. Accordingly faithfulness in marriage is with the man artificial, with the woman it is natural, and thus adultery on the part of the woman is much less pardonable than on the part of the man. Both objectively on account of the consequences and also subjectively on account of its unnaturalness. But in order to be thorough and gain full conviction that the pleasure in the other sex, however objective it may seem to us, is yet merely disguised instinct, i.e., sense of the species, which strives to maintain its type, we must investigate more fully the considerations which guide us in this pleasure, and enter into the details of this. Rarely as these details which will have to be mentioned here may have figured in a philosophical work before. These considerations divide themselves into those which directly concern the type of the species, i.e., beauty, those which are concerned with physical qualities, and lastly, those which are merely relative, which arise from the requisite correction or neutralization of the one-sided qualities and abnormities of the two individuals by each other. We shall go through them one by one. The first consideration which guides our choice and inclination is age. In general we accept the age from the years when menstruation begins to those when it ceases, yet we give the decided preference to the period from the 18th to the 28th year. Outside of those years, on the other hand, no woman can attract us. An old woman, i.e., one who no longer menstruates, excites our aversion. Youth without beauty has still always attraction, beauty without youth has none. Clearly the unconscious end which guides us here is the possibility of reproduction in general, therefore every individual loses attraction for the opposite sex in proportion as he or she is removed from the fittest period for begetting or conceiving. The second consideration is that of health. Acute diseases only temporarily disturb us, chronic diseases or cachexia repel us, because they are transmitted to the child. The third consideration is the skeleton, because it is the basis of the type of the species. Next to age and disease nothing repels us so much as a deformed figure, even the most beautiful face cannot atone for it. On the contrary, even the ugliest face when accompanied by a straight figure is unquestionably preferred. Further, we feel every disproportion of the skeleton most strongly, for example, a stunted, dumpy, short-boned figure, and many such. Also a halting gait, where it is not the result of an extraneous accident. On the other hand, a strikingly beautiful figure can make up for all defects, it enchants us. Here also comes in the great value which all attach to the smallness of the feet. It depends upon the fact that they are an essential characteristic of the species, for no animal has the tarsus and the metatarsus taken together so small as man. Which accords with his upright walk. He is a plantigrade. Accordingly Jesus Sirach also says, 26. 23, according to the Revised Translation by Krauss, a woman with a straight figure and beautiful feet is like columns of gold in sockets of silver. The teeth also are important. Because they are essential for nourishment and quite specially hereditary. The fourth consideration is a certain fullness of flesh, thus a predominance of the vegetative function, of plasticity. Because this promises abundant nourishment for the fetus, hence great leanness repels us in a striking degree. A full female bosom exerts an exceptional charm upon the male sex. Because, standing in direct connection with the female functions of propagation, it promises abundant nourishment to the newborn child. On the other hand, excessively fat women excite our disgust. The cause is that this indicates atrophy of the uterus, thus barrenness, which is not known by the head, but by instinct. The last consideration of all is the beauty of the face. Here also before everything else the bones are considered, therefore we look principally for a beautiful nose, and a short turned-up nose spoils everything. A slight inclination of the nose downwards or upwards has decided the happiness in life of innumerable maidens, and rightly so, for it concerns the type of the species. A small mouth, by means of small maxillae, is very essential as specifically characteristic of the human countenance, as distinguished from the muzzle of the brutes. A receding or, as it were, cutaway chin is especially disagreeable, because mentum prominulum is an exclusive characteristic of our species. Finally comes the regard for beautiful eyes and forehead. It is connected with the psychical qualities, especially the intellectual, which are inherited from the mother. The unconscious considerations which, on the other hand, the inclination of women follows naturally cannot be so exactly assigned. In general the following may be asserted: they give the preference to the age from 30 to 35 years, especially over that of youths who yet really present the height of human beauty. The reason is that they are not guided by taste but by instinct, which recognizes in the age named the acme of reproductive power. In general they look less to beauty, especially of the face. It is as if they took it upon themselves alone to impart this to the child. They are principally won by the strength of the man, and the courage which is connected with this. For these promise the production of stronger children, and also a brave protector for them. Every physical defect of the man, every divergence from the type, may with regard to the child be removed by the woman in reproduction, through the fact that she herself is blameless in these respects, or even exceeds in the opposite direction. Only those qualities of the man have to be accepted which are peculiar to his sex, and which therefore the mother cannot give to the child. Such are the manly structure of the skeleton, broad shoulders, slender hips, straight bones, muscular power, courage, beard, and hence it arises that women often love ugly men, but never an unmanly man, because they cannot neutralize his defects. The second class of the considerations which lie at the foundation of sexual love are those which regard psychical qualities. Here we shall find that the woman is throughout attracted by the qualities of the heart or character in the man, as those which are inherited from the father. The woman is won especially by firmness of will, decision, and courage, and perhaps also by honesty and good-heartedness. On the other hand, intellectual gifts exercise no direct and instinctive power over her, just because they are not inherited from the father. Want of understanding does a man no harm with women. Indeed, extraordinary mental endowment, or even genius, might sooner influence them unfavorably as an abnormity. Hence one often sees an ugly, stupid, and coarse fellow get the better of a cultured, able, and amiable man with women. Also marriages from love are sometimes consummated between natures which are mentally very different. For example, the man is rough, powerful, and stupid, the woman tenderly sensitive, delicately thoughtful, cultured, aesthetic, and or the man is a genius and learned, the woman a goose. Sic visum veneri, cui placet impars. Formas ac animos sub juga ennea. Sivo mitera cum joco. The reason is, that here quite other considerations than the intellectual predominate, those of instinct. In marriage what is looked to is not intellectual entertainment, but the production of children. It is a bond of the heart, not of the head. It is a vain and absurd pretense when women assert that they have fallen in love with the mind of a man, or else it is the overstraining of a degenerate nature. Men, on the other hand, are not determined in their instinctive love by the qualities of character of the woman, hence so many Socrateses have found their Xantippes, for example, Shakespeare, Albrecht Dürer, Byron, and the intellectual qualities, however, certainly influence here, because they are inherited from the mother. Yet their influence is easily outweighed by that of physical beauty, which acts directly, as concerning a more essential point. However, it happens, either from the feeling or the experience of that influence, that mothers have their daughters taught the fine arts, languages, and so forth in order to make them attractive to men, whereby they wish to assist the intellect by artificial means, just as, in case of need, they assist the hips and the bosom. Observe that here we are speaking throughout only of that entirely immediate instinctive attraction from which alone love properly so-called grows. That a woman of culture and understanding prizes understanding and intellect in a man, that a man from rational reflection should test and have regard to the character of his bride, has nothing to do with the matter with which we are dealing here. Such things lie at the bottom of a rational choice in marriage, but not of the passionate love, which is our theme. Hitherto I have only taken account of the absolute considerations, i.e., those which hold good for every one. I come now to the relative considerations, which are individual, because in their case what is looked to is the rectification of the type of the species, which is already defectively presented. The correction of the divergences from it which the chooser's own person already bears in itself, and thus the return to the pure presentation of the type. Here, then, each one loves what he lacks. Starting from the individual constitution, and directed to the individual constitution, the choice which rests upon such relative considerations is much more definite, decided, and exclusive than that which proceeds merely from the absolute considerations. Therefore the source of really passionate love will lie, as a rule, in these relative considerations, and only that of the ordinary and slighter inclination in the absolute considerations. Accordingly it is not generally precisely correct and perfect beauties that kindle great passions. For such a truly passionate inclination to arise something is required which can only be expressed by a chemical metaphor. Two persons must neutralize each other, like acid and alkali, to a neutral salt. The essential conditions demanded for this are the following. First, all sex is one-sided. This one-sidedness is more distinctly expressed in one individual than in another. Therefore in every individual it can be better supplemented and neutralized by one than by another individual of the opposite sex. For each one requires a one-sidedness which is the opposite of his own to complete the type of humanity in the new individual that is to be produced, the constitution of which is always the goal towards which all tends. Physiologists know that manhood and womanhood admit of innumerable degrees, through which the former sinks to the repulsive genander and hypospadias, and the latter rises to the graceful androgyne. From both sides complete hermaphrodism can be reached, at which point stand those individuals who, holding the exact mean between the two sexes, can be attributed to neither, and consequently are unfit to propagate the species. Accordingly, the neutralization of two individualities by each other, of which we are speaking, demands that the definite degree of his manhood shall exactly correspond to the definite degree of her womanhood. So that the one-sidedness of each exactly annuls that of the other. Accordingly, the most manly man will seek the most womanly woman, and vice versa, and in the same way every individual will seek another corresponding to him or her in degree of sex. Now how far the required relation exists between two individuals is instinctively felt by them, and, together with the other relative considerations, lies at the foundation of the higher degrees of love. While, therefore, the lovers speak pathetically of the harmony of their souls, the heart of the matter is for the most part the agreement or suitableness pointed out here with reference to the being which is to be produced and its perfection. And which is also clearly of much more importance than the harmony of their souls, which often, not long after the marriage, resolves itself into a howling discord. Now, here come in the further relative considerations, which depend upon the fact that every one endeavors to neutralize by means of the other his weaknesses, defects, and deviations from the type, so that they will not perpetuate themselves, or even develop into complete abnormities in the child which is to be produced. The weaker a man is as regards muscular power, the more will he seek for strong women, and the woman on her side will do the same. But since now a less degree of muscular power is natural and regular in the woman, women as a rule will give the preference to strong men. Further, the size is an important consideration. Little men have a decided inclination for big women, and vice versa. And indeed in a little man the preference for big women will be so much the more passionate if he himself was begotten by a big father, and only remains little through the influence of his mother. Because he has inherited from his father the vascular system and its energy, which was able to supply a large body with blood. If, on the other hand, his father and grandfather were both little, that inclination will make itself less felt. At the foundation of the aversion of a big woman to big men lies the intention of nature to avoid too big a race, if with the strength which this woman could impart to them they would be too weak to live long. If, however, such a woman selects a big husband, perhaps for the sake of being more presentable in society, then, as a rule, her offspring will have to atone for her folly. Further, the consideration as to the complexion is very decided. Blondes prefer dark persons, or brunettes, but the latter seldom prefer the former. The reason is, that fair hair and blue eyes are in themselves a variation from the type, almost an abnormity, analogous to white mice, or at least to grey horses. In no part of the world, not even in the vicinity of the pole, are they indigenous, except in Europe, and are clearly of Scandinavian origin. I may here express my opinion in passing that the white color of the skin is not natural to man, but that by nature he has a black or brown skin, like our forefathers the Hindus. That consequently a white man has never originally sprung from the womb of nature, and that thus there is no such thing as a white race, much as this is talked of, but every white man is a faded or bleached one. Forced into the strange world, where he only exists like an exotic plant, and like this requires in winter the hothouse, in the course of thousands of years man became white. The Gypsies, an Indian race which immigrated only about 4 centuries ago, show the transition from the complexion of the Hindu to our own. 139 Therefore in sexual love nature strives to return to dark hair and brown eyes as the primitive type. But the white color of the skin has become a second nature, though not so that the brown of the Hindu repels us. Finally, each one also seeks in the particular parts of the body the corrective of his own defects and aberrations, and does so the more decidedly the more important the part is. Therefore snub-nosed individuals have an inexpressible liking for hook noses, parrot faces, and it is the same with regard to all other parts. Men with excessively slim, long bodies and limbs can find beauty in a body which is even beyond measure stumpy and short. The considerations with regard to temperament act in an analogous manner. Each will prefer the temperament opposed to his own. Yet only in proportion as his one is decided. Whoever is himself in some respect very perfect does not indeed seek and love imperfection in this respect, but is yet more easily reconciled to it than others. Because he himself insures the children against great imperfection of this part. For example, whoever is himself very white will not object to a yellow complexion, but whoever has the latter will find dazzling whiteness divinely beautiful. The rare case in which a man falls in love with a decidedly ugly woman occurs when, besides the exact harmony of the degree of sex explained above, the whole of her abnormities are precisely the opposite, and thus the corrective, of his. The love is then wont to reach a high degree. The profound seriousness with which we consider and ponder each bodily part of the woman, and she on her part does the same, the critical scrupulosity with which we inspect a woman who begins to please us, the capriciousness of our choice. The keen attention with which the bridegroom observes his betrothed, his carefulness not to be deceived in any part, and the great value which he attaches to every excess or defect in the essential parts. All this is quite in keeping with the importance of the end. For the new being to be produced will have to bear through its whole life a similar part. For example, if the woman is only a little crooked, this may easily impart to her son a hump, and so in all the rest. Consciousness of all this certainly does not exist. On the contrary, every one imagines that he makes that careful selection in the interest of his own pleasure, which at bottom cannot be interested in it at all. But he makes it precisely as, under the presupposition of his own corporization, is most in keeping with the interest of the species, to maintain the type of which as pure as possible is the secret task. The individual acts here, without knowing it, by order of something higher than itself, the species, hence the importance which it attaches to things which may and indeed must be, indifferent to itself as such. There is something quite peculiar in the profound unconscious seriousness with which two young persons of opposite sex who see each other for the first time regard each other, in the searching and penetrating glance they cast at one another. In the careful review which all the features and parts of their respective persons have to endure. This investigating and examining is the meditation of the genius of the species on the individual which is possible through these two and the combination of its qualities. According to the result of this meditation is the degree of their pleasure in each other and their yearning for each other. This yearning, even after it has attained a considerable degree, may be suddenly extinguished again by the discovery of something that had previously remained unobserved. In this way, then, the genius of the species meditates concerning the coming race in all who are capable of reproduction. The nature of this race is the great work with which Cupid is occupied, unceasingly active, speculating, and pondering. In comparison with the importance of his great affair, which concerns the species and all coming races, the affairs of individuals in their whole ephemeral totality are very trifling, therefore he is always ready to sacrifice these regardlessly. For he is related to them as an immortal to mortals, and his interests to theirs as infinite to finite. Thus, in the consciousness of managing affairs of a higher kind than all those which only concern individual weal or woe, he carries them on sublimely, undisturbed in the midst of the tumult of war, or in the bustle of business life, or during the raging of a plague, and pursues them even into the seclusion of the cloister. We have seen in the above that the intensity of love increases with its individualization, because we have shown that the physical qualities of two individuals can be such that, for the purpose of restoring as far as possible the type of the species, the one is quite specially and perfectly the completion or supplement of the other, which therefore desires it exclusively. Already in this case a considerable passion arises, which at once gains a nobler and more sublime appearance from the fact that it is directed to an individual object, and to it alone, thus, as it were, arises at the special order of the species. For the opposite reason, the mere sexual impulse is ignoble, because without individualization it is directed to all, and strives to maintain the species only as regards quantity, with little respect to quality. But the individualizing, and with it the intensity of the love, can reach so high a degree that without its satisfaction all the good things in the world, and even life itself, lose their value. It is then a wish which attains a vehemence that no other wish ever reaches, and therefore makes one ready for any sacrifice, and in case its fulfillment remains unalterably denied, may lead to madness or suicide. At the foundation of such an excessive passion there must lie, besides the considerations we have shown above, still others which we have not thus before our eyes. We must therefore assume that here not only the corporization, but the will of the man and the intellect of the woman are specially suitable to each other, in consequence of which a perfectly definite individual can be produced by them alone, whose existence the genius of the species has here in view, for reasons which are inaccessible to us, since they lie in the nature of the thing in itself. Or, to speak more exactly, the will to live desires here to objectify itself in a perfectly definite individual, which can only be produced by this father with this mother. This metaphysical desire of the will in itself has primarily no other sphere of action in the series of existences than the hearts of the future parents, which accordingly are seized with this ardent longing, and now imagine themselves to desire on their own account what really for the present has only a purely metaphysical end, i.e., an end which lies outside the series of actually existing things. Thus it is the ardent longing to enter existence of the future individual which has first become possible here, a longing which proceeds from the primary source of all being, and exhibits itself in the phenomenal world as the lofty passion of the future parents for each other, paying little regard to all that is outside itself. In fact, as an unparalleled illusion, on account of which such a lover would give up all the good things of this world to enjoy the possession of this woman, who yet can really give him nothing more than any other. That yet it is just this possession that is kept in view here is seen from the fact that even this lofty passion, like all others, is extinguished in its enjoyment, to the great astonishment of those who are possessed by it. It also becomes extinct when, through the woman turning out barren, which, according to Hufeland, may arise from 19 accidental constitutional defects, the real metaphysical end is frustrated. Just as daily happens in millions of germs trampled underfoot, in which yet the same metaphysical life principle strives for existence, for which there is no other consolation than that an infinity of space, time, and matter, and consequently inexhaustible opportunity for return, stands open to the will to live. The view which is here expounded must once have been present to the mind of Theophrastus Paracelsus, even if only in a fleeting form, though he has not handled this subject, and my whole system of thought was foreign to him. For, in quite a different context and in his desultory manner, he wrote the following remarkable words: Hi sunt, quos Deus copulavit, ut eam, quae fut Urii et David. Quamvis ex geometro, sic enim sibi humana mens persuadebat, cum justo et legitimo matrimonio pugnaret hoc. Sed propter Salomonem, ca alian nasi non potuit, nisi ex Bathsheba, conjuncto David semin, quam vis mir tris, conjunxit eos Deus, de vita longa, I. 5. The longing of love, the mu epsilon rho omicron, which the poets of all ages are unceasingly occupied with expressing in innumerable forms, and do not exhaust the subject, nay, cannot do it justice, this longing, which attaches the idea of endless happiness to the possession of a particular woman, and unutterable pain to the thought that this possession cannot be attained. This longing and this pain cannot obtain their material from the wants of an ephemeral individual. But they are the size of the spirit of the species, which sees here, to be won or lost, a means for the attainment of its ends which cannot be replaced, and therefore groans deeply. The species alone has infinite life, and therefore is capable of infinite desires, infinite satisfaction, and infinite pain. But these are here imprisoned in the narrow breast of a mortal. No wonder, then, if such a breast seems like to burst, and can find no expression for the intimations of infinite rapture or infinite misery with which it is filled. This, then, affords the materials for all erotic poetry of a sublime kind, which accordingly rises into transcendent metaphors, soaring above all that is earthly. This is the theme of Petrarch, the material for the Æsthetics. Prose, Werther's, and Jacopo Ortiz, who apart from it could not be understood nor explained. For that infinite esteem for the loved one cannot rest upon some spiritual excellences, or in general upon any objective, real qualities of hers. For one thing, because she is often not sufficiently well known to the lover, as was the case with Petrarch. The spirit of the species alone can see at one glance what worth she has for it, for its ends. And great passions also arise, as a rule, at the first glance. Who ever loved that loved not at first sight? Shakespeare, As You Like It, 3. 5. In this regard a passage in the romance of Guzmán de Alfaraque, by Mateo Alemán, which has been famous for 250 years, is remarkable. No es necesario, para que uno ame, que pase distancia de tiempo, que siga discurso, ni haga election. Sino que con aquella primera y sola vista, concurran juntamente cierta correspondencia o consonancia, o lo que aca somos vulgarmente decer, una confrontación de sangre, a que por particular influxo suelen mover las estrellas. For one to love it is not necessary that much time should pass, that he should set about reflecting and make a choice. But only that at that first and only glance a certain correspondence and consonance should be encountered on both sides, or that which in common life we are wont to call a sympathy of the blood. And to which a special influence of the stars generally impels, p. 2, lib 3. c. 5. Accordingly the loss of the loved one, through a rival, or through death, is also for the passionate lover a pain that surpasses all others, just because it is of a transcendental kind, since it affects him not merely as an individual, but attacks him in his essentia aeterna, in the life of the species into whose special will and service he was here called. Hence jealousy is such torment and so grim, and the surrender of the loved one is the greatest of all sacrifices. A hero is ashamed of all lamentations except the lamentation of love, because in this it is not he but the species that laments. In Calderon's Zenobia the Great there is in the first act a scene between Zenobia and Decius in which the latter says, Cielos, luego tú me quieres. Perdiera 100,000 victorias, volverem, and Heaven. Then thou lovest me. For this I would lose 1,000 victories, would turn about, and Here, honor, which hitherto outweighed every interest, is beaten out of the field as soon as sexual love, i.e., the interest of the species, comes into play, and sees before it a decided advantage, for this is infinitely superior to every interest of mere individuals, however important it may be. Therefore to this alone honor, duty, and fidelity yield after they have withstood every other temptation, including the threat of death. In the same way we find in private life that conscientiousness is in no point so rare as in this, it is here sometimes set aside even by persons who are otherwise honest and just, and adultery is recklessly committed when passionate love, i.e., the interest of the species, has mastered them. It even seems as if in this they believe themselves to be conscious of a higher right than the interests of individuals can ever confer, just because they act in the interest of the species. In this reference Chamfort's remark is worth noticing, quand et fem ont pour l'autre un passion violenti Illinois me semble toujours que quelques soyent les obstacles que les séparent, un mari, de parents, etc. Les deux allemands sont l'un à l'autre, de par la nature, tu ils es appartenant de droit divin, malgré les lois et les conventions humaines. Whoever is inclined to be incensed at this should be referred to the remarkable indulgence which the Saviour shows in the Gospel to the woman taken in adultery, in that he also assumes the same guilt in the case of all present. From this point of view the greater part of the Decameron appears as mere mocking and jeering of the genius of the species at the rights and interests of individuals which it tramples underfoot. Differences of rank and all similar circumstances, when they oppose the union of passionate lovers, are set aside with the same ease and treated as nothing by the genius of the species, which, pursuing its ends that concern innumerable generations, blows off as spray such human laws and scruples. From the same deep-lying grounds, when the ends of passionate love are concerned, every danger is willingly encountered, and those who are otherwise timorous here become courageous. In plays and novels also we see, with ready sympathy, the young persons who are fighting the battle of their love, i.e., the interest of the species, gain the victory over their elders, who are thinking only of the welfare of the individuals. For the efforts of the lovers appear to us as much more important, sublime, and therefore right, than anything that can be opposed to them, as the species is more important than the individual. Accordingly the fundamental theme of almost all comedies is the appearance of the genius of the species with its aims, which are opposed to the personal interest of the individuals presented, and therefore threaten to undermine their happiness. As a rule it attains its end, which, as in accordance with poetical justice, satisfies the spectator, because he feels that the aims of the species are much to be preferred to those of the individual. Therefore at the conclusion he leaves the victorious lovers quite confidently, because he shares with them the illusion that they have founded their own happiness, while they have rather sacrificed it to the choice of the species, against the will and foresight of their elders. It has been attempted in single, abnormal comedies to reverse the matter and bring about the happiness of the individuals at the cost of the aims of the species. But then the spectator feels the pain which the genius of the species suffers, and is not consoled by the advantages which are thereby assured to the individuals. As examples of this kind two very well-known little pieces occur to me, La Reine de 16ans, and Le Mariage de Raison. In tragedies containing love affairs, since the aims of the species are frustrated, the lovers who were its tools, generally perish also. For example, in Romeo and Juliet, Tancred, Don Carlos, Wallenstein, The Bride of Messina, and many others. The love of a man often affords comical, and sometimes also tragical phenomena. Both because, taken possession of by the spirit of the species, he is now ruled by this, and no longer belongs to himself, his conduct thereby becomes unsuited to the individual. That which in the higher grades of love imparts such a tinge of poetry and sublimeness to his thoughts, which gives them even a transcendental and hyperphysical tendency, on account of which he seems to lose sight altogether of his real, very physical aim, is at bottom this, that he is now inspired by the spirit of the species whose affairs are infinitely more important than all those which concern mere individuals. In order to find under the special directions of this spirit the whole existence of an indefinitely long posterity with this individual and exactly determined nature, which it can receive only from him as father and the woman he loves as mother, and which otherwise could never, as such, attain to existence, while the objectification of the will to live expressly demands this existence. It is the feeling that he is acting in affairs of such transcendent importance which raises the lover so high above everything earthly, nay, even above himself, and gives such a hyperphysical clothing to his very physical desires. That love becomes a poetical episode even in the life of the most prosaic man. In which last case the matter sometimes assumes a comical aspect. That mandate of the will which objectifies itself in the species exhibits itself in the consciousness of the lover under the mask of the anticipation of an infinite blessedness which is to be found for him in the union with this female individual. Now, in the highest grades of love this chimera becomes so radiant that if it cannot be attained life itself loses all charm, and now appears so joyless, hollow, and insupportable that the disgust at it even overcomes the fear of death. So that it is then sometimes voluntarily cut short. The will of such a man has been caught in the vortex of the will of the species, or this has obtained such a great predominance over the individual will that if such a man cannot be effective in the first capacity, he disdains to be so in the last. The individual is here too weak a vessel to be capable of enduring the infinite longing of the will of the species concentrated upon a definite object. In this case, therefore, the issue is suicide, sometimes the double suicide of the two lovers. Unless, to save life, nature allows madness to intervene, which then covers with its veil the consciousness of that hopeless state. No year passes without proving the reality of what has been expounded by several cases of all these kinds. Not only, however, has the unsatisfied passion of love sometimes a tragic issue, but the satisfied passion also leads oftener to unhappiness than to happiness. For its demands often conflict so much with the personal welfare of him who is concerned that they undermine it, because they are incompatible with his other circumstances, and disturb the plan of life built upon them. Nay, not only with external circumstances is love often in contradiction, but even with the lover's own individuality, for it flings itself upon persons who, apart from the sexual relation, would be hateful, contemptible, and even abhorrent to the lover. But so much more powerful is the will of the species than that of the individual that the lover shuts his eyes to all those qualities which are repellent to him, overlooks all, ignores all, and binds himself forever to the object of his passion, so entirely is he blinded by that illusion, which vanishes as soon as the will of the species is satisfied, and leaves behind a detested companion for life. Only from this can it be explained that we often see very reasonable and excellent men bound to termagants and she-devils, and cannot conceive how they could have made such a choice. On this account the ancients represented love as blind. Indeed, a lover may even know distinctly and feel bitterly the faults of temperament and character of his bride, which promise him a miserable life, and yet not be frightened away. I ask not, I care not. If guilt's in thy heart, I know that I love thee, whatever thou art. For ultimately he seeks not his own things, but those of a third person, who has yet to come into being, although he is involved in the illusion that what he seeks is his own affair. But it is just this not seeking of one's own things which is everywhere the stamp of greatness, that gives to passionate love also a touch of sublimity, and makes it a worthy subject of poetry. Finally, sexual love is compatible even with the extremest hatred towards its object, therefore Plato has compared it to the love of the wolf for the sheep. This case appears when a passionate lover, in spite of all efforts and entreaties, cannot obtain a favorable hearing on any condition. I love and hate her. Shakespeare, CMB, 3. 5. The hatred of the loved one which then is kindled sometimes goes so far that the lover murders her, and then himself. One or two examples of this generally happen every year, they will be found in the newspapers. Therefore Goethe's lines are quite correct. By all despised love. By hellish element. Would that I knew a worse, that I might swear by. It is really no hyperbole if a lover describes the coldness of his beloved and the delight of her vanity, which feeds on his sufferings, as cruelty. For he is under the influence of an impulse which, akin to the instinct of insects, compels him, in spite of all grounds of reason, to pursue his end unconditionally, and to undervalue everything else. He cannot give it up. Not one but many a Petrarch has there been who was compelled to drag through life the unsatisfied ardor of love, like a fetter, an iron weight at his foot, and breathe his sighs in lonely woods. But only in the one Petrarch dwelt also the gift of poetry, so that Goethe's beautiful lines hold good of him. And when in misery the man was dumb, a God gave me the power to tell my sorrow. In fact, the genius of the species wages war throughout with the guardian geniuses of individuals, is their pursuer and enemy, always ready relentlessly to destroy personal happiness in order to carry out its ends. Nay, the welfare of whole nations has sometimes been sacrificed to its humors. An example of this is given us by Shakespeare in Henry VI, Pt. 3, Act 3, Sc. 2 and 3. All this depends upon the fact that the species, as that in which the root of our being lies, has a closer and earlier right to us than the individual, hence its affairs take precedence. From the feeling of this the ancients personified the genius of the species in Cupid, a malevolent, cruel, and therefore ill-reputed god, in spite of his childish appearance. A capricious, despotic demon, but yet lord of gods and men. Sigma upsilon delta omega theta epsilon omega nu tau upsilon rho alpha nu epsilon kappa alpha nu theta rho omega pi omega nu, epsilon rho omega. 2. Deorum hominum tyran, amor. A deadly shot, blindness, and wings are his attributes. The latter signify inconstancy. And this appears, as a rule, only with the disillusion which is the consequence of satisfaction. Because the passion depended upon an illusion, which represented that which has only value for the species as valuable for the individual, the deception must vanish after the attainment of the end of the species. The spirit of the species which took possession of the individual sets it free again. Forsaken by this spirit, the individual falls back into its original limitation and narrowness, and sees with wonder that after such a high, heroic, and infinite effort nothing has resulted for its pleasure but what every sexual gratification affords. Contrary to expectation, it finds itself no happier than before. It observes that it has been the dupe of the will of the species. Therefore, as a rule, a Theseus who has been made happy will forsake his Ariadne. If Petrarch's passion had been satisfied, his song would have been silenced from that time forth, like that of the bird as soon as the eggs are laid. Here let me remark in passing that however much my metaphysics of love will displease the very persons who are entangled in this passion, yet if rational considerations in general could avail anything against it, the fundamental truth disclosed by me would necessarily fit one more than anything else to subdue it. But the saying of the old comedian will, no doubt, remain true, quae residential in southeast nec concilium, nec modum habet ullum, in concilio regere non potes. Marriages from love are made in the interest of the species, not of the individuals. Certainly the persons concerned imagine they are advancing their own happiness, but their real end is one which is foreign to themselves, for it lies in the production of an individual which is only possible through them. Brought together by this aim, they ought henceforth to try to get on together as well as possible. But very often the pair brought together by that instinctive illusion, which is the essence of passionate love, will, in other respects, be of very different natures. This comes to light when the illusion vanishes, as it necessarily must. Accordingly love marriages, as a rule, turn out unhappy, for through them the coming generation is cared for at the expense of the present. Qui esse casa por amores, ha de vivir con dolores, who marries from love must live in sorrow, says the Spanish proverb. The opposite is the case with marriages contracted for purposes of convenience, generally in accordance with the choice of the parents. The considerations prevailing here, of whatever kind they may be, are at least real, and cannot vanish of themselves. Through them, however, the happiness of the present generation is certainly cared for, to the disadvantage of the coming generation, and notwithstanding this it remains problematical. The man who in his marriage looks to money more than to the satisfaction of his inclination lives more in the individual than in the species, which is directly opposed to the truth, hence it appears unnatural, and excites a certain contempt. A girl who, against the advice of her parents, rejects the offer of a rich and not yet old man, in order, setting aside all considerations of convenience, to choose according to her instinctive inclination alone, sacrifices her individual welfare to the species. But just on this account one cannot withhold from her a certain approbation. For she has preferred what is of most importance, and has acted in the spirit of nature, more exactly, of the species, while the parents advised in the spirit of individual egoism. In accordance with all this, it appears as if in making a marriage either the individual or the interests of the species must come off a loser. And this is generally the case. For that convenience and passionate love should go hand in hand is the rarest of lucky accidents. The physical, moral, or intellectual deficiency of the nature of most men may to some extent have its ground in the fact that marriages are ordinarily entered into not from pure choice and inclination, but from all kinds of external considerations, and on account of accidental circumstances. If, however, besides convenience, inclination is also to a certain extent regarded, this is, as it were, an agreement with the genius of the species. Happy marriages are well known to be rare. Just because it lies in the nature of marriage that its chief end is not the present but the coming generation. However, let me add, for the consolation of tender, loving natures, that sometimes passionate sexual love associates itself with a feeling of an entirely different origin, real friendship based upon agreement of disposition, which yet for the most part only appears when sexual love proper is extinguished in its satisfaction. This friendship will then generally spring from the fact that the supplementing and corresponding physical, moral, and intellectual qualities of the two individuals, from which sexual love arose, with reference to the child to be produced, are, with reference also to the individuals themselves, related to each other in a supplementary manner as opposite qualities of temperament and mental gifts, and thereby form the basis of a harmony of disposition. The whole metaphysics of love here dealt with stands in close connection with my metaphysics in general, and the light which it throws upon this may be summed up as follows. We have seen that the careful selection for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, a selection which rises through innumerable degrees up to that of passionate love, depends upon the highly serious interest which man takes in the special personal constitution of the next generation. Now this exceedingly remarkable interest confirms two truths which have been set forth in the preceding chapters. 1. The indestructibility of the true nature of man, which lives on in that coming generation. For that interest which is so lively and eager, and does not spring from reflection and intention, but from the inmost characteristics and tendencies of our nature, could not be so indelibly present and exercise such great power over man if he were absolutely perishable, and were merely followed in time by a race actually and entirely different from him. 2. That his true nature lies more in the species than in the individual. For that interest in the special nature of the species, which is the root of all love, from the passing inclination to the serious passion, is for every one really the highest concern, the success or failure of which touches him most sensibly. Therefore it is called par excellence the affair of the heart. Moreover, when this interest has expressed itself strongly and decidedly, everything which merely concerns one's own person is postponed and necessarily sacrificed to it. Through this, then, man shows that the species lies closer to him than the individual, and he lives more immediately in the former than in the latter. Why does the lover hang with complete abandonment on the eyes of his chosen one, and is ready to make every sacrifice for her? Because it is his immortal part that longs after her, while it is only his mortal part that desires everything else. That vehement or intense longing directed to a particular woman is accordingly an immediate pledge of the indestructibility of the kernel of our being, and of its continued existence in the species. But to regard this continued existence as something trifling and insufficient is an error which arises from the fact that under the conception of the continued life of the species one thinks nothing more than the future existence of beings similar to us, but in no regard identical with us. And this again because, starting from knowledge directed towards without, one takes into consideration only the external form of the species as we apprehend it in perception, and not its inner nature. But it is just this inner nature which lies at the foundation of our own consciousness as its kernel, and hence indeed is more immediate than this itself, and, as thing in itself, free from the principium individuationis, is really the same and identical in all individuals, whether they exist together or after each other. Now this is the will to live, thus just that which desires life and continuance so vehemently. This accordingly is spared and unaffected by death. It can attain to no better state than its present one. And consequently for it, with life, the constant suffering and striving of the individuals is certain. To free it from this is reserved for the denial of the will to live, as the means by which the individual will breaks away from the stem of the species, and surrenders that existence in it. We lack conceptions for that which it now is. Indeed, all data for such conceptions are wanting. We can only describe it as that which is free to be will to live or not. Buddhism denotes the latter case by the word nirvana, the etymology of which was given in the note at the end of chapter 41. It is the point which remains forever unattainable to all human knowledge, just as such. If now, from the standpoint of this last consideration, we contemplate the turmoil of life, we behold all occupied with its want and misery, straining all their powers to satisfy its infinite needs and to ward off its multifarious sorrows. Yet without daring to hope anything else than simply the preservation of this tormented existence for a short span of time. In between, however, in the midst of the tumult, we see the glances of two lovers meet longingly, yet why so secretly, fearfully, and stealthily? Because these lovers are the traitors who seek to perpetuate the whole want and drudgery, which would otherwise speedily reach an end, this they wish to frustrate, as others like them have frustrated it before. This consideration already passes over into the subject of the following chapter. 140. XLV, on the assertion of the will to live. This chapter is connected with section 60 of the first volume. If the will to live exhibited itself merely as an impulse to self-preservation, this would only be an assertion of the individual phenomenon for the span of time of its natural duration. The cares and troubles of such a life would not be great, and consequently existence would be easy and serene. Since, on the contrary, the will wills life absolutely and for all time, it exhibits itself also as sexual impulse, which has in view an endless series of generations. This impulse does away with that carelessness, serenity, and innocence which would accompany a merely individual existence, for it brings unrest and melancholy into the consciousness, misfortunes, cares, and misery into the course of life. If, on the other hand, it is voluntarily suppressed, as we see in rare exceptions, then this is the turning of the will, which changes its course. The will does not then transcend the individual, but is abolished in it. Yet this can only take place by means of the individual doing painful violence to itself. If, however, it does take place, then the freedom from care and the serenity of the purely individual existence is restored to the consciousness, and indeed in a higher degree. On the other hand, to the satisfaction of that most vehement of all impulses and desires is linked the origin of a new existence, thus the carrying out of life anew, with all its burdens, cares, wants, and pains, certainly in another individual. Yet if the two who are different in the phenomenon were so absolutely and in themselves, where would then be eternal justice? Life presents itself as a problem, a task to be worked out, and therefore, as a rule, as a constant conflict with necessity. Accordingly every one tries to get through with it and come off as well as he can. He performs life as a compulsory service which he owes. But who has contracted the debt, his begetter, in the enjoyment of sensual pleasure? Thus, because the one has enjoyed this, the other must live, suffer, and die. However, we know and look back here to the fact that the difference of the similar is conditioned by space and time, which in this sense I have called the principium individuationis. Otherwise eternal justice could not be vindicated. Paternal love, on account of which the father is ready to suffer, and to risk more for his child than for himself, and at the same time knows that he owes this, depends simply upon the fact that the begetter recognizes himself in the begotten. The life of a man, with its endless care, want, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation and paraphrase of the act of procreation, i.e., the decided assertion of the will to live. And further, it is also due to this that he owes to nature the debt of death, and thinks with anxiety of this debt. Is this not evidence of the fact that our existence involves guilt? At any rate, we always exist, subject to the periodical payment of the toll, birth and death, and successively partake of all the sorrows and joys of life, so that none can escape us. This is just the fruit of the assertion of the will to live. Thus the fear of death, which in spite of all the miseries of life holds us firmly to it, is really illusory, but just as illusory is the impulse which has enticed us into it. This enticement itself may be seen objectively in the reciprocal longing glances of two lovers. They are the purest expression of the will to live, in its assertion. How soft and tender it is here! It wills well-being, and quiet pleasure, and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. It is the theme of Anacreon. Thus by allurements and flattery it makes its way into life. But when once it is there, misery introduces crime, and crime misery. Horror and desolation fill the scene. It is the theme of Aeschylus. But now the act through which the will asserts itself and man arises is one of which all are, in their inmost being, ashamed, which they therefore carefully conceal. Nay, if they are caught in it, are terrified as if they had been taken in a crime. It is an action of which in cold reflection one generally thinks with dislike, and in a lofty mood with loathing. Reflections which in this regard approach the matter more closely are offered by Montaigne in the 5th chapter of the 3rd book, under the marginal heading, Ce que c'est que l'amour. A peculiar sadness and repentance follows close upon it, is yet most perceptible after the first performance of the act, and in general is the more distinct the nobler is the character. Hence even Pliny, the pagan, says, Homini tantum primi coitus poenitentia, augurium silicet vitae, opponitenda origin, Histori nat. XXXIII. And, on the other hand, in Goethe's Faust, what do devil and witches practice and sing of on their Sabbath? Lewdness and obscenity. And in the same work, in the admirable Paralipomena to Faust, what does incarnate Satan preach before the assembled multitude? Lewdness and obscenity. But simply and solely by means of the continual practice of such an act as this does the human race subsist. If now optimism were right, if our existence were to be thankfully recognized as the gift of the highest goodness guided by wisdom, and accordingly in itself praiseworthy, commendable, and agreeable, then certainly the act which perpetuates it would necessarily have borne quite another physiognomy. If, on the other hand, this existence is a kind of false step or error, if it is the work of an originally blind will, whose most fortunate development is that it comes to itself in order to abolish itself, then the act which perpetuates that existence must appear precisely as it does appear. With reference to the first fundamental truth of my doctrine, the remark deserves a place here that the shame mentioned above which attaches to the act of generation extends even to the parts which are concerned in this, although, like all other parts, they are given us by nature. This is again a striking proof that not only the actions but even the body of man is to be regarded as the manifestation, the objectification, of his will, and as its work. For he could not be ashamed of a thing which existed without his will. The act of generation is further related to the world, as the answer is related to the riddle. The world is wide in space and old in time, and of an inexhaustible multiplicity of forms. Yet all this is only the manifestation of the will to live. And the concentration, the focus of this will is the act of generation. Thus in this act the inner nature of the world expresses itself most distinctly. In this regard it is indeed worth noticing that this act itself is also distinctly called, the will, in the very significant German phrase, verlangt von sie sollte ihm zu willen sein, he desired her to comply with his wishes. As the most distinct expression of the will, then, this act is the kernel, the compendium, the quintessence of the world. Therefore from it we obtain light as to the nature and tendency of the world, it is the answer to the riddle. Accordingly it is understood under the tree of knowledge, for after acquaintance with it the eyes of every one are opened as to life, as Byron also says. The tree of knowledge has been plucked, all's known. Don Juan, I. 128. It is not less in keeping with this quality that it is the great Alpha Rho Eta Tau Omicron Nu, the open secret, which must never and nowhere be distinctly mentioned, but always and everywhere is understood as the principal matter. And is therefore constantly present to the thoughts of all, wherefore also the slightest allusion to it is instantly understood. The leading part which that act, and what is connected with it, plays in the world, because love intrigues are everywhere, on the one hand, pursued, and, on the other hand, assumed, is quite in keeping with the importance of this punctum saliens of the egg of the world. The source of the amusing is simply the constant concealment of the chief concern. But see now how the young, innocent, human intellect, when that great secret of the world first becomes known to it, is startled at the enormity. The reason of this is that in the long course which the originally unconscious will had to traverse before it rose to intellect, especially to human, rational intellect, it became so strange to itself that it no longer knows its origin. That ponitenda origo, and now, from the standpoint of pure, and therefore innocent, knowing, is horrified at it. Since now the focus of the will, i.e., its concentration and highest expression, is the sexual impulse and its satisfaction, this is very significantly and naively expressed in the symbolical language of nature through the fact that the individualized will, that is, the man and the brute, makes its entrance into the world through the door of the sexual organs. The assertion of the will to live, which accordingly has its center in the act of generation, is in the case of the brute infallible. For the will, which is the natura naturans, first arrives at reflection in man. To arrive at reflection means, not merely to know the momentary necessity of the individual will, how to serve it in the pressing present, as is the case with the brute, in proportion to its completeness and its necessities, which go hand in hand, but to have attained a greater breadth of knowledge, by virtue of a distinct remembrance of the past, an approximate anticipation of the future, and thereby a general survey of the individual life. Both one's own life and that of others, nay, of existence in general. Really the life of every species of brute, through the thousands of years of its existence, is to a certain extent like a single moment. For it is mere consciousness of the present, without that of the past and the future, and consequently without that of death. In this sense it is to be regarded as a permanent moment, a nunc stans. Here we see, in passing, most distinctly that in general the form of life, or the manifestation of the will with consciousness, is primarily and immediately merely the present. Past and future are added only in the case of man, and indeed merely in conception, are known in abstracto, and perhaps illustrated by pictures of the imagination. Thus after the will to live, i.e., the inner being of nature, in the ceaseless striving towards complete objectification and complete enjoyment, has run through the whole series of the brutes, which often occurs in the various periods of successive animal series each arising anew on the same planet, it arrives at last at reflection in the being who is endowed with reason, man. Here now to him the thing begins to be doubtful, the question forces itself upon him whence and wherefore all this is, and chiefly whether the care and misery of his life and effort is really repaid by the gain. Le je vaut bien la chandelle. Accordingly here is the point at which, in the light of distinct knowledge, he decides for the assertion or denial of the will to live, although as a rule he can only bring the latter to consciousness in a mythical form. We have consequently no ground for assuming that a still more highly developed objectification of the will is ever reached, anywhere, for it has already reached its turning point here. XLVI, on the vanity and suffering of life. This chapter is connected with sections 56 through 59 of the first volume. Also chapters 11 and 12 of the second volume of the Parerga and Paralipomena should be compared with it. Awakened to life out of the night of unconsciousness, the will finds itself an individual, in an endless and boundless world, among innumerable individuals, all striving, suffering, erring. And as if through a troubled dream it hurries back to its old unconsciousness. Yet till then its desires are limitless, its claims inexhaustible, and every satisfied desire gives rise to a new one. No possible satisfaction in the world could suffice to still its longings, set a goal to its infinite cravings, and fill the bottomless abyss of its heart. Then let one consider what as a rule are the satisfactions of any kind that a man obtains. For the most part nothing more than the bare maintenance of this existence itself, extorted day by day with unceasing trouble and constant care in the conflict with want, and with death in prospect. Everything in life shows that earthly happiness is destined to be frustrated or recognized as an illusion. The grounds of this lie deep in the nature of things. Accordingly the life of most men is troubled and short. Those who are comparatively happy are so, for the most part, only apparently, or else, like men of long life, they are the rare exceptions, a possibility of which there had to be, as decoy birds. Life presents itself as a continual deception in small things as in great. If it has promised, it does not keep its word, unless to show how little worth desiring were the things desired. Thus we are deluded now by hope, now by what was hoped for. If it has given, it did so in order to take. The enchantment of distance shows us paradises which vanish like optical illusions when we have allowed ourselves to be mocked by them. Happiness accordingly always lies in the future, or else in the past, and the present may be compared to a small dark cloud which the wind drives over the sunny plain. Before and behind it all is bright, only it itself always casts a shadow. The present is therefore always insufficient, but the future is uncertain, and the past irrevocable. Life with its hourly, daily, weekly, yearly, little, greater, and great misfortunes, with its deluded hopes and its accidents destroying all our calculations, bears so distinctly the impression of something with which we must become disgusted, that it is hard to conceive how one has been able to mistake this and allow oneself to be persuaded that life is there in order to be thankfully enjoyed, and that man exists in order to be happy. Rather that continual illusion and disillusion, and also the nature of life throughout, presents itself to us as intended and calculated to awaken the conviction that nothing at all is worth our striving, our efforts and struggles. That all good things are vanity, the world and all its ends bankrupt, and life a business which does not cover its expenses. So that our will may turn away from it. The way in which this vanity of all objects of the will makes itself known and comprehensible to the intellect which is rooted in the individual, is primarily time. It is the form by means of which that vanity of things appears as their perishableness, for on account of this all our pleasures and joys disappear in our hands, and we afterwards ask astonished where they have remained. That nothingness itself is therefore the only objective element in time, i.e., that which corresponds to it in the inner nature of things, thus that of which it is the expression. Just on this account time is the a priori necessary form of all our perceptions, in it everything must present itself, even we ourselves. Accordingly, first of all, our life is like a payment which one receives in nothing but copper pence, and yet must then give a discharge for. The copper pence are the days, the discharge is death. For at last time makes known the judgment of nature concerning the work of all the beings which appear in it, in that it destroys them. And rightly so, for all that arises is worthy only of being destroyed. Hence were it better that nothing arose. Thus old age and death, to which every life necessarily hurries on, are the sentence of condemnation on the will to live, coming from the hands of nature itself, and which declares that this will is an effort which frustrates itself. What thou hast wished, it says, ends thus, desire something better. Hence the instruction which his life affords to every one consists, as a whole, in this, that the objects of his desires continually delude, waver, and fall, and accordingly bring more misery than joy. Till at last the whole foundation upon which they all stand gives way, in that his life itself is destroyed, and so he receives the last proof that all his striving and wishing was a perversity, a false path. Then old age and experience, hand in hand, lead him to death, and make him understand, after a search so painful and so long, that all his life he has been in the wrong. We shall, however, enter into the details of the matter, for it is in these views that I have met with most contradiction. First of all, I have to confirm by the following remarks the proof given in the text of the negative nature of all satisfaction, thus of all pleasure and all happiness, in opposition to the positive nature of pain. We feel pain, but not painlessness, we feel care, but not the absence of care, fear, but not security. We feel the wish as we feel hunger and thirst. But as soon as it has been fulfilled, it is like the mouthful that has been taken, which ceases to exist for our feeling the moment it is swallowed. Pleasures and joys we miss painfully whenever they are wanting. But pains, even when they cease after having long been present, are not directly missed, but at the most are intentionally thought of by means of reflection. For only pain and want can be felt positively, and therefore announce themselves. Well-being, on the other hand, is merely negative. Therefore we do not become conscious of the three greatest blessings of life, health, youth, and freedom, so long as we possess them, but only after we have lost them, for they also are negations. We only observe that days of our life were happy after they have given place to unhappy ones. In proportion as pleasures increase, the susceptibility for them decreases. What is customary is no longer felt as a pleasure. Just in this way, however, is the susceptibility for suffering increased, for the loss of what we are accustomed to is painfully felt. Thus the measure of what is necessary increases through possession, and thereby the capacity for feeling pain. The hours pass the quicker the more agreeably they are spent, and the slower the more painfully they are spent, because pain, not pleasure, is the positive, the presence of which makes itself felt. In the same way we become conscious of time when we are bored, not when we are diverted. Both these cases prove that our existence is most happy when we perceive it least, from which it follows that it would be better not to have it. Great and lively joy can only be conceived as the consequence of great misery, which has preceded it, for nothing can be added to a state of permanent satisfaction but some amusement, or the satisfaction of vanity. Hence all poets are obliged to bring their heroes into anxious and painful situations, so that they may be able to free them from them. Dramas and epics accordingly always describe only fighting, suffering, tormented men. And every romance is a rarishow in which we observe the spasms and convulsions of the agonized human heart. Walter Scott has naively expressed this aesthetic necessity in the conclusion to his novel, Old Mortality. Voltaire, who was so highly favored both by nature and fortune, says, in entire agreement with the truth proved by me, le bonheur n'est qu'un rêve, et la douleur est réelle. And he adds, ILY a 80 ans que j'ai l'épreuve. J'ny autre chose que me resigner, et me dire que les muches sont nées pour être manges par les araignées, et les hommes pour être dévorés par les chagrins. Before so confidently affirming that life is a blessing worth desiring or giving thanks for. Let one compare calmly the sum of the possible pleasures which a man can enjoy in his life with the sum of the possible sorrows which may come to him in his life. I believe the balance will not be hard to strike. At bottom, however, it is quite superfluous to dispute whether there is more good or evil in the world, for the mere existence of evil decides the matter. For the evil can never be annulled, and consequently can never be balanced by the good which may exist along with it or after it. Mil piacer non vagliono un tormento. Petre. 1,000 pleasures are not worth one torment. For that 1,000 had lived in happiness and pleasure would never do away with the anguish and death agony of a single one, and just as little does my present well-being undo my past suffering. If, therefore, the evils in the world were 100 times less than is the case, yet their mere existence would be sufficient to establish a truth which may be expressed in different ways, though always somewhat indirectly. The truth that we have not to rejoice but rather to mourn at the existence of the world. That its non-existence would be preferable to its existence, that it is something which at bottom ought not to be, and. Very beautiful is Byron's expression of this truth. Our life is a false nature, 'tis not in the harmony of things, this hard decree. This uneradicable taint of sin. This boundless upas, this all-blasting tree. Whose root is earth. Whose leaves and branches be the skies, which rain their plagues on men like dew. Disease, death, bondage, all the woes we see. And worse, the woes we see not, which throb through the immedicable soul, with heartaches ever new. If the world and life were an end in themselves, and accordingly required theoretically no justification and practically no indemnification or compensation, but existed, for instance, as Spinoza and the Spinozists of the present day represent it, as the single manifestation of a God, who, animi causa, or else in order to mirror himself, undertook such an evolution of himself, and hence its existence neither required to be justified by reasons nor redeemed by results, then the sufferings and miseries of life would not indeed have to be fully equaled by the pleasures and well-being in it. For this, as has been said, is impossible, because my present pain is never abolished by future joys, for the latter fill their time as the former fills its time, but there would have to be absolutely no suffering. And death also would either have not to be, or else to have no terrors for us. Only thus would life pay for itself. But since now our state is rather something which had better not be, everything about us bears the trace of this, just as in hell everything smells of sulfur, for everything is always imperfect and illusory. Everything agreeable is displaced by something disagreeable, every enjoyment is only a half one, every pleasure introduces its own disturbance, every relief new difficulties. Every aid of our daily and hourly need leaves us each moment in the lurch and denies its service, the step upon which we place our foot so often gives way under us, nay, misfortunes great and small are the element of our life. And, in a word, we are like Phineas, whose food was all tainted and made uneatable by the harpies. 141. Two remedies for this are tried, first, epsilon upsilon lambda alpha beta epsilon iota alpha, i.e., prudence, foresight, cunning. It does not fully instruct us, is insufficient, and leads to defeat. Secondly, the stoical equanimity which seeks to arm us against all misfortunes by preparedness for everything and contempt of all, practically it becomes cynical renunciation, which prefers once for all to reject all means of relief and all alleviations. It reduces us to the position of dogs, like Diogenes in his tub. The truth is, we ought to be wretched, and we are so. The chief source of the serious evils which affect men is man himself, homo homini lupus. Whoever keeps this last fact clearly in view beholds the world as a hell, which surpasses that of Dante in this respect, that one man must be the devil of another. For this, one is certainly more fitted than another. An arch-fiend, indeed, more fitted than all others, appearing in the form of a conqueror, who places several 100,000 men opposite each other, and says to them, "To suffer and die is your destiny. Now shoot each other with guns and cannons," and they do so. In general, however, the conduct of men towards each other is characterized as a rule by injustice, extreme unfairness, hardness, nay, cruelty. An opposite course of conduct appears only as an exception. Upon this depends the necessity of the state and legislation, and upon none of your false pretenses. But in all cases which do not lie within the reach of the law, that regardlessness of his like, peculiar to man, shows itself at once. A regardlessness which springs from his boundless egoism, and sometimes also from wickedness. How man deals with man is shown, for example, by Negro slavery, the final end of which is sugar and coffee. But we do not need to go so far, at the age of 5 years to enter a cotton spinning or other factory, and from that time forth to sit there daily, first 10, then 12, and ultimately 14 hours, performing the same mechanical labor, is to purchase dearly the satisfaction of drawing breath. But this is the fate of millions, and that of millions more is analogous to it. We others, however, can be made perfectly miserable by trifling misfortunes, perfectly happy, not by the world. Whatever one may say, the happiest moment of the happy man is the moment of his falling asleep, and the unhappiest moment of the unhappy that of his awaking. An indirect but certain proof of the fact that men feel themselves unhappy, and consequently are so, is also abundantly afforded by the fearful envy which dwells in us all, and which in all relations of life, on the occasion of any superiority, of whatever kind it may be, is excited, and cannot contain its poison. Because they feel themselves unhappy, men cannot endure the sight of one whom they imagine happy. He who for the moment feels himself happy would like to make all around him happy also, and says, "Que tout le monde ici soit heureux de ma joie." If life were in itself a blessing to be prized, and decidedly to be preferred to non-existence, the exit from it would not need to be guarded by such fearful sentinels as death and its terrors. But who would continue in life as it is if death were less terrible? And again, who could even endure the thought of death if life were a pleasure? But thus the former has still always this good, that it is the end of life, and we console ourselves with regard to the suffering of life with death, and with regard to death with the suffering of life. The truth is, that the two inseparably belong to each other, for together they constitute a deviation from the right path, to return to which is as difficult as it is desirable. If the world were not something which, expressed practically, ought not to be, it would also not be theoretically a problem. But its existence would either require no explanation, inasmuch as it would be so entirely self-evident that wonder concerning it or a question about it could arise in no mind, or its end would present itself unmistakably. Instead of this, however, it is indeed an insoluble problem. For even the most perfect philosophy will yet always contain an unexplained element, like an insoluble deposit or the remainder which the irrational relation of two quantities always leaves over. Therefore if one ventures to raise the question why there is not rather nothing than this world, the world cannot be justified from itself, no ground, no final cause of its existence can be found in itself. It cannot be shown that it exists for its own sake, i.e., for its own advantage. In accordance with my teaching, this can certainly be explained from the fact that the principle of its existence is expressly one which is without ground, a blind will to live, which as thing in itself cannot be made subject to the principle of sufficient reason, which is merely the form of the phenomenon, and through which alone every why is justified. But this also agrees with the nature of the world, for only a blind will, no seeing will, could place itself in the position in which we behold ourselves. A seeing will would rather have soon made the calculation that the business did not cover the cost, for such a mighty effort and struggle with the straining of all the powers, under constant care, anxiety, and want, and with the inevitable destruction of every individual life, finds no compensation in the ephemeral existence itself, which is so obtained, and which passes into nothing in our hands. Hence, then, the explanation of the world from the Anaxagorean nu omicron upsilon, i.e., from a will accompanied by knowledge, necessarily demands optimism to excuse it, which accordingly is set up and maintained in spite of the loudly crying evidence of a whole world full of misery. Life is there given out to be a gift, while it is evident that every one would have declined such a gift if he could have seen it and tested it beforehand. Just as Lessing admired the understanding of his son, who, because he had absolutely declined to enter life, had to be forcibly brought into it with the forceps, but was scarcely there when he hurried away from it again. On the other hand, it is then well said that life should be, from one end to the other, only a lesson. To which, however, any one might reply, for this very reason I wish I had been left in the peace of the all-sufficient nothing, where I would have had no need of lessons or of anything else. If indeed it should now be added that he must one day give an account of every hour of his life, he would be more justified in himself demanding an account of why he had been transferred from that rest into such a questionable, dark, anxious, and painful situation. To this, then, we are led by false views. For human existence, far from bearing the character of a gift, has entirely the character of a debt that has been contracted. The calling in of this debt appears in the form of the pressing wants, tormenting desires, and endless misery established through this existence. As a rule, the whole lifetime is devoted to the paying off of this debt. But this only meets the interest. The payment of the capital takes place through death. And when was this debt contracted? At the begetting. Accordingly, if we regard man as a being whose existence is a punishment and an expiation, we then view him in a right light. The myth of the fall, although probably, like the whole of Judaism, borrowed from the Zendavesta, Bundahish, 15, is the only point in the Old Testament to which I can ascribe metaphysical, although only allegorical, truth. Indeed it is this alone that reconciles me to the Old Testament. Our existence resembles nothing so much as the consequence of a false step and a guilty desire. New Testament Christianity, the ethical spirit of which is that of Brahmanism and Buddhism, and is therefore very foreign to the otherwise optimistic spirit of the Old Testament, has also, very wisely, linked itself on precisely to that myth. Indeed, without this it would have found no point of connection with Judaism at all. If anyone desires to measure the degree of guilt with which our existence is tainted, then let him look at the suffering that is connected with it. Every great pain, whether bodily or mental, declares what we deserve, for it could not come to us if we did not deserve it. That Christianity also regards our existence in this light is shown by a passage in Luther's commentary on Galatians, chap. 3, which I only have beside me in Latin: Summus autem nos omnes corporibus et rebus subjecti diabolo, e hospite summus in mundo, cujus ipsi princepsi Deus est. Ideo panis, quem edimus, potus, quem bibimus, vests, cabus udimer, immo et totem quo vivimus in carne, sub ipsius imperio est. An outcry has been made about the melancholy and disconsolate nature of my philosophy. Yet it lies merely in the fact that instead of inventing a future hell as the equivalent of sin, I show that where guilt lies in the world there is also already something akin to hell, but whoever is inclined to deny this can easily experience it. And to this world, to this scene of tormented and agonized beings, who only continue to exist by devouring each other, in which, therefore, every ravenous beast is the living grave of thousands of others. And its self-maintenance is a chain of painful deaths. And in which the capacity for feeling pain increases with knowledge, and therefore reaches its highest degree in man, a degree which is the higher the more intelligent the man is. To this world it has been sought to apply the system of optimism, and demonstrate to us that it is the best of all possible worlds. The absurdity is glaring. But an optimist bids me open my eyes and look at the world, how beautiful it is in the sunshine, with its mountains and valleys, streams, plants, animals, and is the world, then, a raritio? These things are certainly beautiful to look at, but to be them is something quite different. Then comes a teleologist, and praises to me the wise arrangement by virtue of which it is taken care that the planets do not run their heads together, that land and sea do not get mixed into a pulp, but are held so beautifully apart. Also that everything is neither rigid with continual frost nor roasted with heat. In the same way, that in consequence of the obliquity of the ecliptic there is no eternal spring, in which nothing could attain to ripeness, and but this and all like it are mere conditions sine quibus non. If in general there is to be a world at all, if its planets are to exist at least as long as the light of a distant fixed star requires to reach them, and are not, like Lessing's sun, to depart again immediately after birth, then certainly it must not be so clumsily constructed that its very framework threatens to fall to pieces. But if one goes on to the results of this applauded work, considers the players who act upon the stage which is so durably constructed, and now sees how with sensibility pain appears, and increases in proportion as the sensibility develops to intelligence, and then how, keeping pace with this, desire and suffering come out ever more strongly, and increase till at last human life affords no other material than this for tragedies and comedies, then whoever is honest will scarcely be disposed to set up hallelujahs. David Hume, in his Natural History of Religion, sections 6, 7, 8, and 13, has also exposed, mercilessly but with convincing truth, the real though concealed source of these last. He also explains clearly in the 10th and 11th books of his Dialogues on Natural Religion, with very pertinent arguments, which are yet of quite a different kind from mine, the miserable nature of this world and the untenableness of all optimism. In doing which he attacks this in its origin. Both works of Hume's are as well worth reading as they are unknown at the present day in Germany, where, on the other hand, incredible pleasure is found, patriotically, in the most disgusting nonsense of homebred boastful mediocrities, who are proclaimed great men. Hamann, however, translated these dialogues. Kant went through the translation, and late in life wished to induce Hamann's son to publish them because the translation of Plattner did not satisfy him. See Kant's biography by F. W. Schubert, pp. 81 and 165. From every page of David Hume there is more to be learned than from the collected philosophical works of Hegel, Herbart, and Schleiermacher together. The founder of systematic optimism, again, is Leibniz, whose philosophical merit I have no intention of denying, although I have never succeeded in thinking myself into the monadology, pre-established harmony, and identitas indiscernibilium. His Nouveaux Essays sur l'Entendement are, however, merely an excerpt, with a full yet weak criticism, with a view to correction, of Locke's work, which is justly of worldwide reputation. He here opposes Locke with just as little success as he opposes Newton in the Tenthemen de Motuum Coelestium Causis, directed against the system of gravitation. The Critique of Pure Reason is specially directed against this Leibniz-Wolffian philosophy, and has a polemical, nay, a destructive relation to it, just as it is related to Locke and Hume as a continuation and further construction. That at the present day the professors of philosophy are on all sides engaged in setting Leibniz, with his juggling, upon his legs again, nay, in glorifying him, and, on the other hand, in depreciating and setting aside Kant as much as possible, has its sufficient reason in the primum vivere. The Critique of Pure Reason does not admit of one giving out Judaistic mythology as philosophy, nor of one speaking, without ceremony, of the soul as a given reality, a well-known and well-accredited person, without giving account of how one arrived at this conception, and what justification one has for using it scientifically. But primum vivere, deigned philosophery. Down with Kant, vivat our Leibniz. To return, then, to Leibniz, I cannot ascribe to the Theodicy, as a methodical and broad unfolding of optimism, any other merit than this, that it gave occasion later for the immortal Candide of the great Voltaire. Whereby certainly Leibniz's often repeated and lame excuse for the evil of the world, that the bad sometimes brings about the good, received a confirmation which was unexpected by him. Even by the name of his hero Voltaire indicates that it only requires sincerity to recognize the opposite of optimism. Really upon this scene of sin, suffering, and death optimism makes such an extraordinary figure that one would be forced to regard it as irony if one had not a sufficient explanation of its origin in the secret source of it, insincere flattery. With insulting confidence in its success, which, as was mentioned above, is so delightfully disclosed by Hume. But indeed to the palpably sophistical proofs of Leibniz that this is the best of all possible worlds, we may seriously and honestly oppose the proof that it is the worst of all possible worlds. For possible means, not what one may construct in imagination, but what can actually exist and continue. Now this world is so arranged as to be able to maintain itself with great difficulty. But if it were a little worse, it could no longer maintain itself. Consequently a worse world, since it could not continue to exist, is absolutely impossible, thus this world itself is the worst of all possible worlds. For not only if the planets were to run their heads together, but even if any one of the actually appearing perturbations of their course, instead of being gradually balanced by others, continued to increase, the world would soon reach its end. Astronomers know upon what accidental circumstances, principally the irrational relation to each other of the periods of revolution, this depends, and have carefully calculated that it will always go on well. Consequently the world also can continue and go on. We will hope that, although Newton was of an opposite opinion, they have not miscalculated, and consequently that the mechanical perpetual motion realized in such a planetary system will not also, like the rest, ultimately come to a standstill. Again, under the firm crust of the planet dwell the powerful forces of nature which, as soon as some accident affords them free play, must necessarily destroy that crust, with everything living upon it. As has already taken place at least 3 times upon our planet, and will probably take place oftener still. The earthquake of Lisbon, the earthquake of Haiti, the destruction of Pompeii, are only small, playful hints of what is possible. A small alteration of the atmosphere, which cannot even be chemically proved, causes cholera, yellow fever, black death, and, which carry off millions of men. A somewhat greater alteration would extinguish all life. A very moderate increase of heat would dry up all the rivers and springs. The brutes have received just barely so much in the way of organs and powers as enables them to procure with the greatest exertion sustenance for their own lives and food for their offspring. Therefore if a brute loses a limb, or even the full use of one, it must generally perish. Even of the human race, powerful as are the weapons it possesses in understanding and reason, 9/10 live in constant conflict with want, always balancing themselves with difficulty and effort upon the brink of destruction. Thus throughout, as for the continuance of the whole, so also for that of each individual being the conditions are barely and scantily given, but nothing over. The individual life is a ceaseless battle for existence itself, while at every step destruction threatens it. Just because this threat is so often fulfilled, provision had to be made, by means of the enormous excess of the germs, that the destruction of the individual should not involve that of the species, for which alone nature really cares. The world is therefore as bad as it possibly can be if it is to continue to be at all. QED. The fossils of the entirely different kinds of animal species which formerly inhabited the planet afford us, as a proof of our calculation, the records of worlds the continuance of which was no longer possible, and which consequently were somewhat worse than the worst of possible worlds. Optimism is at bottom the unmerited self-praise of the real originator of the world, the will to live, which views itself complacently in its works, and accordingly it is not only a false, but also a pernicious doctrine. For it presents life to us as a desirable condition, and the happiness of man as the end of it. Starting from this, every one then believes that he has the most just claim to happiness and pleasure. And if, as is wont to happen, these do not fall to his lot, then he believes that he is wronged, nay, that he loses the end of his existence. While it is far more correct to regard work, privation, misery, and suffering, crowned by death, as the end of our life, as Brahmanism and Buddhism, and also genuine Christianity do, for it is these which lead to the denial of the will to live. In the New Testament the world is represented as a valley of tears, life as a process of purifying or refining, and the symbol of Christianity is an instrument of torture. Therefore, when Leibniz, Shaftesbury, Bolingbroke, and Pope brought forward optimism, the general offense which it gave depended principally upon the fact that optimism is irreconcilable with Christianity. As Voltaire states and explains in the preface to his excellent poem, Le Désastre de l'Espagne, which is also expressly directed against optimism. This great man, whom I so gladly praise, in opposition to the abuse of venal German ink-slingers, is placed decidedly higher than Rousseau by the insight to which he attained in three respects, and which prove the greater depth of his thinking. 1. The recognition of the preponderating magnitude of the evil and misery of existence with which he is deeply penetrated. 2. That of the strict necessity of the acts of will. 3. That of the truth of Locke's principle, that what thinks may also be material, while Rousseau opposes all this with declamations in his Profession de foi du vicaire Savoyard, a superficial Protestant pastor's philosophy. As he also in the same spirit attacks the beautiful poem of Voltaire which has just been referred to with ill-founded, shallow, and logically false reasoning, in the interests of optimism, in his long letter to Voltaire of August 18, 1756. Which is devoted simply to this purpose. Indeed, the fundamental characteristic and the pyro omega tau omicron nu psi epsilon upsilon delta omicron of Rousseau's whole philosophy is this, that in the place of the Christian doctrine of original sin, and the original depravity of the human race, he puts an original goodness and unlimited perfectibility of it, which has only been led astray by civilization and its consequences, and then founds upon this his optimism and humanism. As in Candide, Voltaire wages war in his facetious manner against optimism, Byron has also done so in his serious and tragic style, in his immortal masterpiece, Cain. On account of which he also has been honored with the invectives of the obscurantist, Friedrich Schlegel. If now, in conclusion, to confirm my view, I were to give what has been said by great men of all ages in this anti-optimistic spirit, there would be no end to the quotations. For almost every one of them has expressed in strong language his knowledge of the misery of this world. Thus, not to confirm, but merely to embellish this chapter, a few quotations of this kind may be given at the end of it. First of all, let me mention here that the Greeks, far as they were from the Christian and lofty Asiatic conception of the world, and although they decidedly stood at the point of view of the assertion of the will, were yet deeply affected by the wretchedness of existence. This is shown even by the invention of tragedy, which belongs to them. Another proof of it is afforded us by the custom of the Thracians, which is first mentioned by Herodotus, though often referred to afterwards, the custom of welcoming the newborn child with lamentations, and recounting all the evils which now lie before it. And, on the other hand, burying the dead with mirth and jesting, because they are no longer exposed to so many and great sufferings. In a beautiful poem preserved for us by Plutarch, de Audiende. Poet. In fine, this runs thus. Tau omicron nu phi upsilon nu tau alpha theta rho eta nu epsilon iota sigma epsilon rho chi epsilon tau alpha iota kappa alpha kappa alpha. tau omicron nu delta alpha upsilon theta alpha nu omicron nu tau alpha kappa alpha iota pi omicron nu omega nu pi epsilon pi alpha upsilon nu epsilon nu omicron nu chi alpha iota rho omicron nu tau alpha epsilon upsilon phi eta mu omicron upsilon nu tau alpha epsilon kappa pi epsilon mu pi epsilon iota nu delta omicron nu omega nu ludra genitum tanta ca intrarit mala at mort si cas finiisit miserias hunc laudia amicos et Letitia exequi. It is not to be attributed to historical relationship, but to the moral identity of the matter, that the Mexicans welcomed the newborn child with the words, "My child, thou art born to endure, therefore endure, suffer, and keep silence." And, following the same feeling, Swift, as Walter Scott relates in his Life of Swift, Burleigh adopted the custom of keeping his birthday not as a time of joy but of sadness. And of reading on that day the passage of the Bible in which Job laments and curses the day on which it was said in the house of his father a man-child is born. Well known and too long for quotation is the passage in the Apology of Socrates, in which Plato makes this wisest of mortals say that death, even if it deprives us of consciousness forever, would be a wonderful gain, for a deep, dreamless sleep every day is to be preferred even to the happiest life. A saying of Heraclitus runs, tau omicron upsilon nu beta iota omicron nu mu alpha mu epsilon nu beta iota omicron, epsilon rho gamma omicron nu delta epsilon theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron. Vitae nomen cadem est vita, opus autem mors. Etymologica magnum, voci beta iota omicron, also Eustathe. Ad Iliad, I, page 31. The beautiful lines of the Theogony are famous. Alpha rho chi eta nu mu epsilon nu mu eta phi upsilon nu alpha iota epsilon pi iota chi theta omicron nu iota omicron iota sigma iota nu alpha rho iota sigma tau omicron nu mu eta delta epsilon iota sigma iota delta epsilon iota nu alpha upsilon gamma alpha omicron xi epsilon lambda iota omicron upsilon phi upsilon nu tau alpha delta pi omega kappa iota sigma tau alpha pi upsilon lambda alpha delta alpha omicron pi epsilon rho eta sigma alpha iota kappa iota kappa epsilon iota sigma theta alpha iota pi omicron lambda eta nu gamma eta nu epsilon pi alpha mu eta sigma mu epsilon nu omicron nu optima sors homini natum non esse nec unquam at spexis dm flammiferunc juber altera jam genitum dimiti protinus orco. Pres sum multa merdier corpus humo. Sophocles, in Oedipus Colonus, 1225, has the following abbreviation of the same. Mu eta phi upsilon nu alpha iota tau omicron nu pi alpha nu tau alpha nu iota kappa alpha. Lambda omicron gamma omicron nu, tau omicron delta epsilon pi epsilon iota phi alpha nu. Beta eta nu alpha iota kappa epsilon iota theta epsilon nu pi epsilon rho kappa epsilon iota. Pi omicron lambda upsilon delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron nu, tau alpha chi iota sigma tau alpha. Natum non esse sorts vincit alias omnes, proxima autem est, ubicas in lusum editus furit, eadem redire, unde venit, quam ossissime. Euripides says. Pi alpha delta omicron delta upsilon nu eta rho omicron beta iota omicron alpha nu theta rho omega pi omega nu. Kappa omicron upsilon kappa epsilon sigma tau iota pi omicron nu omega nu alpha pi alpha upsilon sigma iota. Omnis hominum vita est plena dolor. Nec dater laborum remissio. Hip Pol, 189. And Homer already said. Omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu gamma alpha rho tau iota epsilon sigma tau iota nu omicron zeta upsilon rho omega tau epsilon rho omicron nu alpha nu delta rho omicron. Pi alpha nu tau omega nu, sigma alpha delta epsilon gamma alpha nu epsilon pi iota pi nu epsilon iota tau epsilon kappa alpha iota rho pi epsilon iota. Non enim quidquam alicubi est calamitosius homini. Omnium, quod super turam spirant et moventer. 2. 17, 446. Even Pliny says, qua propter hoc primum quisque in remedius animi sui habit, ex omnibus bonus, quae homini natura tribit, nullum melius esse tempestiva mort, History nat 28, 2. Shakespeare puts the words in the mouth of the old King Henry IV. Oh heaven! That one might read the book of fate, and see the revolution of the times. How chances mock, and changes fill the cup of alteration with divers liquors. Oh, if this were seen! The happiest youth, viewing his progress through, what perils past, what crosses to ensue, would shut the book, and sit him down and die. Finally, Byron. Count o'er the joys thine hours have seen. Count o'er thy days from anguish free. And know, whatever thou hast been, 'tis something better not to be. Balthazar Gracian also brings the misery of our existence before our eyes in the darkest colors in the Criticon, Part I, Chrysi 5, just at the beginning, and Chrysi 7 at the end, where he explicitly represents life as a tragic farce. Yet no one has so thoroughly and exhaustively handled this subject as, in our own day, Leopardi. He is entirely filled and penetrated by it, his theme is everywhere the mockery and wretchedness of this existence. He presents it upon every page of his works, yet in such a multiplicity of forms and applications, with such wealth of imagery that he never wearies us, but, on the contrary, is throughout entertaining and exciting. XLVIII on Ethics. This chapter is connected with sections 55, 62, 67 of the first volume. Here is the great gap which occurs in these supplements, on account of the circumstance that I have already dealt with moral philosophy in the narrower sense in the two prize essays published under the title, Die Grundproblem der Ethik. An acquaintance with which is assumed, as I have said, in order to avoid useless repetition. Therefore there only remains for me here a small gleaning of isolated reflections which could not be discussed in that work, the contents of which were, in the main, prescribed by the academies. Least of all those reflections which demand a higher point of view than that which is common to all, and which I was there obliged to adhere to. Accordingly it will not surprise the reader to find these reflections here in a very fragmentary collection. This collection again has been continued in the 8th and 9th chapters of the second volume of the Parerga. That moral investigations are incomparably more difficult than physical, and in general than any others, results from the fact that they are almost immediately concerned with the thing in itself, namely, with that manifestation of it in which, directly discovered by the light of knowledge, it reveals its nature as will. Physical truths, on the other hand, remain entirely in the province of the idea, i.e., of the phenomenon, and merely show how the lowest manifestations of the will present themselves in the idea in conformity to law. Further, the consideration of the world from the physical side, however far and successfully it may be pursued, is in its results without any consolation for us, on the moral side alone is consolation to be found. For here the depths of our own inner nature disclose themselves to the consideration. But my philosophy is the only one which confers upon ethics its complete and whole rights. For only if the true nature of man is his own will, and consequently he is, in the strictest sense, his own work, are his deeds really entirely his and to be ascribed to him. On the other hand, whenever he has another origin, or is the work of a being different from himself, all his guilt falls back upon this origin, or originator. For operare sequitur esse. To connect the force which produces the phenomenon of the world, and consequently determines its nature, with the morality of the disposition or character, and thus to establish a moral order of the world as the foundation of the physical. This has been since Socrates the problem of philosophy. Theism solved it in a childish manner, which could not satisfy mature humanity. Therefore pantheism opposed itself to it whenever it ventured to do so, and showed that nature bears in itself the power by virtue of which it appears. With this, however, ethics had necessarily to be given up. Spinoza, indeed, attempts here and there to preserve it by means of sophistry, but for the most part gives it up altogether, and, with a boldness which excites astonishment and repugnance, explains the distinction between right and wrong, and in general between good and evil, as merely conventional, thus in itself empty, for example, Eth. 4, Prop. 37, Scholl. 2, after having met with unmerited neglect for more than 100 years, Spinoza has, in general, become too much esteemed in this century through the reaction caused by the swing of the pendulum of opinion. All pantheism must ultimately be overthrown by the inevitable demands of ethics, and then by the evil and suffering of the world. If the world is a theophany, then all that man, or even the brute, does is equally divine and excellent. Nothing can be censurable, and nothing more praiseworthy than the rest, thus there is no ethics. Hence, in consequence of the revived Spinozism of our own day, thus of pantheism, the treatment of ethics has sunk so low and become so shallow that it has been made a mere instruction as to the proper life of a citizen and a member of a family, in which the ultimate end of human existence is supposed to consist, thus in methodical, complete, smug, and comfortable Philistinism. Pantheism, indeed, has only led to such shallow vulgarisms through the fact that, by a shameful misuse of the e quovis ligno fit Mercurius, a common mind, Hegel, has, by the well-known means, been falsely stamped as a great philosopher. And a herd of his disciples, at first suborned, afterwards only stupid, received his weighty words. Such outrages on the human mind do not remain unpunished, the seed has sprouted. In the same spirit it was then asserted that ethics should have for its material not the conduct of individuals, but that of nations, that this alone was a theme worthy of it. Nothing can be more perverse than this view, which rests on the most vulgar realism. For in every individual appears the whole undivided will to live, the thing in itself, and the microcosm is like the macrocosm. The masses have no more content than each individual. Ethics is concerned not with actions and their results, but with willing, and willing itself takes place only in the individual. Not the fate of nations, which exists only in the phenomenon, but that of the individual is decided morally. Nations are really mere abstractions, individuals alone actually exist. Thus, then, is pantheism related to ethics. But the evil and misery of the world are not in accord even with theism, hence it sought assistance from all kinds of evasions, theodicies, which yet were irretrievably overthrown by the arguments of Hume and Voltaire. Pantheism, however, is completely untenable in the presence of that bad side of the world. Only when the world is regarded entirely from without and from the physical side alone, and nothing else is kept in view but the constant restorative order, and the comparative imperishableness of the whole which is thereby introduced, is it perhaps possible to explain it as a God, yet always only symbolically. But if one enters within, thus considers also the subjective and moral side, with its preponderance of want, suffering, and misery, of dissension, wickedness, madness, and perversity, then one soon becomes conscious with horror at the last thing imaginable one has before one is a theophany. I, however, have shown, and especially in my work Über den Willen in der Natur have proved, that the force which works and acts in nature is identical with the will in us. Thereby the moral order of the world is brought into direct connection with the force which produces the phenomenon of the world. For the phenomenon of the will must exactly correspond to its nature. Upon this depends the exposition of eternal justice given in sections 63 and 64 of the first volume, and the world, although subsisting by its own power, receives throughout a moral tendency. Accordingly the problem which has been discussed from the time of Socrates is now for the first time really solved, and the demand of thinking reason directed to morality is satisfied. Yet I have never professed to propound a philosophy which leaves no questions unanswered. In this sense philosophy is really impossible, it would be the science of omniscience. But est quadam prodiertinus, esse non dater ultra, there is a limit to which reflection can penetrate and can so far lighten the night of our existence, although the horizon always remains dark. My doctrine reaches this limit in the will to live, which in its own manifestation asserts or denies itself. To wish, however, to go beyond this is, in my eyes, like wishing to fly beyond the atmosphere. We must stop there. Even although new problems arise out of those which have been solved. Besides this, however, we must refer to the fact that the validity of the principle of sufficient reason is limited to the phenomenon. This was the theme of my first essay on that principle, which was published as early as 1813. I now go on to supplement particular points, and shall begin by supporting, with two passages from classical poetry, my explanation of weeping given in section 67 of the first volume, that it springs from sympathy the object of which is one's own self. At the end of the 8th book of the Odyssey, Ulysses, who in all his many sorrows is never represented as weeping, bursts into tears, when, still unknown, he hears his early heroic life and deeds sung by the bard Demodocus in the palace of the Phaeacian king, for this remembrance of the brilliant period of his life contrasts with his present wretchedness. Thus not this itself directly, but the objective consideration of it, the picture of his present summoned up by his past, calls forth his tears, he feels sympathy with himself. Euripides makes the innocently condemned Hippolytus, bemoaning his own fate, express the same feeling. Phi epsilon epsilon iota theta aiden nu epsilon mu alpha upsilon tau omicron nu pyro omicron sigma beta lambda epsilon pi epsilon iota nu epsilon nu alpha nu tau iota omicron nu sigma tau alpha nu theta epsilon delta alpha kappa rho upsilon iota alpha pi alpha sigma chi omicron mu epsilon nu kappa alpha 1084. Hu, si liceret mihi, mi ipsum extrinsicus spectere, quantapere deflorum mala, quae patier. Finally, as a proof of my explanation, an anecdote may be given here which I take from the English journal The Herald of the July 16, 1836. A client, when he had heard his case set forth by his counsel in court, burst into a flood of tears, and cried, "I never knew I had suffered half so much till I heard it here today." I have shown in section 55 of the first volume how, notwithstanding the unalterable nature of the character, i.e., of the special fundamental will of a man, a real moral repentance is yet possible. I wish, however, to add the following explanation, which I must preface by a few definitions. Inclination is every strong susceptibility of the will for motives of a certain kind. Passion is an inclination so strong that the motives which excite it exercise a power over the will, which is stronger than that of every possible motive that can oppose them. Thus its mastery over the will becomes absolute, and consequently with reference to it the will is passive or suffering. It must, however, be remarked here that passions seldom reach the degree at which they fully answer to the definition, but rather bear their name as mere approximations to it. Therefore there are then still countermotives which are able at least to restrict their effect, if only they appear distinctly in consciousness. The emotion is just as irresistible, but yet only a passing excitement of the will, by a motive which receives its power, not from a deeply rooted inclination, but merely from the fact that, appearing suddenly, it excludes for the moment the counter-effect of all other motives, for it consists of an idea, which completely obscures all others by its excessive vividness, or, as it were, conceals them entirely by its too close proximity, so that they cannot enter consciousness and act on the will, whereby, therefore, the capacity for reflection, and with it intellectual freedom, is to a certain extent abolished. Accordingly the emotion is related to the passion as delirium to madness. Moral repentance is now conditioned by the fact that before the act the inclination to it did not leave the intellect free scope, because it did not allow it to contemplate clearly and fully the countermotives, but rather turned it ever anew to the motives in its own favor. But now, after the act has been performed, these motives are, by this itself, neutralized, and consequently have become ineffective. Now reality brings before the intellect the countermotives as the consequences of the act which have already appeared, and the intellect now knows that they would have been the stronger if it had only adequately contemplated and weighed them. Thus the man becomes conscious that he has done what was really not in accordance with his will. This knowledge is repentance, for he has not acted with full intellectual freedom, for all the motives did not attain to efficiency. What excluded the motives opposed to the action was in the case of the hasty action the emotion, and in the case of the deliberate action the passion. It has also often depended upon the circumstance that his reason certainly presented to him the countermotives in the abstract, but was not supported by a sufficiently strong imagination to present to him their whole content and true significance in images. Examples of what has been said are the cases in which revenge, jealousy, or avarice have led to murder. After it is committed they are extinguished, and now justice, sympathy, the remembrance of former friendship, raise their voices and say all that they would have said before if they had been allowed to speak. Then enters the bitter repentance, which says, if it were not done it would never happen. An incomparable representation of this is afforded by the old Scottish ballad, which has also been translated by Herder, Edward. In an analogous manner, the neglect of one's own good may occasion an egotistical repentance. For example, when an otherwise unadvisable marriage is concluded in consequence of passionate love, which now is extinguished just by the marriage, and for the first time the countermotives of personal interest, lost independence, and come into consciousness, and speak as they would have spoken before if they had been allowed utterance. All such actions accordingly spring from a relative weakness of intellect, because it lets itself be mastered by the will, just where its function as the presenter of motives ought to have been inexorably fulfilled. Without allowing itself to be disturbed by the will. The vehemence of the will is here only indirectly the cause, in that it interferes with the intellect, and thereby prepares for its self-repentance. The reasonableness of the character sigma omega phi rho omicron sigma upsilon nu eta, which is opposed to passionateness, really consists in this, that the will never overpowers the intellect to such an extent as to prevent it from correctly exercising its function of the distinct, full, and clear exposition of the motives in the abstract for the reason, in the concrete for the imagination. Now this may just as well depend upon the moderation and mildness of the will as upon the strength of the intellect. All that is required is that the latter should be relatively strong enough for the will that is present, thus that the two should stand in a suitable relation to each other. The following explanations have still to be added to the fundamental characteristics of the philosophy of law expounded in section 62 of the first volume, and also in my prize essay on the foundation of morals, section 17. Those who, with Spinoza, deny that there is a right apart from the state, confound the means for enforcing the right with the right itself. Certainly the right is ensured protection only in the state. But it itself exists independently of the state. For by force it can only be suppressed, never abolished. Accordingly the state is nothing more than an institution for protection, which has become necessary through the manifold attacks to which man is exposed, and which he would not be able to ward off alone, but only in union with others. So, then, the aims of the state are 1. First of all, outward protection, which may just as well become needful against lifeless forces of nature or wild beasts as against men, consequently against other nations. Although this case is the most frequent and important, for the worst enemy of man is man, homo homini lupus. Since, in consequence of this aim, nations always set up the principle, in words if not with deeds, that they wish to stand to each other in a purely defensive, never in an aggressive relation, they recognize the law of nations. This is at bottom nothing but natural law, in the only sphere of its practical activity that remains to it, between nation and nation, where it alone must reign, because its stronger son, positive law, cannot assert itself. Since it requires a judge and an executive. Accordingly the law of nations consists of a certain degree of morality in the dealings of nations with each other, the maintenance of which is a question of honor for mankind. The bar at which cases based on this law are tried is that of public opinion. 2. Protection within, thus protection of the members of a state against each other, consequently security of private right, by means of the maintenance of an honest state of things, which consists in this. That the concentrated forces of all protect each individual, from which arises an appearance as if all were honest, i.e., just, thus as if no one wished to injure the others. But, as is always the way in human affairs, the removal of one evil generally opens the way for a new one. Thus the granting of that double protection introduces the need of a third, namely, 3, protection against the protector, i.e., against him or those to whom the society has transferred the management of the protection, thus the guarantee of public right. This appears most completely attainable by dividing and separating from each other the threefold unity of the protective power, thus the legislature, the judicature, and the executive, so that each is managed by others, and independently of the rest. The great value, indeed the fundamental idea of the monarchy appears to me to lie in the fact that because men remain men one must be placed so high, and so much power, wealth, security, An absolute inviolability given him that there remains nothing for him to desire, to hope, and to fear for himself. Whereby the egoism which dwells in him, as in every one, is annihilated, as it were, by neutralization, and he is now able, as if he were no longer a man, to practice justice, and to keep in view no longer his own but only the public good. This is the source of the seemingly superhuman nature that everywhere accompanies royalty, and distinguishes it so infinitely from the mere presidency. Therefore it must also be hereditary, not elective. Partly in order that no one may see his equal in the king, partly that the king himself may only be able to provide for his successors by caring for the welfare of the state, which is absolutely one with that of his family. If other ends besides that of protection, here explained, are ascribed to the state, this may easily endanger the true end. According to my explanation, the right of property arises only through the expenditure of labor upon things. This truth, which has already often been expressed, finds a noteworthy confirmation in the fact that it is asserted, even in a practical regard, in a declaration of the American ex-president, Quincy Adams, which is to be found in the Quarterly Review of 1840, No. 130, and also in French, in the Bibliothèque universelle de Genève, July 1840, No. 55. I will give it here in German, English of Quarterly Review. There are moralists who have questioned the right of the Europeans to intrude upon the possessions of the aboriginals in any case, and under any limitations whatsoever. But have they maturely considered the whole subject? The Indian right of possession itself stands, with regard to the greatest part of the country, upon a questionable foundation. Their cultivated fields, their constructed habitations, a space of ample sufficiency for their subsistence, and whatever they had annexed of themselves by personal labor, was undoubtedly by the laws of nature theirs. But what is the right of a huntsman to the forest of 1,000 miles over which he has accidentally ranged in quest of prey, and in the same way, those who in our own day have seen occasion to combat communism with reasons, for example, the Archbishop of Paris, in his pastoral of June 1851, have always brought forward the argument that property is the result of work, as it were only embodied work. This is further evidence that the right of property can only be established by the application of work to things, for only in this respect does it find free recognition and make itself morally valid. An entirely different kind of proof of the same truth is afforded by the moral fact that while the law punishes poaching just as severely as theft, and in many countries more severely, yet civil honor, which is irrevocably lost by the latter, is really not affected by the former. But the poacher, if he has been guilty of nothing else, is certainly tainted with a fault, but yet is not regarded, like the thief, as dishonorable and shunned by all. For the principles of civil honor rest upon moral and not upon mere positive law. But game is not an object upon which labor is bestowed, and thus also is not an object of a morally valid possession. The right to it is therefore entirely a positive one, and is not morally recognized. According to my view, the principle ought to lie at the basis of criminal law that it is not really the man but only the deed which is punished, in order that it may not recur. The criminal is merely the subject in whom the deed is punished, in order that the law in consequence of which the punishment is inflicted may retain its deterrent power. This is the meaning of the expression, he is forfeited to the law. According to Kant's explanation, which amounts to a just talionis, it is not the deed but the man that is punished. The penitentiary system also seeks not so much to punish the deed as the man, in order to reform him. It thereby sets aside the real aim of punishment, determined from the deed, in order to attain the very problematic end of reformation. But it is always a doubtful thing to attempt to attain two different ends by one means, how much more so if the two are in any sense opposite ends. Education is a benefit, punishment ought to be an evil. The penitentiary prison is supposed to accomplish both at once. Moreover, however large a share untutored ignorance, combined with outward distress, may have in many crimes, yet we dare not regard these as their principal cause. For innumerable persons living in the same ignorance and under absolutely similar circumstances commit no crimes. Thus the substance of the matter falls back upon the personal, moral character, but this, as I have shown in my prize essay on the freedom of the will, is absolutely unalterable. Therefore moral reformation is really not possible, but only determined from the deed through fear. At the same time, the correction of knowledge and the awakening of the desire to work can certainly be attained. It will appear what effect this can produce. Besides this, it appears to me, from the aim of punishment set forth in the text, that, when possible, the apparent severity of the punishment should exceed the actual, but solitary confinement achieves the reverse. Its great severity has no witnesses, and is by no means anticipated by anyone who has not experienced it, thus it does not deter. It threatens him who is tempted to crime by want and misery with the opposite pole of human suffering, ennui, but, as Goethe rightly observes, when real affliction is our lot, then do we long for ennui. The contemplation of it will deter him just as little as the sight of the palatial prisons which are built by honest men for rogues. If, however, it is desired that these penitentiary prisons should be regarded as educational institutions, then it is to be regretted that the entrance to them is only obtained by crimes, instead of which it ought to have preceded them. That punishment, as Beccaria has taught, ought to bear a proper proportion to the crime does not depend upon the fact that it would be an expiation of it, but rather on the fact that the pledge ought to be proportionate to the value of that for which it answers. Therefore every one is justified in demanding the pledge of the life of another as a guarantee for the security of his own life, but not for the security of his property, for which the freedom, and so forth, of another is sufficient pledge. For the security of the life of the citizens capital punishment is therefore absolutely necessary. Those who wish to abolish it should be answered, first remove murder from the world, and then capital punishment ought to follow. It ought also to be inflicted for the clear attempt to murder just as for murder itself, for the law desires to punish the deed, not to revenge its consequences. In general the injury to be guarded against affords the right measure for the punishment which is to be threatened, but it does not give the moral baseness of the forbidden action. Therefore the law may rightly impose the punishment of imprisonment for allowing a flower pot to fall from a window, or impose hard labor for smoking in the woods during the summer, and yet permit it in the winter. But to impose the punishment of death, as in Poland, for shooting an urox is too much, for the maintenance of the species of uroxen may not be purchased with human life. In determining the measure of the punishment, along with the magnitude of the injury to be guarded against, we have to consider the strength of the motives which impel to the forbidden action. Quite a different standard of punishment would be established if expiation, retribution, just talionis, were its true ground. But the criminal code ought to be nothing but a register of countermotives for possible criminal actions, therefore each of these motives must decidedly outweigh the motives which lead to these actions. And indeed so much the more the greater the evil is which would arise from the action to be guarded against, the stronger the temptation to it, and the more difficult the conviction of the criminal. Always under the correct assumption that the will is not free, but determinable by motives, apart from this it could not be got at all. So much for the philosophy of law. In my prize essay on the freedom of the will, page 50 seek. I have proved the originality and unalterableness of the inborn character, from which the moral content of the course of life proceeds. It is established as a fact. But in order to understand problems in their full extent it is sometimes necessary to oppose opposites sharply to each other. In this case, then, let one recall how incredibly great is the inborn difference between man and man, in a moral and in an intellectual regard. Here nobleness and wisdom, their wickedness and stupidity. In one the goodness of the heart shines out of the eyes, or the stamp of genius is enthroned in his countenance. The base physiognomy of another is the impression of moral worthlessness and intellectual dullness, imprinted by the hands of nature itself, unmistakable and ineradicable. He looks as if he must be ashamed of existence. But to this outward appearance the inner being really corresponds. We cannot possibly assume that such differences, which transform the whole being of the man, and which nothing can abolish, which, further, in conflict with his circumstances, determine his course of life, could exist without guilt or merit on the part of those affected by them, and be merely the work of chance. Even from this it is evident that the man must be in a certain sense his own work. But now, on the other hand, we can show the source of these differences empirically in the nature of the parents. And besides this, the meeting and connection of these parents has clearly been the work of the most accidental circumstances. By such considerations, then, we are forcibly directed to the distinction between the phenomenon and the true being of things, which alone can contain the solution of that problem. The thing in itself only reveals itself by means of the forms of the phenomenon, therefore what proceeds from the thing in itself must yet appear in those forms, thus also in the bonds of causality. Accordingly it will present itself to us here as a mysterious and incomprehensible guidance of things, of which the external empirical connection would be the mere tool. Yet all that happens appears in this empirical connection introduced by causes, thus necessarily and determined from without, while its true ground lies in the inner nature of what thus manifests itself. Certainly we can here see the solution of the problem only from afar, and when we reflect upon it we fall into an abyss of thought, as Hamlet very truly says, thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls. In my essay in the first volume of the Parerga, on the appearance of intention in the fate of individuals, I have set forth my thoughts upon this mysterious guidance of things, a guidance which indeed can only be conceived symbolically. In section 14 of my prize essay on the foundation of morals there will be found an exposition of egoism, as regards its nature, and the following attempt to discover its root may be looked upon as supplementary to that paragraph. Nature itself contradicts itself directly, according as it speaks from the individual or the universal, from within or from without, from the center or the periphery. It has its center in every individual. For each individual is the whole will to live. Therefore, even if this individual is only an insect or a worm, nature itself speaks out of it thus: I alone am all, in my maintenance everything is involved. The rest may perish, it is really nothing. So speaks nature from the particular standpoint, thus from the point of view of self-consciousness, and upon this depends the egoism of every living thing. On the other hand, from the universal point of view, which is that of the consciousness of other things, that of objective knowledge, which for the moment looks away from the individual with whom the knowledge is connected, from without then. From the periphery nature speaks thus: the individual is nothing, and less than nothing. I destroy millions of individuals every day, for sport and pastime, I abandon their fate to the most capricious and willful of my children, chance, who harasses them at pleasure. I produce millions of new individuals every day, without any diminution of my productive power, just as little as the power of a mirror is exhausted by the number of reflections of the sun, which it casts on the wall one after another. The individual is nothing. Only he who knows how to really reconcile and eliminate this patent contradiction of nature has a true answer to the question as to the perishableness and imperishableness of his own self. I believe I have given, in the first 4 chapters of this 4th book of the supplements, an adequate introduction to such knowledge. What is said above may further be illustrated in the following manner. Every individual, when he looks within, recognizes in his nature, which is his will, the thing in itself, therefore that which everywhere alone is real. Accordingly he conceives himself as the kernel and center of the world, and regards himself as of infinite importance. If, on the other hand, he looks without, then he is in the province of the idea, the mere phenomenon, where he sees himself as an individual among an infinite number of other individuals, accordingly as something very insignificant, nay, vanishing altogether. Consequently every individual, even the most insignificant, every I, when regarded from within, is all in all; regarded from without, on the other hand, he is nothing, or at least as good as nothing. Hence upon this depends the great difference between what each one necessarily is in his own eyes and what he is in the eyes of others, consequently the egoism with which every one reproaches every one else. In consequence of this egoism our fundamental error of all is this, that with reference to each other we are reciprocally not I. On the other hand, to be just, noble, and benevolent is nothing else than to translate my metaphysics into actions. To say that time and space are mere forms of our knowledge, not conditions of things in themselves, is the same as to say that the doctrine of metempsychosis, thou shalt one day be born as him whom thou now injurest, and in thy turn shalt suffer like injury, is identical with the formula of the Brahmins, which has frequently been mentioned, tat twam aci, this thou art. All true virtue proceeds from the immediate and intuitive knowledge of the metaphysical identity of all beings, which I have frequently shown, especially in section 22 of my prize essay on the foundation of morals. But just on this account it is not the result of a special preeminence of intellect. On the contrary, even the weakest intellect is sufficient to see through the principium individuationis, which is what is required in this matter. Accordingly we may find the most excellent character even in the case of a very weak understanding. And further, the excitement of our sympathy is accompanied by no exertion of our intellect. It rather appears that the requisite penetration of the principium individuationis would be present in every one if it were not that the will opposes this. And by virtue of its immediate mysterious and despotic influence upon the intellect generally prevents it from arising. So that ultimately all guilt falls back upon the will, as indeed is in conformity with the fact. The doctrine of metempsychosis, touched on above, deviates from the truth merely through the circumstance that it transfers to the future what already is now. It makes my true inner nature exist in others only after my death, while, according to the truth, it already lives in them now, and death merely removes the illusion on account of which I am not aware of this. Just as an innumerable host of stars constantly shine above our heads, but only become visible to us when the one sun near the earth has set. From this point of view my individual existence, however much, like that sun, it may outshine everything, appears ultimately only as a hindrance which stands between me and the knowledge of the true extent of my being. And because every individual, in his knowledge, is subject to this hindrance, it is just individuation that keeps the will to live in error as to its own nature, it is the Maya of Brahmanism. Death is a refutation of this error, and abolishes it. I believe that at the moment of death we become conscious that it is a mere illusion that has limited our existence to our person. Indeed empirical traces of this may be found in several states which are related to death by the abolition of the concentration of consciousness in the brain, among which the magnetic sleep is the most prominent. For in it, if it reaches a high degree, our existence shows itself through various symptoms, beyond our persons and in other beings, most strikingly by direct participation in the thoughts of another individual. And ultimately even by the power of knowing the absent, the distant, and even the future, thus by a kind of omnipresence. Upon this metaphysical identity of the will, as the thing in itself, in the infinite multiplicity of its phenomena, three principal phenomena depend, which may be included under the common name of sympathies. 1. Sympathy proper, which, as I have shown, is the basis of justice and benevolence, caritas. 2. Sexual love, with capricious selection, amour, which is the life of the species, that asserts its precedence over that of the individual. 3. Magic, to which animal magnetism and sympathetic cures also belong. Accordingly sympathy may be defined as the empirical appearance of the metaphysical identity of the will, through the physical multiplicity of its phenomena. Whereby a connection shows itself which is entirely different from that brought about by means of the forms of the phenomenon which we comprehend under the principle of sufficient reason. XLVII, on the doctrine of the denial of the will to live. This chapter is connected with section 68 of the first volume. Chapter 14 of the second volume of the Parerga should also be compared with it. Man has his existence and being either with his will, i.e., his consent, or without this. In the latter case an existence so embittered by manifold and insupportable sufferings would be a flagrant injustice. The ancients, especially the Stoics, also the Peripatetics and Academics, strove in vain to prove that virtue sufficed to make life happy. Experience cried out loudly against it. What really lay at the foundation of the efforts of these philosophers, although they were not distinctly conscious of it, was the assumed justice of the thing. Whoever was without guilt ought to be free from suffering, thus happy. But the serious and profound solution of the problem lies in the Christian doctrine that works do not justify. Accordingly a man, even if he has practiced all justice and benevolence, consequently the alpha gamma alpha theta omicron nu, honestum, is yet not, as Cicero imagines, culpa omni carens, Tusk, v.i. But el delito mayor del hombre es haber nacido, the greatest guilt of man is that he was born, as Calderon, illuminated by Christianity. has expressed it with far profounder knowledge than these wise men. Therefore that man comes into the world already tainted with guilt can appear absurd only to him who regards him as just then having arisen out of nothing and as the work of another. In consequence of this guilt, then, which must therefore have proceeded from his will, man remains rightly exposed to physical and mental suffering, even if he has practiced all those virtues. Thus is not happy. This follows from the eternal justice of which I have spoken in section 63 of the first volume. That, however, as St. Paul, Rom 3:21, Augustine, and Luther teach, works cannot justify. Inasmuch as we all are and remain essentially sinners, ultimately rests upon the fact that, because operari sequitur esse, if we acted as we ought, we would necessarily be as we ought. But then we would require no salvation from our present condition, which not only Christianity but also Brahmanism and Buddhism, under the name which is expressed in English by final emancipation, present as the highest goal, i.e., we would not need to become something quite different from, nay, the very opposite of what we are. Since, however, we are what we ought not to be, we also necessarily do what we ought not to do. Therefore we need a complete transformation of our mind and nature, i.e., the new birth, as the result of which salvation appears. Although the guilt lies in action, operari, yet the root of the guilt lies in our essentia et existentia, for out of these the operari necessarily proceeds. As I have shown in the prize essay on the freedom of the will. Accordingly our one true sin is really original sin. Now the Christian myth makes original sin first arise after man came into existence, and for this purpose ascribes to him, per impossible, a free will. It does this, however, simply as myth. The inmost kernel and spirit of Christianity is identical with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. They all teach a great guilt of the human race through its existence itself. Only that Christianity does not proceed directly and frankly like these more ancient religions, thus does not make the guilt simply the result of existence itself, but makes it arise through the act of the first human pair. This was only possible under the fiction of a liberum arbitrium indifferentia, and only necessary on account of the Jewish fundamental dogma, in which that doctrine had here to be implanted. Because, according to the truth, the coming into existence of man himself is the act of his free will, and accordingly one with the fall, and therefore the original sin, of which all other sins are the result, appeared already with the essentia and existentia of man, but the fundamental dogma of Judaism did not admit of such an explanation. Thus Augustine taught, in his books De Libero Arbitrio, that only as Adam before the fall was man guiltless and possessed of a free will, but forever after is involved in the necessity of sin. The law, mu omicron, in the biblical sense, always demands that we shall change our doing, while our being remains unchanged. But because this is impossible, Paul says that no man is justified by the law, only the new birth in Jesus Christ, in consequence of the work of grace, on account of which a new man arises and the old man is abolished, i.e., a fundamental change of mind or conversion, can transfer us from the state of sinfulness into that of freedom and salvation. This is the Christian myth with reference to ethics. But certainly the Jewish theism, upon which it was grafted, must have received wonderful additions to adapt itself to that myth. In it the fable of the fall presented the only place for the graft of the old Indian stem. It is to be attributed just to that forcibly surmounted difficulty that the Christian mysteries have received such an extraordinary appearance, conflicting with the ordinary understanding, which makes proselytizing more difficult, and on account of which, from incapacity to comprehend their profound meaning, Pelagianism, or at the present day rationalism, rises against them, and seeks to explain them away, but thereby reduces Christianity to Judaism. But to speak without myth, so long as our will is the same, our world can be no other than it is. It is true all wish to be delivered from the state of suffering and death. They would like, as it is expressed, to attain to eternal blessedness, to enter the kingdom of heaven, only not upon their own feet, they would like to be carried there by the course of nature. That, however, is impossible. Therefore nature will never let us fall and become nothing, but yet it can lead us nowhere but always again into nature. Yet how questionable a thing it is to exist as a part of nature every one experiences in his own life and death. Accordingly existence is certainly to be regarded as an erring, to return from which is salvation. It also bears this character throughout. It is therefore conceived in this manner by the ancient Samama religions, and also, although indirectly, by real and original Christianity. Even Judaism itself contains at least in the fall, this its redeeming feature, the germ of such a view. Only Greek paganism and Islamism are entirely optimistic, therefore in the former the opposite tendency had to find expression at least in tragedy. But in Islamism, which is the worst, as it is the most modern, of all religions, it appeared as Sufism, that very beautiful phenomenon, which is completely of Indian spirit and origin, and has now continued for upwards of 1,000 years. Nothing can, in fact, be given as the end of our existence but the knowledge that we had better not be. This, however, is the most important of all truths, which must therefore be expressed, however great the contrast in which it stands with the European manner of thought of the present day. On the other hand, in the whole of non-Mohammedan Asia it is the most universally recognized fundamental truth, today as much as 3,000 years ago. If now we consider the will to live as a whole and objectively, we have, in accordance with what has been said, to think of it as involved in an illusion, to escape from which, thus to deny its whole existing endeavor. Is what all religions denote by self-renunciation, abnegatio sui ipsius. For the true self is the will to live. The moral virtues, thus justice and benevolence, since if they are pure they spring, as I have shown, from the fact that the will to live, seeing through the principium individuationis, recognizes itself in all its manifestations, are accordingly primarily a sign, a symptom, that the self-manifesting will is no longer firmly held in that illusion, but the disillusion already begins to take place. So that one might metaphorically say it already flaps its wings to fly away from it. Conversely, injustice, wickedness, cruelty are signs of the opposite, thus of the deep entanglement in that illusion. Secondly, however, these virtues are a means of advancing self-renunciation, and accordingly the denial of the will to live. For true integrity, inviolable justice, this first and most important of cardinal virtues, is so hard a task that whoever professes it unconditionally and from the bottom of his heart has to make sacrifices that soon deprive life of the sweetness which is demanded to make it enjoyable, and thereby turn away the will from it. Thus lead to resignation. Yet just what makes integrity honorable is the sacrifices which it costs, in trifles it is not admired. Its nature really consists in this, that the just man does not throw upon others, by craft or force, the burdens and sorrows which life brings with it, as the unjust man does, but bears himself what falls to his lot. And thus he has to bear the full burden of the evil imposed upon human life, undiminished. Justice thereby becomes a means of advancing the denial of the will to live, for want and suffering, those true conditions of human life, are its consequence, and these lead to resignation. Still more quickly does the virtue of benevolence, caritas, which goes further, lead to the same result. For on account of it one takes over even the sufferings which originally fell to the lot of others, therefore appropriates to oneself a larger share of these than in the course of things would come to the particular individual. He who is inspired with this virtue has recognized his own being in all others. And thereby he identifies his own lot with that of humanity in general, but this is a hard lot, that of care, suffering and death. Whoever, then, by renouncing every accidental advantage, desires for himself no other lot than that of humanity in general cannot desire even this long. The clinging to life and its pleasures must now soon yield, and give place to a universal renunciation, consequently the denial of the will take place. Since now, in accordance with this, poverty, privation, and special sufferings of many kinds are introduced simply by the perfect exercise of the moral virtues, asceticism in the narrowest sense, thus the surrender of all possessions. The intentional seeking out of what is disagreeable and repulsive, self-mortification, fasts, the hair shirt, and the scourge, all this is rejected by many, and perhaps rightly, as superfluous. Justice itself is the hair shirt that constantly harasses its owner, and the charity that gives away what is needed, provides constant fasts. 142. Just on this account Buddhism is free from all strict and excessive asceticism, which plays a large part in Brahmanism, thus from intentional self-mortification. It rests satisfied with the celibacy, voluntary poverty, humility, and obedience of the monks, with abstention from animal food, as also from all worldliness. Since, further, the goal to which the moral virtues lead is that which is here pointed out, the Vedanta philosophy 143 rightly says that after the entrance of true knowledge, with entire resignation in its train, thus the new birth. Then the morality or immorality of the past life is a matter of indifference, and uses here also the saying so often quoted by the Brahmins, Findeter nodus cordis, dissolvuntur omnes dubitationes, ejusque opera evanescent. Viso supremo illo, Sankara, Sloka 32. Now, however objectionable this view may be to many, to whom a reward in heaven or a punishment in hell is a much more satisfactory explanation of the ethical significance of human action, just as the good Windishman rejects that doctrine. While he expounds it, yet whoever is able to go to the bottom of the matter will find that in the end it agrees with that Christian doctrine especially urged by Luther, that it is not works but only the faith which enters through the work of grace. That saves us, and that therefore we can never be justified by our deeds, but can only obtain the forgiveness of our sins through the merits of the mediator. It is indeed easy to see that without such assumptions Christianity would have to teach infinite punishment for all, and Brahmanism endless rebirths for all, thus no salvation would be reached by either. The sinful works and their consequences must be annulled and annihilated, whether by extraneous pardon or by the entrance of a better knowledge, otherwise the world could hope for no salvation. Afterwards, however, they become a matter of indifference. This is also the mu epsilon tau alpha nu omicron iota alpha kappa alpha iota alpha phi epsilon sigma iota mu alpha rho tau iota omega nu, the announcement of which the risen Christ exclusively imposes upon his apostles as the sum of their mission, Luke 24. 47. The moral virtues are really not the ultimate end, but only a step towards it. This step is signified in the Christian myth by the eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, with which moral responsibility enters, together with original sin. The latter itself is in truth the assertion of the will to live, the denial of the will to live, in consequence of the appearance of a better knowledge, is, on the other hand, salvation. Between these two, then, lies the sphere of morality. It accompanies man as a light upon his path from the assertion to the denial of the will, or, mythically, from original sin to salvation through faith in the mediation of the incarnate God, Avatar. Or, according to the teaching of the Vedas, through all rebirths, which are the consequence of the works in each case, until right knowledge appears, and with its salvation, final emancipation, moksha, i.e., reunion with Brahma. The Buddhists, however, with perfect honesty, only indicate the matter negatively, by nirvana, which is the negation of this world, or of samsara. If nirvana is defined as nothing, this only means that the samsara contains no single element which could assist the definition or construction of nirvana. Just on this account the Jainas, who differ from the Buddhists only in name, call the Brahmins who believe in the Vedas Sabdapramans, a nickname which is meant to signify that they believe upon hearsay what cannot be known or proved, exert. Researches, Volume 6. p. 474. When certain ancient philosophers, such as Orpheus, the Pythagoreans, and Plato, e.g., in the Phaedo, pages 151, 183 seek, Bip, and C. Clem. Alex. Strom, 3. Page 400 seek. Just like the Apostle Paul, lament the union of soul and body, and desire to be freed from it, we understand the real and true meaning of this complaint, since we have recognized, in the second book, that the body is the will itself, objectively perceived as a phenomenon in space. In the hour of death it is decided whether the man returns into the womb of nature or belongs no more to nature at all, but, for this opposite we lack image, conception, and word. Just because these are all taken from the objectification of the will, therefore belong to this, and consequently can in no way express the absolute opposite of it, which accordingly remains for us a mere negation. However, the death of the individual is in each case the unweariedly repeated question of nature to the will to live: hast thou enough? Wilt thou escape from me? In order that it may occur often enough, the individual life is so short. In this spirit are conceived the ceremonies, prayers, and exhortations of the Brahmins at the time of death, as we find them preserved in the Upanishad in several places. And so also are the Christian provisions for the suitable employment of the hour of death by means of exhortation, confession, communion, and extreme unction, hence also the Christian prayers for deliverance from sudden death. That at the present day it is just this that many desire only proves that they no longer stand at the Christian point of view, which is that of the denial of the will to live, but at that of its assertion, which is the heathen point of view. But he will fear least to become nothing in death who has recognized that he is already nothing now, and who consequently no longer takes any share in his individual phenomenon, because in him knowledge has, as it were, burnt up and consumed the will, so that no will, thus no desire for individual existence, remains in him any more. Individuality inheres indeed primarily in the intellect, and the intellect, reflecting the phenomenon, belongs to the phenomenon, which has the principium individuationis as its form. But it inheres also in the will, inasmuch as the character is individual, yet the character itself is abolished in the denial of the will. Thus individuality inheres in the will only in its assertion, not in its denial. Even the holiness which is connected with every purely moral action depends upon the fact that such an action ultimately springs from the immediate knowledge of the numerical identity of the inner nature of all living things. 144 But this identity only really exists in the condition of the denial of the will, nirvana, for the assertion of the will, samsara, has for its form the phenomenal appearance of it in multiplicity. Assertion of the will to live, the phenomenal world, the diversity of all beings, individuality, egoism, hatred, wickedness, all spring from one root. And so also, on the other hand, do the world as thing in itself, the identity of all beings, justice, benevolence, the denial of the will to live. If now, as I have sufficiently proved, even the moral virtues spring from the consciousness of that identity of all beings, but this lies, not in the phenomenon, but only in the thing in itself, in the root of all beings. The moral action is a momentary passing through the point, the permanent return to which is the denial of the will to live. It follows, as a deduction from what has been said, that we have no ground to assume that there are more perfect intelligences than that of human beings. For we see that even this degree of intelligence is sufficient to impart to the will that knowledge in consequence of which it denies and abolishes itself, upon which the individuality, and consequently the intelligence, which is merely a tool of individual, and therefore animal nature, perish. This will appear to us less open to objection if we consider that we cannot conceive even the most perfect intelligences possible, which for this end we may experimentally assume, existing through an endless time, which would be much too poor to afford them constantly new objects worthy of them. Because the nature of all things is at bottom one, all knowledge of them is necessarily tautological. If now this nature once becomes comprehended, as by those most perfect intelligences it soon would be comprehended, what would then remain but the wearisomeness of mere repetition through an infinite time? Thus from this side also we are pointed to the fact that the end of all intelligence can only be reaction upon the will. Since, however, all willing is an error, it remains the last work of intelligence to abolish the willing, whose ends it had hitherto served. Accordingly even the most perfect intelligence possible can only be a transition step to that to which no knowledge can ever extend. Indeed such an intelligence can, in the nature of things, only assume the position of the moment of the attainment of perfect insight. In agreement with all these considerations, and also with what is proved in the second book as to the origin of knowledge in the will, the assertion of which it reflects in fulfilling the sole function of knowledge, that of being serviceable to the ends of the will, while true salvation lies in its denial, we see all religions at their highest point pass over into mysticism and mysteries, i.e., into darkness and veiled obscurity, which for knowledge signify merely an empty spot, the point where knowledge necessarily ceases. Therefore for thought this can only be expressed by negations, but for sense perception it is indicated by symbolical signs, in temples by dim light and silence. In Brahmanism indeed by the required suspension of all thought and perception for the sake of sinking oneself profoundly in the grounds of one's own being, mentally pronouncing the mysterious Aum. 145 Mysticism in the widest sense is every guidance to the immediate consciousness of that to which neither perception nor conception, thus in general no knowledge extends. The mystic is thus opposed to the philosopher by the fact that he begins from within, while the philosopher begins from without. The mystic starts from his inner, positive, individual experience, in which he finds himself to be the eternal and only being, and but nothing of this is communicable except the assertions which one has to accept upon his word. Consequently he cannot convince. The philosopher, on the other hand, starts from what is common to all, from the objective phenomenon which lies before all, and from the facts of consciousness as they are present in all. His method is therefore reflection upon all this, and combination of the data given in it, accordingly he can convince. He ought therefore to beware of falling into the way of the mystics, and, for example, by the assertion of intellectual intuitions or pretended immediate apprehensions of the reason. To seek to make a vain show of positive knowledge of that which is forever inaccessible to all knowledge, or at the most can be indicated by means of a negation. The value and worth of philosophy lies in the fact that it rejects all assumptions which cannot be established, and takes as its data only what can be certainly proved in the world given in external perception. In the forms of apprehension of this world, which are constitutive of our intellect, and in the consciousness of one's own self which is common to all. Therefore it must remain cosmology, and cannot become theology. Its theme must limit itself to the world, to express in all aspects what this is, what it is in its inmost nature, is all that it can honestly achieve. Now it answers to this that my system when it reaches its highest point assumes a negative character, thus ends with a negation. It can here speak only of what is denied, given up, but what is thereby won, what is laid hold of, it is obliged, at the conclusion of the fourth book, to denote as nothing, and can only add the consolation that it is merely a relative. Not an absolute nothing. For if something is none of all the things which we know, it is certainly for us, speaking generally, nothing. But it does not yet follow from this that it is absolutely nothing, that from every possible point of view and in every possible sense it must be nothing, but only that we are limited to a completely negative knowledge of it. Which may very well lie in the limitation of our point of view. Now it is just here that the mystic proceeds positively, and therefore it is just from this point that nothing but mysticism remains. However, anyone who wishes this kind of supplement to the negative knowledge to which alone philosophy can guide him will find it in its most beautiful and richest form in the Alpnicat, then also in the Enneads of Plotinus, in Scotus Erigena. In passages of Jacob Boehme, but especially in the marvelous work of Madame de Guyon, Les Torrens, and in Angelus Silesius. Finally also in the poems of the Sufis, of which Tholuck has given us a collection translated into Latin, and another translated into German, and in many other works. The Sufis are the Gnostics of Islam. Hence Sudi denotes them by a word which may be translated, full of insight. Theism, calculated with reference to the capacity of the multitude, places the source of existence without us, as an object. All mysticism, and so also Sufism, according to the various degrees of its initiation, draws it gradually back within us, as the subject, and the adept recognizes at last with wonder and delight that he is it himself. This procedure, common to all mysticism, we find not only expressed by Meister Eckhart, the father of German mysticism, in the form of a precept for the perfect ascetic, that he seek not God outside himself, Eckhart's works, edited by Pfeiffer. Volume I, page 626, but also very naively exhibited by Eckhart's spiritual daughter, who sought him out, when she had experienced that conversion in herself, to cry out joyfully to him, Sir, rejoice with me, I have become God, Locke Sit, page 465. The mysticism of the Sufis also expresses itself throughout precisely in accordance with this spirit, principally as a reveling in the consciousness that one is oneself the kernel of the world and the source of all existence, to which all returns. Certainly there also often appears the call to surrender all volition as the only way in which deliverance from individual existence and its suffering is possible, yet subordinated and required as something easy. In the mysticism of the Hindus, on the other hand, the latter side comes out much more strongly, and in Christian mysticism it is quite predominant, so that pantheistic consciousness, which is essential to all mysticism, here only appears in a secondary manner, in consequence of the surrender of all volition, as union with God. Corresponding to this difference of the conception, Mohammedan mysticism has a very serene character, Christian mysticism a gloomy and melancholy character, while that of the Hindus, standing above both, in this respect also holds the mean. Quietism, i.e., surrender of all volition, asceticism, i.e., intentional mortification of one's own will, and mysticism, i.e., consciousness of the identity of one's own nature with that of all things or with the kernel of the world, stand in the closest connection, so that whoever professes one of them is gradually led to accept the others, even against his intention. Nothing can be more surprising than the agreement with each other of the writers who present these doctrines, notwithstanding the greatest difference of their age, country, and religion. Accompanied by the firm certainty and inward confidence with which they set forth the permanence of their inner experience. They do not constitute a sect, which adheres to, defends, and propagates a favorite dogma once laid hold of. Indeed, the Indian, Christian, and Mohammedan mystics, quietists, and ascetics are different in every respect, except the inner significance and spirit of their teaching. A very striking example of this is afforded by the comparison of the Torrens of Madame de Guyon with the teaching of the Vedas, especially with the passage in the Upanishad, Volume 1, p. 63, which contains the content of that French work in the briefest form, but accurately and even with the same images, and yet could not possibly have been known to Madame de Guyon in 1680. In the Deutschen Theology, the only unmutilated edition, Stuttgart, 1851, it is said in chapters 2 and 3 that both the fall of the devil and that of Adam consisted in the fact that the one as the other ascribed to himself the I and me, the mine and to me, and on p. 89 it is said, in true love there remains neither I nor me, mine, to me, thou, thine, and the like. Now, corresponding to this, it is said in the Pictorial, from the Tamilian by Graul, p. 8, the passion of the mind directed outwardly, and that of the eye directed inwardly, cease, cf. ver. 346, and in the Manual of Buddhism, by Spence Hardy, page 258, Buddha says, my disciples reject the thoughts I am this, or this is mine. In general, if we look away from the forms which are introduced by external circumstances and go to the bottom of the matter, we will find that Sakya Muni and Meister Eckhart teach the same. Only that the former dared to express his thoughts directly, while the latter is obliged to clothe them in the garments of the Christian myth and adapt his expressions to this. He carries this, however, so far that with him the Christian myth has become little more than a symbolical language, just as the Hellenic myth became for the Neoplatonists, he takes it throughout allegorically. In the same respect it is worth noticing that the transition of Saint Francis from prosperity to the mendicant life is similar to the still greater step of Buddha Sakya Muni from prince to beggar, and that, corresponding to this, the life of St. Francis, and also the order he founded, was just a kind of sannyasiism. Indeed, it deserves to be mentioned that his relationship with the Indian spirit appears also in his great love for the brutes and frequent intercourse with them, when he always calls them his sisters and brothers. And his beautiful cantico also bears witness to his inborn Indian spirit by the praise of the sun, the moon, the stars, the wind, the water, the fire, and the earth. 146. Even the Christian quietists must often have had little or no knowledge of each other, for example, Molinos and Madame de Guyon of Tauler and the Deutsche Theology, or Gichtel of the former. In any case, the great difference of their culture, in that some of them, like Molinos, were learned, others, like Gichtel and many more, were the reverse, has no essential influence upon their teaching. Their great internal agreement, along with the firmness and certainty of their utterances, proves all the more that they speak from real inward experience, from an experience which certainly is not accessible to all, but is possessed only by a few favored individuals, and therefore has received the name of the work of grace, the reality of which, however, for the above reasons, is not to be doubted. But in order to understand all this one must read the mystics themselves, and not be contented with second-hand reports of them, for every one must himself be comprehended before one judges concerning him. Thus to become acquainted with quietism I specially recommend Meister Eckhard, the Deutsche Theologie, Toller, Madame de Guyon, Antoinette Bourignon, the English Bunyan, Molinos 147 and Gichtel. In the same way, as practical proofs and examples of the profound seriousness of asceticism, the Life of Pascal, edited by Reuchlin, together with his History of the Port Royal, and also the Histoire de Sainte Elizabeth. Par le Comte de Montalembert, and La Vie de Rance, par Chateaubriand, are very well worth reading, but yet by no means exhaust all that is important in this class. Whoever has read such writings, and compared their spirit with that of asceticism and quietism as it runs through all works of Brahmanism and Buddhism, and speaks in every page, will admit that every philosophy, which must in consistency reject that whole mode of thought, which it can only do by explaining the representatives of it to be either impostors or madmen, must just on this account necessarily be false. But all European systems, with the exception of mine, find themselves in this position. Truly it must be an extraordinary madness which, under the most widely different circumstances and persons possible, spoke with such agreement, and, moreover, was raised to the position of a chief doctrine of their religion. By the most ancient and numerous peoples of the earth, something like 3/4 of all the inhabitants of Asia. But no philosophy can leave the theme of quietism and asceticism undecided if the question is proposed to it, because this theme is, in its matter, identical with that of all metaphysics and ethics. Here then is a point upon which I expect and desire that every philosophy, with its optimism, should declare itself. And if, in the judgment of contemporaries, the paradoxical and unexampled agreement of my philosophy with quietism and asceticism appears as an open stumbling block, on the contrary, see just in that agreement a proof of its sole correctness and truth, and also a ground of explanation of why it is ignored and kept secret by the Protestant universities. For not only the religions of the East, but also true Christianity, has throughout that ascetic fundamental character which my philosophy explains as the denial of the will to live. Although Protestantism, especially in its present form, seeks to conceal this, yet even the open enemies of Christianity who have appeared in the most recent times have ascribed to it the doctrines of renunciation, self-denial, perfect chastity, and, in general, mortification of the will, which they quite correctly denote by the name of the anti-cosmic tendency, and have fully proved that such doctrines are essentially proper to original and genuine Christianity. In this they are undeniably right. But that they set up this as an evident and patent reproach to Christianity, while just here lies its profoundest truth, its high value, and its sublime character, this shows an obscuring of the mind, which can only be explained by the fact that these men's minds, unfortunately like thousands more at the present day in Germany, are completely spoiled and distorted by the miserable Hegelism, that school of dullness, that center of misunderstanding and ignorance, that mind-destroying, spurious wisdom, which now at last begins to be recognized as such, and the veneration of which will soon be left to the Danish Academy, in whose eyes even that gross charlatan is a summus philosophus, for whom it takes the field. Car ils souvrant la créance idia stood. De l'ignoranti idi sot multitude. Don't le plus Lord Sarah Rica pour juge. Rabelais. In any case, the ascetic tendency is unmistakable in the genuine and original Christianity as it developed in the writings of the Church Fathers from its kernel in the New Testament. It is the summit towards which all strives upwards. As its chief doctrine we find the recommendation of genuine and pure celibacy, this first and most important step in the denial of the will to live, which is already expressed in the New Testament. 148 Strauss also, in his Life of Jesus, Vol. I, p. 618 of the first edition, says, with reference to the recommendation of celibacy given in Matt. 19:11 seek. That the doctrine of Jesus may not run counter to the ideas of the present day, men have hastened to introduce surreptitiously the thought that Jesus only praised celibacy with reference to the circumstances of the time, and in order to leave the activity of the apostles unfettered. But there is even less indication of this in the context than in the kindred passage, 1 Cor 7. 25 seek. But we have here again one of the places where ascetic principles, such as prevailed among the Essenes, and probably still more widely among the Jews, appear in the teaching of Jesus also. This ascetic tendency appears more decidedly later than at the beginning, when Christianity, still seeking adherents, dared not pitch its demands too high, and by the beginning of the 3rd century it is expressly urged. Marriage, in genuine Christianity, is merely a compromise with the sinful nature of man, as a concession, something allowed to those who lack strength to aspire to the highest. An expedient to avoid greater evil, in this sense it receives the sanction of the Church in order that the bond may be indissoluble. But celibacy and virginity are set up as the higher consecration of Christianity through which one enters the ranks of the elect. Through these alone does one attain the victor's crown, which even at the present day is signified by the wreath upon the coffin of the unmarried, and also by that which the bride lays aside on the day of her marriage. A piece of evidence upon this point, which certainly comes to us from the primitive times of Christianity, is the pregnant answer of the Lord, quoted by Clemens Alexandrinus, Strom. 3. 6-9, from the Gospel of the Egyptians, Tau sigma alpha lambda omega mu kappa upsilon rho iota omicron pi upsilon nu theta alpha nu omicron mu epsilon chi rho iota pi omicron tau epsilon theta alpha nu alpha tau omicron iota sigma chi upsilon sigma epsilon iota, mu epsilon chi rho iota alpha nu epsilon iota pi epsilon nu, mu epsilon iota, alpha gamma upsilon nu alpha iota kappa epsilon, tau iota kappa tau epsilon, Salome interroganti quusque vigebit mors, Dominus quod luscinguit vas, muliers, peritus. Tau omicron upsilon tau epsilon sigma tau iota, mu epsilon chi rho iota alpha nu alpha epsilon pi iota theta upsilon mu iota alpha iota epsilon nu epsilon rho gamma omega sigma iota, hoc est, quam Dio operabunter cupiditates, adds Clement, c. 9, with which he at once connects the famous passage, Rom v. 12. Further on, c. 13, he quotes the words of Cassianus, pi upsilon nu theta alpha nu omicron mu epsilon nu eta tau eta sigma alpha lambda omega mu eta, pi omicron tau epsilon gamma nu omega sigma theta eta sigma epsilon tau alpha iota tau alpha pi epsilon rho iota nu eta rho epsilon tau omicron, epsilon phi eta kappa upsilon rho iota omicron. Omicron tau alpha nu tau eta alpha iota sigma chi upsilon nu epsilon nu delta upsilon nu alpha pi alpha tau eta sigma epsilon tau epsilon, kappa alpha iota tau alpha nu gamma epsilon nu eta tau alpha iota tau alpha delta upsilon omicron nu, kappa alpha iota tau omicron alpha rho epsilon nu mu epsilon tau alpha tau eta theta eta lambda epsilon iota alpha omicron upsilon tau epsilon alpha rho epsilon nu. Omicron upsilon tau epsilon theta eta lambda upsilon, cum interrogaret Salome, quando conoscenter ea, de cabus interrogabat, 8 Dominus, quando pudoris indementum conculca veritas, e quando duo facto furent unum, eti masculum cum femina nec masculum, nec feminium, i.e., when she no longer needs the veil of modesty, since all distinction of sex will have disappeared. With regard to this point the heretics have certainly gone furthest. Even in the 2nd century the Tatianites or Encratites, the Gnostics, the Marcionites, the Montanists, Valentinians, and Cassians. Yet only because with reckless consistency they gave honor to the truth, and therefore, in accordance with the spirit of Christianity, they taught perfect continence. While the Church prudently declared to be heresy all that ran counter to its far-seeing policy. Augustine says of the Tatianites, nuptias damnant, ac omnino pers eas fornicationibus alias corruptionibus facient, nec recipient in sum numerum conjugio utentum, siv merum, siv fominam. Non vescunler carnibus, isc abominanter. De hoeris iad quat volt deum. Hoer, 25. But even the Orthodox Fathers look upon marriage in the light indicated above, and zealously preach entire continence, the gamma nu epsilon iota alpha. Athanasius gives as the cause of marriage, tau iota upsilon pi omicron pi iota pi tau omicron nu tau epsilon sigma mu epsilon nu tau omicron upsilon pi rho omicron pi alpha tau omicron rho omicron kappa alpha tau alpha delta iota kappa, Epsilon pi epsilon iota delta eta pyro omicron eta gamma omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron sigma kappa omicron pi omicron tau omicron upsilon theta epsilon omicron upsilon eta nu tau omicron mu eta delta iota alpha gamma mu omicron upsilon gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota mu alpha kappa alpha iota phi theta omicron rho alpha. Delta epsilon pi alpha rho alpha beta alpha sigma iota tau eta epsilon nu tau omicron lambda eta tau omicron upsilon gamma alpha mu omicron nu epsilon iota sigma eta gamma epsilon nu delta iota alpha tau omicron alpha nu omicron mu eta sigma alpha iota tau omicron nu alpha delta alpha mu. Quia subjacimus condemnationi propitoris nostrae. Nam finis, a deo proelatus, erat, nos non per nuptias eti corruptionem fieri, sed transgressio mandati nuptias introduxit, propter legis violationem adduodat, exposit. In Psalm 50. Tertullian calls marriage genus mali inferioris, ex indulgentia ortum, de pudicitia, c. 16, and says, matrimonium et stuprum est commixtio carnis, silis et cujus concupiscentium dominus stupro addo aquavit. Ergo, inguis, jam et primas, id est unas nuptias destruis? Nec immerito, quoniam et ipso ex eo constant, quod est stuprum, de exort. Castit, c. 9. Indeed, Augustine himself commits himself entirely to this doctrine in all its results, for he says, novae quastem, commurmurent, quid, si, inquient, omnes velent ab omni concubitu abstenere, unde subsistit genus humanum. Utinum omnes hoc velent. Dum taxat in caritate, decord puro et conscientia bona, e fide non ficta, multo sidius de civitas compleritur, ut acceleraritur terminus mundi, de bono conjugali, c. 10. And again, non vos ab hoc studio, quo multos ad imitandum vos excitatis, frangit querula venorum, cadicunt, quomodo subsistit genus humanum, si omnes furent continentes. Quasi propter aliud retardator hoc seculum, nisi ut impleter proedestinatus numerus isle sanctorum, quo sidius impleto, perfecto nec terminus seculi differitur, de bono individuitatis, c. 23. One sees at once that he identifies salvation with the end of the world. The other passages in the works of Augustine which bear on this point will be found collected in the Confessio Augustiniana ed. Augustinio Paribus Compilata a Hieronymo Torrens, 1610, under the headings De Matrimonio, De Coelibatu, and any one may convince himself from these that in ancient, genuine Christianity marriage was only a concession, which besides this was supposed to have only the begetting of children as its end, that, on the other hand, perfect continence was the true virtue far to be preferred to this. To those, however, who do not wish to go back to the authorities themselves, I recommend two works for the purpose of removing any kind of doubt as to the tendency of Christianity we are speaking about, Kurov, Über das Kalibachsets, 1832. And Lind, De Coelibata Christianorum per tria priora secula, Havnio, 1839. It is, however, by no means the views of these writers themselves to which I refer, for these are opposed to mine, but solely to their carefully collected accounts and quotations, which deserve full acceptance as quite trustworthy. Just because both these writers are opponents of celibacy, the former a rationalistic Catholic, and the other a Protestant candidate in theology, who speaks exactly like one. In the first-named work we find, Volume 1, p. 166, in that reference, the following result expressed, in accordance with the Church view, as it may be read in canonical Church Fathers, in the synodal and papal instructions, and in innumerable writings of Orthodox Catholics. Perpetual chastity is called a divine, heavenly, angelic virtue, and the obtaining of the assistance of divine grace for this end is made dependent upon earnest prayer. We have already shown that this Augustinian doctrine is by Canisius and in the decrees of the Council of Trent expressed as an unchanging belief of the Church. That, however, it has been retained as a dogma till the present day is sufficiently established by the June number, 1831, of the magazine Der Katholik. It is said there, p. 263, in Catholicism the observance of a perpetual chastity, for the sake of God, appears as in itself the highest merit of man. The view that the observance of continual chastity as an end in itself sanctifies and exalts the man is, as every instructed Catholic is convinced, deeply rooted in Christianity, both as regards its spirit and its express precepts. The decrees of the Council of Trent have abolished all possible doubt on this point. It must at any rate be confessed by every unprejudiced person, not only that the doctrine expressed by Der Katholik is really Catholic, but also that the proofs adduced may be quite irrefutable for a Catholic reason. Because they are drawn so directly from the ecclesiastical view, taken by the Church, of life and its destiny. It is further said in the same work, p. 270, although both Paul calls the forbidding to marry a false doctrine, and the still Judaistic author of the Epistle to the Hebrews enjoins that marriage shall be held in honor by all, and the bed kept undefiled, Heb. 13:4, yet the main tendency of these two sacred writers is not on that account to be mistaken. Virginity is for both the perfect state, marriage only a makeshift for the weak, and only as such to be held inviolable. The highest effort, on the other hand, was directed to complete, material putting off of self. The self must turn and refrain from all that tends only to its own pleasure, and that only temporarily. Lastly, p. 288, we agree with the Abbé Zachariah, who asserts that celibacy, not the law of celibacy, is before everything to be deduced from the teaching of Christ and the Apostle Paul. What is opposed to this specially Christian view is everywhere and always merely the Old Testament, with its pi alpha nu tau alpha kappa alpha lambda iota alpha nu. This appears with peculiar distinctness from that important third book of the Stramata of Clement, where, arguing against the encretistic heretics mentioned above, he constantly opposes to them only Judaism, with its optimistic history of creation. With which the world-denying tendency of the New Testament is certainly in contradiction. But the connection of the New Testament with the Old is at bottom only external, accidental, and forced. And the one point at which Christian doctrine can link itself on to the latter is only to be found, as has been said, in the story of the fall, which, moreover, stands quite isolated in the Old Testament, and is made no further use of. But, in accordance with the account in the Gospels, it is just the orthodox adherents of the Old Testament who bring about the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity, because they find his teaching in conflict with their own. In the said third book of the Stramata of Clement, the antagonism between optimism with theism on the one hand, and pessimism with ascetic morality on the other, comes out with surprising distinctness. This book is directed against the Gnostics, who just taught pessimism and asceticism, that is, epsilon gamma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon iota alpha, abstinence of every kind, but especially from all sexual satisfaction, on account of which Clement censures them vigorously. But, at the same time, it becomes apparent that even the spirit of the Old Testament stands in this antagonism with that of the New Testament. For, apart from the fall, which appears in the Old Testament like a hors d'oeuvre, the spirit of the Old Testament is diametrically opposed to that of the New Testament, the former optimistic, the latter pessimistic. Clement himself brings this contradiction out prominently at the end of the 11th chapter, Pyro omicron sigma alpha pi omicron tau epsilon iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu omicron nu tau omicron nu pi alpha upsilon lambda omicron nu tau kappa rho iota sigma tau kappa dot tau dot lambda. Although he will not allow that it is a real contradiction, but explains it as only apparent, like a good Jew, as he is. In general, it is interesting to see how with Clement the New and the Old Testament get mixed up together. And he strives to reconcile them, yet for the most part drives out the New Testament with the Old. Just at the beginning of the 3rd chapter he objects to the Marcionites that they find fault with the creation, after the example of Plato and Pythagoras. For Marcion teaches that nature is bad, made out of bad materials, phi upsilon sigma iota kappa alpha kappa eta, epsilon kappa tau epsilon lambda eta kappa alpha kappa eta, therefore one ought not to people this world, but to abstain from marriage. Mu eta beta omicron upsilon lambda omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota tau omicron nu kappa omicron sigma mu omicron nu sigma upsilon mu pi lambda eta rho omicron upsilon nu alpha pi epsilon chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota gamma alpha mu omicron upsilon. Now Clement, to whom in general the Old Testament is much more congenial and convincing than the New, takes this very much amiss. He sees in it their flagrant ingratitude to and enmity and rebellion against him who has made the world, the just demiurgus, whose work they themselves are, and yet despise the use of his creatures. In impious rebellion, forsaking the natural opinion, alpha nu tau iota tau alpha sigma sigma omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota tau pi omicron iota eta tau tau sigma phi omega nu. Epsilon gamma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon iota tau pi rho omicron tau omicron nu pi epsilon pi omicron iota eta kappa omicron tau alpha epsilon chi theta rho, mu eta beta omicron upsilon lambda omicron mu epsilon nu omicron iota chi rho eta sigma theta alpha iota tau omicron iota pi alpha upsilon tau omicron upsilon kappa tau iota sigma theta epsilon iota sigma iota nu. Alpha sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota theta epsilon omicron mu alpha chi iota tau omega nu kappa alpha tau alpha phi upsilon sigma iota nu epsilon kappa sigma tau alpha nu tau epsilon lambda omicron gamma iota sigma mu omega iota. At the same time, in his holy zeal, he will not allow the Martionites even the honor of originality, but, armed with his well-known erudition, he brings it against them, and supports his case with the most beautiful quotations. That even the ancient philosophers, that Heraclitus and Empedocles, Pythagoras and Plato, Orpheus and Pindar, Herodotus and Euripides, and also the Sibyls, lamented deeply the wretched nature of the world, thus taught pessimism. Now in this learned enthusiasm he does not observe that in this way he is just giving the Martionites water for their mill, for he shows that all the wisest of all the ages have taught and sung what they do. But confidently and boldly he quotes the most decided and energetic utterances of the ancients in this sense. Certainly they cannot lead him astray. Wise men may mourn the sadness of existence, poets may pour out the most affecting lamentations about it, nature and experience may cry out as loudly as they will against optimism. All this does not touch our church father, he holds his Jewish revelation in his hand, and remains confident. The demiurgus made the world. From this it is a priori certain that it is excellent, and it may look as it likes. The same thing then takes place with regard to the second point, the epsilon gamma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon iota alpha, through which, according to his view, the Martionites show their ingratitude towards the demiurgus, alpha chi alpha rho iota sigma epsilon iota nu tau delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma, and the perversity with which they put from them all his gifts, delta alpha nu tau iota tau alpha xi iota nu pi rho omicron tau omicron nu delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma omicron nu, tau eta nu chi rho eta sigma iota nu tau omega nu kappa omicron sigma mu iota kappa omega nu pi alpha rho alpha iota tau omicron upsilon mu epsilon nu omicron iota. Here now the tragic poets have preceded the Encratites, to the prejudice of their originality, and have said the same things. For since they also lament the infinite misery of existence, they have added that it is better to bring no children into such a world. Which he now again supports with the most beautiful passages, and, at the same time, accuses the Pythagoreans of having renounced sexual pleasure on this ground. But all this touches him not. He sticks to his principle that all these sin against the demiurgus, in that they teach that one ought not to marry, ought not to beget children, ought not to bring new miserable beings into the world, ought not to provide new food for death, delta epsilon gamma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon iota alpha alpha sigma epsilon beta omicron upsilon sigma iota tau epsilon tau eta nu kappa tau iota sigma iota nu kappa alpha iota tau omicron nu gamma iota omicron nu delta eta mu iota omicron upsilon rho gamma omicron nu tau omicron nu pi alpha nu tau omicron kappa rho alpha tau omicron rho alpha mu omicron nu theta epsilon omicron nu kappa alpha iota delta alpha sigma kappa omicron upsilon sigma iota mu eta delta epsilon iota nu pi alpha rho alpha delta epsilon chi epsilon sigma theta alpha iota gamma alpha mu omicron nu kappa alpha iota pi alpha iota delta omicron pi omicron iota alpha nu mu eta delta epsilon alpha nu tau epsilon iota sigma alpha gamma epsilon iota nu tau kappa omicron sigma mu delta upsilon sigma tau upsilon chi eta sigma omicron nu tau alpha tau epsilon rho omicron upsilon mu eta delta epsilon pi iota chi omicron rho eta gamma epsilon iota nu theta alpha nu alpha tau tau rho omicron phi eta nu, c. 6. Since the learned church father thus denounces epsilon gamma kappa rho alpha tau epsilon iota alpha, he seems to have had no presentiment that just after his time the celibacy of the Christian priesthood would be more and more introduced, and finally, in the 11th century. Raised to the position of a law, because it is in keeping with the spirit of the New Testament. It is just this spirit which the Gnostics have grasped more profoundly and understood better than our Church Father, who is more Jew than Christian. The conception of the Gnostics comes out very clearly at the beginning of the 9th chapter, where the following passage is quoted from the Gospel of the Egyptians: Alpha Upsilon Tau Omicron Epsilon Iota Pi Epsilon Nu Sigma Omega Tau Eta Rho, Eta Lambda Theta Omicron Nu Kappa Alpha Tau Alpha Lambda Upsilon Sigma Alpha Iota Tau Alpha Epsilon Rho Gamma Alpha Tau Eta Theta Eta Lambda Epsilon Iota Alpha Theta Eta Lambda Epsilon Iota Alpha Mu Epsilon Nu, Tau Eta Epsilon Pi Iota Theta Upsilon Mu Iota Alpha, Epsilon Rho Gamma Alpha Delta Epsilon, Gamma Epsilon Nu Epsilon Sigma Iota Nu Kappa Alpha Iota Phi Theta Omicron Rho Alpha Nu, Adjunct Enim Dixis Servitorum, Veni ad dissolvendum opera femini cadem, cupiditatis, opera autumn, generationum et interitum. But quite specially at the end of the 13th and the beginning of the 14th chapter. The Church certainly was obliged to consider how to set a religion upon its legs that could also walk and stand in the world as it is, and among men. Therefore it declared these persons to be heretics. At the conclusion of the 7th chapter our Church Father opposes Indian asceticism, as bad, to Christian Judaism. Whereby the fundamental difference of the spirit of the two religions is clearly brought out. In Judaism and Christianity everything runs back to obedience or disobedience to the command of God, Pi Alpha Kappa Omicron Eta Kappa Alpha Iota Pi Alpha Rho Alpha Kappa Omicron Eta. As befits us creatures, Mu Iota Nu, Tau Omicron Iota Pi Epsilon Pi Lambda Alpha Sigma Mu Epsilon Nu Omicron Iota Pi Omicron Tau Eta Tau Omicron Upsilon Pi Alpha Nu Tau Omicron Kappa Rho Alpha Tau Omicron Rho Omicron Beta Omicron Upsilon Lambda Eta Sigma Epsilon Omega, Nobis, Ca Omnipotentis Voluntate Affecti Summus, Chapter 14. Then comes, as a second duty, Lambda Alpha Tau Rho Epsilon Epsilon Iota Nu Theta Epsilon Zeta Omega Nu Tau Iota, to serve God, extol His works, and overflow with thankfulness. Certainly the matter has a very different aspect in Brahmanism and Buddhism, for in the latter all improvement and conversion, and the only deliverance we can hope for from this world of suffering, this samsara, proceeds from the knowledge of the four fundamental truths: 1. Dolor. 2. Doloris ortis. 3. Doloris interitus. 4. Octopartita via ad doloris sedationem, Dhammapadam, edition Fossbull, page 35 et 347. The explanation of these four truths will be found in Bourneuf, Introduct. A. El Hist. Du Buddhism, p. 629, and in all expositions of Buddhism. In truth, Judaism, with its Pi Alpha Nu Tau Alpha Kappa Alpha Lambda Iota Alpha Nu, is not related to Christianity as regards its spirit and ethical tendency, but Brahmanism and Buddhism are. But the spirit and ethical tendency are what is essential in a religion, not the myths in which these are clothed. I therefore cannot give up the belief that the doctrines of Christianity can in some way be derived from these primitive religions. I have pointed out some traces of this in the second volume of the Parerga, section 179, second edition, section 180. I have to add to these that Epiphanius, heretic. 18. Relates that the first Jewish Christians of Jerusalem, who called themselves Nazarenes, refrained from all animal food. On account of this origin, or, at least, this agreement, Christianity belongs to the ancient, true and sublime faith of mankind, which is opposed to the false, shallow, and injurious optimism which exhibits itself in Greek paganism, Judaism, and Islamism. The Zend religion holds to a certain extent the mean, because it has opposed to Ormuzd a pessimistic counterpoise in Ahriman. From this Zend religion the Jewish religion proceeded, as J.G. Rode has thoroughly proved in his book, Die Heilige Sage des Zendvolks. From Ormuzd has come Jehovah, and from Ahriman, Satan, who, however, plays only a very subordinate role in Judaism, indeed almost entirely disappears, whereby then optimism gains the upper hand. And there only remains the myth of the fall as a pessimistic element, which certainly, as the fable of Meskia and Meskiane, is derived from the Zendavesta. Yet even this falls into oblivion, till it is again taken up by Christianity along with Satan. Ormuzd himself, however, is derived from Brahmanism, although from a lower region of it. He is no other than Indra, that subordinate god of the firmament and the atmosphere, who is represented as frequently in rivalry with men. This has been very clearly shown by J.J. Schmidt in his work on the relation of the Gnostic Theosophic doctrines to the religions of the East. This Indra Ormuzd Jehovah had afterwards to pass over into Christianity, because this religion arose in Judea. But on account of the cosmopolitan character of Christianity he laid aside his own name to be denoted in the language of each converted nation by the appellation of the superhuman beings he supplanted, as, delta epsilon omicron, deus. Which comes from the Sanskrit deva, from which also devil comes, or among the Gothico-Germanic peoples by the word god, got, which comes from Odin, Woden, Gwadan, Godin. In the same way he assumed in Islamism, which also sprang from Judaism, the name of Allah, which also existed earlier in Arabia. Analogous to this, the gods of the Greek Olympus, when in prehistoric times they were transplanted to Italy, also assumed the names of the previously reigning gods, hence among the Romans Zeus is called Jupiter, Hera Juno, Hermes Mercury, and in China the first difficulty of the missionaries arose from the fact that the Chinese language has no appellation of the kind and also no word for creating, for the three religions of China know no gods either in the plural or in the singular. 149. However the rest may be, that pi alpha nu tau alpha kappa alpha lambda iota alpha nu of the Old Testament is really foreign to true Christianity. For in the New Testament the world is always spoken of as something to which one does not belong, which one does not love, nay, whose lord is the devil. 150. This agrees with the ascetic spirit of the denial of oneself and the overcoming of the world which, just like the boundless love of one's neighbor, even of one's enemy, is the fundamental characteristic which Christianity has in common with Brahmanism and Buddhism, and which proves their relationship. There is nothing in which one has to distinguish the kernel so carefully from the shell as in Christianity. Just because I prize this kernel highly I sometimes treat the shell with little ceremony. It is, however, thicker than is generally supposed. Protestantism, since it has eliminated asceticism and its central point, the meritoriousness of celibacy, has already given up the inmost kernel of Christianity, and so far is to be regarded as a falling away from it. This has become apparent in our own day by the gradual transition of Protestantism into shallow rationalism, this modern Pelagianism, which ultimately degenerates into the doctrine of a loving Father, who has made the world, in order that things may go on very pleasantly in it, in which case, then, he must certainly have failed, and who, if one only conforms to his will in certain respects, will also afterwards provide a still more beautiful world, with regard to which it is only a pity that it has such a fatal entrance. That may be a good religion for comfortable, married, and enlightened Protestant pastors, but it is no Christianity. Christianity is the doctrine of the deep guilt of the human race through its existence alone, and the longing of the heart for deliverance from it, which, however, can only be attained by the greatest sacrifices and by the denial of one's own self. Thus by an entire reversal of human nature. Luther may have been perfectly right from the practical point of view, i.e., with reference to the church scandal of his time, which he wished to remove, but not so from the theoretical point of view. The more sublime a doctrine is, the more it is exposed to abuse at the hands of human nature, which, on the whole, is of a low and evil disposition, hence the abuses of Catholicism are so much more numerous and so much greater than those of Protestantism. Thus, for example, monasticism, that methodical denial of the will practiced in common for the sake of mutual encouragement, is an institution of a sublime description, which, however, for this very reason is for the most part untrue to its spirit. The shocking abuses of the Church excited in the honest mind of Luther a lofty indignation. But in consequence of this he was led to desire to limit as much as possible the claims of Christianity itself, and for this end he first confined it to the words of the Bible. But then, in his well-meant zeal, he went too far, for he attacked the very heart of Christianity in the ascetic principle. For after the withdrawal of the ascetic principle, the optimistic principle soon necessarily took its place. But in religions, as in philosophy, optimism is a fundamental error which obstructs the path of all truth. From all this it seems to me that Catholicism is a shamefully abused, but Protestantism a degenerate Christianity. Thus, that Christianity in general has met the fate which befalls all that is noble, sublime, and great whenever it has to dwell among men. However, even in the very lap of Protestantism, the essentially ascetic and encretistic spirit of Christianity has made way for itself. And in this case it has appeared in a phenomenon which perhaps has never before been equaled in magnitude and definiteness, the highly remarkable sect of the Shakers, in North America, founded by an Englishwoman, Anne Lee, in 1774. The adherents of this sect have already increased to 6,000, who are divided into 15 communities, and inhabit a number of villages in the states of New York and Kentucky, especially in the district of New Lebanon, near Nassau Village. The fundamental characteristic of their religious rule of life is celibacy and entire abstention from all sexual satisfaction. It is unanimously admitted, even by the English and Americans who visit them, and who laugh and jeer at them in every other respect, that this rule is strictly and with perfect honesty observed. Although brothers and sisters sometimes even occupy the same house, eat at the same table, nay, dance together in the religious services in church. For whoever has made that hardest of all sacrifices may dance before the Lord. He is a victor, he has overcome. Their singing in church consists in general of cheerful, and partly even of merry, songs. The church dance, also, which follows the sermon is accompanied by the singing of the rest. It is a lively dance, performed in measured time, and concludes with a gallop, which is carried on till the dancers are exhausted. Between each dance one of their teachers cries aloud, "Think, that ye rejoice before the Lord for having slain your flesh, for this is here the only use we make of our refractory limbs." To celibacy most of the other conditions link themselves on of themselves. There are no families, and therefore there is no private property, but community of goods. All are clothed alike, in Quaker fashion, and with great neatness. They are industrious and diligent, idleness is not endured. They have also the enviable rule that they are to avoid all unnecessary noise, such as shouting, door slamming, whip cracking, loud knocking, and their rule of life has been thus expressed by one of them: lead a life of innocence and purity, love your neighbors as yourself, live at peace with all men, and refrain from war, bloodshed, and all violence against others, as well as from all striving after worldly honor and distinction. Give to each his own, and follow after holiness, without which no man can see the Lord. Do good to all so far as your opportunity and your power extends. They persuade no one to join them, but test those who present themselves by a novitiate of several years. Moreover, every one is free to leave them, very rarely is any one expelled for misconduct. Adopted children are carefully educated, and only when they are grown up do they voluntarily join the sect. It is said that in the controversies of their ministers with Anglican clergy the latter generally come off the worse, for the arguments consist of passages from the New Testament. Fuller accounts of them will be found particularly in Maxwell's Run Through the United States, 1841, also in Benedict's History of All Religions, 1830, also in the Times, November 4, 1837, and in the German magazine Columbus, May number, 1831. A German sect in America, very similar to them, who also live in strict celibacy and continence, are the Rappists. An account of them is given in F. Lower's Geschichte und Zustand der Deutschen in America, 1853. In Russia also the Raskolniks are a similar sect. The Jectelians live also in strict chastity. But among the ancient Jews we already find a prototype of all these sects, the Essenes, of whom even Pliny gives an account, History Nat. v. 15, and who resembled the Shakers very much, not only in celibacy, but also in other respects, for example, in dancing during divine service, which leads to the opinion that the founder of the Shakers took the Essenes as a pattern. In the presence of such facts as these, how does Luther's assertion look, Ubi natura, quamadmatum a Deo nobis incita est, furter ac rapider, fieri nullo modo potest, ut extra matrimonium cast vivator. Catech. Maj. Although Christianity, in essential respects, taught only what all Asia knew long before, and even better, yet for Europe it was a new and great revelation. In consequence of which the spiritual tendency of the European nations was therefore entirely transformed. For it disclosed to them the metaphysical significance of existence, and therefore taught them to look away from the narrow, paltry, ephemeral life of earth, and to regard it no longer as an end in itself, but as a condition of suffering, guilt, trial, conflict, and purification, out of which, by means of moral achievements, difficult renunciation, and denial of oneself, one may rise to a better existence, which is inconceivable by us. It taught the great truth of the assertion and denial of the will to live in the clothing of allegory by saying that through Adam's fall the curse has come upon all, sin has come into the world, and guilt is inherited by all. But that, on the other hand, through the sacrificial death of Jesus all are reconciled, the world saved, guilt abolished, and justice satisfied. In order, however, to understand the truth itself that is contained in this myth, one must not regard men simply in time, as beings independent of each other, but must comprehend the Platonic idea of man, which is related to the series of men. As eternity in itself is related to eternity drawn out as time. Hence the eternal idea man extended in time to the series of men through the connecting bond of generation appears again in time as a whole. If now we keep the idea of man in view, we see that Adam's fall represents the finite, animal, sinful nature of man, in respect of which he is a finite being, exposed to sin, suffering, and death. On the other hand, the life, teaching, and death of Jesus Christ represent the eternal, supernatural side, the freedom, the salvation of man. Now every man, as such in potentia, is both Adam and Jesus, according as he comprehends himself, and his will thereupon determines him, in consequence of which he is then condemned and given over to death, or saved and attains to eternal life. Now these truths, both in their allegorical and in their real acceptation, were completely new as far as Greeks and Romans were concerned, who were still entirely absorbed in life, and did not seriously look beyond it. Let whoever doubts this see how Cicero, Pro Cluentio, c. 61, and Sallust, Cattle, c. 47, speak of the state after death. The ancients, although far advanced in almost everything else, remained children with regard to the chief concern, and were surpassed in this even by the Druids, who at least taught metempsychosis. That one or two philosophers, like Pythagoras and Plato, thought otherwise alters nothing as regards the whole. That great fundamental truth, then, which is contained in Christianity, as in Brahmanism and Buddhism, the need of deliverance from an existence which is given up to suffering and death, and the attainableness of this by the denial of the will. Thus by a decided opposition to nature, is beyond all comparison the most important truth there can be. But, at the same time, it is entirely opposed to the natural tendency of the human race, and in its true grounds it is difficult to comprehend. As indeed all that can only be thought generally and in the abstract is inaccessible to the great majority of men. Therefore for these men there was everywhere required, in order to bring that great truth within the sphere of its practical application, a mythical vehicle for it, as it were a receptacle, without which it would be lost and dissipated. The truth had therefore everywhere to borrow the garb of the fable, and also constantly to endeavor to connect itself with what in each case was historically given, already familiar, and already revered. What sensu proprio remained inaccessible to the great mass of mankind of all ages and lands, with their low tone of mind, their intellectual stupidity and general brutality, had, for practical purposes, to be brought home to them sensu allegorico, in order to become their guiding star. So, then, the religions mentioned above are to be regarded as the sacred vessels in which the great truth, known and expressed for several thousand years, indeed perhaps since the beginning of the human race, which yet in itself, for the great mass of mankind always remains a mystery, is, according to the measure of their powers, made accessible to them, preserved and transmitted through the centuries. Yet, because all that does not through and through consist of the imperishable material of pure truth is subject to destruction, whenever this fate befalls such a vessel, through contact with a heterogeneous age, its sacred content must in some way be saved and preserved for mankind by another. But it is the task of philosophy, since it is one with pure truth, to present that content pure and unmixed, thus merely in abstract conceptions, and consequently without that vehicle, for those who are capable of thinking, who are always an exceedingly small number. It is therefore related to religions as a straight line to several curves running near it, for it expresses sensu proprio, thus reaches directly, what they show in veiled forms and reach by circuitous routes. If now, in order to illustrate what has just been said by an example, and also to follow a philosophical fashion of my time, I should wish perhaps to attempt to solve the profoundest mystery of Christianity, that of the Trinity. In the fundamental conception of my philosophy, this could be done, with the license permitted in such interpretations, in the following manner. The Holy Ghost is the distinct denial of the will to live. The man in whom this exhibits itself in concreto is the Son. He is identical with the will which asserts life, and thereby produces the phenomenon of this perceptible world, i.e. with the Father, because the assertion and denial are opposite acts of the same will whose capability for both is the only true freedom. However, this is to be regarded as a mere lusus ingenii. Before I close this chapter, one wished to adduce a few proofs in support of what in section 68 of the first volume I denoted by the expression delta epsilon upsilon tau upsilon rho omicron pi lambda omicron upsilon, the bringing about of the denial of the will by one's own deeply felt suffering. Thus not merely by the appropriation of the suffering of others, and the knowledge of the vanity and wretchedness of our existence introduced by this, we can arrive at a comprehension of what goes on in the heart of a man, in the case of an elevation of this kind and the accompanying purifying process, by considering what every emotional man experiences on beholding a tragedy, which is of kindred nature to this. In the third and fourth acts perhaps such a man is distressed and disturbed by the ever more clouded and threatened happiness of the hero. But when, in the fifth act, this happiness is entirely wrecked and shattered, he experiences a certain elevation of the soul, which affords him an infinitely higher kind of pleasure than the sight of the happiness of the hero, however great it might be, could ever have given. Now this is the same thing, in the weak watercolors of sympathy which is able to raise a well-known illusion, as that which takes place with the energy of reality in the feeling of our own fate when it is heavy misfortune that drives the man at last into the haven of entire resignation. Upon this occurrence depend all those conversions which completely transform men such as are described in the text. I may give here in a few words the story of the conversion of the Abbé Rance, as it is strikingly similar to that of Raymond Lully, which is told in the text, and besides this is memorable on account of its result. His youth was devoted to enjoyment and pleasure. Finally, he lived in a relation of passion with a Madame de Montbazon. One evening, when he visited her, he found her room empty, in disorder and darkness. He struck something with his foot. It was her head, which had been severed from the trunk, because after her sudden death her corpse could not otherwise be got into the lead coffin that stood beside it. After overcoming an immense sorrow, Rance now became, in 1663, the reformer of the Order of the Trappists, which at that time had entirely relaxed the strictness of its rules. He joined this order, and through him it was led back to that terrible degree of renunciation which is still maintained at the present day at La Trappe, and, as the methodically carried out denial of the will, aided by the severest renunciation in an incredibly hard and painful manner of life, fills the visitor with sacred awe, after he has been touched at his reception by the humility of these genuine monks, who, emaciated by fasting, by cold, by night watches, prayers and penances, kneel before him, the worldling and the sinner, to implore his blessing. Of all orders of monks, this one alone has maintained itself in perfection in France, through all changes, which is to be attributed to the profound earnestness which in it is unmistakable, and excludes all secondary ends. It has remained untouched even by the decline of religion, because its root lies deeper in human nature than any positive system of belief. I have mentioned in the text that this great and rapid change of the inmost being of man which we are here considering, and which has hitherto been entirely neglected by philosophers, appears most frequently when, with full consciousness, he stands in the presence of a violent and certain death, thus in the case of executions. But, in order to bring this process much more distinctly before our eyes, I regard it as by no means unbecoming to the dignity of philosophy to quote what has been said by some criminals before their execution. Even at the risk of incurring the sneer that I encourage gallows sermons. I certainly rather believe that the gallows is a place of quite peculiar revelations, and a watchtower from which the man who even then retains his presence of mind obtains a wider, clearer outlook into eternity than most philosophers over the paragraphs of their rational psychology and theology. The following speech on the gallows was made on the April 15, 1837, at Gloucester, by a man called Bartlett, who had murdered his mother-in-law. Englishman and fellow countrymen, I have a few words to say to you, and they shall be but very few. Yet let me entreat you, one and all, that these few words that I shall utter may strike deep into your hearts. Bear them in your mind, not only now while you are witnessing this sad scene, but take them to your homes, take them, and repeat them to your children and friends. I implore you as a dying man, one for whom the instrument of death is even now prepared, and these words are that you may loose yourselves from the love of this dying world and its vain pleasures. Think less of it and more of your God. Do this, repent, repent, for be assured that without deep and true repentance, without turning to your heavenly Father, you will never attain, nor can hold the slightest hope of ever reaching those bowers of bliss to which I trust one am now fast advancing. Times, April 18, 1837. Still more remarkable are the last words of the well-known murderer, Greenacre, who was executed in London on the 1st of May, 1837. The English newspaper The Post gives the following account, which is also reprinted in Galignani's Messenger of the 6th of May, 1837, on the morning of his execution a gentleman advised him to put his trust in God, and pray for forgiveness through the mediation of Jesus Christ. Greenacre replied that forgiveness through the mediation of Christ was a matter of opinion. For his part, he believed that in the sight of the highest being, a Mohammedan was as good as a Christian and had just as much claim to salvation. Since his imprisonment he had had his attention directed to theological subjects, and he had become convinced that the gallows is a passport to heaven. The indifference displayed here towards positive religions is just what gives this utterance greater weight, for it shows that it is no fanatical delusion, but individual immediate knowledge that lies at its foundation. The following incident may also be mentioned, which is given by Galignani's Messenger of the August 15, 1837, from the Limerick Chronicle. Last Monday Maria Cooney was executed for the revolting murder of Mrs. Anderson. So deeply was this wretched woman impressed with the greatness of her crime that she kissed the rope which was put round her neck, while she humbly implored the mercy of God. Lastly this, the Times, of the April 29, 1845 gives several letters which Hawker, who was condemned for the murder of Delarue, wrote the day before his execution. In one of these he says, I am persuaded that unless the natural heart be broken, and renewed by divine mercy, however noble and amiable it may be deemed by the world, it can never think of eternity without inwardly shuddering. These are the outlooks into eternity referred to above, which are obtained from that watchtower. And I have had the less hesitation in giving them here, since Shakespeare also says, out of these convertites there is much matter to be heard and learned. As you like it, last scene. Strauss, in his Life of Jesus, has proved that Christianity also ascribes to suffering as such the purifying and sanctifying power here set forth. Leben Jesu, Volume 1, ch. 6, sections 72 and 74. He says that the Beatitudes in the Sermon on the Mount have a different sense in Luke 6:21, from that which they have in Matt v. 3, for only the latter adds tau pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau iota to mu alpha kappa alpha rho iota omicron pi tau omega chi omicron iota, and tau eta nu delta iota kappa alpha iota omicron sigma upsilon nu eta nu to pi epsilon iota nu omega nu tau epsilon. Thus by him alone are the simple-minded, the humble, and meant, while by Luke are meant the literally poor, so that here the contrast is that between present suffering and future happiness. With the Ebionites it is a capital principle that whoever takes his portion in this age gets nothing in the future, and conversely. Accordingly in Luke the blessings are followed by as many omicron upsilon alpha iota, woes, which are addressed to the rich, omicron pi lambda omicron upsilon sigma iota omicron iota, the full, omicron epsilon mu pi lambda eta sigma mu epsilon nu omicron iota, and to them that laugh, omicron gamma epsilon lambda omega nu tau epsilon, in the Ebionite spirit. In the same spirit, he says, p. 604, is the parable, Luke 16:19, of the rich man and Lazarus given, which nowhere mentions any fault of the former or any merit of the latter, and takes as the standard of the future recompense, not the good done or the wickedness practiced, but the evils suffered here and the good things enjoyed, in the Ebionite spirit. A like estimation of outward poverty, Strauss goes on, is also attributed to Jesus by the other synoptists, Matt 19:16, Mark x:17, Luke 18:18, in the story of the rich young man and the saying about the camel and the eye of a needle. If we go to the bottom of the matter, we will recognize that even in the most famous passages of the Sermon on the Mount there is contained an indirect injunction to voluntary poverty, and thereby to the denial of the will to live. For the precept, Matt v. 40 seek, to consent unconditionally to all demands made upon us, to give our cloak also to him who will take away our coat, and, similarly, Matt 6:25-34, the precept to cast aside all care for the future, even for the morrow, and so to live simply in the present, are rules of life the observance of which inevitably leads to absolute poverty. And which therefore just say in an indirect manner what Buddha directly commands his disciples and has confirmed by his own example: throw everything away and become bhikkhu, i.e., beggars. This appears still more decidedly in the passage Matt x. 9-15, where all possessions, even shoes and a staff, are forbidden to the apostles, and they are directed to beg. These commands afterwards became the foundation of the mendicant order of Saint Francis, Bonaventure Vita S. Francisci, c. 3. Hence, then, I say that the spirit of Christian ethics is identical with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. In conformity with the whole view expounded here, Meister Eckhart also says, Works, Volume 1, page 492, the swiftest animal that bears thee to perfection is suffering. 49. The way of salvation. There is only one inborn error, and that is, that we exist in order to be happy. It is inborn in us because it is one with our existence itself, and our whole being is only a paraphrase of it, nay, our body is its monogram. We are nothing more than will to live, and the successive satisfaction of all our volitions is what we think in the conception of happiness. As long as we persist in this inborn error, indeed even become rigidly fixed in it through optimistic dogmas, the world appears to us full of contradictions. For at every step, in great things as in small, we must experience that the world and life are by no means arranged with a view to containing a happy existence. While now by this the thoughtless man only finds himself tormented in reality. In the case of him who thinks there is added to his real pain the theoretical perplexity why a world and a life which exist in order that one may be happy in them answer their ends so badly. First of all it finds expression in pious ejaculations, such as, "Ah! Why are the tears on earth so many, and But in their train come disquieting doubts about the assumptions of those preconceived optimistic dogmas. One may try if one will to throw the blame of one's individual unhappiness now upon the circumstances, now upon other men, now upon one's own bad luck, or even upon one's own awkwardness. And may know well how all these have worked together to produce it. But this in no way alters the result that one has missed the real end of life, which consists indeed in being happy. The consideration of this is, then, often very depressing, especially if life is already on the wane. Hence the countenances of almost all elderly persons wear the expression of that which in English is called disappointment. Besides this, however, hitherto every day of our life has taught us that joys and pleasures, even if attained, are in themselves delusive, do not perform what they promise, do not satisfy the heart. And finally their possession is at least embittered by the disagreeables that accompany them or spring from them. While, on the contrary, the pains and sorrows prove themselves very real, and often exceed all expectation. Thus certainly everything in life is calculated to recall us from that original error, and to convince us that the end of our existence is not to be happy. Indeed, if we regard it more closely and without prejudice, life rather presents itself as specially intended to be such that we shall not feel ourselves happy in it. For through its whole nature it bears the character of something for which we have no taste, which must be endured by us, and from which we have to return as from an error that our heart may be cured of the passionate desire of enjoyment, nay, of life, and turned away from the world. In this sense, it would be more correct to place the end of life in our woe than in our welfare. For the considerations at the conclusion of the preceding chapter have shown that the more one suffers the sooner one attains to the true end of life, and that the more happily one lives the longer this is delayed. The conclusion of the last letter of Seneca corresponds with this, bonum tunc habebus tuum, quum intelliges infelicissimos esse felices, which certainly seems to show the influence of Christianity. The peculiar effect of the tragic drama also ultimately depends upon the fact that it shakes that inborn error by vividly presenting in a great and striking example the vanity of human effort and the nothingness of this whole existence. And thus discloses the profound significance of life. Hence it is recognized as the sublimest form of poetry. Whoever now has returned by one or other path from that error which dwells in us a priori, that pyro omega tau omicron upsilon psi epsilon upsilon delta omicron of our existence, will soon see all in another light, and will now find the world in harmony with his insight, although not with his wishes. Misfortunes of every kind and magnitude, although they pain him, will no longer surprise him, for he has come to see that it is just pain and trouble that tend towards the true end of life, the turning away of the will from it. This will give him indeed a wonderful composedness in all that may happen, similar to that with which a sick person who undergoes a long and painful cure bears the pain of it as a sign of its efficacy. In the whole of human existence suffering expresses itself clearly enough as its true destiny. Life is deeply sunk in suffering, and cannot escape from it. Our entrance into it takes place amid tears, its course is at bottom always tragic, and its end still more so. There is an unmistakable appearance of intention in this. As a rule man's destiny passes through his mind in a striking manner, at the very summit of his desires and efforts. And thus his life receives a tragic tendency by virtue of which it is fitted to free him from the passionate desire of which every individual existence is an example. And bring him into such a condition that he parts with life without retaining a single desire for it and its pleasures. Suffering is, in fact, the purifying process through which alone, in most cases, the man is sanctified, i.e., is led back from the path of error of the will to live. In accordance with this, the salutary nature of the cross and of suffering is so often explained in Christian books of edification, and in general the cross, an instrument of suffering, not of doing, is very suitably the symbol of the Christian religion. Nay, even the preacher, who is still Jewish, but so very philosophical, rightly says, sorrow is better than laughter, for by the sadness of the countenance the heart is made better, Ecclesiastes 7. 3. Under the name of the delta epsilon nu tau omicron pi lambda omicron upsilon I have presented suffering as to a certain extent a substitute for virtue and holiness. But here I must make the bold assertion that, taking everything into consideration, we have more to hope for our salvation and deliverance from what we suffer than from what we do. Precisely in this spirit Lamartine very beautifully says in his Hymn à la douleur, apostrophizing pain. Tu me traites sans doute en favori de Dieu. Car tu n'épargnes pas les larmes à mes. Eh bien. Je les reçois comme tous les envois. Tes mots seront mes biens, et tes suppers mes joies. Je sens tu il est en toi, sans avoir combattu. En vertu divine au lieu de ma vertu. Que tu n'es pas la mort elle-même, mais sa vie. Que ton bras, en frappant, guérit et vivify. If, then, suffering itself has such a sanctifying power, this will belong in an even higher degree to death, which is more feared than any suffering. Answering to this, a certain awe, kindred to that which great suffering occasions us, is felt in the presence of every dead person. Indeed every case of death presents itself to a certain extent as a kind of apotheosis or canonization. Therefore we cannot look upon the dead body of even the most insignificant man without awe, and indeed, extraordinary as the remark may sound in this place, in the presence of every corpse the watch goes under arms. Dying is certainly to be regarded as the real aim of life, in the moment of death all that is decided, for which the whole course of life was only the preparation and introduction. Death is the result, the resume of life, or the added up sum which expresses at once the instruction which life gave in detail, and bit by bit. This, that the whole striving whose manifestation is life was a vain, idle, and self-contradictory effort, to have returned from which is a deliverance. As the whole, slow vegetation of the plant is related to the fruit, which now at a stroke achieves 100-fold what the plant achieved gradually in bit by bit, so life, with its obstacles, deluded hopes, frustrated plans, and constant suffering, is related to death, which at one stroke destroys all that the man has willed, and so crowns the instruction which life gave him. The completed course of life upon which the dying man looks back has an effect upon the whole will that objectifies itself in this perishing individuality, analogous to that which a motive exercises upon the conduct of the man. It gives it a new direction, which accordingly is the moral and essential result of the life. Just because a sudden death makes this retrospect impossible, the Church regards such a death as a misfortune, and prays that it should be averted. Since this retrospect, like the distinct foreknowledge of death, as conditioned by the reason, is possible only in man, not in the brute, and accordingly man alone really drinks the cup of death. Humanity is the only material in which the will can deny itself and entirely turn away from life. To the will that does not deny itself every birth imparts a new and different intellect, till it has learned the true nature of life, and in consequence of this wills it no more. In the natural course, in age the decay of the body coincides with that of the will. The desire for pleasures soon vanishes with the capacity to enjoy them. The occasion of the most vehement willing, the focus of the will, the sexual impulse, is first extinguished, whereby the man is placed in a position which resembles the state of innocence which existed before the development of the genital system. The illusions, which set up chimeras as exceedingly desirable benefits, vanish, and the knowledge of the vanity of all earthly blessings takes their place. Selfishness is repressed by the love of one's children, by means of which the man already begins to live more in the ego of others than in his own, which now will soon be no more. This course of life is at least the desirable one. It is the euthanasia of the will. In hope of this the Brahman is ordered, after he has passed the best years of his life, to forsake possessions and family, and lead the life of a hermit. Menu, b. 6. But if, conversely, the desire outlives the capacity for enjoyment, and we now regret particular pleasures in life which we miss, instead of seeing the emptiness and vanity of all. And if then gold, the abstract representative of the objects of desire for which the sense is dead, takes the place of all these objects themselves, and now excites the same vehement passions which were formerly more pardonably awakened by the objects of actual pleasure, and thus now with deadened senses a lifeless but indestructible object is desired with equally indestructible eagerness. Or, also, if, in the same way, existence in the opinion of others takes the place of existence and action in the real world, and now kindles the same passions, then the will has become sublimated and etherealized into avarice or ambition, but has thereby thrown itself into the last fortress, in which it can only now be besieged by death. The end of existence has been missed. All these considerations afford us a fuller explanation of that purification, conversion of the will and deliverance, denoted in the preceding chapter by the expression delta epsilon upsilon tau epsilon rho omicron pi lambda omicron upsilon, which is brought about by the suffering of life, and without doubt is the most frequent. For it is the way of sinners such as we all are. The other way, which leads to the same goal, by means of mere knowledge and the consequent appropriation of the suffering of a whole world, is the narrow path of the elect, the saints, and therefore to be regarded as a rare exception. Therefore without that first way for most of us there would be no salvation to hope for. However, we struggle against entering upon it, and strive rather to procure for ourselves a safe and agreeable existence, whereby we chain our will ever more firmly to life. The conduct of the ascetics is the opposite of this. They make their life intentionally as poor, hard, and empty of pleasure as possible, because they have their true and ultimate welfare in view. But fate and the course of things care for us better than we ourselves, for they frustrate on all sides our arrangements for an utopian life, the folly of which is evident enough from its brevity, uncertainty, and emptiness. And its conclusion by bitter death. They strew thorns upon thorns in our path, and meet us everywhere with healing sorrow, the panacea of our misery. What really gives its wonderful and ambiguous character to our life is this, that two diametrically opposite aims constantly cross each other in it. That of the individual will direct it to chimerical happiness in an ephemeral, dreamlike, and delusive existence, in which, with reference to the past, happiness and unhappiness are a matter of indifference. And the present is every moment becoming the past. And that of fate visibly enough directed to the destruction of our happiness, and thereby to the mortification of our will and the abolition of the illusion that holds us chained in the bonds of this world. The prevalent and peculiarly Protestant view that the end of life lies solely and immediately in the moral virtues, thus in the practice of justice and benevolence, betrays its insufficiency even in the fact that so miserably little real and pure morality is found among men. I am not speaking at all of lofty virtue, nobleness, magnanimity, and self-sacrifice, which one hardly finds anywhere but in plays and novels, but only of those virtues which are the duty of every one. Let whoever is old think of all those with whom he has had to do. How many persons will he have met who were merely really and truly honest? Were not by far the greater number, in spite of their shameless indignation at the slightest suspicion of dishonesty or even untruthfulness, in plain words, the precise opposite? Were not abject selfishness, boundless avarice, well-concealed knavery, and also poisonous envy and fiendish delight in the misfortunes of others so universally prevalent that the slightest exception was met with surprise? And benevolence, how very rarely it extends beyond a gift of what is so superfluous that one never misses it. And is the whole end of existence to lie in such exceedingly rare and weak traces of morality? If we place it, on the contrary, in the entire reversal of this nature of ours, which bears the evil fruits just mentioned, brought about by suffering, the matter gains an appearance of probability and is brought into agreement with what actually lies before us. Life presents itself then as a purifying process, of which the purifying lie is pain. If the process is carried out, it leaves behind it the previous immorality and wickedness as refuse, and there appears what the Veda says, Findeter nodus cordis, dissolvantur omnes dubitationes, ejusque opera evanescent. As agreeing with this view the 15th sermon of Meister Eckhart will be found very well worth reading. Epiphilosophy. At the conclusion of my exposition a few reflections concerning my philosophy itself may find their place. My philosophy does not pretend to explain the existence of the world and its ultimate grounds, it rather sticks to the facts of external and internal experience as they are accessible to every one, and shows the true and deepest connection of them without really going beyond them to any extramundane things and their relations to the world. It therefore arrives at no conclusions as to what lies beyond all possible experience, but affords merely an exposition of what is given in the external world and in self-consciousness. Thus contents itself with comprehending the nature of the world in its inner connection with itself. It is consequently immanent, in the Kantian sense of the word. But just on this account it leaves many questions untouched, for example, why what is proved as a fact is as it is and not otherwise, and all such questions, however, or rather the answers to them, are really transcendent, i.e., they cannot be thought by the forms and functions of our intellect, do not enter into these. It is therefore related to them as our sensibility is related to the possible properties of bodies for which we have no senses. After all my explanations one may still ask, for example, whence has sprung this will that is free to assert itself, the manifestation of which is the world, or to deny itself, the manifestation of which we do not know? What is the fatality lying beyond all experience which has placed it in the very doubtful dilemma of either appearing as a world in which suffering and death reign, or else denying its very being? Or again, what can have prevailed upon it to forsake the infinitely preferable peace of blessed nothingness? An individual will, one may add, can only turn to its own destruction through error in the choice, thus through the fault of knowledge. But the will in itself, before all manifestation, consequently still without knowledge, how could it go astray and fall into the ruin of its present condition? Whence in general is the great discord that permeates this world? It may, further, be asked how deep into the true being of the world the roots of individuality go, to which it may certainly be answered, they go as deep as the assertion of the will to live. Where the denial of the will appears they cease, for they have arisen with the assertion. But one might indeed even put the question, what would I be if I were not will to live, and more of the same kind? To all such questions we would first have to reply that the expression of the most universal and general form of our intellect is the principle of sufficient reason. But that just on this account that principle finds application only to the phenomenon, not to the being in itself of things. Yet all whence and why depend upon that principle alone. As a result of the Kantian philosophy it is no longer an aeterna veritas, but merely the form, i.e. the function, of our intellect, which is essentially cerebral, and originally a mere tool in the service of the will, which it therefore presupposes together with all its objectifications. But our whole knowing and conceiving is bound to its forms. Accordingly we must conceive everything in time, consequently as a before and after, then as cause and effect, and also as above and below, whole and part, and cannot by any means escape from this sphere in which all possibility of our knowledge lies. Now these forms are utterly unsuited to the problems raised here, nor are they fit or able to comprehend their solution even if it were given. Therefore with our intellect, this mere tool of the will, we are everywhere striking upon insoluble problems, as against the walls of our prison. But, besides this, it may at least be assumed as probable that not only for us is knowledge of all that has been asked about impossible, but no such knowledge is possible in general, thus never and in no way. That these relations are not only relatively but absolutely insusceptible of investigation, that not only does no one know them, but that they are in themselves unknowable, because they do not enter into the form of knowledge in general. This corresponds to what Scotus Erigena says, de mirabili divina ignorantia, qua Deus non intelligit quid ipsi sit. Lib 2. For knowableness in general, with its most essential, and therefore constantly necessary form of subject and object, belongs merely to the phenomenal appearance, not to the being in itself of things. Where knowledge, and consequently idea, is, there is also only phenomenon, and we stand there already in the province of the phenomenal. Nay, knowledge in general is known to us only as a phenomenon of brain, and we are not only unjustified in conceiving it otherwise, but also incapable of doing so. What the world is as world may be understood, it is phenomenal manifestation. And we can know that which manifests itself in it, directly from ourselves, by means of a thorough analysis of self-consciousness. Then, however, by means of this key to the nature of the world, the whole phenomenal manifestation can be deciphered, as I believe I have succeeded in doing. But if we leave the world in order to answer the questions indicated above, we have also left the whole sphere in which, not only connection according to reason and consequent, but even knowledge itself is possible. Then all is instabilis tellus, inabilis unda. The nature of things before or beyond the world, and consequently beyond the will, is open to no investigation. Because knowledge in general is itself only a phenomenon, and therefore exists only in the world as the world exists only in it. The inner being in itself of things is nothing that knows, no intellect, but an unconscious. Knowledge is only added as an accident, a means of assistance to the phenomenon of that inner being, and can therefore apprehend that being itself only in proportion to its own nature, which is designed with reference to quite different ends, those of the individual will, consequently very imperfectly. Here lies the reason why a perfect understanding of the existence, nature, and origin of the world, extending to its ultimate ground and satisfying all demands, is impossible. So much as to the limits of my philosophy, and indeed of all philosophy. The new kappa alpha iota pi alpha nu, i.e. that the inner nature in all things is absolutely one and the same, my age had already grasped and understood, after the Æsthetics, Scotus Erigena, Giordano Bruno, and Spinoza had thoroughly taught, and Schelling had revived this doctrine. But what this one is, and how it is able to exhibit itself as the many, is a problem the solution of which is first found in my philosophy. Certainly from the most ancient times man had been called the microcosm. I have reversed the proposition, and shown the world as the macranthropos, because will and idea exhaust its nature as they do that of man. But it is clearly more correct to learn to understand the world from man than man from the world. For one has to explain what is indirectly given, thus external perception from what is directly given, thus self-consciousness, not conversely. With the pantheists, then, I have certainly that nu kappa alpha iota pi alpha nu in common, but not the pi alpha nu theta epsilon omicron. Because I do not go beyond experience, taken in its widest sense, and still less do I put myself in contradiction with the data which lie before me. Scotus Origina, quite consistently with the spirit of pantheism, explains every phenomenon as a theophany, but then this conception must also be applied to the most terrible and abominable phenomena. Fine theophanies. What further distinguishes me from pantheism is principally the following. 1. That their theta epsilon omicron is an x, an unknown quantity. The will, on the other hand, is of all possible things the one that is known to us most exactly, the only thing given immediately, and therefore exclusively fitted for the explanation of the rest. For what is unknown must always be explained by what is better known, not conversely. 2. That their theta epsilon omicron manifests himself animi causa, to unfold his glory, or, indeed, to let himself be admired. Apart from the vanity here attributed to him, they are placed in the position of being obliged to sophisticate away the colossal evil of the world, but the world remains in glaring and terrible contradiction with that imagined excellence. With me, on the contrary, the will arrives through its objectification, however this may occur, at self-knowledge, whereby its abolition, conversion, salvation becomes possible. And accordingly, with me alone ethics has a sure foundation and is completely worked out in agreement with the sublime and profound religions, Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Christianity, not merely with Judaism and Mohammedanism. The metaphysic of the beautiful also is first fully cleared up as a result of my fundamental truth, and no longer requires to take refuge behind empty words. With me alone is the evil of the world honestly confessed in its whole magnitude. This is rendered possible by the fact that the answer to the question as to its origin coincides with the answer to the question as to the origin of the world. On the other hand, in all other systems, since they are all optimistic, the question as to the origin of evil is the incurable disease, ever breaking out anew, with which they are affected, and in consequence of which they struggle along with palliatives and quack remedies. 3. That I start from experience and the natural self-consciousness given to every one, and lead to the will as that which alone is metaphysical, thus I adopt the ascending, analytical method. The pantheists, again, adopt the opposite method, the descending or synthetical. They start from their theta epsilon omicron, which they beg or take by force, although sometimes under the name substantia, or absolute, and this unknown is then supposed to explain everything that is better known. 4. That with me the world does not fill the whole possibility of all being, but in this there still remains much room for that which we denote only negatively as the denial of the will to live. Pantheism, on the other hand, is essentially optimism, but if the world is what is best, then the matter may rest there. 5. That to the pantheists the perceptible world, thus the world of idea, is just the intentional manifestation of the God indwelling in it, which contains no real explanation of its appearance, but rather requires to be explained itself. With me, on the other hand, the world as idea appears merely per accidens, because the intellect, with its external perception, is primarily only the medium of motives for the more perfect phenomena of will, which gradually rises to that objectivity of perceptibility, in which the world exists. In this sense its origin, as an object of perception, is really accounted for, and not, as with the pantheists, by means of untenable fictions. Since, in consequence of the Kantian criticism of all speculative theology, the philosophizers of Germany almost all threw themselves back upon Spinoza. So that the whole series of futile attempts known by the name of the post-Kantian philosophy are simply Spinozism tastelessly dressed up, veiled in all kinds of unintelligible language, and otherwise distorted, I wish. Now that I have explained the relation of my philosophy to pantheism in general, to point out its relation to Spinozism in particular. It stands, then, to Spinozism as the New Testament stands to the Old. What the Old Testament has in common with the New is the same God-Creator. Analogous to this, the world exists, with me as with Spinoza, by its inner power and through itself. But with Spinoza his substantia aeterna, the inner nature of the world, which he himself calls God, is also, as regards its moral character and worth, Jehovah, the God-Creator, who applauds his own creation, and finds that all is very good. Pi alpha nu tau alpha kappa alpha lambda iota alpha nu. Spinoza has deprived him of nothing but personality. Thus, according to him also, the world and all in it is wholly excellent and as it ought to be, therefore man has nothing more to do than vivere, agere, sum esse conservare ex fundamento proprium util querendi, f. 4. Pr 67. He is even to rejoice in his life as long as it lasts, entirely in accordance with Ecclesiastes 9. 7-10, in short, it is optimism, therefore its ethical side is weak, as in the Old Testament, nay, it is even false, and in part revolting. 151 With me, on the other hand, the will, or the inner nature of the world, is by no means Jehovah, it is rather, as it were, the crucified Saviour, or the crucified thief, according as it resolves. Therefore my ethical teaching agrees with that of Christianity, completely and in its highest tendencies, and not less with that of Brahmanism and Buddhism. Spinoza could not get rid of the Jews, quos semel est imbuta recens servabit odorem. His contempt for the brutes, which, as mere things for our use, he also declares to be without rights, is thoroughly Jewish, and, in union with pantheism, is at the same time absurd and detestable, f. 4, Appendix, c. 27. With all this Spinoza remains a very great man. But in order to estimate his work correctly we must keep in view his relation to Descartes. The latter had sharply divided nature into mind and matter, i.e. thinking and extended substance, and had also placed God and the world in complete opposition to each other. Spinoza also, so long as he was a Cartesian, taught all that in his Cogitatus Metaphysicis, c. 12, I. 1665. Only in his later years did he see the fundamental falseness of that double dualism, and accordingly his own philosophy principally consists of the indirect abolition of these two antitheses. Yet partly to avoid injuring his teacher, partly in order to be less offensive, he gave it a positive appearance by means of a strictly dogmatic form, although its content is chiefly negative. His identification of the world with God has also this negative significance alone. For to call the world God is not to explain it, it remains a riddle under the one name as under the other. But these two negative truths had value for their age, as for every age in which there still are conscious or unconscious Cartesians. He makes the mistake, common to all philosophers before Locke, of starting from conceptions, without having previously investigated their origin, such, for example, as substance, cause, and in such a method of procedure these conceptions then receive a much too extensive validity. Those who in the most recent times refused to acknowledge the neo-Spinozism which had appeared, for example, Jacobi, were principally deterred from doing so by the bugbear of fatalism. By this is to be understood every doctrine which refers the existence of the world, together with the critical position of mankind in it, to any absolute necessity, i.e., to a necessity that cannot be further explained. Those who feared fatalism, again, believed that all that was of importance was to deduce the world from the free act of will of a being existing outside it. As if it were antecedently certain which of the two was more correct, or even better merely in relation to us. What is, however, especially assumed here is the non-dater tertium, and accordingly hitherto every philosophy has represented one or the other. I am the first to depart from this. For I have actually established the tertium, the act of will from which the world arises is our own. It is free, for the principle of sufficient reason, from which alone all necessity derives its significance, is merely the form of its phenomenon. Just on this account this phenomenon, if it once exists, is absolutely necessary in its course. In consequence of this alone we can recognize in it the nature of the act of will, and accordingly eventualiter will otherwise. Appendix. Abstract. Schopenhauer's essay on the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason, 4th edition, edited by Frauenstadt. The first edition appeared in 1813. This essay is divided into 8 chapters. The first is introductory. The second contains an historical review of previous philosophical doctrines on the subject. The third deals with the insufficiency of the previous treatment of the principle, and prescribes the lines of the new departure. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh treat of the 4 classes of objects for the subject, and the forms of the principle of sufficient reason which respectively characterize these classes. The 8th contains general remarks and results. It will be convenient to summarize these chapters severally. Chapter 1. Schopenhauer points out that Plato and Kant agree in recommending, as the method of all knowledge, obedience to 2 laws, that of homogeneity, and that of specification. The former bids us, by attention to the points of resemblance and agreement in things, get at their kinds, and combine them into species, and these species again into genera, until we have arrived at the highest concept of all. That which embraces everything. This law being transcendental, or an essential in our faculty of reason, assumes that nature is in harmony with it, an assumption which is expressed in the old rule, entia praeter necessitatem non esse multiplicanda. The law of specification, on the other hand, is stated by Kant in these words, entiam varietates non temera esse minuendas. That is to say, we must carefully distinguish the species which are united under a genus, and the lower kinds which in their turn are united under these species. Taking care not to make a leap and subsume the lower kinds and individuals under the concept of the genus, since this is always capable of division, but never descends to the object of pure perception. Plato and Kant agree that these laws are transcendental, and that they presuppose that things are in harmony with them. The previous treatment of the principle of sufficient reason, even by Kant, has been a failure owing to the neglect of the second of these laws. It may well be that we shall find that this principle is the common expression of more than one fundamental principle of knowledge, and that the necessity, to which it refers, is therefore of different kinds. It may be stated in these words, nihil est sine ration cur podius sit, quam non sit. This is the general expression for the different forms of the assumption which everywhere justifies that question, why, which is the mother of all science. Chapter 2. Schopenhauer in this chapter traces historically the forms in which the principle had been stated by his predecessors, and their influence. He points out that in Greek philosophy it appeared in 2 aspects, that of the necessity of a ground for a logical judgment, and that of a cause for every physical change, and that these 2 aspects were systematically confounded. The Aristotelian division, not of the forms of the principle itself, but of one of its aspects, the causal, exemplified a confusion which continued throughout the scholastic period. Descartes succeeds no better. His proof of the existence of God, that the immensity of his nature is a cause or reason beyond which no cause is needed for his existence, simply illustrates the gross confusion between cause and ground of knowledge which underlies every form of this ontological proof. That a miserable fellow like Hegel, whose entire philosophy is nothing but a monstrous amplification of the ontological proof, should dare to defend this proof against Kant's criticism of it is an alliance of which the ontological proof itself, little as it knows of shame, might well feel ashamed. It is not to be expected I should speak respectfully of people who have brought philosophy into disrespect. Spinoza made the same confusion when he laid it down that the cause of existence was either contained in the nature and definition of the thing as it existed, or was to be found outside that thing. It was through this confusion of the ground of knowledge with the efficient cause that he succeeded in identifying God with the world. The true picture of Spinoza's causa sui is Baron Munchausen encircling his horse with his legs, and raising himself and the horse upwards by means of his pigtail, with the inscription causa sui written below. Leibniz was the first to place the principle of sufficient reason in the position of a first principle, and to indicate the difference between its two meanings. But it was Wolff who first completely distinguished them, and divided the doctrine into three kinds: principium fiendi, cause; principium essendi, possibility; and principium cognoscendi. Baumgarten, Reimarus, Lambert, and Plattner added nothing to the work of Wolff, and the next great step was Hume's question as to the validity of the principle. Kant's distinction of the logical or formal principle of knowledge: every proposition must have its ground, from the transcendental or material principle, everything must have its ground, was followed out by his immediate successors. But when we come to Schelling we find the proposition that gravitation is the reason and light the cause of things, a proposition which is quoted simply as a curiosity. For such a piece of nonsense deserves no place among the opinions of earnest and honest inquirers. The chapter concludes by pointing out the futility of the attempts to prove the principle. Every proof is the exhibition of the ground of a judgment which has been expressed, and of which, just because that ground is exhibited, we predicate truth. The principle of sufficient reason is just this expression of the demand for such a ground, and he who seeks a proof, i.e., the exhibition of a ground for this principle itself, presupposes it as true, and so falls into the circle of seeking a proof of the justification of the demand for proof. Chapter 3. In the third chapter Schopenhauer points out that the two applications of the principle of sufficient reason distinguished by his predecessors, to judgments, which must have a ground, and to the changes of real objects, which must have a cause, are not exhaustive. The reason why the three sides of a certain triangle are equal is that the angles are equal, and this is neither a logical deduction nor a case of causation. With a view to stating exhaustively the various kinds into which the application of the principle falls, it is necessary to determine the nature of the principle itself. All our ideas are objects of the subject, and all objects of the subject are our ideas. But our ideas stand to one another as a matter of fact in an orderly connection, which is always determinable a priori in point of form, and on account of which nothing that is in itself separate and wholly independent of other things can be the object of our consciousness. It is this connection which the principle of sufficient reason in its generality expresses. The relations which constitute it are what Schopenhauer calls its root, and they fall into four classes, which are discussed in the four following chapters. Chapter 4. In the fourth chapter Schopenhauer deals with the first class of objects for the subject and the form of the principle of sufficient reason which obtains in it. This first class is that of those complete ideas of perception which form part of our experience, and which are referable to some sensation of our bodies. These ideas are capable of being perceived only under the forms of space and time. If time were the only form there would be no coexistence, and therefore no persistence. If space were their only form there would be no succession, and therefore no change. Time may therefore be defined as the possibility of mutually exclusive conditions of the same thing. But the union of these two forms of existence is the essential condition of reality, and this union is the work of the understanding. See World as Will and Idea, Volume 1, Section 4, and the Table of Predicables annexed to Volume 2, Chapter 4. In this class of objects for the subject the principle of sufficient reason appears as the law of causality or the principle of sufficient reason of becoming. And it is through it that all objects which present themselves in perception are bound together through the changes of their states. When a new state of one or more objects makes its appearance it must have been preceded by another on which it regularly follows. This is causal sequence, and the first state is the cause, the second the effect. The law has thus to do exclusively with the changes of objects of external experience, and not with things themselves, a circumstance which is fatal to the validity of the cosmological proof of the existence of God. It follows also from the essential connection of causality with succession that the notion of reciprocity, with its contemporaneous existence of cause and effect, is a delusion. The chain of causes and effects does not affect either matter, which is that in which all changes take place, or the original forces of nature, through which causation becomes possible, and which exist apart from all change. And in this sense out of time, but which yet are everywhere present, e.g., chemical forces, see Supra, Volume 1, Section 26. In nature causation assumes three different forms. That of cause in the narrow sense, of stimulus, and of motive, on which differences depend the true distinctions between inorganic bodies, plants, and animals. It is only of cause properly so called that Newton's third law of the equality of action and reaction is true, and only here do we find the degree of the effect proportionate to that of the cause. The absence of this feature characterizes stimulation. Motive demands knowledge as its condition, and intelligence is therefore the true characteristic of the animal. The three forms are in principle identical, the difference being due to the degrees of receptivity in existence. What is called freedom of the will is therefore an absurdity, as is also Kant's practical reason. These results are followed by an examination of the nature of vision, which Schopenhauer sums up in these words: I have examined all these visual processes in detail in order to show that the understanding is active in all of them. The understanding which, by apprehending every change as an effect and referring it to its cause, creates on the basis of the a priori and fundamental intuitions or perceptions of space and time, the objective world, that phenomenon of the brain, for which the sensations of the senses afford only certain data. And this task the understanding accomplishes only through its proper form, the law of causality, and accomplishes it directly without the aid of reflection, that is, of abstract knowledge through concepts and words, which are the material of secondary knowledge, of thought, thus of the reason. What understanding knows aright is reality, what reason knows aright is truth, i.e., a judgment which has a ground, the opposite of the former being illusion, what is falsely perceived, of the latter error, what is falsely thought. All understanding is an immediate apprehension of the causal relation, and this is the sole function of understanding, and not the complicated working of the 12 Kantian categories, the theory of which is a mistaken one. A consequence of this conclusion is, that arithmetical processes do not belong to the understanding, concerned as they are with abstract conceptions. But it must not be forgotten that between volition and the apparently consequential action of the body there is no causal relation, for they are the same thing perceived in two different ways. Section 23 contains a detailed refutation of Kant's proof of the a priori nature of the causal relation in the second analogy of experience, of the Critique of Pure Reason. The gist of the objection being that the so-called subjective succession is as much objective in reality as what is called objective by Kant. Phenomena may well follow one another, without following from one another. Chapter 5. The fifth chapter commences with an examination of the distinction between man and the brutes. Man possesses reason, that is to say, he has a class of ideas of which the brutes are not capable, abstract ideas as distinguished from those ideas of perception from which the former kind are yet derived. The consequence is, that the brute neither speaks nor laughs, and lacks all those qualities which make human life great. The nature of motives, too, is different where abstract ideas are possible. No doubt the actions of men follow of necessity from their causes, not less than is the case with the brutes, but the kind of sequence through thought which renders choice, i.e., the conscious conflict of motives, possible is different. Our abstract ideas, being incapable of being objects of perception, would be outside consciousness, and the operations of thought would be impossible, were it not that they are fixed for sense by arbitrary signs called words, which therefore always indicate general conceptions. It is just because the brutes are incapable of general conceptions that they have no faculty of speech. But thought does not consist in the mere presence of abstract ideas in consciousness, but in the union and separation of two or more of them, subject to the manifold restrictions and modifications which logic deals with. Such a clearly expressed conceptual relation is a judgment. In relation to judgments the principle of sufficient reason is valid in a new form, that of the ground of knowing. In this form it asserts that if a judgment is to express knowledge it must have a ground, and it is just because it has a ground that it has ascribed to it the predicate true. The grounds on which a judgment may depend are divisible into four kinds. A judgment may have another judgment as its ground, in which case its truth is formal or logical. There is no truth except in the relation of a judgment to something outside it, and intrinsic truth, which is sometimes distinguished from extrinsic logical truth, is therefore an absurdity. A judgment may also have its ground in sense perception, and its truth is then material truth. Again, those forms of knowledge which lie in the understanding and in pure sensibility, as the conditions of the possibility of experience, may be the ground of a judgment which is then synthetical a priori. Finally, those formal conditions of all thinking which lie in the reason may be the ground of a judgment, which may in that case be called metallogically true. Of these metalogical judgments there are four, and they were long ago discovered and called laws of thought. 1. A subject is equal to the sum of its predicates. 2. A subject cannot at once have a given predicate affirmed and denied of it. 3. Of two contradictorily opposed predicates one must belong to every subject. 4. Truth is the relation of a judgment to something outside it as its sufficient reason. Reason, it may be remarked, has no material but only formal truth. Chapter 6. The third class of objects for the subject is constituted by the formal element in perception, the forms of outer and inner sense, space and time. This class of ideas, in which time and space appear as pure intuitions, is distinguished from that other class in which they are objects of perception by the presence of matter which has been shown to be the perceptibility of time and space in one aspect, and causality which has become objective, in another. Space and time have this property, that all their parts stand to one another in a relation in which each is determined and conditioned by another. This relation is peculiar, and is intelligible to us neither through understanding nor through reason, but solely through pure intuition or perception a priori. And the law according to which the parts of space and time thus determine one another is called the law of sufficient reason of being. In space every position is determined with reference to every other position, so that the first stands to the second in the relation of a consequence to its ground. In time every moment is conditioned by that which precedes it. The ground of being, in the form of the law of sequence, is here very simple owing to the circumstance that time has only one dimension. On the nexus of the position of the parts of space depends the entire science of geometry. Ground of knowledge produces conviction only, as distinguished from insight into the ground of being. Thus it is that the attempt, which even Euclid at times makes, to produce conviction, as distinguished from insight into the ground of being, in geometry, is a mistake, and induces aversions to mathematics in many an admirable mind. Chapter 7. The remaining class of objects for the subject is a very peculiar and important one. It comprehends only one object, the immediate object of inner sense, the subject in volition which becomes an object of knowledge, but only in inner sense, and therefore always in time and never in space, and in time only under limitations. There can be no knowledge of knowledge, for that would imply that the subject had separated itself from knowledge, and yet knew knowledge, which is impossible. The subject is the condition of the existence of ideas, and can never itself become idea or object. It knows itself therefore never as knowing, but only as willing. Thus what we know in ourselves is never what knows, but what wills, the will. The identity of the subject of volition with the subject of knowledge, through which the word I includes both, is the insoluble problem. The identity of the knowing with the known is inexplicable, and yet is immediately present. The operation of a motive is not, like that of all other causes, known only from without, and therefore indirectly, but also from within. Motivation is, in fact, causality viewed from within. Chapter 8. In this, the concluding chapter, Schopenhauer sums up his results. Necessity has no meaning other than that of the irresistible sequence of the effect where the cause is given. All necessity is thus conditioned, and absolute or unconditioned necessity is a contradiction in terms. And there is a fourfold necessity corresponding to the four forms of the principle of sufficient reason. 1. The logical form, according to the principle of the ground of knowledge, on account of which, if the premises are given, the conclusion follows. 2. The physical form, according to the law of causality, on account of which, if the cause is given, the effect must follow. 3. The mathematical form, according to the law of being, on account of which every relation expressed by a true geometrical proposition is what it is affirmed to be, and every correct calculation is irrefutable. 4. The moral form, on account of which every human being and every brute must, when the motive appears, perform the only act which accords with the inborn and unalterable character. A consequence of this is, that every department of science has one or other of the forms of the principle of sufficient reason as its basis. In conclusion, Schopenhauer points out that just because the principle of sufficient reason belongs to the a priori element in intelligence, it cannot be applied to the entirety of things, to the universe as inclusive of intelligence. Such a universe is mere phenomenon, and what is only true because it belongs to the form of intelligence can have no application to intelligence itself. Thus it is that it cannot be said that the universe and all things in it exist because of something else. In other words, the cosmological proof of the existence of God is inadmissible. The end.